I made 2 billion by using a secret. Then I spent 100 million to book 10,000 tables for banquets. Everyone thought I was flaunting my wealth as a nouveau riche. My fiancé even called me crazy. But only I knew that half a month later, doomsday would come. Subsequently, global mutations erupted, and 80% of the world's population turned into zombies. Plants and animals also underwent mutations, turning humans into prey. Only a few people mutated, awakening abilities to resist. Some touched ice and snow, becoming the Ice Queen, freezing everything. Some touched steel, awakening the ability to control metal. They built the Doomsday Iron Fortress. Some awakened physical refining abilities, moving freely in the bustling city. I unexpectedly awakened spatial abilities and survived in the apocalypse. Simply because after the apocalypse, food was scarce, and survival was impossible without it. I stored a large amount of supplies with spatial abilities and rescued many survivors. However, the saying no good deed goes unpunished in the apocalypse turned out to be true, and my kindness did not receive any reward. They tied me up while I was sleeping, simply because I awakened the immortal bloodline. Not only could it heal wounds bitten by zombies, but also had a great chance of awakening abilities in ordinary people. This constitution is no different from life in the apocalypse. Both humans and ghosts want a taste. As a result, numerous needles pierced my body to draw blood. Then, the group of people I once saved, like zombies, crazily licked my flesh and blood. Even my beloved fiancée cuckolded me and conspired with her lover to drain my last drop of blood. In the end, my body was thrown into a pot and stewed by my brother-in-law. As I was dying, my heart was filled with hatred. I only revealed the secret of my blood to my fiancée, even willingly letting her drink it twice. Over these years in the apocalypse, I took care of her entire family, but this is how she repaid me. If given another chance, I will never be a lapdog again, nor will I help others like a saint. It seems like the heavens truly heard my prayers, as I unexpectedly reincarnated, just half a month before doomsday. Furthermore, the spatial abilities from my past life were somehow retained. Although I am not immortal and lost my bloodline, solely relying on these abilities, I can thrive in the apocalypse. You should know that in the apocalypse, even a box of instant noodles can make a female celebrity bow her head in submission. If I hoard tens of thousands of tons of supplies, then I can just lie down in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a text message came in on my phone from my girlfriend saying, "Darling, my younger brother is bringing his girlfriend over. You need to make proper arrangements, at least book a 5-star hotel for them. I boasted that you are the CEO of a multinational company. By the way, my younger brother has set his eyes on a 300,000 yuan house. Please don't let me lose face." Listening to the familiar voice of my fiancé, Shi Jinxiang, my forehead gently trembled, my eyes burning with rage, wishing to kill this shameless woman immediately. But there is still half a month until the end of the world. The most important thing now is to stockpile supplies. It's not worth getting caught for this woman. Let them live for another half a month. When doomsday comes, order collapses, I will have plenty of opportunities to torment them, so I reluctantly agreed. The next day at the drunken Jianghu flavor recipe, the boss and waiters looked at me mockingly. It was not even 10 o'clock in the morning, but I devoured my food like a starving ghost, completely indifferent to their judgmental stares. 3 years into the apocalypse, I have never had a hot meal before, so after being reborn, I must have a good meal. Sugu, please settle the bill. The boss of this restaurant is called Jin Wuqi, and we live in the same neighborhood. In the previous apocalypse, just after it arrived, Jin Wuqi's shameless mother, using the title of the neighborhood committee director, forced everyone to hand over their food for her to distribute, and I was one of the victims at that time. Later, Jin Wuqi found out that everyone was unwilling, so she directly colluded with the security guards, going door to door to rob. Not only food, but even beautiful women were not spared. So I plan to deal with them. As long as I buy up their reserves, they will starve to death when there is no food left. So I asked, "I'm planning to book 1,000 tables for a banquet, can you handle it?" Jin Wuqi's eyes lit up after hearing it, and he nodded without hesitation. So I directly paid a deposit of 200,000, and then agreed with him to pay the remaining amount in half a month. But when the doomsday arrives in half a month, chaos will ensue, and no one will care whether the money is paid back. Upon hearing that the payment deadline was only half a month, Jin Wuqi readily agreed. Moreover, we live in the same neighborhood, so he's not afraid I'll run away. So we directly signed the contract. After leaving Zhuai Jianghu, I immediately rushed to Huaxing building. Because I want to stockpile a large amount of goods, my current funds are completely insufficient. So a person immediately came to mind, the dear friend who once stood by me through thick and thin. Also the terrifying Ice Queen who strikes fear into people's hearts. If it weren't for her intervention in my past life, I would have died in the mouths of those mutant beasts long ago. and her current identity is the president of Tianlong Group in Pujian City. As she entered the hall, I called out the name Shin Bingqing. She walked directly towards a golden elevator. The security guard at the entrance instinctively intercepted, even preparing to pull out his gun, but in the end, he did not pursue. Because this golden elevator is reserved for the president's use, without a password, no one can enter, and in the entire company, no more than 3 people know the password. However, as I approached the elevator, I skillfully entered a series of passwords, and the next moment, the elevator doors unexpectedly opened. I entered the elevator under the surprised gaze of the security guard. At this moment, Shin Bingqian in the office was also stunned, looking coldly at the elevator monitor, with me in the picture. Huaxin Company is a large company with a military background. Since its establishment, no one has dared to trespass. Today, this unfamiliar young man actually came in and even knew the password. He was angry but also full of doubt. CEO's office, the core department of the company. The top military technology developed by the company is all stored here. If something goes wrong here, the consequences would be very serious. Shin Bingqing immediately ordered all personnel downstairs to be on standby at all times. He also glanced at the gun in the drawer on the right. He also comes from a military background and is confident in dealing with this unexpected guest. By this time, I had already walked out of the elevator and entered the office. What surprised Shin Bingqian even more was, I sat directly on the guest chair opposite him as if I was very familiar with this place. Shin Bingqian glanced coldly at me. Who you are doesn't matter. What's important is that I have a business deal you will be interested in, because this deal can save Huaxing Group. Shin Bingqian chuckled. If you can save Huaxing, even a pig would climb a tree. He was a bit nervous just now, but now he's convinced I'm just a fool who doesn't know any better. His grandfather was a high-ranking military officer before retirement. Huaxing is one of the top domestic military research and development groups, with annual revenue growth and high profits. It shows no signs of crisis. Yet this madman actually says he wants to take over Huaxing. Isn't this just gibberish from a blind fortune teller? However, I am not worried at all. In the drawer to your right, there is a Type 92 pistol grip. This grip, within 50 meters, can penetrate a 1.3mm steel plate, but there are only 3 bullets left inside. Looking at Shin Bingqing's shocked expression, I smiled faintly. When the end of the world had just arrived in the previous life, Huaxing Group, with its advanced security system, blocked the zombies' attack. It became the largest human survivor base in Pujiang. I have also lived here for a while, fought side by side with this aloof CEO, risking my life dozens of times, and have a deep bond with him. Therefore, I am very familiar with this building and know everything about Shin Bingqian. How did you find out? At this moment, a hint of seriousness appeared on Shin Bingqian's face. Only his closest confidants know these things, but I ignored him. Continuing, I also know that the name Huaxing was chosen by your grandfather, symbolizing the revitalization of China. Apart from having the world's most advanced AI individual soldier robots, they have also developed advanced security systems. What's more important is that all key national units have installed the Huaxing security system, including the power center in the Magic City. If these core technologies are obtained by enemy countries, it would be a disaster for the entire Huaxing and even China. And a few days ago, someone broke into this office and copied all the company's technology and security data. If I'm not mistaken, we still haven't found the mastermind behind it up to now. In the next moment, Shin Bingqian grabbed the handkerchief from the drawer and pointed the gun directly at it, because this is not only a secret of Huaxing, but also the highest national secret. Once this data is leaked, the entire power center of the Magic City will face a huge threat, but in the face of Shin Bingqing's threat, I continue to speak calmly. In fact, this is just a minor issue. The real problem is that Huaxing Group will be acquired by other companies in the future. If you are willing to pay 2 billion, I will not only help you find the mastermind behind this but also help you save Huaxing. Shin Bingqing did not lower the gun, still staring at me. Why should I believe you? In fact, he has also investigated. It is indeed an insider, but who specifically, has not been found out yet. Seeing that Shin Bingqing still doesn't believe, I made a concession. I will first help you find the insider and save Huaxing. If you think it's worth it, give me 2 billion. If you think it's not worth it, consider it a good deed. At this moment, Shin Bingqing also breathed a sigh of relief, slowly putting down the gun in his hand. Now, tell me, who said that, and what crises is Huaxing facing? The data of Huaxing Company was copied in this office. The only way to enter this office is through this elevator. So the culprit must be someone who knows the password. Currently, the only ones who know the password are Secretary Su and you. Only Office Director Chen Hao, which means, the person who copied the data is either Chen Hao or Secretary Su. It's also possible that the two of them conspired to commit the crime. As I pretended to analyze the case, after hearing what I said, Shen Bingqian was very shocked. Why do I know the company so well, even the password for the private elevator, all clear as day? But things are not that simple. We have already praised that before the data was stolen, neither Director Chen nor I had been to the company. Secretary Su even laughed disdainfully, saying she didn't take the elevator. I've checked the surveillance footage, they have been ruled out. Shen Bingqian is now a bit disappointed in me, thinking I could bring some surprises earlier. However, I didn't panic. But if Director Chen and Secretary Su collude to replace the surveillance footage, with the advanced face-changing technology now, swapping the images of people in the footage is not difficult. My words also awakened Shen Bingqian. At this moment, Secretary Su's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she still left to return home. Huaxing's security system is globally leading. Hackers couldn't have infiltrated, and even if someone did, the security system would have recorded it. However, before and after the data was stolen, the company's network did not suffer any hacker attacks. I looked at Secretary Su with a smirk. If this hacker is an internal tech staff, you seem so nervous. Could it be a guilty conscience? The next moment, Secretary Su suddenly rushed to the table, preparing to pick up the handkerchief on the table. His agile movements were a stark contrast to his previous fragile appearance. But just as he was about to grab the handcuffs, I kicked them away in an instant. At this moment, Shen Bingqing also reacted. He picked up the gun from the ground and aimed it at Secretary Su, saying, "It's really you." At this moment, Secretary Su was already scared and kneeling on the ground. I had no choice. If I didn't do as they said, they would kill my whole family. But before he could finish speaking, Shen Bing shot him dead. No wonder she could become the terrifying Ice Queen in the apocalypse. Obviously, this wasn't her first time killing. But I'm a bit puzzled about this. Why didn't you keep someone alive to extract information? However, Shen Bingqing shook his head directly. His greatest hatred is betrayal, so he shot Secretary Su without hesitation. By now, Shen Bingqing believed me and asked who the other person was. Also, the director of the president's office, Shen Hao, had long been bought by the Green Mountain Capital, a beautiful country. The project that Huaqing Group collaborated with Green Mountain Capital on is a decoy. If they proceed with this project, Huaqing Group would need a loan of 200 billion. Green Mountain Capital plans to steal the technology first, then withdraw the funds once the project starts. This would break Huaqing's financial chain, losing its core technology. Green Mountain Capital would then acquire Huaqing at a low price. I revealed everything I knew from my past life. However, Shen Bingqing still had some doubts. Do you have any evidence to prove all this is true? Investigate Secretary Su and Shen Hao to see if they have acquired a lot of wealth recently. I'll also tell you another secret. The copied technical data you're looking for is still in this office. I confidently said, as they listened to my words. Shen Bingqing showed a hint of surprise, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized. The company's security procedures are very strict, making it difficult to take the data out. Therefore, it's reasonable for the data to still be here. So, he immediately ordered an investigation into Secretary Su and Shen Hao's finances, and soon there were results, just as I said. At this moment, Shen Bingqing's face turned pale with anger, and she immediately ordered the security department to arrest Shen Hao and seal off the entire building. No one is allowed in or out. I smiled as I watched Shen Bingqing carry out all this. I was right, wasn't I? Is this gift worth 2 billion? Shen Bingqian nodded slightly and prepared to transfer the money to me directly. But I made a new request. You only need to transfer 500 million to me, and the remaining one, 5 billion. You just need to buy the supermarket across the street and give it to me. Shen Bingqian looked up at me and said, "The supermarket isn't expensive, I'll just give it to you. After all, you just saved Huaqing." But before he could finish, I interrupted him, saying, "There's more. Build a 4-meter-high wall around the supermarket. Then install a security system from your Huaqing company, and also prepare a batch of supplies for me. All of this must be completed within 10 days. After speaking, I handed over the prepared list. At this moment, a hint of surprise flashed across Shen Bingqian's face. This guy went to great lengths to break in, yet he only asked for 500 million and a supermarket. However, when he finished reading my list, his expression instantly turned sour. The foundation of the wall needs to be dug 1 meter deep, poured with 100 millimeters thick steel, 100 sets of high-power generators, 100 sets of high-power solar generators, 100 tons of diesel, 1,000 sets of beds. And even 5-wheeled tanks are needed. 10 sets of individual combat robots, the rest are easy to handle. But I am powerless when it comes to these WQ equipment. Huaxia has always been very strict in controlling WP. Shin Bingxian said to me with a serious expression. However, I did not give up. As long as these WP equipment are placed in the supermarket, you can retrieve them all after 15 days. You will monitor them all within 15 days, and I will not touch them at all. Seeing my resolute appearance, Shin Bingxian hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. After all, the entire supermarket is under their surveillance, so nothing should go wrong in a day. Seeing that today's goal has been achieved, I left behind the bank account and departed. And after I left, Shin Bingxing directly ordered an investigation on me. Despite knowing so much, my identity is definitely not simple. However, when he received my information, he was stunned. This is Chu Chen's detailed personal information, where he studied, where he worked, the number of people in his family, even medical records, all very detailed. It can be said that he is an extremely ordinary person. No records of entry and exit, no computer learning experience, no military experience, and no specially trained experience. How does such an ordinary person know so many secrets? For a moment, she was at a loss, unable to figure it out. I haven't even completed half of this month's deposit task. What should I do? I've been deducted 3 months' performance pay in a row. If the deposit I bring in this month still doesn't meet the target, my salary grade will be lowered. I was criticized by the leader in today's meeting, so annoying. Chen Yu, who had just finished the morning meeting at the personal finance department of Pujian Bank, said with a frustrated look, "If you can't bring in deposits, then sell more financial products. Maybe you can maintain your current salary grade. You need to quickly figure out a way to stabilize your performance, otherwise, lowering your salary grade is a minor issue. You might even be directly dismissed. Ask your relatives and friends again, see if you can bring in some deposits." Her sisters around her started giving her ideas. "I've asked everyone I can, but there are very few wealthy people among my relatives and friends. If only I knew a group president like Shin Bingxian, she could easily fulfill my annual target with just a casual deposit." Sigh. Shen Yu looked at the news popping up on the computer, speaking with a longing expression. "Stop dreaming. Why would a big president like that open an account at our small commercial bank? Change your dream, like getting close to a big boss. That would be more realistic. By the way, did Lu, the boss who invited us to sing last time, contact you? He's a nouveau riche. If you establish a good relationship with him, you could easily complete your task in minutes. Don't mention it." He messaged me the next night, asking me to go to his villa to play poker. "Did you go? He's old, ugly, and as fat as a pig. Just thinking about it makes me sick, so I didn't go." You finally meet a big boss, and you find him old and ugly. Where will you find someone who is both handsome and rich now? Wait a bit, what if you do meet someone like that? If you don't, then consider that old man later, just keep him hanging. In the office, a few women were touching up their makeup, chatting without restraint, until they saw a man in a suit rushing over. They stopped. "Director! Director! Director!" The women all stood up, hastily greeting him. "Chen Yu, Chu Chen is the depositor you brought in, right?" The man in the suit ignored the others and directly asked Chen Yu, looking slightly excited. "Chu Nan. Yes." Chen Yu thought for a long time before suddenly remembering that this seemed to be the boyfriend of her best friend, Tao Jingjing. She had dinner with him twice. "What's your relationship with him?" "He's my best friend's boyfriend." "What's the matter, director?" Chen Yu blinked, not understanding the purpose of the director asking these personal questions. "Well, he transferred 500 million to his account. This is the largest deposit our branch has received. And the sender is Shin Bingxian, the president of Huaxing Group. The branch manager repeatedly instructed that you must serve this depositor well. Maybe in the future, you can develop Huaxing Group as a client of our bank. Also, recommend some financial products to that depositor. If you handle this well, not only will your salary grade not be lowered, you might even get a promotion." The man in the suit said with a slightly excited mood. 500 million? Hearing what he said, Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her face showing an incredulous expression. She knew her best friend's boyfriend too well. He was just a poor worker, although good-looking and owning a property, he didn't have much money at all. She once advised her best friend to break up with Chu Chen and find someone wealthier. Who would have thought that this guy would become a billionaire? "Director, could it be that Mr. Shin transferred the money to the wrong account?" Chen Yu asked incredulously. The bank manager personally called to confirm. Mr. Shin said the money was transferred to Mr. Chu's account, as a reward. "I leave this matter to you. No matter what means you use, you must maintain this important client. Do it well, and you'll be promoted next month." After repeatedly reminding a few more times, the director finally left the office. "Chen Yu, we are good sisters, don't forget me with such a good resource. Does your best friend's boyfriend have WeChat? Let me add him too? Young, worth over 100 million, your best friend is so lucky." Invite him out for a meal, we'll treat, how about it? Yes, also introduce us, don't worry, we won't compete for your client resources, we just want to get to know him. As soon as the director left, several other women from the personal finance department gathered around, wanting to meet Chu Chen, the billionaire, through Chen Yu. He used to be a poor guy, I didn't add him on WeChat. Let me ask my best friend first, Chen Yu said, quickly dialing Tao Jingjing's number. Jingzi, what business is your boyfriend doing recently to make so much money? As soon as the call connected, Chen Yu curiously asked. Jingzi is Tao Jingjing's nickname. How could he be doing business? He's been working as a warehouse manager at Walmart, you know that. Oh. Tao Jingjing's disappointed sigh came from the other end of the phone, seeming very dissatisfied with her boyfriend. I'll tell you some good news, don't scream when you hear it. What good news? Hurry, I'm at Chen Fei's gym, getting ready to work out. Tao Jingjing's voice on the phone became quieter and quieter, as if she was afraid of being overheard. You're still cheating at this time? Aren't you afraid Chu Chen will find out? It's okay, that bootlicker is just a spare tire. If he can't come up with the 28,000 dowry and doesn't give my brother the down payment for the house, I'll just dump him. Xian Fei has a house, a car, and a family gym, much better off than him. You're blind, what's a gym worth? Do you know how much your boyfriend is worth now? 5 billion. 5 billion. Are you talking about Jingzi? Then he really does. You big fool, I'm serious. Remember last time when I asked you to deposit money? You brought your boyfriend, opened an account at our bank, and deposited all the money in our bank? Just now, 5 billion was added to his account. The remitter is Xin Bingqian, the president of Huaxing Group. Are you serious? Not joking? Joking my foot. If you like Xian Fei, give me your boyfriend, I'll pursue him. Dream on, get lost, beep. After scolding Tao Jingjing, Chen Yu quickly hung up the phone. You dare to call me a bitch? Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as she found Chu Chen's contact information on the computer and dialed the phone. In front of a rich husband, a best friend is nothing. She was no less attractive than Tao Jingjing. If she could break them up, with her charm, she might be able to hook this billionaire Chu Chen. Boss Chu, take care, I'll deliver the goods to Huaxing supermarket in a few days. The slaughterhouse boss sent Chu Chen off with a big smile. Just now, he received an order for over 10,000 head of cattle. The ordering party was the famous Huaxing Group. Truly a wealthy company, they were generous, giving a 10 million advance payment directly, with the remaining amount to be paid in full in half a month. Not only that, these goods didn't need to be divided, just clean the offal and wash the tripe. If the butchering is not divided, it can save a lot of manpower. By hiring more workers and working overtime, more than 10,000 cattle can be slaughtered in just over 10 days. Remember, deliver everything within 13 days. Absolutely no defaulting. Chu Chen reminded once again, then drove away from the slaughterhouse. Just now, he, under the name of Huaxing Shopping Mall, signed an agreement with this slaughterhouse to purchase over 10,000 cattle. He also paid a 10 million deposit, with the remaining money to be settled in half a month. With another half month, the end of the world would arrive, and he wouldn't even need to pay the final payment. In other words, he only spent 10 million to get his hands on tens of millions worth of goods. He planned to do the same with several nearby slaughterhouses. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, the WeChat video notification sounded. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Tao Jingjing. After a moment of hesitation, he hung up. Within the day, he had to visit several surrounding slaughterhouses, stockpiling dozens of tons of pork, duck, lamb, and beef. Tomorrow, he would go to the wholesale market for fruits and vegetables, stocking up hundreds of thousands of tons of produce. The most important thing now was to stockpile goods, not to deal with this despicable person. Darling, what are you busy with? Miss me? Don't you like the old man pushing the cart? Shall I satisfy you tonight? Have dinner together tonight, then go to your place? He just ended the video call when Tao Jingjing sent several voice messages. Normally indifferent, she was unexpectedly flirtatious today. No time. Chu Chen replied with 2 words, suppressing his anger. In the gym, Tao Jingjing, reading his message, increasingly believed what her friend had just said. If he hadn't become a billionaire, why would he suddenly be so cold to her? I heard from my friend that you have 5 billion in your bank account. How did you earn so much money? Since beating around the bush didn't work, she directly asked. So that's how it is. Seeing her latest message, Chu Chen couldn't help but sneer coldly. No wonder this despicable person suddenly acted flirtatious and came looking for him, all because of the 5 billion he had just received today. In that case, why not take advantage of the situation and use this 5 billion to keep this despicable person in check? Thinking this, he replied with a simple and sent a screenshot of the bank message confirming the payment he received today. Wow! It really is 5 billion. I knew it, you are very capable, You won't be a warehouse manager forever. Darling, I miss you, shall we meet tonight? How do you want to play tonight? I'll follow your lead, okay? Tao Jingjing sent several more voice messages, her voice sweet and gentle, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. In the past, Chu Chen would have been allured by her, but after experiencing a new life, he had lost interest in her. The night gave me dark eyes, but I used them to seek the light. Just then, a stranger's call came in. Chu Chen worried it might be a supplier, so he quickly answered the call. Chu Gu, it's me, Chen Yu. We had dinner with Jingjing last time. You are now a VIP customer at our bank, and I am your exclusive customer service manager. By the way, are you free tonight? Shall we have dinner together? As soon as he answered the call, a warm and charming voice came through. Tao Jingjing's friend. After a moment of thought, Chu Chen remembered her identity. Birds of a feather flocked together. This woman, like Tao Jingjing, was not a good person. In his previous life, while he was away, this woman took the remaining few boxes of food and drove away. Where shall we eat? After a brief pause, Chu Chen readily agreed. Since she came to him, he would first collect some interest and then sow discord between these two plastic flower sisters, making them bite each other. How about coming to my place? I'll cook for you downstairs. Shen Yu's words carried a hint of coquetry, with a double entendre. Alright, I'll be waiting for you, Chen Yu said before hanging up the phone. Are you there, dear? What are you busy with? Where shall we go for dinner tonight? Just after ending the call, Tao Jingjing sent a few voice messages. I have plans for tonight. Let's do it another day. Chu Chen replied with a message, then logged out of WeChat, ignoring further messages. Stockpiling is crucial. Today it's pork, duck, lamb, and beef. Tomorrow it's off to the vegetable market. The day after to the seafood wholesale market. In addition, he has to arrange for 1,000 tables for banquets. With only half a month left until the apocalypse, he must hurry to stock up. Chu Gu, come in quickly. Wanjiang apartment, a woman in professional attire stood at the door, welcoming warmly. Her clothes seemed a few sizes too small. The white shirt was stretched to the point of tearing, with the collar open, revealing a deep cleavage, two snow-white jade rabbits almost popping out. The black skirt tightly wrapped around her round and perky buttocks. It seemed like with a slightly bigger step, it would tear apart. Today, I cooked a few dishes myself. Come, Chu Gu, taste my cooking. Shen Yu rushed into the kitchen, serving dishes while inviting Chu Chen to sit down. No rush to eat. Let's have the noodles you made first. Chu Chen pulled her into his arms, then pinched her chin, implying something. Chu Gu, the food won't taste good if it gets cold. How about we eat first and then? Chen Yu seemed taken aback by his direct approach, slightly flustered. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chu Chen abruptly pressed her onto the dining table. Chu Gu, let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Ouch, it hurts. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yu's screams echoed from the dining table. She was truly in pain. She really couldn't bear it. They say only tired oxen, not overworked fields. But Chu Chen was like a stubborn ox, charging recklessly in her field. Just when she was about to give in, Chu Chen growled lowly and finally stopped. Let's collect some interest first. Chu Chen put away his plow, gave her a cold glance. 3 years of suppression and accumulation finally burst out, easing his mood considerably. Although his physique was not as robust as in the post-apocalyptic world, the strong will he had cultivated over 3 years remained. Making her beg for mercy was still within his capabilities. Chu Gu, you are amazing. Chen Yu lay on the dining table for a while, then regained her composure. She glanced at Chu Chen with lingering fear, then shakily made her way to the bathroom, supporting herself against the wall. Her field was almost ruined just now, too vigorous. But she had to endure it. After all, the one tilling her land was a billionaire. After a deep conversation today, they became more familiar with each other, and their feelings might deepen further. Maybe she could snatch this handsome and wealthy man from her best friend. If not, selling some financial products would also work. In any case, compared to the benefits, the suffering she endured physically was nothing. Chu Chen rushed into the kitchen, brought the remaining dishes to the table, and took out his phone. There were dozens of missed calls from Tao Jingjing and several messages on WeChat. Ignoring them, he took a picture of the dining table and posted it on his Moments. Is this Chen Yu's home? Tao Jingjing, who was applying a face mask, boredly scrolled through her Moments. When she saw the photo posted by Chu Chen, she was instantly furious. Wasn't this her best friend's dining table? She often visited Chen Yu's home, occasionally staying for a few days, so she was very familiar with every detail of Chen Yu's home. The table in the photo and the background behind it were clearly from Chen Yu's home. No wonder she didn't answer my calls or messages today. She's with this shameless person. Daring to steal my man, watch me tear you apart. After figuring out what was going on, Tao Jingjing called her best friend several times, but there was no answer. She tore off the mask on her face, didn't even bother to change clothes, and angrily ran down the stairs. In the past, Chuchen wouldn't have cared if someone took him away. After all, there was only one house. But now it's different. The current Chuchen is worth 500 million. She must hold on tight to this multi-millionaire boyfriend. No way she's letting other women snatch him away. Jingjing, why are you here? Half an hour later, she finally knocked on her best friend's door. Shenyu seemed quite surprised to see her. Without a word, Tao Jingjing slapped her directly. You shameless woman, dare to seduce my man? I thought you were just joking, didn't expect you to be serious? Watch me tear you apart. After the slap, Tao Jingjing directly started pulling Chen hair. What's wrong with snatching your man? You hang out with Qian Fei, can't Chuchen find other women outside? If I tell him about this, he'll dump you immediately, believe it or not? You dare. I'll kill you, shameless. Playing both sides, you're the shameless one. Seeing the truth revealed, Shenyu stopped pretending and fought back against Tao Jingjing with all her might. She had just sent away Chu Chen, and this woman showed up. How did she know so quickly? However, for 500 million, she decided to fight, so she grabbed something from the ground and smashed it hard towards Tao Jingjing's face. Ouch, you shameless, dare to hit me with high heels? I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you bitch. You're trespassing. I won't be breaking the law by killing you. Both of them were relentless, fighting from the doorway to the living room, and then from the living room to the police station. Finally, after paying a fine and leaving the police station, the two bruised and swollen women calmed down. If Chuchen finds out about you and Qian Fei, he will definitely break up with you. If you don't let me live in peace, I won't let you either. If he finds out that you're just after his money, see if he still wants you? Oof. If we keep fighting like this, we'll both lose, and neither of us will benefit. If you don't snatch my man, will I fight with you? How about this, all for that 500 million, why don't we work together? How to cooperate? Under the guise of investment, we'll scam his 500 million, and then split it evenly between us, how about that? This. Okay. But I get 60, you get 40, after all, I'm his official girlfriend. Deal. Both of us have injuries on our faces, we can't meet him for the next few days. Once we're healed, he's just a weak-willed lapdog. As long as you listen to me, we can definitely enchant him. Good. I'll buy some sexy lingerie tomorrow. He loves old man pushing cart. You buy some yoga outfits, take some sexy side photos for him, he'll definitely take the bait. Then I'll join Qian Fei's gym as a member, and we can exchange photos? Sounds good. Let me tell you about this investment plan. The two shook hands again, reconciled, and devised a plan to deal with Chu Chen. Xiao Chu, all these dishes are packed. Do you want me to find a car to send them over? The next day at noon, at the entrance of Zhuai Qingfeng Jianghu restaurant, Su Jiwu saw Chu Chen driving a van over and quickly went to greet him. In order to prepare 1,000 tables of banquet within 3 days, he had temporarily hired more than a dozen chefs and dozens of helpers. It was hard work, but there were only 3 days. After 3 days, they could earn around 300,000. No need, just have them put it in the car. Chu Chen opened the back door of the van and shook his head. This small van can't fit all, right? Today there are over 300 tables of dishes. It's okay, I'll just make a few more trips. Alright, you guys, come over and help with the dishes. Su Jiwu didn't think much and started instructing the waiters to load the dishes into the van. In no time, the entire van was filled. Chu Chen locked the car door and drove to the Huaxing shopping plaza across from his residential area. Shen Bingqian was relatively trustworthy. 5 excavators were working simultaneously, and in just half a day today, the foundation of the wall was almost dug. At this rate, the wall could be poured tomorrow. The person in charge of the construction, upon learning that he was the owner of this large shopping mall, let him pass without a word. Chu Chen parked the car in front of the supermarket, then got into the car and stored all the wine and food in the space. The reason he bought this small van from Su Jiwu at a high price yesterday was to divert attention. If he were to store the food and wine in the spatial storage in front of everyone at the hotel, it would surely cause unnecessary trouble. However, by storing the food in the car and then transferring it to the spatial storage, it wouldn't raise suspicion. Following this method, he made several trips in succession to store all the more than 300 banquet tables in the space. The space inside him had the function of freezing time. No matter what was put in, it would remain the same when taken out. In other words, if something was put in hot, it would still be hot when taken out. After finishing up, he drove straight to the vegetable and fruit wholesale market in the small van. In addition to stocking up on meat and alcohol, he also needed to stock up on vegetables and fruits. After the apocalypse, not only were there zombies rampant in the city, but there were also many mutated beasts outside the city. It was extremely difficult to get fresh vegetables and fruits, so he had to stock up. It wasn't until the human espers became powerful that they dared to venture outside the city to look for vegetables and fruits. Mr. Shun, this is all the detailed information about Chu Chen. Inside the office of the Huaxing Group's president, a middle-aged man took out a file and placed it in front of Shin Bingqian. According to our investigation, he has no suspicious points. Has he had any contact with foreign forces? Has he had any contact with Su Yingyan or Chen Hao? Shin Bingqian opened the file and asked as she read. The day before yesterday, she had only asked a friend in the police system to help check Chu Chen's educational and work experience. But it didn't dispel her doubts, so she had the National Security Bureau conduct a detailed investigation. If this kid was just an ordinary person, how could he know the password for the president's office's private elevator? How could he know about the plan for Lushan Capital and the American Capital Bank to merge with Huaxing? One mystery after another left her puzzled. She even repeatedly questioned the director of the president's office, Chen Hao, and the two network technicians who colluded with Chen Hao and Su Yingyan, and their answers were surprisingly consistent. They all didn't know who Chu Chen was. No. We investigated all the call records under his name over the years, as well as his online messages and contact records, and he has had no contact with foreign forces and no interaction with Su Yingyan or Chen Hao. The middle-aged man shook his head, speaking earnestly. That's strange, isn't it? Shin Bingqian closed the file, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. This kid had no difference from an ordinary person in terms of social background or life trajectory, but he knew a lot of secrets. In other words, there were still some secrets about him that they didn't know. According to the analysis of our internal personnel, he should be a patriot, because most of his online comments are criticizing those public intellectuals and anti-nationalists. Furthermore, his actions are good for Huaxing and good for the country. So, I think Chu Chen can be trusted. Seemingly aware of her concerns, the middle-aged man continued. I see. Shen Bingqian nodded. Then, as if thinking of something, she took out a list. The day before yesterday, in addition to requesting a 500 million reward, he also asked to visit our company's upcoming supermarket, and his request was very strange. He actually asked us to build a 4-meter-high wall around the supermarket, with the foundation of the wall 1 meter deep, and it had to be poured with 100 millimeters of steel. Furthermore, he also asked me to prepare a batch of supplies and demanded that I must complete it within 10 days. Take a look, Shin Bingqian said, handing over the list of supplies. Install surveillance systems, 100 sets of high-power diesel generators, 100 sets of high-power solar generators, 100 tons of diesel, 1,000 sets of bedding, 5-wheeled combat vehicles, 10 sets of individual combat robots. The middle-aged man looked at the list, his expression gradually becoming serious. Although the items in the front were somewhat strange, they were nothing out of the ordinary. But when it came to these weapons at the back, due to professional habits, he immediately became alert. He said all these weapons and equipment will be returned to me in 15 days. During the time they are in the supermarket, my company will be in control, and he won't touch them. I have already agreed to his terms. However, to prevent accidents, I plan to remove the weapons from the combat vehicles and not provide ammunition for the individual combat robots. Shin Bingqian explained her plan. She involved the National Security Bureau, firstly to thoroughly investigate Chu Chen's background to ease her doubts. Secondly, it was about this batch of weapons and equipment. Although the 5-wheeled combat vehicles and 10 sets of individual combat robots were not in large quantities, she could still acquire them. But in case they fell into the hands of criminals, or if something went wrong resulting in a tragedy, she would be in trouble. Therefore, to prevent accidents and absolve herself of responsibility, she specifically invited the head of the Security Bureau. No, do as he requested. Equip the weapons on the combat vehicles and provide the bullets for the robots as per his request. If he is colluding with a criminal group, we can catch them all at once. The middle-aged man waved his hand, his eyes shining. Are you suggesting using him as bait to catch bigger fish? Exactly. Darling, I'm going back to my hometown. I'll be back in a few days. When I return, I'll play pushing the cart with you. In the future, I'll do whatever you want to play. Brother Chu, I've been sent out for training by the unit. I'll be back in 10 days, don't forget about me. By the way, I got an annual gym membership. How do you think my yoga practice is going? In the driver's cabin, while resting during the loading, Chu Chen took out his phone to check his WeChat messages. They were all messages from Tao Jingjing and Shenyu. Shenyu even sent a sexy side profile photo in yoga attire, with her towering peaks and plump, round buttocks looking quite enticing. However, her face was not visible in the photo. It seemed like she was quite injured last night. In fact, he had been outside Shenyu's house last night, and only left when he saw both of them beaten up and taken away by the police. Someone wants to add me as a friend? He casually replied to the two women and was about to close WeChat when he saw a friend request. The request message was only 5 words, "I am Shin Bingqian." Chu Chen smiled knowingly and accepted the request. He was just about to contact her, but she had taken the initiative to reach out to him. "How are the preparations for the list of supplies I gave you the day before yesterday?" As soon as the friend request was accepted, Chu Chen sent a message. "Don't worry, the supplies you requested are being transported to Pujiang, and the weapons and equipment you asked for will be in the supermarket in 2 days. In at most 5 days, all the supplies you need will be ready." Soon, Shin Bingqian sent 2 messages. Truly efficient, as expected of General Shun. "By the way, have your company's staff send over the contact information of the supermarket suppliers?" Chu Chen thanked her and continued. He planned to have the suppliers deliver a large batch of supplies under the guise of preparing for the supermarket's opening. The products sold in the supermarket were mostly supplied by the suppliers, sold first and then paid for, or settled on a monthly or quarterly basis. Therefore, he didn't need to spend money to buy these supplies at all. Free supplies like these were not to be missed. "No need. I'm handing over the entire supermarket management team to you. If there's anything, just direct them to do it." Shin Bingqian replied a few words, and soon sent over a dozen documents. Huaxing Shopping Plaza was originally scheduled to open at the end of this month, with the decoration and stocking almost completed, and the management team in place. However, it was bought over by Chu Chen. She thought Chu Chen was preparing to open the store, so she sent over all the detailed information of the supermarket. It included contact information for all supermarket employees, management systems, marketing plans, and even floor plans for each level of the supermarket. The first floor is the warehouse and cold storage, the second floor is the food area, the third floor is for daily necessities. "Boss Chu, all the vegetables are loaded onto the truck, totaling 2,100 pieces. As he was checking the supermarket floor plan on his phone, the wholesale vegetable stall owner knocked on the car window. "Oh, good." Chu Chen scanned the code and paid, then drove away from the vegetable wholesale market. At a deserted intersection, he stopped, then climbed into the back of the car and stored the full load of vegetables into the space inside. This was the largest vegetable wholesale market in Jiangdong, with vegetables and fruits from all over the country. Moreover, the wholesale prices were only 1/3 of those in supermarkets. In addition to vegetables and fruits, this market also wholesaled frozen goods and dry seasonings. He planned to sweep through the vegetable and fruit area in the next 2 days. Trucks were constantly unloading goods here, so it was almost impossible to sweep everything clean. He planned to store as much as he could for now, and come back to loot after doomsday. In addition to the Pujian vegetable and fruit wholesale market, there was also Walmart's warehouse. He was the warehouse manager and knew very well that the amount of goods stored there was astonishing, and all were products of reputable brands. At that time, that would also be his main target. Over the next 2 days, he received another 600 tables of banquets from Zhuai Qingfeng Jianghu restaurant, and spent 2 days sweeping through the vegetable and fruit wholesale market, as well as the seafood wholesale market. After 4 days of crazy hoarding, he had only spent over 2 billion, with over 2 billion left unspent. On the 5th day, the slaughterhouse and suppliers began to deliver goods to the supermarket one after another. He had no choice but to stay at the supermarket every day to receive the goods in person. Because he had ordered too much, the supermarket simply couldn't accommodate it all. Therefore, every time a truck arrived with goods, after unloading, he would quickly store them in the storage space. As for the supermarket's management team and employees, he had them all work from home. If there were any work instructions, he would post them in the work group. When Shin Bingqian handed over the supermarket operations team to him, she added him to the work group and issued a statement, roughly stating that he was the sole owner of Huaxing Shopping Plaza. Upon learning that the supermarket had a new owner, the employees were afraid of being laid off, so they worked diligently. They urged the suppliers to deliver, constantly calling them. For a while, vehicles transporting vegetables, fruits, meat, and daily necessities were continuously sent to the supermarket. By the 6th day, the walls around the supermarket had been poured and the installation of surveillance systems and iron gates had begun. The design and standards of these gates were also all his doing. "Manager Chu, this is 8 tons of beef. Could you please sign here?" "Manager Chu, this is the truck of bottled liquefied gas you requested. Please sign for it." "Manager Chu, this is a truck of bottled mineral water. Where would you like the goods to be unloaded?" "Manager Chu, these are 1,000 sheep. The rest will be slaughtered in the next few days and delivered to you." Early on the 10th day, Chu Chen had just arrived at the supermarket entrance when he saw a long line of trucks blocking the way. Seeing him approach, the drivers quickly jumped out of their vehicles and handed him the delivery notes for him to sign. When Chu Chen placed orders with these slaughterhouses, he paid a portion of the deposit, and the remaining balance would be settled with them in 15 days. And the proof of settlement was these delivery notes he had signed. With each batch he received, he didn't bother to inspect the goods and simply stored them away. He wasn't afraid of the slaughterhouses over-reporting quantities because in 15 days, doomsday would arrive, and he wouldn't have to pay for these goods anyway. Xiao Chu, you've become the general manager? At that moment, a group of aunties who had just returned from the morning market came over, led by Su Jiwu's mother, Lu Shufan. She was also the head of the Women's Association in the community. Hearing the drivers call in General Chu, they all stopped curiously. They lived in the neighboring Lijiang Garden community and often saw Chu Chen around. If Chu Chen became the general manager of Huaxing Shopping Mall, as their neighbor, he would surely offer them some benefits like discount coupons. Oh, yes. Chu Chen casually replied and continued signing. After the doomsday of the previous life, these old ladies, after finishing their own food, started moralizing and asking homeowners with more food supplies to share with them. Chu Chen was a victim back then. Therefore, seeing these neighbors, he felt no goodwill and continued signing with his head down. I heard the supermarket is opening soon. Do you have any coupons or vouchers internally? Do you even need to ask? Nowadays, new supermarkets always have promotions and distribute coupons and vouchers. That's great. Save some for the aunties. We'll help promote for you. Since it's public property, why not share with everyone? Save more for us later. By the way, Xiao Chu, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Auntie can introduce one to you. Learning that Chu Chen was indeed the supermarket's general manager, Lu Shufan and the others were ecstatic and started taking advantage of the situation. Auntie, you've got it wrong. General Chu is not an employee. He is the owner of this shopping mall. General Chu spent over $1 billion to acquire it. Seeing the aunties shamelessly taking advantage, the site manager in charge couldn't help but interject. He was personally sent by Shin Bingxian to oversee the construction of the site, including the wall construction, surveillance installation, and inventory management. After spending a few days together, he had developed a good impression of Chu Chen. Whether it was delicacies or fine wines, anything Chu Chen consumed, he would have a share. So, seeing the aunties trying to take advantage, he couldn't help but speak up. Spent over $1 billion? Oh, didn't expect Xiao Chu to become a big boss. I always said Xiao Chu was capable of great things, right? I wasn't wrong, was I? Since you are the owner of the shopping mall, if you need any help in the future, just let us know. Our community will definitely support you. When the store opens, us neighbors will come to shop. Xiao Chu, you better give us a discount. Of course, Xiao Chu is not stingy. The group of aunties surrounded Chu Chen, praising and flattering him, some even directly asking for benefits. Although Chu Chen was extremely repulsed by them, he didn't want to offend them just yet. He patiently entertained them for a while before finally sending them away. However, he thought he could finally focus on stocking up, but these aunties were quick with their mouths. In less than half a day, the entire community knew that he had spent $1 billion to buy Huaxing Shopping Mall. Suddenly, many homeowners were mentioning him in the group chat. Shuge, I'm back from training. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Oh, by the way, I'll introduce you to a billionaire. Apart from the messages in the homeowners group, there were also 2 voice messages from Chen Yu. Alright, come sharp at 1:30 in the afternoon to unload the goods. He spent the whole morning unloading over 40 trucks, working until past noon to finish unloading the last truck. Chu Chen dismissed the group of loaders, closed the supermarket's doors, and with no one around, quickly stored the goods in the storage space on the first floor. Otherwise, if the goods are delivered in the afternoon, there will be no place to store them. It's strange, we unload dozens of trucks of goods every day. Where are all these goods being stored? The basement is the warehouse and cold storage. The unloaded goods should all be stored there. In these 6 days, we have unloaded almost 500 vehicles of goods, piled up higher than this building. If they were stored in the basement, it would have been full long ago. Why bother about that? We can make 500 in half a day, 1,000 in a full day, as long as they pay us. That's all that matters, don't worry about the rest. Exactly, opportunities to make money like this don't come by often. Don't upset the boss, or we'll get fired. Right, it's only been 6 days, and we've made 6,000, where else can we find such good work? After more than 60 loaders left the supermarket, someone voiced their doubts. However, they were quickly shut down. With such high wages, they had never encountered this before, so in order to work for a few more days, no one wanted to cause trouble. At this moment, in the supermarket, Chu Chen stored all the goods from the first floor into the storage space and replied to Chen Yu's message, not interested in billionaires, not interested in treating guests. The doomsday is approaching in 5 days, the most urgent task now is to stock up on goods, he is not interested in anything else. Darling, my girlfriend's friend is hosting a dinner tonight and has invited both of us. I've already agreed. It's at Baojin Building, you must come. Shortly after replying to the message, Tao Jingjing also sent a voice message. What are these two bitches up to? Seeing the two of them cooperating, Shuchen felt puzzled. Since the last falling out between the two plastic sisters, they had both disappeared for a while. However, what puzzled him was that despite the fact that they had been sending him messages every day for the past 9 days, they rarely mentioned each other. Even when they did, it was in praise. Not only that, just after rejecting Chenyu, Tao Jingjing sent a message, as if afraid he wouldn't go. Furthermore, she referred to Chenyu as her best friend, as if they hadn't fallen out. But that night, he saw the two women with disheveled hair and bruised faces getting into a police car. Fine. After a moment of thought, Shuchen replied with a single word. He wanted to see what these two bitches were up to. In the afternoon, after signing for more than 40 trucks of goods, he parked the small van at the supermarket and took a taxi to Baojin Building. Baojin Building was the most upscale hotel in Pujiang. Here, you could find all the delicacies that 3-star Michelin couldn't offer. You must be Mr. Chu, right? Your friends are in the Moon Hall, please follow me. Indeed, being the top hotel in Pujiang, as soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance, a beautiful receptionist greeted him. She led Shuchen to a private room, said please, and tactfully left. However, when Shuchen saw the 3 people sitting inside, his eyes instantly turned cold. 2 of the 3 people in the private room had a deep-seated grudge against him. One was Tao Jingjing, and the other was Qian Fei. In the previous life, these 2 conspired to drug him, drain his blood, cook and eat him. The deep-seated hatred almost made him unable to resist rushing in and killing the 2 of them. But in the end, reason prevailed. Endure for 5 more days. After 5 days, it wouldn't be too late to deal with these 2. Darling, you're here. Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend's friend, Xian, the CEO of Enjoy Financial Investment Group. Just as he was filled with murderous intent, Tao Jingjing quickly introduced him. Xian is a billionaire. Chen Yu added quickly. Burning paper on the grave, trying to deceive ghosts? Seeing the 2 perform, Shuchen almost sneered out loud. Qian Fei, although dressed in a flashy manner today with several large gold rings on his fingers, knew well that he was just a small gym owner, far from being a billionaire. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Qian Fei quickly stood up, extending his hand in a polite manner. Shuchen wasn't keen on engaging, but in order to figure out what these 3 were up to, he eventually shook hands with him. I have been involved in forex trading all alone. May I ask what kind of business Mr. Shu is in? Qian Fei said, handing over a business card. Mr. Qian is a legendary figure, also a major client of our bank. With an initial capital of 500,000, in just a few years, through forex trading, his net worth has reached tens of billions. The companies he holds now number several. Chen Yu took over, lavishing praise on Qian Fei. Is that so? Shu Chen didn't expose them but showed an interested look, wanting to see how they would perform next. About this forex trading. Let's order first, we can talk while eating. Tao Jingjing was about to continue, but Qian Fei interrupted her, then called the waiter and handed the menu to Chu Chen. Since Mr. Chen is treating us today, I won't hold back. Wild yellow croaker, 1 pound each, for everyone. King salmon, the largest one. Gooseneck sea squirt, 1 kilogram. Blue lobster, 2 pounds. Red king crab, around 10 pounds. Seafood must be accompanied by red wine, bring 2 bottles of Romani Conti. Alright, that's it. Chu Chen closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. Tao Jingjing, Chen Yu, and Qian Fei looked at each other, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes. They had just seen the menu, especially the specialty dishes, and even took photos to show off on social media. Therefore, they knew the prices of the dishes Chu Chen ordered. Wild yellow croaker cost as much as 7,000 yuan per pound, 1 pound per person would be 42,000. King salmon was 4,000 per pound. Gooseneck sea squirt was 9,000 per kilogram. Blue lobster was 1,000 per pound. Red king crab was relatively cheap, only 500 per pound, but 10 pounds would be 5,000. Not to mention, the most expensive were the 2 bottles of red wine, each priced at a whopping 120,000. This red wine was the most expensive vintage at Baojin Tower. In total, the wine and dishes Chu Chen ordered added up to nearly 300,000. However, considering Chu Chen was a billionaire, they could figure out a way for him to foot the bill when it came, so the 3 of them relaxed a bit. If they had to pay for tonight's seafood feast, they would end up spending all the money on their cards. Brother Chu, out of the 5 billion you had in our bank, only a little over 2 billion is left. In less than 10 days, you've spent over 2 billion. I wonder what big business Brother Chu is up to. During the meal, Chen Yu asked tentatively. If it weren't for their recent setbacks, they would have executed their plan today. Watching Chu Chen withdraw money every day, they were both anxious and helpless. Therefore, with their faces just slightly healed from the injuries, they quickly brought Qian Fei in to play their part, planning to swindle Chu Chen's money. You know the Huaxing shopping plaza across from our neighborhood, right? I bought it. It will open in a few days, Chu Chen casually mentioned after taking a bite of the wild yellow croaker. Really? Tao Jingjing was the most excited, as this kind of large shopping mall could be quite profitable. If she married Chu Chen in the future, wouldn't she be the lady boss? However, her expression of joy quickly disappeared. She and Shen Yu had already planned to swindle all of Chu Chen's money under the guise of forex trading. The specific method was to deceive Chu Chen into opening an account at Enjoy Financial Company and investing his money there. Then they would manipulate the back-end data of the forex market, causing him to lose all his money. In this way, they aimed to swindle him. When he saw his money gone, Chu Chen would have no choice but to take the loss, unable to do anything to them. However, after learning that Chu Chen had spent over 200 million to buy a shopping mall, she began to regret it a bit. After all, being a boss was much more comfortable than cheating money. Not only did she not have to worry or be afraid, but she also didn't have to share benefits with Chen Yu and Shen Fei. But thinking that Chen Yu wouldn't let her succeed, her eyes dimmed again. If she ruined Chen Yu's plan, she couldn't let the shameless act of mingling with Qian Fei go public. That location is good, it will definitely bring in wealth in the future, otherwise Huaxing wouldn't have bought that land to build a shopping mall. Congratulations, Chu General. Here, I toast Chu General. Qian Fei noticed that Tao Jingjing was slightly losing control, so he quickly raised his glass and said, "Hey, my small business can't compare to Qian's. Qian's business is the real deal. Oh, by the way, you can tell me how to trade foreign exchange another day. If it's profitable, I'll invest the remaining 200 million. Also, I'll mortgage the supermarket to borrow some money and raise more capital." Chu Chen probably guessed what the others were up to, so she started painting a rosy picture for them. Trading foreign exchange is simple. You make money based on exchange rate fluctuations. If you have a lot of capital, you can make billions in 3 to 5 months. And, there's not much risk. Yes, Qian started with only a few 100,000 yuan, and in just a few years, his assets are in the tens of billions. If Chu General is interested in trading foreign exchange, come to me, old Qian. Alright, I'll try investing 2 billion in a few days. Waiter, bring 2 more bottles of Romani Conti. As the 4 of them drank and chatted, Tao Jingjing and Chen Yu enthusiastically promoted, while Chu Chen took the opportunity to paint a rosy picture for the 3 of them. 2 bottles of red wine quickly emptied, and Chu Chen unreservedly ordered 2 more. I'll go to the restroom. After the meal and drinks, Chu Chen made an excuse, took her phone, and left the private room. 4 bottles of red wine, each costing 12,000. Just these wines alone cost 48,000. Add these dishes, and tonight's bill is no less than 550,000. You two better figure out a way to make him pay for this table later. As soon as the door closed, Shen Fei lowered his voice and said to Tao Jingjing and Shen Yu. He was just filling in as a big boss today, and Shen Yu promised to give him 10 million afterwards before he agreed to help. He wouldn't do it if the money didn't reach his hands, especially not for over 50,000 for dinner. Don't worry, he's just a lapdog, a little seduction from me and he'll be putty in my hands. Right. If Jingjing can't do it, I can. I used to send him sexy yoga photos every day. He must have been tempted long ago. As long as I sacrifice a bit of my looks, he'll listen obediently, Tao Jingjing and Shen Yu said indifferently. Although they hadn't met Chu Chen in person in the past few days, they were in contact with him every day. Especially Chen Yu, who would send several yoga photos every day, all of them showing off her curvy figure. With Chu Chen's lecherous nature, it was unlikely he wouldn't be tempted. Therefore, she didn't really care about tonight's dinner. Ding dong. Suddenly, Tao Jingjing's phone rang. She picked it up and saw a voice message from Chu Chen. Apologize to Mr. Xian for me, I suddenly have something urgent and had to leave without saying goodbye. I'll try investing 2 billion in 5 days, I'll consult with him then. Tao Jingjing opened the voice message and put it on speaker. After listening to what Chu Chen said, she was dumbfounded. Chen Yu and Qian Fei were also taken aback. He laughed. What about the over 50,000 for dinner tonight? Over 50,000, and he just left like that, who's going to pay for tonight's bill? Qian Fei stood up suddenly, angrily. He was just an actor, and he wasn't willing to invest so much money without getting anything in return. Besides, his gym was losing money due to high rent and labor costs. He couldn't come up with that much money. Don't worry, I'll call him right away. Tao Jingjing was also flustered. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed Chu Chen's number. I've had an accident here. It's urgent, I need to handle it first. My phone is running out of battery, can't talk now, bye. However, before she could say anything after the call connected, Chu Chen hung up. Could this kid be doing this on purpose? Xianfei felt something was off. He slammed the table and said, "Not very likely. He's a bootlicker in front of Jingjing. If he noticed something, he wouldn't be this happy. I noticed that the Huaxing shopping mall, which is about to open, seems to be under construction. There might be some trouble at the site. What should we do? This table tonight costs over 50,000. Just to be clear, I don't have the money. I'll call him again and ask him to come over and settle the bill. Oh no, he's turned off his phone, probably out of battery. What do we do now? Just to be clear, I'm here to help. The dinner bill has nothing to do with me. Besides, I don't have the money. This is a business venture among the three of us. How can it have nothing to do with you? You only want to share the profits, not invest any money. How can such a good deal exist? Until we get those 200 million, don't expect me to put out any money. Do you think I'm that fool from the Chu family? If you say that, then after the deal is done, I won't give you a share of that 1 million. Fine, as long as you guys leave and I can get his money, then I'll withdraw. Turns out you're a broke loser. I can't believe I slept with you for so long. Which one of you is paying the bill? If you don't pay soon, we'll call the police. As the three argued, the waiter outside who overheard the situation came in with a cold face. He's the one treating tonight, so he should pay. I'm just an actress they hired. They should pay. They should pay, not me. I didn't invite for this meal. You should ask them to pay. The three started blaming each other, and seeing that they were all broke, the waiter immediately called the police. No way. Tomorrow we must get that jerk to give the money back, Jingjing said angrily as they left the hotel. After the waiter called the police, the officers quickly arrived at the scene and mediated the conflict between the three in the hotel. Initially, the three kept arguing until the police threatened to detain them, then they panicked. In the end, Tao Jing and Chen Yu maxed out their credit cards and borrowed some online loans to settle the bill of over 50,000. They had hoped Xianfei would foot the bill, but he was not an easy mark. If they let him pay, he would report them for fraud. Helpless, the two women, fearing exposure of their crime, had to swallow their pride and pay up. What do you want? To say Qianfei is a fake millionaire? To say he can't even afford a meal? Chen Yu sneered at her disdainfully, refusing to argue. Me. Her few words left Tao Jingjing speechless. If they really did that, all the traps they had set up before would be in vain. But besides that, she couldn't think of any other valid reason to ask for money. So what do you suggest? Xianfei is a stingy guy, reluctant to invest but eager to reap the benefits. If we continue to deceive him, it won't work without him. I don't want to share the money with that stingy guy. Thinking of Qianfei's threat earlier, Tao Jingjing felt resentful. She and Shen Yu had each paid 28,000 for the bill, while Qianfei hadn't contributed a penny, yet he still expected a share of 1 million after the deal. This made her angry but also helpless. We've already spent over 20,000. We have no way out. If you ask Chu Chen for tonight's dinner money, our plan will be exposed. Then, when he finds out we're deceiving him, that kid won't reimburse you for tonight's dinner. Let's just take this loss today. Tomorrow, let's test it out. If he takes the bait, we'll proceed as planned. After the success, isn't it just 10 million? Give it to him. Anyway, there will be more acting later, and money will fly out. Chen Yu, who was also unwilling, came up with an idea. Tonight was too careless. They hadn't even received the 200 million yet, and they had already put in over 500,000. Fortunately, Chu Chen promised to invest 200 million to try in 5 days. In other words, they still had hope to turn things around. Then I'll go see him tomorrow night. Let's see what his attitude is. Tao Jingjing said angrily with a cold face. Chu Chen used to be a humble bootlicker. He would almost fulfill any request she made, and he would also inquire about her well-being every day, often giving her gifts. However, 10 days ago, when he became a multi-millionaire, he seemed to have changed. If she didn't text him first, he wouldn't even bother with her. This made her both frustrated and somewhat regretful. If she had known that this fool would become a multi-millionaire, she wouldn't have played both sides before. Now, this secret had become a handle in Chen Yu's hands. She could only go all in, team up with Chen Yu, and deceive Chu Chen for his money. You try first. If it doesn't work, I'll step in. Chen Yu glanced at her, saying something inexplicable. She felt she was more charming than Tao Jingjing. Otherwise, that day she wouldn't have slightly seduced Chu Chen and he fell for it. Although his fierce strength made her somewhat unable to bear it. But if she could deceive the money, enduring some physical pain again wouldn't matter. CNN reports, according to insiders from the military, a month ago, there was a leakage incident at the Edinburgh military base, where a mysterious virus from 10 billion years ago was found beneath the Antarctic ice, now untraceable. Washington Post, the Edinburgh military base is a military base for researching biochemical weapons in the United States. The occurrence of the leakage incident will deal a heavy blow to the research of biochemical weapons in the United States. The Wall Street Journal, recently, regarding the incidents of people biting others in various states, a CDC spokesperson claimed that all these perpetrators were drug users, committing crimes due to drug-induced hallucinations. The paper, according to incomplete statistics, there have been over 1,000 incidents of people biting others in the United States in the past 2 days, with the specific reasons unknown. The New York Times, the Japanese government has decided to launch a plan to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea on the 24th of next month. The U.S. government expresses understanding and support. Some biologists are concerned that this decision will open Pandora's box, and monsters from Ultraman TV shows may likely appear in the real world. The next day, Xu Chen, in between receiving supplies, checked his phone. Online, whether it was foreign or domestic media, they were all reporting on the news of the virus leak at the U.S. military base. However, this incident happened a month ago. Xu Chen knew that if this incident had been exposed a month ago and the U.S. government had taken measures, perhaps the doomsday wouldn't have arrived so quickly. However, the insane U.S. government not only concealed the incident a month ago but also took no action, causing the virus to spread globally within just a month. This ancient virus from 10 billion years ago spread extremely fast, with a latent period of up to a month. In other words, by the time the epidemic broke out, almost everyone in the world had already been infected with this virus. After being infected with this virus, some people would turn into zombies, while others would survive. Among those who survived, some would develop awakened abilities. Not only humans, but this virus would also affect other living beings. Some animals would mutate and become mutant beasts. Some bushes could grow into towering trees reaching the sky in just a few months. Ordinary trees would bear magically large fruits the size of wash basins. In short, this miraculous virus completely changed the entire world. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, conventional weapons were still effective. As the superhumans grew stronger, those conventional weapons would gradually fade into history. He asked Shin Bingqian to prepare a combat vehicle and 10 sets of individual combat robots for him, actually for the early-stage resource grab. 5 days. That's enough time. Xu Chen turned off the news and continued to receive supplies. He knew that although there were sporadic zombie biting incidents in the United States these days, the real virus outbreak would occur in 5 days. This mysterious and strange virus, as if manipulated by someone, would spread globally and erupt simultaneously worldwide 5 days later. This kind of mystical and miraculous event, no scientist could explain it clearly. Chu, someone is looking for you outside the supermarket, she claims to be your girlfriend. Just then, the person in charge of the construction site sent by washing company walked over. The walls around the supermarket had long been built, and surveillance cameras had been installed both around the walls and inside the courtyard. Even the weapons and equipment Xu Chen requested had been placed in the yard by Shin Bingqian according to his requirements. Therefore, to ensure the security of these weapons, washing company specially strengthened the security. Whether it was delivery personnel or other outsiders, without Xu Chen's consent, they were not allowed to step half a foot inside the gate. Just say I went out just now. I'm not in the supermarket. Xu Chen waved his hand impatiently. If he guessed correctly, it should be Tao Jingjing coming to find him. Whenever he saw this despicable woman now, he would feel the urge to kill her. He was worried that if he couldn't control himself and killed this despicable woman, it would ruin his big plan. Darling, where are you? You didn't even call me when you left last night. I was planning to play husband pushing the cart with you. Xu Chen just sent Tao Jingjing away, but soon she sent a message. I'm at the bank applying for a mortgage, getting ready to speculate on foreign exchange with the money. Xu Chen casually replied a few words and painted a rosy picture for her. Which bank? I didn't go to work today, I want to come find you. Soon, Tao Jingjing sent another message. After Xu Chen replied with Industrial and Commercial Bank, he used the excuse of being busy to ignore her. With doomsday approaching in 5 days, he had to hurry up and stock up on more goods. In addition, he still had over 2 billion that he hadn't spent, and he planned to make a trip to Baojian Building to order some wine and dishes. Although the food at this hotel was expensive, it tasted really good. After the apocalypse, he wouldn't be able to enjoy dishes prepared by such skilled chefs. Therefore, he decided to order 1,000 tables of seafood feast from Baojian Building to enjoy in the end times. Sir, do you need anything? In the evening, after receiving goods all day, Xu Chen drove the small van to Baojian Building. It was still the same female greeter from last night. However, compared to last night, she looked cold and indifferent, with a dismissive attitude. Dinner, and also book a few thousand tables for a banquet, Xu Chen said in a flat tone as he walked inside. Just full of hot air. Hearing what he said, the greeter sneered and stood there without moving. Booking a few thousand tables for a banquet would probably cost over 100 million, but she clearly remembered that this guy sneaked away last night, leaving his 3 companions to pay the bill. At first, those 3 didn't want to pay, but in the end, the hotel called the police, and they finally settled the bill of over 500,000. Such a poor guy claiming to book a few thousand tables for a banquet was simply laughable. Did he think she was a fool? Would anyone believe his words? Walking into the hotel, Shu Chen saw that the greeter did not follow to greet him, and even the bar manager and other waiters in the restaurant did not come forward to greet him. They just glanced at him disdainfully and treated him as if he were invisible, choosing to ignore him. This was a stark contrast to their enthusiastic attitude yesterday. "Waiter, bring the menu. Also, call your boss over, I want to book a few thousand tables for a banquet." Shu Chen found a table on the first floor lobby, sat down casually, and then spoke loudly. However, the lobby manager behind the bar and the waiters standing at the door just gave him a cold smile and then stood there motionless as if they hadn't heard anything. "Waiter, bring the menu. Are you all deaf?" Shu Chen shouted loudly again, seeing that none of them paid any attention, so he started cursing directly. There weren't many guests in the hotel tonight. However, these waiters would rather stand at the door, pretending not to see him. This made him very angry. "Sir, I'm sorry, here is the menu." Just as he was about to leave, a young and beautiful waitress with a ponytail ran over. When she saw her colleagues standing at the door, she looked puzzled, then saw that no one was greeting the guests. She quickly took the menu and ran over. One of the waiters wanted to stop her but was stopped by the bar supervisor. "Just a little girl who just graduated, doesn't know how dangerous society can be. It's good for her to suffer a bit today, so she won't be fooled in the future." The bar supervisor lowered his voice. "But if that kid eats for free, the money for this meal will have to be deducted from Shashua's salary." The waitress seemed a bit reluctant. Although their commission was high, there was also a risk that if someone couldn't pay the bill, it would be deducted from their salary. It wasn't always as lucky as last night when the police threatened to detain them, and the 3 quickly paid the money. Some deliberately wanted a free meal, would rather be detained for a few days than pay, because they simply didn't have the money. So when they saw Shu Chen, who had tricked his friends last night, none of them went up to greet him. "It's not like it's your money to deduct. Why do you care so much about it?" The bar supervisor glared at her and then continued playing with her phone. Since there were no customers coming to eat today, they could only pass the time playing on their phones. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" After handing the menu to Shu Chen, the waitress with the ponytail asked warmly from a distance. "Call your boss. I want to book a few thousand tables for a banquet. Let's see how much discount he can give." Shu Chen glanced at the menu and went straight to the point. "I'll ask our supervisor, she can make the decision," the girl said, about to turn to the bar. "Don't find that seductive woman, call your boss over." Shu Chen stopped her directly, cursing without hesitation. "Well, okay." The girl looked at Shu Chen, then at the bar supervisor, and then ran upstairs to the office. Not long after, a well-dressed, 50 or 60-year-old woman came down. "Sir, this is our boss." Approaching, the girl quickly introduced. "Sir, do you really want to book a few thousand tables for a banquet?" The old woman looked Shu Chen up and down, slightly annoyed. The waitress had just said that someone wanted to book a few thousand tables for a banquet, thinking it was a big deal coming. Perhaps some high-ranking official wanting to host a wedding banquet. But when she came down and saw it was just an ordinary young person, she suddenly felt like she was being played. You should know that booking a few thousand tables for a banquet would cost at least several million. This young man didn't look like a billionaire at all. The waiters standing at the door and the bar supervisor inside the bar were now interested in the joke. "Yes, I want to book a banquet worth 2 billion. How much discount can you offer?" Shu Chen asked seriously. "Any discount is fine, but you have to pay first," the old woman casually replied, looking quite impatient. "Any discount is fine? Are you sure? But you have to transfer 2 billion to our hotel account first." "Okay, I won't let you lose, let's make it 50%. Send me your bank account. Oh, by the way, the dishes I ordered must be ready within 3 days." Shu Chen sensed her impatience, knowing she didn't believe she would order so much food, so he directly asked for the account. "This is our hotel's corporate account, transfer it." The old woman took out a business card, pointing to the back where the bank was listed. "If you have the money ready, not to mention 3 days, our hotel can have it ready in 1 day." Shu Chen took the business card, opened the Pujian bank app, and after a moment, he put away his phone. "All right, the money has been transferred." Ding! The old woman, who had intended to embarrass Shu Chen, suddenly heard the sound of a text message on his phone. She looked at it and her eyes widened like bells. "Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. It really is 2 billion. She counted the zeros at the end, her breathing becoming rapid. It was indeed 2 billion. She had been in partnership to run the hotel for many years and had seen generous spenders, but someone so generous, spending over $1 billion at once, was a first for her. For a moment, she stood there stunned, unable to speak. Can I order now? We agreed earlier, everything at half price. Seeing her silent and bewildered, Shu Chen took the menu and said calmly, please order. You order. The old woman, coming back to her senses, quickly gestured for him to proceed. Then, as if realizing something, she suddenly wore a pained expression. At half price, we won't make a profit. How about 20% off? What do you think? You said earlier, as long as payment is made first, any discount is fine. What? Are you going back on your word? Shu Chen, who was about to order, suddenly stopped his hand. No, don't get me wrong. It's just that at half price, our hotel really won't make much money. The old woman quickly waved her hand, then pleaded in a pitiful tone. Although this young man was dressed plainly, being able to spend 2 billion in one go, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Without needing to inquire, she knew he was not someone she could afford to offend. Therefore, she could only smile and speak kindly, hoping this generous customer would soften his heart and give a smaller discount. Even if it was just one less discount, they could earn an extra 20 million. If it was 20% off, they could earn at least 60 million more. If you don't keep your word, then just refund the money. Doing business is like being a person. If you can't even be a good person, what's the point of doing business? Shu Chen slammed the menu on the table, expressing his dissatisfaction. Sir, please wait, it's half price. Seeing him about to ask for a refund, the old woman quickly compromised. In fact, for high-end restaurants like theirs, the gross profit margin far exceeded 50%, even at half price, they could still earn at least over 10 million. In order to maximize profits, she pretended to be poor and begged for luck. If they could reduce the discount, she could earn an extra 20 million. But seeing Shu Chen's firm attitude, she gave up the idea of making a profit. Xiao Shui, quickly go and make tea for this gentleman. Oh, and bring down the tea leaves from my office building. The old woman quickly instructed the ponytailed girl. Yes, the girl responded and then busied herself. Watching her busy figure, the other waiters standing at the door cast envious glances. They never imagined that the young man who had skipped out on the bill last night was actually here to order a banquet. And not only that, he was spending 2 billion right away, and even transferred the money into the hotel's account without owing a single penny. For such a big deal, just the waiter's commission alone would be 10 million. Even if only half was given, that would still be 5 million. For a moment, they regretted their actions deeply. If they had known this guy was a millionaire, they wouldn't have ignored him earlier. Now, with several million in commissions slipping through their fingers. I'll order, you take note. Make 1,000 emperor crabs weighing 10 kilograms each. Make 1,000 wild large yellow croakers weighing 1 kilogram each. Make 1,000 kilograms of blue lobsters. The goosenecked vine pot weighs 2,000 caddies. Not far away, Shu Chen held the menu and ordered all the specialty dishes at Baoshan Building once, and at least 1,000 portions of each. After eating here yesterday, he found that the hotel's chef was absolutely top-notch. The dishes at drunken Qingfeng Riverside restaurant couldn't compare to the ones here at all. Such delicious dishes, once the apocalypse arrives, will never be tasted again. Therefore, he ordered a seafood feast with the remaining over 200 million in his account. In the end, it took him a full hour to place orders for the 2 billion worth of dishes. Notify the kitchen, cook all the ingredients in the hotel. Put up a sign, close for 3 days. Xiaonan, contact the suppliers immediately and have them deliver the goods. Tell them to deliver overnight and pay them in cash. After exchanging names, ordering dishes, and calculating prices, the hotel owner quickly arranged the work. With so many dishes to be completed in 3 days, the supply of ingredients must keep up. Oh, by the way, when I came in just now, no one paid any attention. Only this young lady came over to greet me. Later, you must give her a bonus. Otherwise, I won't come back in the future. Seeing Xiaoxue busy, Shu Chen spoke well of her. Yes, I'll give her the bonus right away. The hotel owner nodded repeatedly, then picked up her phone and started transferring the money. This was a 2 billion big client, and she couldn't afford to neglect them in any way. If she could satisfy this god of wealth, he would definitely come back in the future. With such generous clients, coming several times a year, their hotel could make a lot of money. Xiaoxue, I'll transfer 1 million to you first, and the rest will be settled when you receive your salary. Soon, she completed the transfer and showed it to Shu Chen. Thank you, sir. The girl with a ponytail was delighted to see the notification and kept thanking him. She only wanted to work a short job during the summer vacation to earn some tuition fees, but she never expected to encounter such a good opportunity just a few days after starting work. This made her ecstatic and grateful to Chu-Chen at the same time. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and serve Mr. Chu? If Mr. Chu doesn't forgive you all, then all of you can get lost. After rewarding Xiaoxue, the hotel owner scolded the few people at the door. These idiots almost made her miss out on a 2 billion deal, almost made her lose a big client. Therefore, even if she had to let them accompany someone to bed, she had to calm down the anger of this money bringer. Mr. Chu, I'll have them come over to apologize. If you have any requests, feel free to ask, don't be polite. Oh, if Mr. Chu doesn't want to go back tonight, I'll book a presidential suite for you at the Emperor Hotel right away. After reprimanding her subordinates, the hotel owner immediately put on a smile and said to Chu-Chen with a playful look in her eyes, "Forget it, just make the food and drinks on time." Chu-Chen shook his head and declined her offer. In fact, he understood the meaning behind the hotel owner's words. If it were a few days ago, he might not have refused. After all, each of these waitresses was very beautiful, and he would be happy to spend the night with a few of them. But with the apocalypse about to arrive, if he ruined his body now, how would he kill zombies later? Mr. Chu, take care. In front of Baojin Building, the hotel owner and several waitresses lined up to see Chu-Chen off. As they watched Chu-Chen's van disappear around the corner of the street, they returned. This Mr. Chu is really low-key, clearly a billionaire, yet he only drives a small van. So wealthy, last night he actually left 3 friends behind and ran away early, and it was Red's sister who called the police in the end, and the remaining 3 settled the bill. The mindset of rich people is really incomprehensible. Alright, let's stop talking and get back to work. Oh, by the way, I can tell you, Mr. Chu, no matter what requests he makes in the future, none of you can refuse. Boss, we actually wish he would make requests, but he seems completely uninterested in us. Yeah, so young, and a billionaire, if he makes a request, we could wake up from dreaming. If he doesn't make a move soon, I feel like I want to take the initiative. At the entrance, the staff sighed and returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, Chu-Chen had parked his car by the roadside and slipped into the back of the cargo compartment. Not long after, he emerged again, and the cargo compartment that was filled with food boxes before was now empty. He had stored all the food he had just bought in the storage space. Tonight, he had bought all the ingredients in the hotel and had the chefs prepare the dishes. He planned to do as he did last time when he ordered 1,000 tables at Drunken Wind, put the dishes in the cargo compartment, and then store them in the storage space. Only this way could he conceal his actions. How is it? Any movement from that kid? The next day, in the office of the Huaxing Group's president, a middle-aged man was staring at the monitor when Shen Bingqian walked in. MS. Shen is here. The middle-aged man quickly stood up to greet her, showing respect. There hasn't been any. Since those weapons and equipment were delivered, they have been sitting in the yard. That kid just looked at them curiously for a while and hasn't approached them since. So, you mean he only wanted these things to attract more customers on the opening day? Shen Bingqian sat at her desk, looking skeptical. It can't be that simple. If it was just for display, he wouldn't have asked for so much ammunition. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, shaking his head decisively. By the way, based on the surveillance of the supermarket these days, I noticed something strange. Several trucks deliver goods there every day, and the underground warehouse should have been full by now, right? But every day, trucks keep delivering goods there. Unfortunately, only the yard and the walls are monitored, not inside the supermarket. Seemingly realizing something, the middle-aged man continued. I told him to install surveillance inside the supermarket, but that kid said he didn't want to spend that money, so it hasn't been installed inside. However, the warehouse is not our concern. You just need to monitor the weapons and equipment. If someone comes to take them, have your people act immediately. Shen Bingqian waved her hand, speaking in an unquestionable tone. Although this batch of equipment was not large, there was a considerable amount of ammunition. Moreover, those 10 sets of individual combat robots were cutting-edge military equipment. If anything went wrong, she couldn't bear that responsibility. Therefore, she was not interested in the warehouse and such matters. Alright then. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before nodding. He always felt that Chu-Chen was somewhat peculiar, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about him. Seeing that there was nothing urgent, Shen Bingqian opened her computer to browse the news. Suddenly, a video shot by a passerby caught her attention. A pale-faced Caucasian suddenly knocked down his female companion and then bit her neck. The gaping mouth after biting her neck was captured by the passerby. With a scream, the video abruptly ended. Why does this look like zombies from a game? She furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of seriousness flashing across her beautiful face. Lou, take a look at this video. After a moment of thought, she sent the video link to the middle-aged man. This is a video circulating from the internet, mostly for sensationalism and self-promotion. Don't take it seriously. After watching it, the middle-aged man shook his head dismissively. There are more and more incidents of people biting others abroad. The United States has officially recognized over 1,000 cases. Some say it's from drug abuse, others say it's staged, and there are even those who claim it's a zombie virus. If this continues, it might spread to our country. I wonder if we have been paying attention to this situation abroad. Shin Bingqian didn't directly refute but asked tentatively. If it were 1 or 2 cases, it might be a prank by some unscrupulous media, but with so many cases, it didn't seem like a staged act. I've been keeping an eye on it. I've even organized virus experts for analysis. But due to insufficient data and lack of samples, no conclusions have been drawn yet. The middle-aged man shook his head. If it's the first 2 rumors, then it's nothing. But if it's really a zombie virus, Shin Bingqian muttered to herself, suddenly startled when she saw the surveillance footage from the supermarket. Behind Huaxing Shopping Plaza were parking spaces, and in front was a small square, originally planned and designed as a large market. However, after Chuchen bought it, she had thick walls built all around. These walls were even higher than those of a prison. Running a business like a shopping plaza would be better with an open layout. This way, parking could be accessed from all 4 directions. But Chuchen had enclosed it, leaving only a small gate. This didn't look like preparing for opening at all. It looked more like building a sturdy prison. Or a shelter. Could it be that he's preparing for a zombie outbreak? Watching the foreign news on the computer and then looking at that supermarket, she suddenly seemed to understand what Chuchen was up to. The previously puzzling weapons and equipment now seemed to make sense. This guy seemed to be preparing to protect his shelter. If the human biting incidents were due to a zombie virus, she would also build a fortress and hide inside to avoid infection. Thinking this, she grabbed her phone, ready to call Chuchen. However, after a moment of hesitation, she put the phone back down. Whether in games or movies, people bitten by zombies would turn into zombies. But there hadn't been any news of people turning into zombies after being bitten in the past few days. There were only reports of people biting each other, not of them turning into zombies. Just as she hesitated about calling, her vibrating phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, she saw that it was Chuchen calling. Things are chaotic abroad, so if you have time, stock up on food and water these days. Try not to leave the company if possible. After Shin Bingqian answered the call, she heard Chuchen's familiar voice on the other end of the phone. Why? Do you know something? Shin Bingqian asked in confusion. However, there was silence on the other end of the phone, with no response to her question. You're preparing for a virus outbreak by building walls around the supermarket, aren't you? Do you think the human biting incidents abroad are due to a zombie virus? Seeing him remain silent, Shin Bingqian continued to press for answers. That's right. I'm worried it will soon be like it was 10 years ago, so I suggested you stock up on food, so you won't go hungry if there's a lockdown. On the phone, Chuchen openly admitted. He had just meant it as a friendly reminder to stock up on supplies. Little did he know that this woman had guessed his intentions. At first, he didn't know how to respond, but after hearing her mention the virus, he immediately thought of an excuse. That was the global coronavirus epidemic that swept the world 10 years ago. Thank you. I understand. After getting the answer she wanted, Shin Bingqian hung up the phone. After a moment of thought, she called her secretary and instructed her to buy food and water at the supermarket, just in case of a city lockdown. Mr. Chu, all the cattle and sheep you wanted have been delivered. What about the remaining money? In the courtyard of Huaxing Supermarket, the boss of a slaughterhouse smiled as he asked for payment. It's clearly stated in the contract, come settle the account on the 21st of this month. What, you can't even wait for 3 days? Chuchen furrowed his brows, pretending to be angry. Today is the 18th, and if nothing unexpected happens, Doomsday will arrive at 6 p.m. on the 20th. The streets will be filled with zombies on the 21st. By then, the outstanding payment won't need to be repaid at all. That's not it. I was thinking that it's time to settle the final payment in 3 days. I'm delivering the last batch of goods today, and I'll take the payment back with me to avoid making another trip. Since Mr. Chu mentioned the 21st, I'll come back in 3 days. By the way, if Mr. Chu needs goods in the future, just contact me directly. The slaughterhouse boss quickly explained, then handed over a cigarette with a smile. Don't worry, we will definitely cooperate again in the future. Chu Chen sent him off and continued with his work. Compared to the previous days, there were fewer deliveries today. He had bought up all the meat from major meat processing plants and slaughterhouses, as well as cooking gas and bottled water. Now, only vegetables and fruits were continuously being delivered here. Meanwhile, over at Baojin Building, the chefs were working overtime to cook dishes, and every time they finished a batch, he would go pick it up. Therefore, today he was running between the supermarket and the hotel. Darling, my younger brother, sister-in-law, and my parents will come to Pujiang tomorrow. You need to make arrangements. My brother has his eyes on a house in your neighborhood, good layout, beautiful decoration, ready to move in with just a bag. The down payment is only 300,000. You promised to help my brother last time. My parents are coming tomorrow mainly to discuss our marriage. My mom said, whether there's a dowry or not doesn't matter, just help my brother out. Chu Chen, who was busy signing for goods, saw another voice message from Tao Jingjing. She had said her brother was bringing his girlfriend to play a few days ago, but something came up and they couldn't make it. The 28,000 dowry her mother had mentioned before was no longer needed. It seemed that this woman was now eyeing big money and didn't care about these small amounts anymore. What's a house worth? Just consider the one I'm living in now a gift for your brother. The key is under the doormat. I'm a bit busy these days. Take your brother and them out for a meal tomorrow. No matter how much it costs, I'll reimburse you. Chu Chen sneered and sent a few lines of text back. He was so generous because he wanted to stabilize her family, and after Doomsday arrived, he would seek revenge for past grievances. In the previous life, his little nephew had drained him of blood. He was tortured to death, and this little nephew had played a part in it. Thank you, darling. Moa. Soon, Tao Jingjing sent another cheesy voice message, making Chu Chen feel disgusted. He put away his phone and continued to direct the workers to unload the goods. Finally, after 2 more busy days of stocking up, the time came to the afternoon of the 20th. After pulling the last batch of seafood delicacies from Baojin Building back to the supermarket, Chu Chen stopped signing for goods. He also sent away the dozens of loaders he had hired. However, several security guards from Huaxing Company were still in the courtyard, seemingly guarding the weapons and equipment. He looked at them one by one and sighed helplessly. All of these people had pale faces and slightly red eyes. These were symptoms of turning into zombies. In the last life, 3 hours before Doomsday arrived, anyone with a pale face and red eyes couldn't resist the virus and turn into a zombie. In other words, in 2 to 3 hours, they would all become zombies. These people were all strong and had obviously received special training, so their explosive power after turning into zombies would be strong too. If he left them in the courtyard, it would likely become a hidden danger. Therefore, he had to find a way to send them away. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Shin Bingxian's phone number again. Can you withdraw all your people? Let them in after 7 in the evening? After the call connected, Chu Chen got straight to the point and made his request. He remembered clearly that in the previous Doomsday scenario, it happened around 6 in the evening. By 7, those security personnel would have turned into zombies. Withdraw all my people. Shin Bingxian repeated his request, looking at the middle-aged man not far away. After seeing the man nod, she said, "All right, I promise you." In fact, those so-called security personnel were not from Huaxing but from the National Security Bureau. They entered the supermarket under the guise of Huaxing security to protect the weapons and equipment. Lu, if you withdraw the people, what if the equipment goes missing? After hanging up the phone, Shin Bingxian asked in confusion. My people are there, they haven't had a chance to make a move. They're probably getting impatient now, preparing to lay hands on this batch of weapons. Then I'll lure them out and fulfill their wish. You stay here and monitor, I'll have people ambush around the supermarket. Once they make a move, I'll immediately close in and capture these criminals, the middle-aged man said as he left the CEO's office with his belongings. Shin, has that kid made a move? How many of them are there? Do they have weapons? In the Huaxing Group office, Shin Bingxian, who was monitoring the screens, received a call from Director Lu. As soon as she answered, Director Lu bombarded her with 3 questions. He and his men were ambushed around the supermarket, waiting for her signal. However, over an hour passed, and Shen Bingxian still hadn't contacted him. Unable to wait any longer, he had to call her himself. No, he hasn't made any move. Shen Bingxian looked at the monitor screen, blinking lightly. What? That's impossible. He must be planning something after pulling our people out. It's only 4 hours until 7, and an hour and a half has passed, leaving only 2.5 hours. On the other end of the phone, Director Lu was puzzled. He really hasn't made any move. And Shen Bingxian stared at the screen, at a loss for words. And what? Oh, right. How do you know he hasn't made a move? Did he disappear from the monitor in the past hour and a half? Director Liu, unsure of her abilities, asked for more details. He's been in my sight the whole time. After closing the door just now, he studied the single combat robot for a while. After about half an hour of study, he went to the monitoring room and started drinking red wine. He hasn't come out since. Shen Bingqian detailed what had happened in the past hour and a half. At that moment, Xu Chen, who knows where, had a seafood feast and was leisurely enjoying seafood and wine. There was no intention of stealing weapons at all. The surveillance cameras on the walls and in the courtyard were intentionally linked to a washing company. This meant that Xu Chen could monitor both inside and outside the walls, just like her. As for the situation in the supermarket monitoring room, there was a camera in the courtyard that captured the scene through the glass. Although a bit far, it was still clear enough. It's impossible. After finally pulling my people away, how could he not take any action with such a good opportunity? Could it be that he just wanted to drink some red wine after pulling the security personnel away? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. After hearing her account, Director Liu shook his head like a rattledrum on the other end of the phone. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out what Xu Chen was up to. At this moment, he really wanted to rush in and see what was going on. But the gate was already locked from the inside. It was a solid iron gate, weighing 4 to 5 tons. To get in, he either needed to enter the password to open it or use explosives to blast it open. Although he knew the password, Xu Chen had locked the mechanical lock from the inside. In other words, even if he knew the password, he needed Xu Chen to cooperate from the inside to open the mechanical lock so he could rush in. Click! Suddenly, his head spun, and a drop of blood flowed from his nose. Why am I having a nosebleed? He leaned against the wall to steady himself, puzzled, and wiped the blood from his nose. Hey! Oh, it's nothing. I'll hang up first. Shen Bingqian's voice came from the phone, and he casually replied before hanging up. You guys? When he put away his phone and turned to look back, he found that several of his subordinates all had pale faces and bloodshot eyes. Some, like him, also had nosebleeds. Director, are you? However, as surprised as he was, his subordinates seemed even more astonished than him. They stared at each other wide-eyed, all with looks of horror on their faces. At this moment, in the supermarket control room, Xu Chen glanced at the time on his phone and then made a call. Just as Shen Bingqian was curious about who he was calling, she realized her own phone was ringing. The incoming number was Xu Chen's. Immediately gather all washing employees. Anyone with pale faces and red eyes, get them out of the building. Then seal off the building. Quick! You only have 1 hour. As soon as the call connected, Xu Chen's urgent voice entered her ears. In the previous life, after the apocalypse, more than half of the people in the washing building couldn't resist the virus and turned into zombies. Although she had a military background and was skilled, it still took her a month to eliminate all the zombies in the building. Cleaning up the zombies in the building, coupled with hunger and exhaustion, she almost became food for the zombies several times. So, in order to prevent her from repeating the same mistakes, Xu Chen kindly reminded her. Why? Shen Bingqian, who was completely puzzled, wanted to get to the bottom of it. Don't ask why. In any case, if you don't do as I say, you will regret it. After Xu Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. He had said his piece, whether she listened or not was no longer his concern. All departments, within 5 minutes, everyone gather in the lobby on the first floor. Latecomers or those who resist, treat them as traitors. In the washing group president's office, after pondering for a moment, Shen Bingqian picked up the phone and issued orders. In an instant, all department staff dropped their work and ran to the elevator one after another. Those on lower floors ran down the stairs directly. The company had been investigating traitors recently, and they didn't want to be suspected because they were slow to go downstairs. Therefore, in a short time, all employees gathered on the first floor. Ding! 5 minutes later, Shen Bingqian walked out of the elevator and appeared in front of everyone. You, come out. Following Xu Chen's instructions, she picked out all the employees with pale faces and red eyes, made up an excuse, and sent them out of the building. Then she ordered the gate to be closed and returned to her office. She listened to Xu Chen because he had accurately identified the company's traitors and also informed her of the conspiracy by Lushan Capital and the American Capital Bank to acquire Huaxing. In other words, if it weren't for Xu Chen, Huaxing would have fallen into the hands of foreign capital. Therefore, she believed Xu Chen would never harm her. So, after much deliberation, she decided to follow his instructions. As you said just now, I have sent them away. What should I do next? After returning to the office, she looked at the monitoring screen and called Xu Chen. Wait. Xu Chen replied lightly with just one word. Wait? Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she didn't understand what he meant. It's the end of the World Carnival. On the phone, Xu Chen leisurely swirled the red wine in his glass and continued, tell your subordinates to block the entrance of the building, or it will be very dangerous. Ah, no, help! Zombies are biting people, run! An hour later, the street suddenly descended into chaos. Some people screamed in despair, some cried out loudly, while many others desperately fled. What's happening? Inside the Huaxing Group office building, Shin Bingqian, who was watching the surveillance cameras, heard a commotion outside the window. The glass used in this building was all soundproof and insulated, so under normal circumstances, the noise from the street was very faint, almost inaudible. However, now it was crystal clear. This indicated that the screams outside must be very loud. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The next moment, when she saw the scene on the street, she was stunned. People were running for their lives, and those who ran slowly quickly became the zombies' prey. The street was now covered in bloodstains, with limbs and hands scattered everywhere. In the bloody twilight, it was a scene of apocalyptic horror. After staring in shock for a while, she finally snapped out of it. She hurried back to the computer and started checking surveillance footage from all over the country. Every time she switched to a different location, the scene was almost identical to what she saw outside the window. Huaxing's security system was top-notch. Therefore, many establishments requiring security and surveillance used Huaxing products. Huaxing's surveillance cameras were almost everywhere in the country. If she wanted, she could switch to any surveillance footage at any time. How could this happen? At this moment, she finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Since every surveillance feed showed the same grim scene, she knew without looking that the situation was the same all over the country. In other words, the entire nation was in turmoil. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quickly dialed Chu Chen's number. "Did you know all of this was going to happen?" she asked excitedly as soon as the call connected. He helped her uncover the company mole, then asked her for a large sum of money to buy the Huaxing shopping mall, and had her prepare a batch of power generation equipment, diesel, and other supplies. He even had a wall built outside the supermarket. Recently, he had started hoarding goods like crazy again. All signs indicated that this guy had known that this day would come. "I saved your life. How do you plan to repay me?" Chu Chen neither admitted nor denied, but instead asked teasingly. "Me?" Shin Bingqian wanted to deny it, but when she remembered that she had been reminded to stock up on food 2 days ago and had been asked to kick out a pale-faced, red-eyed person from the building an hour ago, she lost her temper. At this moment, the surveillance outside the Huaxing building showed that all the staff she had sent away earlier had turned into zombies and were attacking pedestrians on the street. Previously law-abiding and disciplined, they now pounced on flesh at the sight of blood. Trained in special forces, they were faster and more aggressive as zombies than others. In just a moment, they had devoured the flesh of over a dozen pedestrians. "Gather all the survivors in the building and guard the first floor, don't let the zombies in. Also, do not step out of the building for 10 days. Otherwise, you will be torn to pieces by the ravenous zombies on the street." Chu Chen, noticing Shin Bingqian's silence on the phone, kindly reminded her. When the apocalypse first struck, those who had just turned into zombies seemed extremely eager for blood. Therefore, when they saw living people, zombies from all directions would crazily chase and bite them. It wasn't until 10 days later, when some survivors awakened special abilities and the zombies had their fill, that it became somewhat safer outside. "Shun, look outside, it's so terrifying. Oh my, are the people on the street going crazy? Those are not people, they are zombies." Within the Huaxing work group, employees who noticed the alarming situation quickly started sharing information. "Everyone, gather in the lobby on the first floor immediately." Shen Bingqian hung up Chu Chen's call and swiftly sent out a notification. She then took out a handgun from the drawer, loaded 2 magazines, and tucked it into her waist before heading downstairs. Since Chu Chen asked her to guard the first floor entrance, there must be a reason for it. At this moment, she had no doubt about what Chu Chen had said. Bang, bang. Indeed, outside the building's first floor, zombies were banging on the glass door. Although the glass was thick and sturdy, it couldn't withstand such force. Moreover, the number of zombies was increasing, and it was estimated that before long, they would break through the door. "Quick, reinforce the door. Don't let these zombies in." She directed the company's survivors to start moving things and block the door. While they were frantically reinforcing the door, Chu Chen had already prepared a large room for himself on the supermarket's upper floor. Brand new bedding, a high-end dining table, a unique coffee table, a large wardrobe, a beautiful sofa, everything was there. He had asked Shin Bingqian to prepare a batch of supplies for him. 100 sets of high-power diesel generators, 100 sets of high-power solar generators, 100 tons of diesel, 1,000 sets of bedding, and so on. All of these were essential supplies in the apocalypse. In the previous life, there was still electricity and the internet at the beginning, but soon the power went out, and the internet disappeared too. Therefore, all these supplies would come in handy in the future. The crazy apocalypse has finally arrived. Shuchen held a highball glass, looking at the bloody scene outside the window, calmly muttering to himself. He knew that this bloody chaos would last less than half an hour. Those who didn't escape became food for the zombies, while those who ran away hid. Soon, the streets would fall into silence. "Little Chu, it's me, Aunt Lu, open the door and save me." Suddenly, an old woman ran frantically towards the supermarket, banging on the heavy iron door and calling out softly. She was a neighbor who sold fruits outside the community gate. She usually cheated customers with her weighing scale. In the previous life, Shuchen had saved her and even protected her inside the base. However, she eventually betrayed him, colluding with Tao Jingjing and others, drawing his blood and feasting on his flesh. "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." Shuchen opened the window, facing towards the door, took a deep breath, roared loudly, and even whistled loudly. In an instant, the zombies, who were searching for food everywhere, gathered upon hearing the sound. He did it on purpose, deliberately attracting the zombies. In this second life, he would no longer be a saint. Not only was he not a saint, but he also wanted to feed all those who had harmed him to the zombies. Seeing that with just one roar and a whistle, Shuchen attracted a large group of zombies, Aunt Lu stomped her foot in anger and then turned and ran. Too cruel. It's one thing not to save her, but you actually attracted the zombies. Are you deliberately trying to take her life? Ah, help! Save me! Although Aunt Lu was faster than the zombies, no matter which direction she fled, she was surrounded by zombies. Before long, she was encircled by zombies, and her mouth emitted a series of desperate screams. Watching the spectacle outside the window, Shuchen shook the wine in his glass and took a sip. "Run fast! Help! Yao Yao, where are you? Police uncle, come and save me!" Ah! At this moment, the street had already descended into chaos, with cries and screams echoing continuously. The sudden arrival of doomsday left people in terror. The survivors who were bewildered and scared almost all became food for the zombies. Shu Chen was already accustomed to this. "It's my turn to take action." Seeing the street gradually quieting down, Shu Chen picked up his phone to make a call, only to find numerous messages on WeChat. He opened WeChat and checked the messages. "My mom turned into a zombie. I'm in the bedroom. What should I do? I'm so scared. There are 2 zombies outside my house. They look so scary. Who will come and save me? There are so many zombies on the street. Where are the security guards? Quickly block the neighborhood. Don't let the zombies in." "Block with what? If we block, we can't even breathe in the security room. There are zombies everywhere in the neighborhood. I am the head of the women's association in our community. Everyone stay calm, lock the doors and wait for rescue at home. For those with zombies at home, find a way to open the door and let the zombies out, then close the door and everything will be fine. For those without zombies, try not to make too much noise, lock the doors, and whatever you do, don't go out. The higher authorities are working on a solution. Everyone stay calm." In the homeowners group, chaos had already erupted. In just a short while, there were over 200 messages. Shu Chen only skimmed through a dozen or so before losing interest. "Darling, come and save me. I'm trapped in the gym. I'm so scared now." Sob. "Brother-in-law, there are so many zombies outside. It's so terrifying. When are you coming back? When you come back, remember to bring us some food. There's nothing to eat at home." The messages below were from Tao Jingjing and her younger brother. Shu Chen sneered and closed WeChat. It's strange to have food at home. Knowing that doomsday was approaching, after deciding to hand over the house to this nephew, he rushed home and stored all the edible food in the storage space. The purpose was to ensure that they had nothing to eat when doomsday arrived. How to use the single combat robot. Also, how to open the gate from the outside. After closing WeChat, Shu Chen immediately called Shin Bingqian. He planned to go out and collect some supplies. The vegetable wholesale market had plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits. He had to rush over today and store them all in the storage space. Otherwise, even if it was left overnight, they would rot a lot. There was also Walmart's warehouse, where he was the warehouse manager and knew that it stored a large amount of supplies. Just the things in this logistics warehouse were enough for tens of thousands of people to eat for a month. Additionally, there were seafood wholesale markets, Pujiang Food City, and other large markets, all stocked with a large amount of food. As long as he collected the goods from these wholesale markets, he would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. "You want to go out?" On the phone, hearing what he said, Shin Bingqian immediately guessed his intention. "That's right, I have something urgent to do and need to go out." Shu Chen didn't hide it from her and said truthfully, "Didn't you say you couldn't go out within 10 days? Shin Bingqian glanced at the zombies wandering the streets outside, her face filled with worry. That's for ordinary people. For me, now is the perfect opportunity to go out and act. Shu Chen didn't lie to her. Within the 10 days of doomsday, it was the time when the zombies were strongly craving blood. As long as a living person appeared, zombies from all directions would pounce. For ordinary people who had never seen such a terrifying scene, going out at this time was equivalent to seeking death. But for him, who had been fighting desperately in the apocalypse for 3 years, going out now was an opportunity. Because in the early stages, the zombies' speed was very slow, but as they consumed more blood, their speed would increase. Although there were many zombies outside now, with his combat experience and speed, these zombies would hardly be able to harm him. So, now was the perfect time for him to go out and scavenge for supplies. First, charge. With a full charge, it can perform a 20-hour mission. Load the magazine. Each robot can load up to 5,000 bullets at a time. The third step is to start Operation Binding. Each single combat robot comes with a password when it leaves the factory. After starting, you just need to enter the password on the control panel, and the machine system will automatically scan your facial features, record your voice, and perform Operation Binding. After binding, you can give commands through voice or control them through the control panel. Each robot is equipped with 6 camera lenses, and you can use the remote control panel to switch between different camera lenses and perspectives. Remember, if you input the wrong password 3 times, the robot will consider you an enemy and open fire on you. So, once the robot is activated, make sure not to input the wrong password. I will send the passwords of those 10 robots to your phone immediately. As for that big gate, it requires a password from the outside, then manually open it with the mechanical hand. The password is the one in the CEO's private elevator. I guess I don't need to tell you, right? Seeing his confidence, Shen Bingqian didn't hesitate and directly told him the operation method. At this moment, she was somewhat glad she left a batch of weapons and equipment for Chu Chen. Not to mention those single combat robots, just the 5-wheeled combat vehicles were rare treasures. 3 crew members, 7 passengers. 1 vehicle could accommodate 10 people. The armor thickness was impenetrable by ordinary firearms, let alone zombies. Even if the vehicle was crawling with zombies, it posed no threat to the people inside. Ding! Just after hanging up the phone, Shu Chen received a message from Shen Bingqian. He loaded the 10 robots with bullets, checked the batteries, and then pressed the start button. Then, according to the different factory numbers, he entered different passwords. Half an hour later, he finally completed the operation binding process. The 3 of you follow me into the combat vehicle. The rest patrol the supermarket. Report to me immediately if anyone approaches. After finishing up, he drove a combat vehicle with 3 robots and rushed out of the supermarket gate. Hearing the noise, the zombies on the street swarmed over. But before they could get close, Shu Chen had already dashed out hundreds of meters. He drove the combat vehicle straight towards the wholesale fruit and vegetable market outside the city. This road is blocked again. Looking at the densely packed cars colliding in front of him, Shu Chen helplessly turned the vehicle around to find another way out of the city. Perhaps the apocalypse came too suddenly. The streets were filled with vehicles at every intersection. He drove recklessly for over 2 hours, but still couldn't leave the city. However, the roar of the combat vehicle attracted many zombies, and during these 2 hours, he crushed hundreds of zombies. Forget it, let's try leaving the city tomorrow. Seeing that it was already past 9 o'clock at night, Shu Chen gave up on the idea of leaving the city. The wholesale fruit and vegetable market was over 30 kilometers away from the city center. Even if he found a way out of the city, it would be midnight by the time he got there. The pitch-black night was the most dangerous. He might not even notice if zombies approached. Survivors hiding in the dark might mistake him for a zombie, and a sudden attack could be fatal. Are you there? You received a lot of supplies at the supermarket a few days ago. Bring me some food. I'm starving. Brother-in-law, my parents are starving. When are you bringing the food over? After returning to the supermarket, Shu Chen opened his phone and found that Tao Jingjing and her brother had sent him a lot of messages. He took out several plates of seafood feasts from the storage space, poured a bottle of 12,000 yuan wine, and started recording a video, narrating as he recorded, "Wait for it, I'll bring you food right away." After finishing the recording, he sent the video to their WeChat accounts. In his previous life, he heard that his girlfriend was trapped in a gym, so he risked his life to rescue her with food, saving everyone in the gym, including Qian Fei. For this, he almost got surrounded by a horde of zombies. However, his kneeling and good deeds only brought betrayal and disaster. In this life, he would never be a saint again. But he wouldn't let that despicable woman die easily. He would starve them for a while, then let the zombies gnaw on their flesh and blood, letting them die in fear. After sending the text message, he tossed his phone aside, ate and drank his fill, then fell asleep. Downstairs, there were single combat robots patrolling. so he wasn't worried at all about zombies breaking in. With 10 robots taking turns charging and patrolling, they could work non-stop. The robots' eyes were actually cameras, with cameras also at their backs and sides. Therefore, if anything happened downstairs, he could simply see everything outside by controlling the screen on the control panel. How much food do we have left? In the early hours of the next day, inside Huaxing building, Shen Bingqian asked her female secretary with a serious expression. From last night until now, she had been in constant contact with the top officials in the capital, closely monitoring the situation. She found that the situation was the same everywhere in the country, with zombies rampant. Due to the sudden outbreak of the virus, both domestically and internationally, everything was in chaos. After a night of panic and chaos, and at a great cost, the top officials finally formulated a unified plan. That is, all levels of government and military bases should find a way to save themselves, quickly establish human survivor bases and isolate the living from the zombies. In other words, the people in this building couldn't wait for rescue from above. Because whether in government offices or military camps, there were a large number of zombies. They were all too busy to help, so how could they come to their rescue? Therefore, she could only find a way to lead the remaining company employees to save themselves. We have 4 boxes of biscuits, 3 boxes of ham sausages, and 47 bottles of water left. The secretary glanced at the packaging left behind after everyone ate and drank last night, roughly estimating and saying, "Is that all? Didn't I ask you to buy more food a few days ago?" Shen Bingqian furrowed her brows slightly, a little annoyed. 2 days ago, Xu Chen called her to stock up on food, to avoid a lockdown like the one 10 years ago during the new crown outbreak. She thought it made sense, so she hung up the phone and instructed her secretary. However, what she didn't expect was that the secretary only bought so little. Now that there were zombies outside, they couldn't go out, and people from outside couldn't come in. If they didn't have food, they would have starved to death even before the zombies broke in. "Madam Shen, you didn't specify how much to buy at that time." "I just bought a full trunk and then came back." The secretary looked aggrieved. "Alright, let's save these foods and eat sparingly. You guys stay here and make sure no zombies get in." After a moment of thought, Shen Bingqian instructed everyone and then turned back to her office upstairs. "It seems I can only ask this kid for help." She sat in front of the monitor and dialed Chu Chen's number. In the monitor, there was no sign of Chu Chen at all, only 5 single combat robots patrolling in the courtyard. In the past half-month, this kid had been hoarding goods like crazy, most likely anticipating this day. Otherwise, why would he have built a strong wall around the supermarket, and asked her for a large amount of supplies? "What's up?" After the call connected, a lazy voice came from the other end, sounding like the person hadn't fully woken up yet. "Did you anticipate this disaster in advance?" Shen Bingqian went straight to the point without beating around the bush. "If you're going to ask that, I might as well hang up." Xu Chen lay in bed, his eyes still sleepy. She had asked him once yesterday, and she didn't expect to be asked again today. Now that it was the end of the world, he didn't feel like answering questions he didn't want to answer. "We don't have much food left here. You have armored vehicles there, can you rescue us?" Seeing him about to hang up, Shen Bingqian had to suppress her curiosity and make her request. This call was not only to unravel her doubts but also to ask for help. "No." Xu Chen didn't hesitate at all and decisively refused her. This surprised her and left her feeling cold halfway through. "The 500 million you spent on hoarding supplies was from me. The supermarket was a gift from me. The supermarket wall was built by my people for you. The supplies were bought by me for you. Even those 5 armored vehicles and 10 sets of individual combat robots were given by me to you. With so much, isn't it enough for you to lend a hand once?" After a brief pause, Shen Bingqian said somewhat angrily. She had given him so much, yet in the end, all she received was indifference and coldness. "The supermarket, the construction of the wall, and these supplies, I spent 1.5 billion to buy. The supplies I hoarded these days were bought with my own money. And this money, I obtained through intelligence. Before Doomsday arrived, I reminded you to stock up, and I told you what to do. It could be considered saving your life. In other words, I don't owe you anything." Xu Chen also responded with a more serious tone, directly countering her. Hearing what Xu Chen said, Shen Bingqian, who was initially somewhat indignant, sighed helplessly. Although the money for stocking up was all given by her, as this guy said, he had repaid the favor. If she had taken his words seriously 2 days ago and bought more food, she wouldn't have ended up in a situation where she needed to ask for help. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Without waiting for her response, Xu Chen hung up the phone directly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help people, but he felt it wasn't the right time yet. This woman was very dominant. If she brought a group of people to the supermarket, who would be in charge then? Who would have the final say? So, he hoped she would establish a base on her own, like she did in the previous life. But if she was truly desperate or in a dire situation, he would definitely go and help. After all, they were considered close in their past lives. However, he would only save Shin Bingxian. As for her followers, she was not obligated to save them. Although in the previous life, Shin Bingxian's followers were all brave and loyal, and there were no reports of betrayal, he still didn't want to intervene. But if they became his followers and were willing to be loyal to him, that would be a different story. This guy. Inside the washing building, Shin Bingxian glanced at her phone and almost couldn't help but curse. This guy was too rational. Rational to the point of being heartless. However, it was somewhat similar to her temperament. It seemed that she couldn't rely on anyone now, she had to figure out a way to save herself. Phew. At this moment, Chu Chen got up, hastily ate something, and then drove towards the outskirts with 3 robots in an armored vehicle. He had put in a lot of effort and finally left the city. The Jada Fruit and Vegetable Wholesale Market was the largest vegetable and fruit distribution center within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Almost all the supermarkets and vegetable markets in Pujiang City received their goods from here. On the roads outside the city, there were many damaged cars. There were also a lot of bloodstains and body parts. Clearly, they had been bitten by zombies. But what surprised Chu Chun was that he couldn't see a single zombie. In the city streets, there were hordes of zombies wandering around, gathering quickly whenever they heard a noise. However, the closer he got to the Jada wholesale market, the eerily quiet it became. Even in the usually bustling market, there was not a single zombie in sight. How is this possible? Looking at the empty market, Chu Chun couldn't help but wonder. He clearly remembered from his past life that after Doomsday, suddenly at least half of the human population couldn't resist the virus and turned into zombies. If bitten or scratched by a zombie, one would also turn into a zombie. Therefore, wherever there were people usually, there would be a large number of zombies. However, this wholesale market in front of him was unusually quiet. No human figures could be seen, nor a single zombie. If it weren't for the mess and bloodstains everywhere, he would have thought there was no apocalypse here. Beep, beep. He released the 3 robots and blew the whistle twice. If there were zombies in the market, such a loud sound would surely attract them. In such silence, he didn't dare to rashly emerge from the armored vehicle without understanding the situation. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a strange sound from afar seemed to attract something. In the next moment, a triangular head peeked out from the roof of the cold storage. Is this a mantis? Chu Chen took out his binoculars to carefully observe, finally realizing what it was. In the previous life, after the apocalypse, not only did many people turn into zombies, but many creatures also mutated. Human awakening of abilities came 10 days later. Walking upright gray wolves taller than a person, dung beetles the size of a basin, flying pythons, and so on, he had seen them all in his previous life. But a mantis larger than a house, that was a first for him. At this moment, he probably understood why there were no zombies within tens of miles. Most likely, they were all eaten by this mutated mantis. This was its territory, and all the birds and beasts had fled. Hence, it was extremely quiet here, so quiet that not even the chirping of insects or the singing of birds could be heard. Beep, beep. Seeing it poking its head out, Chu Chen sounded the whistle a few times, intending to attract it. After the apocalypse, newly mutated creatures, like zombies, were not very strong in terms of attack or defense at first, but as time passed, their strength would rapidly increase. Therefore, as long as he could lure it over, with the help of 3 robots, he could easily take it down. Whoosh! The whistle seemed to anger the mantis, as it suddenly burst out of the cold storage, wielding its huge sickle and charging towards them. Fire! Before it could get close, Chu Chun ordered the 3 individual combat robots to attack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 tons of fire shot towards the mantis's head. The giant mantis, which had just been aggressive, suddenly stopped in its tracks. Is it not working? Sitting in the car, Chu Chen was surprised to find that although sparks were splashing on the mantis's head, it seemed like it wasn't being injured. Squeak, squeak. It screeched at the 3 robots, then turned and walked away. Attack its belly. Don't let it escape. Seeing it trying to flee, Chu Chen quickly issued another command. If this behemoth ran away, how would he be able to grab all these piles of vegetables and fruits in the market? Since it was stubborn, they would try attacking its belly. Puff, puff, puff. This command seemed to work, as the giant mantis, dragging its swollen belly as it was about to flee, suddenly stopped. In the next moment, some green liquid flowed out of its belly, splattering all over the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After successfully hitting it, the 3 robots didn't stop. They caught up and began shooting at close range. Soon, the giant mantis fell to the ground, motionless. Chu Chen drove the armored vehicle closer to take a look, confirming that it was indeed dead, before getting out to collect the vegetables and fruits. Inside the wholesale market, there were separated stalls, storefronts, and cold storage. He first collected the vegetables from the stalls, then gathered various fruits from the storefronts. Finally, he arrived at the cold storage area. Perhaps due to the giant mantis, although there were many bloodstains and limbs on the storefronts and stalls, there was not a single zombie in sight. Nor was there a living person. Woo, woo. Suddenly, a faint cry came from not far away. Shu Chen listened carefully and realized it seemed to be coming from the cold storage where the giant mantis had been. He hesitated for a moment, then went over with the 3 robots. However, when he saw the scene inside, his scalp instantly tingled. Inside the cold storage were piles of bug eggs the size of bowls, and underneath the bug eggs were layers of living people. They actually built nests with living people to hatch the bug eggs? Looking at the scene before him, Shu Chen's scalp tingled. No wonder there were no living people in the market. They had all been captured here by that giant mantis as food. Last night at 6 o'clock, the doomsday arrived. It's only been a little over 10 hours, and this mantis not only completed its mutation but also laid eggs. The speed of evolution is too fast, isn't it? Since the mantis evolved so quickly, there must be other bioforms evolving rapidly too. It seems that besides surviving, one must find a way to enhance their own strength. Otherwise, if mutated beasts break into the shelter, these dozen or so individual combat robots won't be able to stop them at all. In the previous life, there were 2 strong individuals who rose to fame, one called Sang Biao and the other called Four-Eyed Chicken. One awakened the bloodline of an ancient blood ancestor, and the other awakened the bloodline of an ancient dragon ancestor. Although the awakened bloodlines sound intimidating, their actual strength was quite ordinary. The reason these two had such a formidable reputation was that their bloodlines could suppress zombies and beasts. It is said that when those zombies saw Sang Biao, they kneeled and even 2 zombie kings became his followers. Four-Eyed Chicken was like a king in the wilderness. Whether it was ordinary wild animals or mutated beasts, they would obediently listen to him. He recruited many mutated beasts as his followers, ruling the Jiangdong region unchallenged. Later, the two joined forces and dominated the entire Jiangdong region. In all human bases in Jiangdong, any woman with a bit of beauty would be taken by them as playthings. The reason these 2 tyrants of Jiangdong awakened the bloodlines of ancient blood ancestors and ancient dragon ancestors was purely a coincidence. It is said that Sang Biao, unable to bear hunger, went out to find food and ate a blood-red fruit in the Pujiang Wetland Park, which awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor. Four-Eyed Chicken, after the doomsday arrived, escaped to Filong Mountain outside the city and found a crystal-like fruit in a pool of white dragon saliva. After eating it, he awakened the bloodline of the dragon ancestor. Since he had a second chance at life, why not seize the opportunities of these 2 individuals? Thinking this, Shuchen decided to visit the wetland park in Filong Mountain. However, he was not in a hurry because the 2 had obtained their opportunities half a month after the doomsday. In other words, it would be too late if he went searching in 10 days. Let's collect these mantis eggs. After making up his mind, Shuchen, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, stored all the eggs from the nest into his storage space. Although these things looked disgusting, they were rich in energy. A year later, just taking one out could exchange for a lot of resources. Whether it was the crystal nucleus of mutated beasts or the eggs they produced, for those with abilities, they were great supplements to enhance strength. Help! Save us! Just after collecting the eggs, the people in the nest started shouting. They were stuck together by some kind of mucus and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't climb out of the nest. Pull them out! Shuchen instructed 3 robots. Following the command, the 3 robots quickly got to work and before long, they pulled over 100 people out of the nest. The mucus seemed harmless, and aside from being weak, the 100 or so people were unharmed. Young man, can you take us with you? Don't worry, we won't be a burden, we can all work. Young man, I'll stay here, take my daughter with you, she's still young, I don't want to watch her die here. Strength in numbers, we'll follow you, we can help each other. Seeing him about to leave, the people who had just narrowly escaped death quickly followed him out. Last night, many people suddenly turned into zombies and were biting and eating people everywhere. They had barely managed to hide and save their lives, only to be caught by giant mantises here. Yesterday night, they saw on their phones that the whole world had plunged into panic and chaos. The entire earth had become an arena of doomsday. Therefore, seeing someone come to rescue them, they felt like they had caught a lifeline and were unwilling to let go no matter what. Here's some food and water. Divide it among yourselves. Quick, find some supplies to hide. How long you'll survive depends on your luck. As for saving you, there's no way. No matter how these people pleaded desperately, Shuchen remained unmoved. He left some food and water behind, ready to leave with the robot. Boss Chu, do you remember me? I delivered vegetables to you a couple of days ago, but you haven't paid for them yet." Just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man in his 50s quickly blocked his way. "Are you asking me for money?" No. "I'm hoping, based on our past dealings, that you could take my daughter with you. I'm insignificant, but my daughter is still young." The middle-aged man's eyes reddened as he quickly wiped away his tears. However, as he raised his arm, Shu Chen noticed 3 scratch marks on it. "Have you been scratched by a zombie?" Shu Chen grabbed the middle-aged man's arm, furrowing his brow. In the apocalypse, whether bitten or scratched by a zombie, one would turn into a zombie. The difference lies in the duration of mutation. Those bitten would turn into zombies quickly, while those scratched would take longer, sometimes up to a day before mutating. If this middle-aged man had been scratched by a zombie, he would turn into one by tonight at the latest. It was just a light scratch. There was no blood. "It's nothing." The middle-aged man quickly rolled down his sleeve to cover the scratch and then pulled the pretty and delicate young girl over, pleading once again, "Boss Chu, please consider it a good deed and take my daughter with you. It's too dangerous for her to stay here. I assure you, my daughter is obedient and won't cause you any trouble." "Dad." Seeing her father's pleading expression, the young girl seemed reluctant, her nose tingling as tears streamed down her face. "If scratched by a zombie, one will turn into a zombie within 24 hours. You should think about your own affairs." Shu Chen pushed him away and headed to other cold storage units with 3 robots to gather supplies. This cold storage unit had long been abandoned and without power. Not only was it not cold, but it was actually quite hot inside. However, the other operational cold storage units were filled with imported fruits and expensive produce. Shu Chen couldn't miss out on such good things. He planned to search through each one and take everything back. Clatter. Hearing that the middle-aged man was about to mutate, others quickly distanced themselves from him. Some even brought steel pipes, glaring at him as if facing a formidable enemy. "Boss Chu, Boss Chu." The middle-aged man watched Shu Chen's departing figure, his face filled with despair and bitterness. Sigh. Seeing Shu Chen heading to another cold storage unit, the middle-aged man sighed helplessly. Being able to drive a combat vehicle, accompanied by combat robots, and even killing the giant mantis, Shu Chen's status and strength were undoubtedly extraordinary. That's why he pleaded so desperately. Unfortunately, it seemed that Boss Chu had no interest in saving people at all. "Dad, there are no zombies here. We can survive without his protection." Seeing her father looking despondent, the pretty young girl pretended to be indifferent and comforted him. "The world is in chaos now. Surviving won't be easy." The middle-aged man shook his head. He had been transporting vegetables and fruits from outside to Pujian for a long time, with friends all over the place. In order to stay informed about prices in various regions, he had joined several industry information exchange groups. According to the information he received, a nationwide epidemic broke out last night. Many people turned into zombies. Every part of the country was plunged into chaos. Emergency calls went unanswered, and ambulances couldn't be reached. Even the government was powerless to protect itself, let alone care about the lives of ordinary people like them. Furthermore, although he had just tried to downplay the scratch on his arm, he knew that the young man named Chu was right. He could already feel numbness in his limbs, his head throbbing, showing clear signs of mutation. In the current chaos, law and order have collapsed, and people are capable of doing anything. If he were gone, his daughter would surely be humiliated, even becoming someone else's plaything. That's why he stopped Chu Chun from pleading just now. He wanted to entrust his daughter to a reliable person before he died. And Chu Chen, with whom he had dealt before, was the ideal choice in his mind. "Old Xia, don't blame us for being ruthless. The young man just said, you will turn into a zombie in 24 hours at the latest. For everyone's safety, and for your daughter, surrender peacefully." Just as the middle-aged man sighed, a bald man in security uniform, holding a nylon rope, approached. Behind him were 20-some people, each holding a weapon. "Xianzi, you're overreacting. I just scratched myself a bit, not even a drop of blood shed. How could I turn into a zombie?" "Don't panic, everyone." The middle-aged man retreated while pretending to be nonchalant. The bald man was the captain of the security team in the market. Officially a security captain, he was actually the local boss around here. Almost all the market vendors had given him cigarettes and alcohol, because if they didn't, he would deliberately make it difficult for their vehicles to enter and exit. Just a slight accusation of pesticide residue exceeding the limit, and they couldn't bear it. Therefore, the market vendors, except for those with strong connections, were all afraid of him. "Your face is pale, and your eyes are a bit red. You can't fool us. Don't make it hard for us. Stand next to that utility pole. Rest assured, we'll just tie you up. If you don't turn into a zombie tonight, I'll release you tomorrow." The the bald man said, waving his right hand behind him, and the 20-some people were about to surround them with weapons. If you're afraid, my daughter and I will leave. Sharo, let's go. The middle-aged man saw them about to act, grabbed his daughter and quickly retreated. Where can you go? Except for our market, there are zombies everywhere in Pujang. Besides, when you turn into a zombie, your daughter will be left alone. Who will take care of her then? It's better to stay, I'll take care of her for you. Rest assured, your daughter is my daughter, I will definitely treat her well. The bald man stared at the pretty and lively girl, chuckling. My daughter, I will take care of her myself. You don't need to worry. Seeing his lecherous face, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Indeed, what he feared had happened. If he were gone, these beasts would never spare his daughter. If you could take care of her, you wouldn't have asked that young man to take your daughter away just now. In any case, it's all about taking advantage of people. Instead of benefiting that young man, why not benefit us brothers? To tell you the truth, I've long coveted your daughter. I just feared getting shot, so I only dared to think about it in my heart. Now that the world is in chaos, even the police have turned into zombies, and laws no longer exist. No one will care if you rob or kill someone. If you honestly hand your daughter over to me, I promise to only tie you up, not harm you. But if you're not honest, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. As the bald man spoke, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Sharo, run. Run towards that military vehicle. Hide in the military vehicle and don't come out. The middle-aged man, seeing the bald man trying to snatch someone, pushed his daughter away, urging loudly. Then he picked up a stick from the roadside and blocked the bald man and his group. Dad! The young girl's eyes filled with tears, unable to leave. Go quickly. Dad is poisoned by the zombie, he won't survive. Don't mind me, just run. The middle-aged man waved the stick in his hand, shouting anxiously. Dad, no. The pretty young girl cried sadly upon hearing her father admit to being infected with corpse poison. Urged by the middle-aged man, she turned and ran towards the armored vehicle. You too, while that young man is searching in the cold storage, hurry and bring her back to me. The bald man became anxious when he saw the girl trying to escape. He ordered his men and then charged forward with a rope in hand. You bastards, I'll fight you all. The middle-aged man wielded a stick, blocking and defending to prevent others from chasing. But being alone, he was soon knocked unconscious by a security guard. You deserve this. You ruined my plans. After the middle-aged man passed out, the bald man didn't stop. He picked up a stick from the ground and smashed it onto the man's head until it was a mess. His head is smashed. Let's see how he turns into a zombie now. Disgusting. He threw away the bloodied stick and spat on the corpse. In the distance, the young girl had managed to get into the armored vehicle, but before she could close the door, two henchmen grabbed her ankles. Ah, let me go. Help me. The girl was terrified and screamed, holding onto the seat inside the car tightly. You useless fools. The bald man, seeing his men unable to handle a young girl, walked over with a group of people. What's going on? Go check it out. Chu Chen, who was scavenging for fruits in the cold storage, heard the cries outside and quickly ran out with 3 combat robots. Whether it was mutant beasts or zombies, he had to get into the armored vehicle because it was the safest and could return to the city shelter. However, when he ran out, he saw a group of people surrounding his vehicle, bullying a young girl. These people were the ones he had just rescued from the mantis nest. Help me, let me go, no. We're in the wilderness, screaming won't help. Don't worry, I'll take care of you for your father. Ha ha. The bald man personally reached for the girl's leg to pull her out. He laughed heartily as he did so. Inside the car, the girl cried and called for help helplessly. Indeed, they are not good people. Chu Chen glanced towards the armored vehicle and then at the headless corpse on the ground, chuckling. These people had wanted to follow in just now, and they seemed sincere. In his previous life, he would have taken them in for sure. After all, in the crisis-ridden apocalypse, strength in numbers mattered. But after being reborn, he understood a truth: saints only die faster. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and these people were already resorting to violence against women. It seemed that they were not good people to begin with. Based on his past life experience, at the beginning of the apocalypse, people still had some rationality and conscience. As time passed and resources became scarce, they had to suppress their humanity to survive. Groups like these, killing and kidnapping women right at the start of the apocalypse, were either criminal gangs or escaped convicts from prisons. They had no humanity to begin with, and after the apocalypse, they became even more ruthless. Take out those 2 troublemakers first. Chu Chen ordered the robots. Bang, bang. Upon hearing the command, the robots immediately executed it. With 2 shots, the 2 thugs fell to the ground. Each had a bullet hole in their foreheads. This was the terror of the combat robots. They had targeting systems that aimed for the enemy's forehead to ensure a fatal blow with a single shot. Ha! The bald man, who was trying to abduct the girl, heard the gunshots and saw his two henchmen fall. He was so scared that he quickly let go. He looked into the distance and saw Chu Chen approaching with 3 combat robots, their expressions cold as they walked towards them. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Just now, the father and daughter wanted to run away. I thought this little girl looked lively, so I planned to keep her as a gift for you, big brother, hee hee. Before Chu Chen could ask, the bald man, with a smile on his face, took the initiative to explain. He's talking nonsense. He killed my father just to take me back. Wah, wah. The little girl cried sadly as she spoke. Except for this little girl, kill everyone else. Without the girl saying a word, Chu Chen knew what was going on. He waved his hand and gave orders to the 3 combat robots. Bang, bang. Following the orders, the robots opened fire directly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 thugs were all shot in the head. Let them die, kill them too. Chu Chen glanced at the onlookers behind him, calmly giving orders once again. People like these, cold and lacking courage, would eventually lose their humanity. Keeping them around would only bring trouble sooner or later, so it was better to eliminate them together, saving some food in the process. Although he had no intention of saving them earlier, he had left them with plenty of water and food. Now it seemed they wouldn't need those anymore. Bang, bang, bang. The robots executed the command without hesitation, and in an instant, more than 80 idle bystanders all fell into a pool of blood. The girl who had just been crying now stared wide-eyed, shocked at the scene before her. Although she also despised these indifferent onlookers, killing them all for this seemed somewhat cruel. After all, these were more than 80 living people. She clearly saw Chu Chen's calm expression when giving the orders earlier. It was as if he had just killed not more than 80 people, but 80 ants. In that moment of shock, mixed with awe, she looked at Chu Chen with a newfound respect. Wasting my things. After the people were eliminated, Chu Chen retrieved all the water and food he had given out earlier into his storage space. Next, he searched through the market's cold storage one by one before driving back to the city. What's your name? On the way back, Chu Chen asked the girl behind him. When he went to the cold storage earlier, the girl, either out of fear or concern for being left behind, had hidden in the armored vehicle. Seeing she was the only one left in the market, Chu Chen didn't force her out. Xia Xiao. The young girl lifted her pale face timidly. How old are you? 18, just graduated from high school this year. Where is your home? I'll take you back. I have no home, I don't want to go back, I want to follow you. Hearing that she would be taken back, Xia Xiao became nervous, shaking her head repeatedly, refusing to go back. I don't take in idle people, nor do I take in the cowardly. Chu Chen glanced back at her, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I can serve you. I can cook and clean. I'm not cowardly, I'm not even afraid of killing. Xia Xiao, afraid of being rejected, quickly declared earnestly. Chu Chen remained silent and led her back to the supermarket. There were 2 more wholesale markets outside the city he had planned to visit today, but encountering a mutated giant mantis in just a fruit and vegetable wholesale market made him abandon the idea. Who knew what he might encounter in the other 2 markets? So he decided to give up. The vegetables and fruits he had stored could last 100 years. The meat and other food supplies were enough to last him for several lifetimes. Instead of going to the wholesale markets outside the city, he decided to visit the Walmart storage center. It was in the city area, with at most just zombies, no mutated creatures. Buzz, buzz. Just then, his vibrating phone rang. Someone was calling. He glanced at it and hung up directly. It was another call from that despicable woman, Tao Jingjing. She had sent him many messages today, but he had ignored them all. She must be getting impatient, starting to call him. Since you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, I'll send you on your way tomorrow. Huff. The armored vehicle drove into the supermarket and quickly closed the heavy iron gate. The zombies chasing after the sound were all blocked outside the supermarket gate. Chu Chen was already used to this and remained calm without a hint of panic. Xia Xiao, who had never seen so many zombies before, was quite frightened. However, in order not to leave a weak impression on Chu Chen, she forced herself to stay calm and got out of the car. Choose a room for yourself. Arrange the bedding and furniture yourself. After going upstairs, Chu Chen ordered and then took out food and wine from the storage space to eat by himself. Although he had been busy for most of the day, he had gained a lot. He stored all the vegetables piled up in the market in the storage space. Various fruits were also completely plundered by him. During the apocalypse of the previous life, not to mention vegetables and fruits, being able to eat a pack of instant noodles was considered good. Tick, tock. An hour later, Xiaoxiao, with wet long hair, timidly stood in front of him. It turned out that after tidying up her room, she took a bath. Xu Chen glanced at her and couldn't help but be stunned. She was wearing his shirt and his slippers. The shirt was so long and big that it almost reached her knees. Under the shirt, it was unclear if she was wearing underwear. Previously, she was covered in filth, with a dirty and messy face, but one could still see that she was a beauty. Now that she was clean, she looked even more charming and lovely. Moreover, although she was only 18 years old, the oversized shirt clearly emphasized her chest. Sit down and eat together. After a moment of distraction, Xu Chen returned to normal. Seeing her staring at the food on the table and swallowing her saliva, Xu Chen realized that she wasn't trying to seduce him with her wet appearance but was hungry, so she came over. He handed her a pair of chopsticks and then enjoyed his wine. Thank you. Xiaoxiao timidly thanked him and then picked up the chopsticks, putting some food into her mouth. From last night until now, she hadn't eaten for nearly a day. She was starving. At first, she was a bit reserved, trying to restrain herself, but after seeing that Xu Chen didn't mind, she began to eat eagerly. Seeing how much she could eat, Xu Chen took out a steaming hot meal from the storage space. Before the apocalypse, he had ordered 1,000 tables of banquets at the drunken Qingfeng Riverside restaurant, and later ordered 2 billion worth of meals at the Baoxian building. His storage space had the function of time suspension. When he put in the steaming hot meal, it would still be hot when taken out. There was no need to reheat it. Oh, seeing Xu Chen seemingly perform magic, suddenly taking out another steaming hot meal, she couldn't help but be surprised. Although there was a kitchen and liquefied petroleum gas cylinders here, it was obvious that no one had cooked. Where did these hot meals come from? However, despite her surprise, she didn't dare to ask. After a moment of astonishment, she timidly lowered her head and continued to eat. However, she felt a strange warmth in her heart. Your task today is to clean the water tank in the yard and fill it with water. The next morning, after assigning Xiaoxiao her task, Xu Chen left the supermarket in the armored vehicle. 5 days ago, he had ordered over 100 huge water tanks to store water. Although there was still tap water and a communication network now, he knew that it wouldn't be long before the water, gas, and internet were cut off. So, he had to store enough tap water before the supply was cut off for future use in washing and cooking. As for cooking water, he had bottled water. In the half-month before the doomsday, almost half of the bottled water in the whole Pujian was delivered to him. So, there was plenty of drinking water and cooking water in the storage space. I'm so hungry. When will the food be delivered? My parents haven't eaten for 2 days either. You should quickly send them some food too. On the way, Tao Jingjing sent another WeChat message to Xu Chen, sounding a bit impatient. Xu Chen ignored her and continued driving the armored vehicle. After arriving downstairs at Qian Fei's gym, he sent a message back. Come down, I'm waiting for you downstairs. In fact, there was no need for his message because the people in the gym upstairs, upon hearing the roar of the armored vehicle, curiously leaned out of the window to look down. When they saw that it was an armored vehicle painted in camouflage, they were all excited beyond measure. However, around the armored vehicle were densely packed zombies. They seemed to be attracted by the noise and gathered from all directions. Nevertheless, these zombies couldn't do anything to the armored vehicle. No matter how they scratched, clawed, or bit, it was all in vain. This armored vehicle used by the military, now we are saved. Your boyfriend is amazing, he can even get military equipment. By the way, ask if he brought any food? I'm starving. Upstairs, a few women surrounded Tao Jingjing, dancing with joy. Qian Fei discreetly pinched Tao Jingjing's buttocks, signaling her to take a step to talk. What's up? That fool wants us to go down, hurry up and get ready. Tao Jingjing could hardly contain her excitement and said joyfully, there are so many zombies downstairs, going down now is a dead end. Besides, last time during dinner, I was the big boss of a financial company. If those women let slip, it will be troublesome. Qian Fei gestured towards the women by the window, frowning. It's simple. After the zombies disperse, we too will go down first. Just say we are rescuing people in batches and let them wait. After a moment of thought, Tao Jingjing came up with a good idea. Alright. When we get on the vehicle, I'll tell your boyfriend that it's just the two of us upstairs. Then no one will dare to talk nonsense. Qian Fei nodded and began to pack up. By the time they finished packing, the zombies downstairs had gradually dispersed. The sound of the armored vehicle had attracted them, but once the noise disappeared, they seemed to lose their target and started wandering elsewhere. Hurry down, I'll take you to the shelter. You have 5 minutes. If you don't come down, I'll leave. Xu Chen urged in a message from inside the armored vehicle. We're coming down now. Tao Jingjing was afraid that the reinforcements they had been waiting for so eagerly would leave them behind, so she quickly packed up and stealthily went downstairs. Seeing them coming out, Shuchen opened the car door and stepped out of the armored vehicle. You finally came, I'm starving. Oh, by the way, Mr. Xian is also here. Tao Jingjing took a few quick steps, speaking in a coquettish tone. Mr. Xian? Since when did the gym owner become a president? Shu Chen's face showed a hint of mockery, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. The blood feud from the previous life was about to be avenged. What do you mean? Hearing what Shu Chen said, Tao Jingjing's face showed a hint of panic. She steadied her mind and pretended not to understand, asking, You went to great lengths to deceive me for money. Don't think I don't know about the things you and that man did. Shu Chen called 3 individual combat robots from the car. You misunderstand, I'm innocent with him. Nothing happened between us. Tao Jingjing's head buzzed, she panicked immediately, seeing the zombies returning from afar. She explained incoherently. The zombies that had just dispersed seemed to have heard the sound again and were slowly gathering back. If you don't get into the armored vehicle soon, it will be over. Therefore, she didn't care about Qian Fei behind her when she spoke, and she wanted to climb into the car. Shu Zong, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk about it when we get in the car. Seeing that the zombies were alarmed, Qian Fei also panicked immediately. His legs trembled, and he said in a pleading tone, Let's talk about it when we get in the car. Tell them to the King of Hell when you get there. Grab them both and throw them to the zombies. Shu Chen gave orders to the robot, then got into the car and started the engine. Roar! After stepping on the gas pedal, the armored vehicle roared, making a huge noise that immediately attracted zombies from all directions. Shu Chen, I was wrong. I won't dare again in the future. Please save me. I don't want to die. Just let me in. I'll do anything in the future. Don't you like pushing the cart for the old man? I'll let you play with it every day in the future, okay? Tang Jingjing, who was blocked outside the car, pounded on the door with all her might. However, she was soon grabbed by a robot by the collar and dragged towards the approaching zombies. 3 robots had clear division of labor, one guarding the car door to protect Shu Chen. The other 2 each grabbed a person and dragged them towards the group of zombies. Chu Zong, spare us. It was this wicked woman who seduced me. I don't want to die. Ah. As they saw the approaching group of zombies, the 2 screamed in terror, leaving 2 wet marks on the ground where they stood. Obviously, both of them were scared to the point of wetting themselves. Who? The 2 robots exerted force and threw them into the midst of the zombies. Soon, the terrified screams came to an abrupt end. They were replaced by the sound of zombies gnawing on flesh. A few minutes later, the ravenous zombies had devoured the 2 until only 2 skeletons remained. Upstairs, seeing how miserably Tang Xin and Qian Fei died, everyone turned pale with fright. Fortunately, they hadn't gone down just now, or they would have been devoured by the zombies too. Boom! Seeing the 2 being bitten alive, Shu Chen recalled the 3 robots, stepped on the gas, and drove back the way they came. Brother-in-law, save my sister first and then come to save us. There are 4 of us here, can your armored vehicle accommodate us all? My sister said you stocked up on a lot of meat at the supermarket. My girlfriend wants to eat chicken, so hurry up and stew some. Are we there yet? I'm starving. On the way, Tang Jingjing's younger brother, Tao Jian, kept sending messages urging them, seemingly unaware that his sister had already been fed to the zombies. Robots, get ready to open the door right away. Shu Chen replied to the message and then ignored it. After about 15 minutes, the car stopped in front of the supermarket entrance. He let the 3 robots out of the car, while he stayed inside controlling the robots. Across from the Huaxing shopping plaza was the residential area where he lived. Holding the control panel, he directed the 3 robots to cross the street and enter the Legion Garden community. These single combat robots were equipped with AI chips, highly intelligent. Just give them commands through voice, and they will immediately execute them. But for remote control, he had to rely on the control panel to operate them. Before long, the robots took the elevator upstairs. On the way, they encountered many zombies. Perhaps due to the machines, the zombies sniffed the air upon hearing the noise and then turned and wandered elsewhere. Thud, thud. When they reached the door, one of the robots knocked on it. Soon, a young man with acne all over his face opened the door. Hurry out, brother-in-law is here to save us. Seeing the robot, Tao Jian quickly called his parents and his girlfriend. The 3 of them, who were already prepared, cautiously walked out. Glancing around and finding no zombies, they followed the robot into the elevator. As the elevator descended, the 4 of them became increasingly nervous. Outside, there were zombies everywhere, and they didn't know if these 3 robots could protect them. However, after they exited the elevator, the 4 of them realized that something was amiss. 3 robots drove them out of the elevator car as if herding sheep. Since they were here to rescue them, shouldn't these robots be walking in front? Moreover, there were several zombies at the entrance of the next unit. Puff, puff, puff. Just as they hesitated, the 3 robots simultaneously kicked and pushed them forward. The zombie wandering at the entrance of the unit stopped in its tracks upon hearing the noise. Something's not right. Are these robots here to save us or harm us? Tao Jian's girlfriend, sensing the odd situation, immediately grew suspicious. Sent by my brother-in-law, they should be here to save us. Tao Jian also began to doubt, picking up his phone only to see a message from Chu Chen. Forgot to tell you, I fed your bitch of a sister to the zombies, now it's your turn. Buzz. Seeing the message, Tao Jian's head felt like it had been struck heavily, almost making him faint. Seeing his pale face, his parents and girlfriend quickly gathered around. When they saw the message on the phone, they were all dumbfounded. Go back quickly. Tao Jian, coming to his senses, looked at the zombies at the unit entrance and turned to run back into the elevator. However, a robot behind him kicked him out. Puff! The sound from inside attracted the zombies at the door, causing them to pause before following the noise into the hallway. It's over. Seeing zombies in front and robots behind, Tao Jian's usually sharp-tongued mother trembled, unable to speak. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, the 3 robots grabbed their collars and threw them in front of the zombies like little chicks. Ah! The 3 of them were so frightened that they screamed in terror, unable to hold back their urine, which gushed out. The piercing screams attracted other zombies in the hallway. Before they could get up from the ground, the zombies pounced on them. After about 10 minutes, the 4 living people were reduced to 4 sets of skeletons. Job done. Seeing the revenge from a past life, Chu Chen recalled the robots. Xiao Chu, you still owe me over 700,000 for the 1,000 tables of wine you ordered at my store. I heard you hoarded a lot of goods at Huaxing Shopping Mall. You even bought out the slaughterhouse. How about this? Bring me some food, and I'll forget about the remaining 700,000 deal. Just as he finished off Tao Jian's family, Chu Chen received a message from Su Jiwu. This guy was just like in the previous life, sleeping soundly at home when Doomsday arrived. But he managed to escape unscathed. As soon as Doomsday began, his store became a nest for zombies. Those normal people who didn't mutate were eaten clean by the zombies. I did hoard a lot of food, if you dare, come and get it. Chu Chen retorted and ignored him. Last time, just a few days after Doomsday arrived, Su Jiwu's mother, relying on being the community's women's director, morally coerced the community owners to share their food supplies. He was one of the victims at that time. Later on, Su Jiwu colluded with the property security and started forcibly robbing households in the community. He didn't spare any food or even the pretty women. This time, there was no way to get food from him. Boom! After recalling the 3 robots, Chu Chen didn't head to the shelter but turned the car towards Huda Square. That was where Walmart supermarket and warehouse were located. It was also where he used to work. It was only the 3rd day of Doomsday, so the supplies inside should not have been looted yet. If he delayed a few more days, it might be a different story. He vividly remembered from the last life that on the 4th day of Doomsday, someone had established a safe base. When the zombies first appeared, people were so scared that they stayed at home and dared not come out. As food supplies dwindled, people began to muster their courage and venture out of their homes to hunt down the zombies. Soon, they discovered that these zombies were slow-moving and not as terrifying as they seemed. Seeing someone take the lead, those who didn't want to starve to death banded together and took action. In just half a month, several shelters appeared in Pujian. These so-called shelters were actually residential compounds or large courtyards. Once the zombies in the compound were cleared out, it became a safe haven. After establishing the survivors' base, they would gather supplies everywhere. So today, he had to figure out how to get the supplies from Walmart, or else he might lose out to others. Come out obediently, as long as you behave, we promise not to harm you. In fact, if you serve us well, we might even let you go back. If you don't come out now, I'll have to start shooting. At the entrance of the 4th floor engine room in Hauda Square, a scar-faced man held a gun and threatened loudly. However, there was silence inside, not a sound. You won't drink the toast, so you'll drink the penalty. Bang! 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 Seeing no response inside, the scar-faced man fired several shots at the iron door of the engine room. The already scarred iron door now had a few more dents. Alright, stop wasting bullets. We only have a little over 100, every shot counts. What will we use for defense once the bullets are gone? In the distance, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face lay on a reclining chair and angrily rebuked upon hearing the gunshots. But this woman won't open the door. I'm getting impatient. Locked up for 8 years. I haven't touched a woman in 8 years. The scar-faced man held the gun, frustrated. We've survived 8 years, why worry about 1 or 2 more days? Don't worry, when she gets hungry, she'll come out on her own. Why are you in such a hurry? The middle-aged man with a pockmarked face glared and scolded. Listen to the big brother, put the gun away, save the bullets for defense. When we escaped from prison, we finally got a few pistols. If you waste the bullets, where will we get more? Who knows when things will go haywire? If the cops come after us and we have no means of defense, we're done for. Big brother is right. Anyway, this woman can't escape. Starve her for a couple of days, and she'll immediately open the door. As soon as the pockmarked man finished speaking, the others in the room also began to criticize the scar-faced man. I just wanted to find a woman to have some fun and relieve stress. We've encountered nothing but zombies all the way here. Finally, we come across a big-bottomed woman and she hides. Sigh. The scar-faced man holstered his gun and kicked the iron door in frustration. This building is so big, there must be many people still alive. Search each floor carefully. If they're men, throw them downstairs to feed the zombies. If they're pretty women, bring them all here. We're taking over this building. All the zombies inside this building must be eliminated. Remember, when clearing zombies, try not to waste bullets. The middle-aged man with a pockmarked face assigned tasks to everyone. Let's go, search upstairs. I saw on a poster on the first floor that a female celebrity was coming to Hada Square for an event. If we're lucky, maybe we can have some fun with the female celebrity. Ha! A group of people carrying large machetes walked out, chatting and laughing. Boom! Suddenly, they heard the roar of an engine. The middle-aged man with a pockmarked face sitting on the reclining chair jumped up like a startled bird. He grabbed the gun on the table and quickly ran to the window. It's a military vehicle. Big brother, they're not coming to get us, are they? Scarface stretched his neck out to look outside and spotted a camouflage armored vehicle, which startled him into quickly retracting. Damn it, I just cleared out the zombies on these floors, and now the cops are on our tail. This is too fast, damn it. Ma Lian glanced outside and cursed. Big brother, it doesn't seem like the cops. Look, is he alone? Another thug seemed to notice something, his face showing a hint of joy. One person dares to come here to die? Get ready, let's go ambush him on the first floor. Ma Lian loaded his gun and led the others downstairs. Not long after they left, the door of the control room cracked open, revealing a woman in professional attire peeking out. Seeing no one outside, she cautiously stepped out. Walking to the window, she looked down and indeed saw a military vehicle. However, the person the thugs mentioned earlier was nowhere to be seen. Those thugs were armed and lying in wait in the shadows. Entering alone was akin to walking into a death trap. What to do? For a moment, she worried for that person. So many bodies? In front of Hada Square, Chu Chen and his 3 robots had just gotten off the car and noticed several zombie corpses in the square, all with shattered heads. Obviously, they had been hunted and dumped here. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, Chu Chen led the robots towards the underground warehouse. The negative first and second floors of Hada Square were not parking lots but Walmart's warehouse, while the upper floors housed a supermarket and various brand stores. Hada Square was the largest shopping mall in Pujian, offering a wide range of high-end clothing and cosmetics. Since he was here, Chu Chen planned to loot the entire building. Bang! Suddenly, as he reached the entrance of the building, a loud noise came from behind. Turning around, he saw a large flower pot shattered on the ground, with a piece of white paper floating in the air. Not good. This unexpected scene made him alert. Glancing at the dark underground warehouse and recalling the zombie bodies in the square, Chu Chen immediately retreated with the robots and picked up the fallen A4 paper. Armed criminals inside, do not enter. The paper had only 8 hastily written words, almost crumpled before being thrown down. It was evident how urgent the warning was. Damn it, it must be that woman upstairs causing trouble. You guys stay here in ambush, take down that kid for me, I'll go up and deal with her. The scar-faced man figured out what happened when the flower pot fell from above. After instructing his men, he ran back to the 4th floor alone. Outside the building, Chu Chen glanced up, then returned to the car, grabbed the control panel, and prepared to remotely control the robots. Following his commands, the 3 robots rushed into the building, 2 in front holding guns and 1 in the rear. Back to back, they formed a triangular formation, advancing to search. The real-time visuals captured by their eyes were transmitted to the control panel. Although remote control was somewhat cumbersome, it was very safe. Chu Chen could grasp the situation inside the building without risking himself. Bang! Suddenly, someone on the 1st floor staircase fired a shot at the robots. Before Chu Chen could see clearly, the person retracted. Maintain formation. Take down all armed criminals. Spotting the thugs, Chu Chen immediately issued the command. These were all AI intelligence single combat robots. Once given clear instructions, they would execute the mission on their own. True to form, the 3 robots, following the combat orders, maintained formation and swiftly moved towards the target. In just a few seconds, they reached the staircase. Hiding around the corner of the stairs, the group of bandits prepared to ambush, but when they saw 3 mechanical monsters approaching, they were frightened and quickly ran upstairs. Bang, bang, bang. However, the highly skilled combat robots, upon spotting the enemies, immediately opened fire. The 4 bandits who didn't make it upstairs in time were instantly shot in the head. Swish, swish, swish. Following the orders to eliminate all armed criminals, the robots pursued relentlessly from behind. Despite being machines, their speed in pursuit far exceeded that of ordinary humans. In just over 30 seconds, the battle was over. The remaining bandits who hadn't reached the 3rd floor were all shot in the head. How come there are so many armed bandits in this building? Watching the footage transmitted by the combat robots, Shuchen was puzzled. It was only the 3rd day after Doomsday, and there were already organized crimes with guns involved? In the previous life, gangs and factions only emerged in the shelters and survivor bases over 10 days after Doomsday. It was because on the 10th day, humans began to awaken with supernatural abilities. As these superhumans' powers grew, they took control of various shelters, leading to the formation of gangs and factions. However, it had only been 3 days, and organized crime was already happening. This was quite unusual in Shuchen's eyes. But soon, when he saw the body with a scarred face, he understood what was going on. In the previous life, a group of serious criminals escaped from prison, occupied Hauta Square, and established the Hauta base. They were not numerous, but each one was a superhuman. Every time they acted, they left no survivors except for beautiful women. So, few people knew what they looked like. They were only known by their leaders, one with a pockmarked face and the other with a scarred face. It seemed that the people currently occupying the building were indeed those serious criminals. Maintain formation and continue searching upstairs. Shuchen issued the command again. Since there was no pockmarked person among the dead, that person must still be inside the building. Ah, woo. Just as he gave the order, he heard a terrified scream coming from inside the building. The sound was transmitted in real time to the control panel through the electronic devices on the robots. Shuchen quickly controlled the robots and moved upstairs swiftly based on the direction of the sound. The combat robots not only had the function to collect sound but could also locate the source of the sound through it. Woo, woo. Soon, the 3 robots rushed to the 4th floor. There, a middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks was holding a woman hostage, pressing a gun against her head with one hand and covering her mouth with the other, trying to silence her. Lin Qingya? When Shuchen saw the woman's face, he was both shocked and delighted. In the apocalypse, she was one of the few people who knew how to be grateful. Once, when he led a team to collect supplies, they were ambushed by the people from Shangjiang base. In a critical moment, Lin Qingya sensed the danger and ran away. He originally thought she was ungrateful and disloyal. But to his surprise, she quickly returned with reinforcements, visibly injured with scratches all over her body. It turned out that seeing the overwhelming numbers of people from Shangjiang base, she hurried to inform his close friend, the Ice Queen, about the situation. In order to bring reinforcements quickly, she ignored the zombie horde ahead and went straight through the nearest street. In the end, although she brought reinforcements and saved his life, she was infected with the zombie virus and was on the verge of turning into a zombie. Just as she was about to turn, she charged into the enemy group. Shuchen hadn't had time to use his own blood to save her, and she was killed by the superhumans from Shangjiang base. Later, whenever he thought of this incident, he felt guilty. If he had cut his arm earlier and given her the blood of immortality, she wouldn't have died. It was only because he was afraid his secret would be exposed, inviting disaster upon himself, that he hesitated for a moment. But that moment of hesitation cost him a dear friend. Now, seeing Lin Qingwan again, he was both happy and extremely excited. Robots? On the 4th floor of Hauta Plaza, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face saw 3 robots coming up and was instantly puzzled. If it were soldiers or police, he could negotiate with them by holding a hostage. But how do you negotiate with robots? For a moment, he looked at the 3 robots in front of him, unsure of what to do. Protect the hostage, shoot the armed criminals. Inside the armored vehicle downstairs, Shuchen gave the order, then got out of the car and quickly ran upstairs. With a gunshot, a blood hole appeared on the pockmarked man's forehead, and the next moment, his body fell to the ground. The robot's marksmanship was extremely precise. Especially when it came to rescuing hostages, it was always a headshot. Lin Qingya, freed from the clutches, finally breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the body on the ground. Just after she had thrown the large vase as a warning, before she could hide, the pockmarked man returned with a gun. Helpless, she had no choice but to surrender and become a hostage. Fortunately, the 3 robots appeared in time and saved her life. Otherwise, falling into the hands of these desperate criminals would have been unimaginable. Just as she was secretly grateful, she saw a young man running up quickly, and then, to her surprise, without saying a word, he hugged her tightly. You. Cough. Lin Xingya was a bit out of breath from being held by the strong arms. If she hadn't seen this young man downstairs just now and knew he had come to save her, she would have suspected that he was taking advantage of her. Because at this moment, her chest was being squeezed painfully by him. I can rest easy now that I see you alive. After hugging her for a while, Shuchen finally let go. He grabbed her arm and scanned her curvaceous figure before saying with relief, Do you know me? Lin Xingya blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Your name is Lin Xingya, and your measurements are 92-63-96. Shuchen glanced at her ample bosom and blurted out without hesitation. How do you know that? Lin Xingya blushed, subconsciously tightening her neckline. Her measurements were a secret she had never revealed to anyone, not even her best friends. How did this guy know? Moreover, he mentioned her name, but she had never seen him before. She had no impression of him at all. At that moment, while feeling embarrassed, she was filled with many doubts. If I told you that you were my lover in a past life, would you believe me? Shu Chen teased with a smile, joking with her. In the previous life, his hesitation had cost her life. This time, he was determined to protect her well and prevent the tragedy of the past life from happening again. Lin Xingya rolled her eyes, snorted disdainfully, clearly not believing what he said. However, being teased by him like this brought the two of them closer. Although they had just met, they felt like old friends, with a few less awkwardness and restraint. By the way, what are you doing here? Shu Chen stopped teasing and asked. I am the manager of the Gucci store on the 5th floor. 3 days ago, after the virus outbreak, many people suddenly turned into zombies. The 5th floor had many customers, so there were many zombies. I escaped to the 4th floor. The 4th floor has no shops, it's the floor for installing electrical equipment, with fewer people and fewer zombies. I was planning to hide here and wait for rescue, but today a group of armed desperados came. They cleared the zombies below the 4th floor and found me. Luckily, I ran fast and hid in the machine room, locking myself in from the inside. The machine room has a fireproof iron door. Even with guns, it's hard to break the lock. Just now, I heard them say that a military vehicle had come downstairs and they were planning to ambush it. I was worried that you would be at a disadvantage if you came in hastily, so I quickly threw a large vase downstairs and wrote a few words on it before tossing it down. Before I could even hide, that scoundrel came up and took me hostage. You know what happened next? Lin Xingya briefly recounted her experiences of the past 3 days. No wonder there are so many zombie bodies downstairs. Hearing her words, Shu Chen finally understood that those zombie bodies downstairs were actually thrown by this group of desperate individuals. It's very dangerous here. I'll take you to a safe place later. But before we leave, we need to take all the supplies in this building with us. Follow me. After saying this, Shu Chen let 3 robots lead the way, while he took Lin Xingya downstairs. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors were all Walmart supermarkets. The 3rd floor housed hardware appliances, daily necessities, and more. The 2nd floor had food, beverages, and alcohol. The 1st floor contained fresh produce, vegetables, fruits, cooked food, and seafood. Enter combat mode. If there are armed bandits, eliminate them immediately. Upon reaching the supermarket on the 3rd floor, Shu Chen gave instructions to the 3 combat robots. In an instant, the 3 robots immediately distanced themselves and formed a combat formation. 3 of them surged ahead, while 1 stayed behind to guard against any threats from the rear. Shu Chen was unsure if there were any stragglers among those desperate individuals, but to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, he ordered them to enter combat mode. With 3 robots guarding and protecting, Shu Chen could now collect supplies with peace of mind. As his hand swept across the shelves, the products seemed to disappear into thin air, leaving no trace in an instant. This miraculous scene left Lin Xingya behind him in awe. I have a storage space. It can hold a mountain. Seeing her standing still, Shu Chen didn't hide anything and spoke truthfully. In a few days, many survivors among the human race would awaken special abilities. At that time, all sorts of magical things would happen. Therefore, having a storage space would soon become commonplace, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Is there something so magical? However, his casual words made Lin Xingya even more amazed. In her gaze towards him, there was a hint of admiration. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, many people survived but had nothing to eat or drink. Yet he was out collecting supplies with robots everywhere and even had a magical storage space. She didn't know about other things, but if they emptied this supermarket, there would be enough food and clothing for several lifetimes for a few people. Don't just stand there, hurry up and catch up. Let's try to finish before dark. Seeing her still standing there, Shu Chen urged her on. To store things in the storage space, he had to physically touch them. In other words, he had to go through all the shelves one by one to empty the supermarket. With 3 floors of the supermarket plus 2 basement levels of the warehouse, it would probably take most of the day to move everything. Besides the supermarket and warehouse, there were many specialty stores on the 4th floor and above. Cleaning up zombies and collecting supplies would keep them busy for another day. Take this. After emptying the supermarket, Shu Chen led the robots straight to the underground warehouse. In order to help Lin Xingya adapt to the bloody post-apocalyptic world as soon as possible, Shu Chen handed her a baseball bat. Whether it was Xie Xiao or her, Shu Chen had no intention of protecting them under his wing or raising them as delicate flowers. Because in the cruel world after the apocalypse, it would only harm them. If one day he went elsewhere and was not in the shelter, they, without any combat experience or ability, would become lambs to be slaughtered. Therefore, after scavenging the Walmart supplies, he planned to train the 2 of them well. At least he needed to make sure they had the ability to protect themselves. With combat robots, we don't need to do anything ourselves, right? Lin Xingya took the baseball bat, feeling a bit nervous. She was afraid of zombies, so how could she dare to act? You'd better overcome your fear, because you're about to face zombies soon. By then, you either kill the zombies or get eaten by them. Shu Chen fixed his gaze on her for a moment, then said seriously, there are ready-made combat robots, so I don't need to kill zombies, right? Lin Xingya frowned, looking somewhat reluctant. Actually, zombies are not as terrifying as you think. They are slow, their movements are sluggish. As long as you smash their heads before they grab you, you can easily deal with them. Remember, the key to zombies is their heads. Once the head is gone, they are completely dead. Surviving in the future will become increasingly difficult. Without absolute strength, it's hard to survive in the apocalypse. In fact, in this survival of the fittest apocalypse, zombies are not the scariest. The most terrifying thing is actually people. Shu Chen revealed to her the weaknesses of zombies and the cruel side of this world in advance. This was the first step in training her to adapt to the end of days. He would later take her to hunt and kill zombies, training her combat skills. Click. As Shu Chen spoke, he turned on the power in the underground warehouse. In an instant, the once pitch-black warehouse was as bright as day. Having worked here for 3 years, he was very familiar with every corner of the warehouse. He knew exactly where the distribution box and lighting switches were. There are zombies. As soon as the warehouse lights came on, Lin Xingya was so scared that she grabbed his arm and pressed her body tightly against his. In her moment of fright, she was unaware that her ample chest was rubbing against Shu Chen. Don't be afraid. Following her gaze, Shu Chen saw several zombies staggering towards them. He tightened his grip on the baseball bat in his hand, patting her fragrant shoulder. I'll show you a few times, then it's your turn. With that, he walked towards the approaching zombies. The 2 robots aimed, ready to strike at any moment. Thud, thud. Shu Chen swung the baseball bat, to Lin Xingya's surprise, swiftly smashing the heads of the 2 zombies in the front. Despite his poor physical condition, having fought in the apocalypse for 3 years in his past life, he had rich combat experience. These non-evolved novice zombies posed no threat to him. Thud, thud, thud. Next, he efficiently took down 6 or 7 more zombies. When only 1 zombie was left, he put away the baseball bat and stepped back. This last one is up to you. Shu Chen patted Lin Xingya's fragrant shoulder. Don't worry, with me by your side, you'll be fine. Without hesitation, he pushed her forward 2 steps. Me. Lin Xingya glanced back at him, nervously gripping the baseball bat. Finally, encouraged by Shu Chen's eyes, she closed her eyes, raised the baseball bat, and charged towards the last zombie, shouting loudly. Thud! The baseball bat struck the zombie's shoulder heavily, causing it to pause momentarily and stop in its tracks. Ah! Lin Xingya opened her eyes to find that the zombie not only didn't fall but also turned to look at her, scaring her into dropping the baseball bat and running back. Bang! One of the robots, sensing a danger signal, decisively fired a shot. The bullet pierced through the zombie's forehead, causing it to fall to the ground. Well done. But next time you kill a zombie, keep your eyes open. Just when Lin Xingya thought Shu Chen would be disappointed in her, he unexpectedly praised her. This slightly eased her originally tense nerves. In fact, what Shu Chen said was true. Compared to most women, she did quite well. In the early days of the apocalypse, not to mention women, many men were so scared that they were completely paralyzed, lacking the courage to even run away, let alone actively attack zombies. The reason why many leaders of human survivor bases are ruthless and daring is that they are ruthless and bold. Those who are timid and weak almost all became zombie food when the zombie virus first broke out. In the apocalypse, the more timid you are, the earlier you die. Continue searching forward. After dealing with this wave of zombies, Shu Chen once again gave orders to the combat robots. Compared to outside, there were few zombies in this underground warehouse. Judging from the various clothes on them, they should be zombies from the supermarket upstairs, wandering into the underground warehouse. Because if they were staff, they would all be wearing the same blue vests. Bang, bang. In the negative second floor warehouse, there were only 7 zombies. They were all wearing blue vests, all Walmart employees. Shu Chen recognized a few of them. They were his former colleagues. Thud. Just when he thought he had dealt with all the zombies and was about to collect supplies, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the dispatch room. Go check it out. Shu Chen instructed the 2 combat robots in front. He wasn't sure if it was a member of the gang of outlaws who had slipped through the net, so it was better to be cautious. The 2 robots entered combat mode, quickly approached the dispatch room, then simultaneously lifted their feet and kicked the door. Bang! Ah! As the door was kicked open, a terrified scream came from inside. Hearing that it was a woman's voice, Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The gang of escaped outlaws were all men, which meant that the person inside was likely a survivor after the apocalypse. Xiao Shui? What are you doing here? He walked over and saw that it was the ponytailed receptionist from Baojun Building who had greeted him. Why was she not staying at Baojun Building and instead running to the supermarket warehouse? Mr. Shu. Seeing a familiar face, the ponytailed girl who had been crouching in the corner with a frightened look stood up, surprised and happy, then threw herself into his arms, crying sadly. With her soft body in his arms, he naturally welcomed her. After Xiao Shui calmed down, Shu Chen learned that after she brought in a large order for the hotel, the boss gave her 3 days off. That night, she came to invite her best friend out for dinner, but unexpectedly, the zombie virus broke out suddenly. Not only did her best friend turn into a zombie, almost all the other warehouse staff also turned into zombies. In a panic, she hid in the dispatch room and narrowly escaped. During her escape, she was grabbed by a zombie by the ankle and almost lost her life. Thinking back to the experience 3 days ago, she still felt lingering fear. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the shelter later. Shu Chen comforted her and then started scavenging. When she threw herself at him earlier, her whole body pressed against him. The feeling was wonderful. Although her figure was not as good as Lin Xingya's, she was still graceful and charming. Holding her felt very fulfilling. Unfortunately, he had work to do, and there was a third wheel behind him, otherwise, he would have taken advantage of the situation. Rustle. Shu Chen used both hands to search through the mountain of goods. In an instant, as if by magic, in Xiao Shui's astonished eyes, piles of goods disappeared. Having worked here before, Shu Chen knew that the warehouse stored a vast amount of goods, reaching up to billions. There were all kinds of grains, oils, seasonings, food, beverages, frozen goods, you name it. After finishing this round of scavenging, he could completely laze around in the shelter, living it up every day. After looting the Walmart supermarket and warehouse empty, it was already late in the day when Shu Chen returned to the shelter with the 2 women. Seeing new people joining, Xia Xiao was very happy. She led the 2 to choose 2 spacious rooms, helped them tidy up the beds, and then took them for a hot bath. After they finished washing up, Shu Chen had already brought out steaming hot food and drinks, and began to eat. Seeing the sumptuous food and drinks on the table, Lin Xingya couldn't help but take out her phone and shoot a video to post online. Over 10 kilograms of emperor crabs, wild yellow croakers. Isn't this the seafood feast we ordered a few days ago? Seeing the familiar dishes on the table, Xiao Shui was a bit surprised at first, but soon she realized. If she was not mistaken, Shu Chen knew long ago that doomsday was coming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stocked up on a 2 billion feast in advance. Nor would he have built this sturdy shelter. For a moment, she looked at Chu Chun with a hint of curiosity and awe in her eyes. This guy only brought back 1 pretty girl. I didn't expect him to bring back 2 today. In Huaxing Building, Shen Bingqian stared at the monitor. When she saw Chu Chen bringing back beautiful women continuously, she felt a strange sourness in her heart. She had asked him to rescue the people in the building, but he flatly refused. However, he was very generous in rescuing other beautiful women. This made her feel sour and a bit dissatisfied. If she had known that doomsday was coming, she would have prepared several armored vehicles in advance. Now only these vehicles could withstand zombie attacks. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Shu Chen had warned her before, but she didn't take it seriously enough. Ms. Shin, water and food are running out. Just then, an employee walked in. How long can we last with the current supplies? Shin Bingqian asked calmly without looking up. To keep everyone alive, she rationed water and food every day. 3 days had passed, and she hadn't had a full meal, feeling extremely hungry. According to the daily rationing, we can last for 2 more days at most. If everyone eats freely, maybe just 1 more meal. If supplies don't arrive soon, we might not even last 5 days. The employee explained the current difficulties they were facing. I see, you can go now. Shin Bingxian furrowed her brows slightly, then dismissed the employee. She stared at the monitor, pondering a solution. The so-called rescue from above was just a pie in the sky she painted for everyone. In reality, various government departments and military zones were already in chaos. They were powerless to save themselves, let alone come to their rescue. In this situation, the only one who could save them was that guy Chu Chen. Finally, she picked up her phone and dialed Chu Chen's number with determination. Let's make a deal. I have a batch of weapons and equipment, are you interested? After the call connected, Shin Bingxian went straight to the point. What kind of weapons do you have? Chu Chen lazily asked on the other end, seemingly not very interested. Automatic rifles, anti-tank missiles. Enough to equip a company. If you rescue my people, I will give you these weapons. Shin Bingxian knew he wouldn't lose out, so she proposed the deal to him. How many people do you have left? Although tempted by the weapons, Chu Chen did not agree immediately. 32, mostly male employees. 21 of them are security personnel, all retired soldiers who passed the government's background check. Seeing Chu Chen not rejecting outright, Shin Bingxian's heart was filled with a glimmer of hope. She detailed the situation of the remaining employees in the company to him. No wonder no one dared to provoke their base in the previous life. On the other end of the phone, hearing what she said, Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. In the previous life, the ice and snow castle led by Shin Bingxian, even the most vicious and evil strongmen like the morning leopard and four-eyed chicken dared not provoke them. Because besides Shin Bingxian, the ice and snow queen, there were over 20 awakened ability users in the castle. Moreover, the people in the castle were very united, and there were never any rumors of discord. If he guessed correctly, these over 20 awakened ability users were most likely the security personnel. In the previous life, scientists discovered through research that this ancient virus was like a machine designed to eliminate humans. Most of those with poor physical fitness have turned into zombies. Among the surviving humans, the timid and weak are the first to become the blood feast for the zombies. On the other hand, those who awaken special abilities are mostly strong-willed survivors. Although the apocalypse is like hell on earth, it must be said that the scientist's metaphor for the virus is quite appropriate. The reason why Shin Bingxian has so many awakeners under her command should be related to the physical and mental qualities of these security personnel. Thinking about this, Chu Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. I can save you. However, I have two conditions. After a moment of thought, Chu Chen finally spoke up. According to the trajectory of the previous life, these people would eventually leave the building in search of food when they had no other options. By then, they would realize that zombies are not as terrifying as they seem. They would then form teams to hunt and gather supplies. In other words, even without his help, Shin Bingxian and her group would still thrive. In that case, why not take advantage of the situation and agree to her request, thus bringing this strong team under his command? What conditions? Inside the office of Huaxing Group, when Shin Bingxian heard Chu Chen agreeing to help, her beautiful eyes lit up. The first condition was acceptable, as it was only fair for them to follow his orders after he saved them. However, the second condition made her feel uneasy and embarrassed. Bringing back 3 beautiful women in 2 days and still thinking about her. Isn't this being greedy? Disgusting. Shin Bingxian cursed silently in her heart, then calmed herself and said, "All right, I agree to your terms." Although she felt a bit frustrated, she had no choice but to agree since help was not coming. Otherwise, she and her group would starve to death in the building. "All right, I'll send food over tomorrow. Get them ready to receive it. As for the weapons you mentioned, keep them for your own use." Seeing her agree readily, Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In the previous life, Shin Bingxian was the formidable Ice Queen, not just in the Pudong area but globally, with few surpassing her strength. Her group was also filled with individuals with special abilities. Bringing this group under his command would make them a force to be reckoned with in all of Pudong. "So, you mean, we should stay here?" Shin Bingxian frowned as she listened to him. Over at Huaxing Shopping Mall, not only were there sturdy walls, but also a large stockpile of supplies and food. According to her estimates, in the past 10 days alone, there were hundreds of vehicles carrying beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and pork, grains, oil, water, vegetables, fruits, the list goes on. She asked for his help to lead her group to the supermarket. However, from what he implied, it seemed like he would only send some food over and have them stay here. That's right. Actually, Huaxing Building is also a good stronghold. It has only one entrance, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. The only downside is the lack of supplies. But don't worry, I'll help you with the supplies. On the phone, Chu Chen gave a definite answer. Shin Bingxian felt relieved when he mentioned helping with the supplies. As long as he could solve their food and clothing needs, it didn't matter where they stayed. After hanging up the phone, she immediately ordered, "Bring out all the water and food, everyone can eat as they please. Hold the knife like this. Yes, use both hands, exert force, and arch your hips, this way you can fully unleash your body's explosive power. Today, we'll practice knife grip and arm strength, and from now on, do 500 pull-ups every day." The next day, in the courtyard of the supermarket, Shuchen stood behind Lin Xingya, teaching her how to hold and wield a knife step by step. However, one was arching her back, assuming a posture ready to wield a knife. The other stood behind, hands supporting her knife-holding arm, in a stance as if preparing to whip a horse to drive a carriage. The two of them looked quite picturesque. Do you really need to arch your back when holding the knife? When preparing to wield the knife with force, don't you need to bend your waist? And if you bend your waist, don't you need to arch your back? But why are you standing behind me with a stick pressed against me? Ahem, natural reaction, natural response. Shuchen shamelessly took advantage of Lin Xingya, making the beautiful Lin feel both embarrassed and helpless. When she came back yesterday, she was wearing a set of professional OL attire. Although she deliberately wore a size larger, her chest was still pushed up, and the formal skirt ended up looking like a tight-fitting skirt on her. After taking a bath last night, she wanted to change her dirty clothes, so she asked Shu Chen for a clean set of clothes. As a result, this guy gave her a set of yoga clothes, claiming it was for convenience in hunting zombies and beneficial for combat. However, after putting on this set of yoga clothes, her measurements of 92-63-96 made her figure look even more curvaceous. That was not all. Early this morning, under the guise of training, he shamelessly took advantage of her. It made her feel like a deer had run wild in her heart. Train your arm strength well. Otherwise, you won't be able to grip the steering wheel properly when driving. After a few reminders, Shu Chen stored 2 combat vehicles and 3 combat robots in the storage space, then drove away from the shelter in a combat vehicle. Speeding all the way, half an hour later, they finally arrived at the foot of Huashingdasha. The roar of the combat vehicle's engine attracted many zombies. Shu Chen parked and turned off the engine, then lay back in the seat to rest. After about 10 minutes, the group of zombies that were helpless against the combat vehicle gradually left to roam elsewhere. Seeing the zombies leave, Shu Chen had the 3 combat robots guard behind him as he entered the washing building. Yes, he did indeed enter. Because the main entrance of the building had been sealed off, if it were all opened, the zombies would rush in. Therefore, only a small opening could be made to let him in. Where are the supplies? Inside the building, seeing Shu Chen coming in empty-handed, Shen Bingqian asked angrily. He promised to solve their supply problem, but he came empty-handed? Last night, she had ordered the remaining water and food to be consumed. They were still hungry this morning. If food was not delivered today, they would have to go hungry. For a moment, Shen Bingqian felt like she was being played. "They're with me," Shu Chen said, waving his right hand, and in an instant, a large pile of things appeared on the ground in front of him. There were grains, oils, rice, meat, vegetables, fruits, wooden beds with bedding, even 2 steaming seafood dishes, and 2 bottles of high-quality wine. "Where did you get all this from?" Shen Bingqian circled around him, curious. At this moment, not only her, but everyone present was stunned. Such a large pile of things couldn't possibly be hidden on his person. "These are things I took out from the storage space. The vegetables and fruits from the vegetable wholesale market, as well as items from Walmart, were all stored in my storage space. The food I've collected now is enough for you to eat for hundreds of years." Shu Chen didn't hide anything and openly revealed his secret. In a few days, among the survivors, there would be many awakening supernatural abilities, and there would be quite a few people awakening spatial abilities. Therefore, he didn't need to hide these secrets at all. On the contrary, showcasing one's abilities and strengths can make these people submit even more, which is beneficial for winning their hearts. "So, before the zombie virus outbreak, did you store all the goods from dozens of cars in the storage space?" Shen Bingqian's beautiful eyes blinked lightly, asking with both surprise and joy. A dozen days ago, in order to monitor those 10 sets of single combat robots and 5 infantry fighting vehicles, she would keep an eye on the monitoring screen whenever she had time. She could see clearly the vehicles coming in and out of the supermarket courtyard gate. At that time, several slaughterhouses were delivering goods to the supermarket, all of them weighing over 10 tons. Besides meat, there were also bottled water, liquefied gas, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, seafood, various vegetables, fruits, and so on. There were over 60 cars every day. She used to wonder where all these goods were being sent to, because if all those goods were piled up together, they would be higher than a whole building. Now she finally understood that this guy had stored everything in the storage space. With hundreds of cars of food, along with vegetables and fruits from the wholesale market, and items from Walmart, they wouldn't be able to finish eating all of this in 100 years. It seems that this guy must have known about the apocalypse long ago. Otherwise, why would he hoard so much stuff? He practically emptied the entire city of food and meat. Is this cooked by Beos and Lu? Just then, an employee saw the 2 steaming dishes and his eyes widened in surprise. That's right. Before the apocalypse, I ordered over 2 billion worth of seafood feasts from Beos and Lu. I also ordered 1,000 tables of banquets from a restaurant. My storage space has a function, which is time suspension. Put in hot meals, no matter how long it has been, when you take them out, they are still hot. However, these dishes are not for you to eat. If you want to eat delicious food, I have all kinds of meat, vegetables, seasonings, pots, bowls, pans, and gas cylinders here. You can cook by yourselves. Shu Chen nodded, unabashedly stating. His casual words shocked everyone, especially Shin Bingqian, who was first surprised, then ecstatic. This guy wanted her to be his woman, so does that mean she would have the chance to eat these seafood feasts in the future? Although Beos and Lu's dishes were expensive, 2 billion could definitely get a lot of seafood. With so many delicious dishes, this guy probably wouldn't finish eating them in his lifetime. If she asked, maybe she could also enjoy a few hearty meals. After being hungry for several days, she couldn't help but salivate at the thought. From now on, I will take care of all the food and supplies you need here. But I have 2 conditions. Shu Chen turned to Shin Bingqian beside him. Ms. Shin, please explain the agreement we reached to them. Alright, cough. Shin Bingqian cleared her throat and said, I guess you have already guessed. Now that the world is in chaos, the military and government departments are all busy with their own affairs and have no ability to carry out rescue operations. So, we can only find a way ourselves. We can't rely on the authorities, and the streets are full of zombies. The only one who can save us is Mr. Shu. He has 5 infantry fighting vehicles and 10 sets of single combat robot systems. As you saw just now, only infantry fighting vehicles can restrain the zombies. These armored vehicles are impenetrable to zombies. Therefore, in Pujiang, only Mr. Shu can save us. I have made an agreement with him. He will provide us with supplies in the future, and we must obey his commands unconditionally. From today, I am terminating our employment relationship, and Shu Chen will be your boss and leader. You must obey all his orders unconditionally. Shin Bingqian announced the final decision in a commanding tone. What? Is the company going to dissolve? It's the apocalypse, can we still keep the company running? Although President Shin is the head of a grand corporation, she is ultimately a weak woman. In this apocalyptic world, having business acumen alone is not enough. Strength is also required. How can we go out to deal with zombies without it? But this Mr. Shu seems not bad either. He has hoarded so many supplies, and there's even a combat vehicle. Following him, at least we won't have to worry about food and drink. Yes, look at the internet now. Many people are starving, they don't even have food to eat. That's right, Mr. Shu saved us, so it's only right for us to follow his orders. As Shin Bingqian's voice fell, the employees began to whisper and discuss in low voices. Although they had a new boss, everyone could accept it. They were company employees, they were hired personnel to begin with. Changing bosses was like changing jobs, and the treatment of this new job was quite good. Even though they were only provided with food, in this apocalyptic world, food was a precious commodity. There were people offering 1 billion to buy a box of instant noodles, but no one was willing to sell. Some were even willing to offer piles of gold just to exchange for a few pounds of rice and flour. Unfortunately, despite offering such high prices, no one traded with them. Because in this apocalyptic world, money and gold were no different from trash, food was the scarce resource. Therefore, Shu Chen providing them with food and drink not only saved their lives but also could be considered as offering them a sky-high salary. You haven't finished yet? There's still one condition you haven't mentioned. After everyone quieted down, Shu Chen looked at Shin Bingqian and said seriously, this. Shin Bingqian blushed, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her autumn-like beautiful eyes. However, under Shu Chen's unwavering gaze, she could only steel herself and continue. Clause 2 of the agreement, I become his woman. As she finished speaking, she deliberately lowered her voice, and a blush appeared on her delicate face. The usually aloof Ice Queen CEO showed a glimpse of a vulnerable woman in front of her employees for the first time. This surprised everyone and made them want to laugh. Alright, quickly clean up the things on the floor. You, come with me. After Shin Bingqian finished speaking, she picked up the 2 steaming dishes and 2 bottles of wine and walked into the elevator. Shu Chen hesitated for a moment, then followed. You really have great means. You swindled 20 billion from me first and bought the supermarket. Now the whole company is under your control. Even I, your boss, is under your control. Back in her office, Shin Bingqian said angrily. Her tone contained a mix of annoyance and resentment. But I am also saving you at the same time. Chu Chen smirked, pretending to be innocent. Tell me, how did you know about the apocalypse? And how did you know the secrets of my company? I checked your background. Normally, you shouldn't know the password for the president's private elevator, let alone know about the company's hidden spies. Shen Bingqian opened the warm dishes, poured herself a glass of wine, and then asked the questions that puzzled her. I want to know the whole truth. Shen Bingqian took a sip of wine and asked with a full heart of doubt. This guy not only knew about the spy within Huaxing but also knew that Huaxing was about to be acquired by foreign capital. He even knew how many bullets were in her self-defense pistol. It was precisely because of this intelligence on these secrets that she trusted him so much and gave him 20 billion without hesitation. But now, thinking about it, there must be some secret behind this. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person with a clean background know so many secrets? She planned to ask all these doubts today. Otherwise, she was about to become his woman, yet she knew nothing about his situation. She wanted to understand him well, to figure out his true colors, so she could be at ease. If I told you that I have been reborn from the apocalypse, would you believe me? Chu Chen stared at her for a moment, then his expression turned serious as he said, Rebirth? Who are you trying to fool? Shen Bingqian thought he was joking with her, gave him an annoyed look, then picked up a piece of seafood to feed herself. Suddenly, as she was about to put it in her mouth, she paused with the chopsticks in midair. Really? Her beautiful eyes widened, staring intently at him, as if trying to find a hint of doubt in his eyes. Soon, there will be beasts undergoing mutations. In the next few days, among the surviving humans, some will awaken special abilities. These abilities are diverse. Some have spatial abilities, able to store a large amount of things within their bodies. Some can control fire, some can control mutant beasts, some can control zombies. 6 months later, humans who awaken abilities will explore a set of cultivation methods. 1 year later, powerful ability users can instantly wipe out thousands of people, and at that time, conventional weapons will gradually lose their appeal. 2 years later, humanity will completely enter the era of cultivation. And the secret of Huaxing is what you told me in the apocalypse. Chu Chen didn't directly answer her, but continued, if you don't believe me, wait a few days and see if what I said is true or false. He told her the secret of rebirth because he simply couldn't deceive her, and he had another purpose. Before long, there will be a water and electricity outage. Let them store more water, for future bathing. I left behind a few sets of cooking utensils, high-power diesel generators, and solar generators. Also left them 2 armored vehicles. These supplies should be enough for them to use for now, if not, we'll see. Seeing Shen Bingqian standing there as if frozen, Chu Chen thought she didn't believe him, so he stood up, gave some instructions, and was about to leave. Wait. No need to wait a few days, I believe you. Seeing him about to leave, Shen Bingqian quickly stopped him. In fact, after a little thought, she believed about 70 to 80% of what he had just said. Because this guy's background had been thoroughly investigated by the security department, everything from where he studied, where he worked, who he had contact with, his phone call records over the years, even the comments he left online, were all investigated in detail. However, the investigation results showed that he was just an extremely ordinary person. Yet, he knew many secrets of Huaxing. These secrets were not even accessible to the intelligence agencies of Western powers, let alone an ordinary person like him. Therefore, besides rebirth, there seemed to be no other reason. Moreover, after witnessing his miraculous storage space earlier, the idea of his rebirth didn't seem so far-fetched. Oh, good that you believe. Tell them to prepare for the water and electricity outage. Chu Chen nodded casually, seeming indifferent to whether she believed him or not. There's something I want to ask you. How did I fare in the apocalypse? Did I awaken any abilities? Shen Bingqian saw him about to leave, so she hurriedly asked about her situation in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, you were a powerful ice queen. You did very well. Chu Chen gazed at her delicate and beautiful face for a moment, then smiled and said, Really? Then wasn't I at a loss in our deal yesterday? Shen Bingqian first showed joy in her eyes, then furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of regret even flashed across her beautiful and cold face. But your ability was given by me. Just as she was feeling a bit regretful, Chu Chen poured cold water on her. I awakened the Holy Spirit Constitution, and any woman who becomes mine, shares intimacy with me, will awaken abilities. Moreover, the more times, the more terrifying the awakened abilities. In other words, in the previous life, you were actually my wife, and with my help, you awakened the powerful ice and snow ability. Chu Chen transformed into a charlatan, solemnly starting to deceive. The reason he confessed his identity as a reincarnator just now was to capture her as soon as possible. If he waited for her to awaken her powers and become the Ice Queen, it would be difficult to deceive her into his hands later. Let me sleep with you? Shen Bingxian's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at him with half belief and half doubt. In her cold eyes, a hint of anger flashed. According to him, did she have to sleep with him to gain powers? Why did that sound a bit absurd? Someone will awaken their powers soon. If you don't believe me, see if you can awaken your powers without my help. Shu Chen was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time. In his past life, she awakened her powers half a month after the apocalypse, almost 10 days later compared to the first group of awakeners. After the first group awakened their powers, if she hadn't awakened hers by then, she would definitely come looking for him. Oh, by the way, if you want to awaken your powers, do it quickly. If you delay, you may not become a powerful ice queen. Also, the more times you awaken, the stronger your powers will be. Think about it carefully, and when you're ready, come find me anytime. Shu Chun pretended to kindly remind her. Then, without lingering, he left after leaving behind cooking supplies, 2 sets of generators, and 2 armored vehicles. Is this guy telling the truth or not? In the office, Shen Bingxian pondered while eating. If this guy was lying, would she end up losing her virginity to him? But if he was telling the truth, and she slept with him too late, her awakened powers would be weak. For a moment, she was quite conflicted, unsure whether to believe him or not. Manager Shen. Just as she was in a dilemma, a network monitoring staff member ran up holding a phone. What's wrong? Shen Bingxian refocused, furrowing her brows. Take a look at this video, it was captured by the intersection surveillance. A giant lizard over 10 meters long, walking upright and spewing a large flame. It set an oil depot on fire. And this stray dog suddenly transformed into something resembling a young calf, shimmering with lightning. This small python transformed into a dragon within 2 hours, growing 4 legs and increasing its size tenfold. All of this was captured by the intersection surveillance cameras. The employee played the videos on the phone one by one, leaving Shen Bingxian wide-eyed in astonishment. Shu Chen had just mentioned that beasts would mutate soon, and people would awaken their powers in the coming days. However, shortly after he left, videos of beast mutations appeared online. Had he already seen these videos online before he arrived? Are there many videos like this online now? After a moment of surprise, Shen Bingxian regained her composure and asked to confirm her suspicions. These videos were automatically detected from our company's information storage database. These events occurred in the past 2 hours. Currently, there are no videos of beast mutations online. The employee shook his head. What? Nothing online? Shen Bingxian's expression froze, a hint of disbelief flashing in her autumn-like beautiful eyes. Besides military projects, Huaxing Company also engaged in security, electronic surveillance, optical lenses, and other businesses. Their company's surveillance equipment not only had many private users but also supplied products for public road surveillance systems nationwide. The video data captured by these surveillance devices would be stored in the company's database and service fees would be charged to users monthly. Therefore, they could access surveillance footage from all over the country in real time. To combat social crimes, Huaxing Company has developed an automatic detection system. If someone commits a crime, causes an accident, or any supernatural phenomenon occurs, the system will detect it and automatically alert the online monitoring personnel. In other words, these surveillance videos detected by the system have just happened and have not been spread online yet, and Chuchen did not see them in advance. For a moment, she was stunned and her mind became even more chaotic. If what Chuchen said earlier was true, does that mean she has to go and sleep with him? Otherwise, she won't be able to awaken her abilities. She dismissed the employee, furrowed her brows in thought for a moment, and then dialed Chuchen's phone number. You're ready so soon? I've parked 2 battle cars outside the building. Come find me if you're ready. As soon as the call connected, Chuchen's annoying voice came through. Earlier you mentioned awakening the Holy Spirit Constitution? Have you awakened it now? Shen Bingxian didn't respond to his words but asked about the matter at hand. Of course, my spatial abilities have awakened. What about my Holy Spirit Constitution? Chuchen continued to deceive without batting an eye. In the previous life, we met after 10 days, got to know each other, fell in love, and half a year later, with my help, successfully awakened the ice and snow abilities. If you want to have self-protection in this chaotic world, it's best to become my woman as soon as possible. Before he could finish, Shen Bingxian hung up the phone. Chuchen wasn't angry and continued to watch the lively chat in the homeowners group. We've run out of food at home, can any neighbor share some with us? Don't worry, I'll pay a high price. We only have less than 2 pounds of rice left at home. Starting today we'll have to prepare to drink porridge. Director Gua, you keep saying to wait for rescue. When is the rescue coming? If it doesn't come soon, we'll starve to death. According to the higher-ups, This is a global disaster. Each grassroots unit has to find a way to save themselves. Director Gua, does this mean the country is abandoning us? It's not abandonment, it's just that they can't spare manpower for now. Who has more food at home? Please share with everyone. The more difficult the situation, the more we need to unite. Don't worry, once the country controls the epidemic, they won't forget about you. Now the neighborhood is full of zombies. Even if there's food, we can't get it. Yes, if we don't clear the zombies, even if there's food, we can't get it. I have a plan, but I don't know if you have the courage. Jiwoo, what's your plan? Every male homeowner in each household should come out with weapons and clear the zombies in each unit building. Then clear the zombies in the neighborhood courtyard. After clearing the zombies, seal the main gate, and then we'll be safe. Once the neighborhood is safe, we can organize people to go out and find food. With so many supermarkets, do you think we won't find any? Just the stock in the restaurant downstairs in my building is enough for us to eat for a few days. From my observation these past few days, those zombies are slow. As long as we act quickly, we can take them all out. Everyone think about it, if you want to survive, act quickly, otherwise, the food in the supermarket will belong to others. Is there even a need to think? If you don't want to starve to death, grab your weapons and come out. The men from Building 5, Unit 1, if you're real men, come out with me, Su Jiwoo, to kill the zombies. In the homeowners group, spurred on by Su Jiwoo, many people responded. However, although many responded, most chose to remain silent. After all, outside were terrifying zombies, let alone killing them. Just looking down from upstairs would make them tremble with fear. Chuchen was not surprised by the spontaneous actions of the homeowners. In the previous life, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, those who had nothing to eat began to band together to clear out the zombies. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 days, over 100 neighborhoods in Pujiang will become safe zones. Realizing that zombies are not as terrifying, people will take to the streets to search for supplies and kill zombies. 10 days later, most of the zombies roaming the streets will be eliminated. After seeing the lively discussions in the homeowners group, Chuchen turned the car around and headed straight to the wetland park in the suburbs. There, a blood-red fruit grows, consuming which awakens the ancient bloodline. In the past, Pujiang had 2 tyrants, both powerful awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities. One was called Sang Biao, and the other was called Four-Eyed Chicken. Sang Biao awakened the ancient bloodline, and it was said that zombies would kneel before him in submission. Under the powerful bloodline suppression, he even recruited 2 zombie kings as his subordinates. Four-Eyed Chicken was even more formidable. Awakening the ancient dragon bloodline allowed him to control mutant beasts. Sang Biao's awakening of the ancient bloodline was purely coincidental. Legend has it that he, hungry and unable to find food in the city teeming with zombies, ventured to the wetland park in the suburbs to find some fruits to satisfy his hunger. Unexpectedly, he found a blood-red fruit that, upon consumption, awakened his abilities. Chuchen, reborn in this life, prepared to act in advance and seize Sang Biao's opportunity. Biao, those homeowners are unwilling to share their food. They even called us a gang. Inside the property office of Belixio district, a bald man with a large gold chain around his neck walked over. Are they defying us? Daring to disobey my orders? Sang Biao slammed the table, standing up angrily. When we were clearing the zombies, not a single one of them helped. Now that we've cleaned up all the zombies in the neighborhood, they are unwilling to share their food? Tell them, if they don't pay protection fees, I'll send people to clean them up house by house. I told them. But those homeowners simply won't listen. They even said they would unite against us. Now they've sealed off the doors of the building, not letting us in. The bald man with the gold chain wore a pained expression, saying helplessly, "Damn, these ungrateful bastards. If they don't pay protection fees, what will we eat tomorrow?" I thought that after clearing out the zombies in the neighborhood, we could easily control them. I didn't expect these bastards to not fear us. Sang Biao paced back and forth in anger. In the past few years, with the crackdown on crime and corruption, the underworld organizations, could no longer operate as before and had to transition into property management. He was no exception and got into the property business as well. Little did he know that just as he was getting established and turning over a new leaf, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. Now, it was hard to say whether they could even survive, let alone make a fortune with their brothers. Since those bastards won't give it, we'll go and take it from them. Inform the brothers, arm themselves, and first take down Block 3, Unit 1. Break through the unit's door first, then we'll clean them up house by house. By then, we'll take all the food and all the pretty women. Now that chaos reigns, might makes right, and whoever has the bigger fist makes the rules. There are many beautiful women in this neighborhood. Tell the brothers, if they want women, they must fight for them with all their might. After pacing for a while, Sang Biao finally made a decision. Is this Is this okay, Biao? We only have about 10 brothers, but there are thousands of people in the neighborhood, at least 1 or 2,000 men alone. What if they resist and fight back, and we end up getting hurt? Feeling that his decision was too crazy, the bald man with the gold chain stood still. What are you afraid of? If you're not afraid of zombies, would you be afraid of living people? Block 3, Unit 1 houses many beautiful women. After we take it, each of you will get a beauty. When the time comes, there will be food to eat, beautiful women to admire, and we will be living like immortals. Sang Biao painted a rosy picture for his men. Alright, I'll take the brothers to Building 3, Unit 1. De Jinlian seemed persuaded, his eyes brightened, and he hurried off. Watching him leave, Sang Biao quickly closed the door, took out a packet of instant noodles, and devoured it hungrily. In no time, the packet was empty. Yesterday, he told his men there was no food left, but he had actually hidden 2 packets of instant noodles on himself. Despite being the leader, he didn't dare to eat alone openly, wanting his men to be loyal to him. Once the instant noodles are gone, what will I do? After patting his stomach, Sang Biao looked out at the wetland park, feeling anxious. He had one last packet of instant noodles, and if his gang couldn't find food today, he would go hungry tomorrow. Be quiet, don't make a sound. If those zombies hear us, we're done for. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly saw 2 teenagers, about 16 or 17 years old, sneaking from the wetland park into the residential area. Climbing over the wall, they held a rope and were about to climb up the water pipe to the building. In their arms, they seemed to be carrying peaches and green-skinned bananas. Belixio district was adjacent to the wetland park, with only a wall separating 2 buildings from the park. Inside the wetland park were banana trees and peach blossoms for public enjoyment. At this time of year, the peach blossoms had withered, indicating it was peach season. You 2 brats, share some with me. Just as the 2 were about to climb up using the rope, Sang Biao pushed open the window and shouted at them. These 2 were children of homeowners in the building near the wetland park. They were lowered from their homes with a rope, then they would find fruits in the park and return the same way, avoiding the zombies' territory without passing through the stairs or the courtyard. Since the wetland park was rarely visited, there were few zombies. Perhaps the zombies that couldn't find food had already left the park, leaving it empty. Hurry up! Climb up quickly! As soon as he shouted, the 2 children became even more frightened and climbed into their window with the rope. Damn it! Sang Biao cursed in frustration, planning to do the same. If there was no food left, he would climb over the wall to the wetland park to find some fruits. Ding, ding. Just as he was thinking about finding food, someone suddenly called him on WeChat voice call. He glanced at it and impatiently answered the call. Hey, Biao, it's Dongzi. Do you want in on a big deal? As soon as the call connected, a stranger's voice came through. He had no idea who this person was on WeChat, and even after the name was mentioned, he couldn't recall. Having met too many people in his position, sometimes adding friends at a drinking table led to no further contact. What big deal? Sang Biao asked disdainfully, crossing his legs. You know Washing Shopping Mall, right? They have stockpiled a large amount of supplies. We've been working as loaders there for about 10 days, with over 60 trucks delivering goods every day. Just for beef and lamb, over 200 trucks have been there. Biscuits, instant noodles, bottled water, fruits, and vegetables, more than 300 trucks. If we take over that place, we won't be able to finish eating for generations. Dongzi sounded excited on the phone. Really? Sang Biao, who was previously indifferent, suddenly became interested. I wouldn't dare lie to you. If you don't believe me, ask the owner of Drunken Wind Hotel. I heard the supermarket owner lives in the same neighborhood as Su Jiwu. Dongzi said confidently. He often went to the drunken Qingfeng Riverside restaurant to eat, and he became acquainted with Su Jiwu. From Su Jiwu, he learned that Chu Chen lived in the Legion Garden community. That's great. If this is true, I'll take care of this deal. Is this the fruit? In the wetland park, Chu Chen looked at the banana tree over 10 meters high, feeling slightly surprised. Hanging from the canopy of the banana tree was a blood-red flower. In the center of the flower was a blood-red fruit the size of a baby's head. Above the fruit, there was a layer of colorful light swirling around. It seemed to be absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, the flower opening and closing like a person's mouth. If he wasn't mistaken, this fruit should be the one that could awaken the ancient bloodline of the blood ancestors. Crack! Chu Chen didn't care if the fruit was ripe. He climbed up and picked it, then took a bite. In an instant, a sweet and refreshing juice filled his mouth. Is it still sweet? After taking a bite, Chu Chen was quite surprised. He never expected that this strange-looking fruit would taste so good. Before long, he had eaten the fruit along with the flower completely. After standing still for a while and finding no changes in his body, he drove back to the shelter. The awakening of abilities varies from person to person, some experience great pain, some have visions, while others feel nothing. Chu Chen didn't know what would happen to his body after eating the fruit. Therefore, after returning to the supermarket, he locked himself in his room, prepared to accept any changes in his body. However, after a long time, he surprisingly felt no changes in his body. He took off his shirt and carefully examined himself, finding that his body seemed a bit stronger than before, but there were no other changes. I envy you, you still have seafood to eat. I only have a few pounds of rice left, and half a bottle of kimchi. Cousin, should I talk to Brother Chu and bring you over too? Forget it, it's already good enough that he can take care of you, I can't trouble him anymore. Wait, let me go downstairs and see. It seems like the property management people are smashing our unit door. Why is the property management smashing your unit door? After they cleaned up the zombies in the community, they asked each homeowner to give them some food as protection money. We homeowners are running out of food. How can we spare any for them? They're collecting protection money? This is just like the mafia. Oh no, they've broken down the unit door. Cousin, are you okay? Do you want me to come and help you? You take care of yourself, don't worry about me. Ah, they're rushing in. Upstairs, Xiaoxue was chatting on WeChat voice with her cousin Liuyu when suddenly, a scream came from the phone, followed by a series of footsteps. Dr. Luo, don't run, you can't escape from our hands, huh? Don't worry, you're so pretty, we won't hurt you. As long as you behave and serve us well, I promise we won't mistreat you. Locking yourself at home won't help. With that fire door of yours, we can open it with a few tries. Xiaoxue heard her cousins gasping and several men's voices through the phone. Besides that, there were noisy footsteps, as if many people were running in the corridor. Realizing that her cousin was in trouble, Xiaoxue hurried downstairs, didn't even knock on the door, and rushed in. Brother Chu, please save my cousin, she seems to be in trouble. She implored urgently, not even noticing that Chu Chen was shirtless. What's going on? Tell me slowly. Chu Chen put on his coat and asked calmly. It's like this, my cousin lives in the Boli community. After the security guards there cleaned up the zombies, they demanded protection fees from the residents, giving them food as payment. When the residents refused, they resorted to direct looting. I was just on a video call with my cousin when I heard them chasing her. They even said my cousin should serve them. My cousin is the beauty of their hospital, if they lay a hand on her. Xiaoxue said, tears welling up in her eyes. Chu, please hurry and save my cousin. If you're late, my cousin will be in danger. Xiaoxue wiped away her tears, urging anxiously. As long as you save my cousin, I'll do anything for you in the future. Seeing him still leisurely dressing, Xiaoxue quickly promised benefits. Really? Would you be willing to have me as your woman? Chu Chen asked with a playful look as he buttoned his shirt. In fact, he had no intention of saving anyone, not even Xiaoxue's family. He was not a saint, nor did he want to be one. But when she mentioned her cousin being the hospital's beauty, he suddenly became interested. It wouldn't be long before water and electricity were cut off, and even the network would be interrupted. By then, there would be no entertainment other than playing housewives. So, stocking up on some beauties now would prevent loneliness in the future. I'm willing. Xiaoxue nodded without hesitation. As long as you can save my cousin, I'll be your woman tonight. To prompt Chu Chen to act quickly, she eagerly promised benefits. Deal. Let's go. Chu Chen said, walking briskly downstairs, followed by 3 robots, driving a combat vehicle towards the Boli community. Boli community? Wasn't that the territory of the gang from the previous life? On the way, Chu Chen suddenly remembered that the gang used to occupy that community. Back then, the gang, with ancient bloodline heritage, claimed all nearby communities as their territory. Any beautiful women in his territory, as long as they had some charm, would be forcibly taken by him. Sometimes, for fun, he would directly force himself on a woman in front of her husband. Those men who obediently accepted it kept their lives. Anyone who showed the slightest dissatisfaction was fed to the zombies. It seemed like this trip wasn't in vain. He might even meet that gang leader. In the previous life, he was ruthless. Once, he almost razed his shelter to the ground just to snatch Lin Xingya. Later, the Ice Queen intervened, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Run, where else can you run to? Puff, puff, puff. In the corridor of Building 3, Unit 1 in the Boli community, a group of property guards wielding machetes were chasing down male residents. Anyone running slowly was hacked to death by them. Block the corridor, smash the doors on each floor. Men are just a waste of food alive, kill them all. As long as the women are pretty, keep them all. Boss Biao said, each person gets a woman tonight, enjoy yourselves. Big Gold Chain waved the machete in his hand, grinning wickedly. Second brother, I just saw Dr. Luo. That woman with long legs. So beautiful. Big breasts, round buttocks, saw her in tight jeans the other day, had a good time 3 times at night. She's the most beautiful woman in our community. We used to only dare to look, but now our brothers can take turns with her. She lives on the 15th floor, should we take care of her first? In the corridor of Building 3, Unit 1 in the bully community, a few property guards with lecherous eyes said, "Let me call the boss first. Dr. Luo is the boss's dream lover. Every time he sees her, his eyes light up. Let the boss have his fun first, and then we can take turns." Upon hearing it was the beautiful Dr. Luo, Big Gold Chain quickly called Boss Biao. Not long after, it was heard that Luo Yuyu was still alive and had not turned into a zombie. Sang Biao, excited, ran over. He had been craving Luo Yuyu for quite some time now. With the chaos in the world today, no one was in charge, so he could do whatever he wanted. Where's the elevator? What's wrong with this elevator? Sang Biao ran over and pressed it several times with no response, angrily questioning his younger brother. Biao, they cut off the power to the elevator. Now we can only take the stairs. The stairs above have also been blocked with beds, chairs, sofas, tables, TVs, filling the hallway. De Jinlian hurried down from upstairs and explained the situation inside the building. These fools, do they think they can escape by breaking the elevator? Follow me, let's go to the 15th floor. Sang Biao, who had been hungry for days, couldn't wait to have his way with Luo Yuyu, so he impatiently led his men upstairs. But the more anxious he was, the more he seemed unable to achieve his goal. The hallway was filled with debris, even smeared with feces and grease. Climbing several floors, it took him nearly 20 minutes to reach the 15th floor. Dr. Luo, open the door obediently. Don't worry, I won't harm you. If you don't open up, I'll break the door down. Arriving at the 15th floor, Sang Biao straightened his hair, knocked on the door properly, but there was no response from inside. Since you won't accept my goodwill, you guys, break the door down for me. Seeing no response from inside, Sang Biao quickly lost his patience. He waved his hand behind him, and 2 security guards carrying large machetes approached. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 strong men swung their machetes at the door handle, trying to break the lock and force their way in. They're breaking the door, about to break in. What should we do, Sob? Inside the armored vehicle, Xiao Shui was worried about her cousin's safety. As soon as they left the shelter, she called Luo Yuyu. The 2 kept the call connected, and when they heard the property security guards breaking the door, Xiao Shui was also anxious, urging Chu Chen to drive faster. Don't be afraid, we're almost there. After urging Chu Chen, Xiao Shui quickly reassured her cousin. How many of you are coming? On the phone, Luo Yuyu stopped crying, her voice trembling as she asked. 2 people. Then don't come, go back quickly, it's like walking into a lion's den. If I get caught alone, it's fine, but I can't let you get involved. Hearing that there were only 2 of them, Luo Yuyu urgently asked them to go back, advising them not to make any unnecessary sacrifices. This made Chu Chen, who was beside her, have a bit more favorable impression of this so-called campus beauty. Usually, it's in the most dangerous situations that one can see if a person is selfish and trustworthy. Why aren't there any zombies following us? Suddenly, he noticed a strange phenomenon. When driving the armored vehicle through the streets, many zombies would chase after the sound. Wherever they went, the area behind the vehicle would be filled with zombies. After the vehicle stopped, many zombies would even come closer, desperately trying to grab and pull the armored vehicle. However, today was a bit strange. After the vehicle stopped, the zombies did not come closer. Instead, they all stayed 10 steps away. Big brother Chu, hurry and save my cousin, they've kicked the door open. Xiao Shui behind him urged anxiously. Just after her cousin advised them to go back, she heard the sound of the door being kicked in, and then the voice call was cut off. At this moment, tears were streaming down her face in anxiety. Prepare for battle. Chu Chen opened the car door and released the 3 robots first, then gave the order to attack. Seeing that the loud noise did not attract the zombies to surround them, he then got out of the car with Xiao Shui. The 2 of them and the 3 robots walked towards the entrance of the residential area. Who are you guys? Just as they arrived at the entrance of the residential area, they were stopped by 2 security guards. They all held machetes, their arms covered in tattoos. At the entrance of the residential area, there were containers, tables, trash cans, and other things piled up. The entrance was tightly sealed, with only a small door left open. Take them down. Bang, bang. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to them and directly ordered to shoot. With 2 shots, the 2 security guards at the entrance were instantly shot in the forehead and fell to the ground. After dealing with the 2 security guards at the entrance, they, along with 3 robots, headed straight to Building 3. At the entrance of the building, there were also 2 security guards guarding the unit. Chu Chen still didn't waste words and directly ordered to shoot. Then, after inquiring about the floor, they headed to the 15th floor. Come out. Don't hide, I see you. On the 15th floor, in Luo Yuyu's home, Sang Biao finally managed to kick open the door with his men but didn't see Luo Yuyu's figure. They searched through 2 rooms but found nothing. Brother, could this woman have run upstairs and not be at home? De Jinlian looked at the empty house and said suspiciously. How is that possible? If she's not at home, why would there be so many things blocking the entrance? Sang Biao pointed at the messy pile of stuff at the door, snorting in annoyance. When they broke the door lock just now, they still couldn't get in because inside the door was blocked by a bed, a dressing table, and even a treadmill, which firmly blocked the door from the inside. They had a hard time kicking the door open. If there was no one inside, why would there be so many things blocking the door? Search carefully for me. She must be at home. Check all the cabinets, under the bed, search everything. I don't believe she can fly away. Sang Biao kicked the sofa in the living room and angrily ordered his men to search. They all followed his orders and started searching every corner. Cupboards, sofas, even suitcases, nothing was left unchecked. Brother, I found her. Suddenly, a voice of excitement came from the bedroom. Sang Biao was delighted and quickly ran over, only to see a man pulling Luo Yuyu from the balcony outside the window into the room. So you were hiding on the balcony outside the window. No wonder we couldn't find you anywhere in the house. Don't be nervous, I just crave your body, not food. Besides, you're such a beautiful and sexy woman, I can't bear to let you starve to death. As long as you behave and follow me, I promise to let you enjoy all the good things. Sang Biao stared at Luo Yuyu's curvaceous figure and couldn't help but drool. His men behind him were also salivating, like hungry wolves, staring at Luo Yuyu's chest and hips, their eyes gleaming. As security guards, they saw the residents of the neighborhood coming and going every day. They had long noticed the beautiful goddess like Luo Yuyu. They were just afraid of going to jail or getting shot, so they could only look but not touch before. Now things were different, with chaos everywhere. The police and army were too busy to care about them. Biao, why waste time talking to her, just go for it. De Jinlian stared at Luo Yuyu's curvy hips, urging with excitement. This kind of beauty had to be enjoyed by their boss first, and only after he was satisfied could they have a turn. Therefore, unable to contain his restless mood any longer, he couldn't help but urge them on. All of you, get out. Go upstairs first, break into every door. If there's food, grab it, if there's a beauty, go for it, go. Sang Biao unbuttoned his shirt while instructing his men behind him. Let's go, don't spoil Biao's mood. Hearing that they had to find women on their own, De Jinlian led the men out somewhat dejectedly. He also wanted to enjoy this kind of beauty, but unfortunately, their boss wanted to keep her for himself. It seemed they could only go find other women. Fortunately, there were many beauties in this building, so after searching every unit, they should be able to find quite a few beauties. Who are you? What are you doing? However, as soon as he reached the doorway, he saw 3 robots approaching with guns in hand. Behind the 3 robots, there was a man and a woman. Open fire. Take out the one with the machete, kill them all. Shu Qin couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them, he directly gave the command. All these people were wearing security uniforms, definitely not good guys. A decade ago, there were actually gangs in various districts of Pujiang, mainly profiting through intimidation and dominance. Later on, they started making money through bathhouses, KTVs, and foot massage parlors. After the nationwide crackdown on crime, they began transitioning into property management. Therefore, many property owners were originally part of the underworld. Seeing these security guards covered in tattoos, Shu Qin showed no mercy and took them out directly. Bang, bang, bang. The combat robots that received the command raised their guns and shot. In an instant, the remaining security guards all had their heads blown off. These AI solo combat robots, when carrying out assassination missions, would calculate the optimal shooting position to conserve bullets. According to the sequence, the first target was the head, followed by the heart. Therefore, almost all the security guards were shot in the forehead. Ha! Inside the room, Luo Yuyu, who was previously despondent, suddenly heard gunshots, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She saw 3 robots with guns at the doorway. They fired at the group of people in the living room, and in the blink of an eye, several property security guards turned into lifeless bodies. Cousin, are you okay? Just as she hesitated, her cousin and the young man appeared at the doorway. Xiao Shui, I didn't ask you to. Luo Yuyu wanted to say that she didn't ask them to come back, but seeing the 3 robots in the living room, she instantly realized that her worries were somewhat unnecessary. These 3 robots were most likely brought by her cousin. Xiao Shui, you arrived just in time. If you had come a bit later, I'm afraid I would have. After understanding the situation, she quickly stepped forward and hugged her cousin with tears of joy. Behind her, Sang Biao was panicking and retreating repeatedly, watching the 3 killing machines, unsure whether to escape or hide. Don't worry, cousin, with Brother Chu here, no one dares to touch you. Xiao Shui looked at Sang Biao inside the room and said fiercely. If it weren't for Chu Chen today, her cousin would probably have been in trouble with these gangsters. Brother Chu? Hearing her words, Luo Yuyu remembered that her cousin had a companion. If she wasn't mistaken, these robots should have been brought by this young man, because she knew her cousin couldn't possibly obtain such powerful killing machines. He is the Mr. Chu who once ordered a 2 billion seafood feast. If it weren't for him saving me, I would probably have been fed to the zombies long ago. Xiao Shui proudly introduced Chu Chen standing beside her. So it's him? Luo Yuyu felt surprised, then a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. That day when her cousin told her about this, she called Chu Chen a spendthrift and a fool. Unexpectedly, the person who saved her and her cousin was this so-called fool. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I won't forget your kindness. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just ask. Regaining her composure, she quickly expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. I heard you're a doctor and thought you could be useful, so I agreed to Xiao Shui's request to save you. My shelter doesn't take in useless people. Chu Chen shook his head, speaking earnestly. In fact, he was only half right. The other half of the reason was because he found out she was the hospital's beauty. Beautiful and a doctor, she was exactly the kind of talent he needed. So straightforward? Just moments ago, Luo Yuyu was extremely grateful, but upon hearing his words, she felt like she had swallowed a steamed bun and couldn't speak. However, she instantly recognized the harsh reality. She had originally planned to use her natural advantages to get closer to Chu Chen and have him help rescue her family and friends. But now, it seemed she had to take care of herself first, and her relatives and friends would have to fend for themselves. Are you Sang Biao? Just as she silently cursed in her heart, Chu Chen looked towards the fat man in the room. By now, he had put on his shirt and was contemplating how to escape. However, before he could come up with a plan, Chu Chen had his eyes on him. Plop! Seeing there was no way out, Sang Biao simply knelt on the ground. I didn't know that Dr. Luo was your brother. If I had known, even if you gave me 100 times more courage, I wouldn't dare touch her. I've cleared out all the zombies in this neighborhood. If you're interested, feel free to take them. This is an upscale neighborhood. Each household has stored quite a bit of food. If we were to rob them all, we could easily survive for a year or more without any problems. I'm only interested in beautiful women. Besides, there are plenty of beautiful women in this neighborhood. There are young girls with delicate skin, as well as mature and sexy young wives. Their figures are not much worse than Dr. Luo's. If you want, I can have my men help you snatch them all. Didn't you say you don't keep useless people around? Don't worry, as long as you accept me, Sang Biao, as your little brother, I can help you with whatever women you need. Sang Biao yielded his territory and willingly became a follower, hoping Chu Chen would spare his life. It was chaotic times now, with no one caring about murder, robbery, or rape. Therefore, even if this young man killed him, there would be no trouble. Are you done recording? Chu Chen ignored him and looked at Luo Yuyu instead. She had just taken out her phone to record Sang Biao. For what purpose, she didn't know. It's done. Luo Yuyu quickly put away her phone and then sent the video to the homeowners group. Neighbors, you don't have to be afraid anymore. The property security has been taken care of. Did you see these 3 robots? They are the most advanced AI single combat robot system in our country. Just now, they took care of the security guards. Don't be afraid, come out. After sending the video to the group, Luo Yuyu sent several more messages. The homeowners in the same building, knowing that the property security had been dealt with, excitedly ran out and gathered outside her door to watch the commotion. The homeowners who had just cut off the elevator power quickly went to switch the circuit back on, and the elevator resumed operation. In no time, more and more homeowners gathered outside the door. Since you're here, help us move these bodies to the courtyard. Seeing more and more curious homeowners outside, Chu Chen decided to put them to work. If he guessed correctly, all this commotion was caused by Luo Yuyu. However, since she wanted to establish her authority, he would grant her wish. Come on, everyone, lend a hand. Everyone, come in and help us carry these beasts' bodies out. With his command, the onlookers outside naturally didn't hesitate and all rushed in, then worked together to carry the bodies out. He was their savior, their benefactor, so when Chu Chen spoke, everyone obeyed. Dear neighbors, the property security smashed our unit door and planned to come in and rob our food. They even said they wanted to take our beautiful women from the neighborhood. If it weren't for Mr. Chu here coming to our rescue, they would have broken into every home sooner or later, robbing your food, taking your women. In the courtyard of the neighborhood, many people stood densely packed. Luo Yuyu detailed Sang Biao and others' crimes, as well as how Chu Chen had saved her, to the homeowners. She was a person who knew right from wrong, and Chu Chen not only saved her but also effectively saved the entire neighborhood. Therefore, in order to make all the owners remember Chu Chen's kindness, all the owners of the entire community were called. Her words made people feel grateful to Chu Chen, and some even shed tears of gratitude. Just now, they had a close call with death, and if it weren't for this young man, their food and women would have been taken by the property security sooner or later. Bang! Chu Chen was not interested in the gratitude of the crowd. He directly gave the order to execute to the robot, and with a gunshot, Sang Biao's head exploded. Everyone, there are no more zombies in the community, and I have also executed the property security for you. Although you are temporarily safe now, one day your food will run out, and your water will be gone. So, if you want to survive, you have to rely on yourselves. On my way here, I saw many supermarkets and food stores on the main street. If you go out now, you can bring back a lot of water and food. But in a while, it might be difficult. It's best for you to form a scavenging team, go out to kill zombies, and gather food. In fact, those zombies move slowly. As long as you stay calm, it's easy to take them down. Whether you want to starve to death at home or find a way to survive, it's up to you. I can only help you up to this point. From now on, you have to rely on yourselves. After dealing with Sang Biao, Chu Chen pointed outside the community to the crowd. If it were in the previous life, seeing so many people grateful to him, Chu Chen would definitely help them, would definitely take them to gather supplies. But after being reborn, he was only interested in beautiful women, nothing else. Mr. Chu, please stay and help us? We are a disorganized group here, without a leader. Can you stay and lead us? We are just ordinary people. We don't even dare to kill a chicken normally. How can we kill zombies? Mr. Chu, I am the only weak woman left at home. Can I join your team? Don't worry, I will obey you. I can do anything you ask, including playing cards. As soon as he finished speaking, the owners in the community began to plead, some even offering their bodies as exchange conditions to go with him. Only you can save yourselves. Soon there will be no water or electricity, even the internet will be cut off. Hurry home and get more water. Xiao Shui, let's go. Chu Chen reminded them a few words, then walked out of the community with the robot. Cousin, let's go. Xiao Shui pulled the hesitant Luo Yuyu and quickly followed. Luo Yuyu glanced at the crowd and decisively followed. In her home, there was only enough rice for a day, while her cousin had hot meals, seafood feasts, and even expensive wine to drink. Therefore, she had to cling to Chu Chen's thigh no matter what. As for the other neighbors, she couldn't care less. When they were besieged by the property security in their building just now, none of the neighbors from other buildings came down to help, they only cared about themselves. So, there was nothing worth staying for in this community. Big Brother Chu, do you think they will starve to death being so disorganized? Inside the armored vehicle, Xiao Shui asked curiously. Those owners were too inexperienced. It would be difficult for them to survive in this apocalyptic world. Don't worry, when they have no other choice, they will unite. Chu Chen shook his head. In the previous life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, most people were too scared to even leave their buildings. Later, when they were close to starving, they had to band together and take risks to find food. Staying at home would only lead to starving to death. The only chance was to go out. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, lightning struck from the clear sky, and dark clouds covered the once sunny sky, turning it dark. Has someone awakened powerful abilities? Seeing the streaks of lightning descending from the sky, Chu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. I can serve you in any way, but can you please not make me go kill zombies? Someone has awakened powerful abilities? And not just one person? Chu Chen emerged from the armored vehicle, gazing at the lightning in the sky, lost in thought. Others might not know what was happening, but he was well aware. This was the phenomenon caused by the awakening of powerful abilities. Moreover, the sky was filled with lightning. This indicated that there was more than one person awakening powerful abilities. Several, or maybe a dozen, or even dozens. Could it be that the awakening of abilities has come early? Watching the sea of lightning in the sky, Chu Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. In the previous life, he remembered that information about the awakening of abilities only appeared online 10 days after the apocalypse arrived. But today was only the 5th day. However, it was also possible that in the previous life, some people had awakened their abilities early but kept it a secret, not sharing it online. After a brief pause, he drove the armored vehicle back home. It's a sunny day with thunder and lightning, but no rain. How strange. I've never seen such strange weather before. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? You've read too many fantasy novels. If zombies can appear, why is it impossible for someone to undergo a tribulation? On the way back, Xiao Shui and Luo Yuyu whispered to each other. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the shelter. Xiao Shui arranged a room for her cousin and then went downstairs to eat. To Luo Yuyu's surprise, the dining table was filled with a variety of dishes. There were home-cooked dishes like pickled fish and extravagant seafood like king crabs. There was even a bottle of expensive Romani Conti red wine. Thank you. I never expected you to welcome me with such a feast. Seeing the sumptuous food on the table, Luo Yuyu felt touched and immediately picked up her chopsticks, expressing her gratitude joyfully. Xia Xiao and Lin Xingya, who were already seated at the table, exchanged glances upon hearing her words. Wasn't this their usual meal? How did it turn into a welcoming feast? Cousin, Brother Chu usually eats this kind of food. Seeing her cousin's misunderstanding, Xiao Shui smiled wryly and quickly reminded her in a low voice. In fact, the meal they had last night was even more luxurious than tonight's, all consisting of expensive seafood dishes. He eats like this every day? Luo Yuyu blinked her beautiful eyes, her face showing surprise. Although she had heard from her cousin about the good food and seafood, she thought it was a rare treat. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, even with precious ingredients, it was hard to find a good chef. Not really. Shu Chen put down his chopsticks and shook his head lightly. Luo Yuyu, who had just started to feel balanced, felt a bit relieved. I knew it. It's already a luxury to have a bowl of instant noodles every day. How could one eat such lavish meals every day? You're wrong. Eating delicacies every day makes me tired of them, so today I'm having some home-cooked dishes to change my palate. Chu Chen raised his wine glass, took a sip casually, and said nonchalantly, Tired of delicacies? Luo Yuyu, who had just started to feel balanced, widened her eyes at his words. Cousin, it's like this. Seeing her cousin's naive expression, Xiao Shui quickly explained about Chu Chen ordering 2 billion worth of meals and his spatial abilities. Listening to it, Luo Yuyu was both surprised and secretly delighted, glad that she had chosen the right ally. She had heard from her cousin about Chu Chen ordering over 2 billion worth of seafood meals before the apocalypse, but Xiao Shui had not told her about Chu Chen's spatial abilities. Now it seemed that ordering so much seafood before the apocalypse was a preparation for the end of the world. In other words, her mysterious savior had anticipated the arrival of the apocalypse. No wonder he ate so well. It turned out he had stocked up on a large amount of food in advance. In no time, she increasingly felt that she had benefited from her cousin and found the right backing. Starting tomorrow, not only do you have to take care of all the household chores, but you also need to have the ability to hunt and kill zombies. Furthermore, the monitoring room on the first floor must not be left unattended. Otherwise, if there is an invasion by external enemies, we will be clueless. Just as she was secretly pleased, Chu Chen's expression turned serious, and he assigned tasks to them. Hunt and kill zombies? Xia Xiao, Xiao Shui, and Luo Yu, who were eating, all paused for a moment. Only Lin Xingya remained quite composed, because Chu Chen had already planned her training tasks for today, starting with hundreds of pull-ups every day, and then tomorrow they would have to go out to kill zombies. With 3 companions now, she didn't feel alone. While the zombies are not too terrifying now, it's a good time for you to hone your skills. In a while, you may not have this opportunity anymore, Chu Chen said with a serious expression and an unquestionable tone. In the previous life, about half of the global population turned into zombies, and these zombies would continue to evolve. Starting from ordinary zombies, they would gradually evolve into D-class zombies, C-class zombies, A-class zombies, S-class zombies, as well as corpse kings, corpse emperors, and corpse saints. The more blood they consumed, the faster these zombies would evolve. Just as humans awakened to supernatural abilities, higher-level zombies had already appeared. Therefore, while the zombies were slow in their movements and their strength had not evolved significantly, he wanted to train these 4 women into strong female warriors. In his previous life, he knew a secret, that this ancient virus not only caused mutations in animals and plants but also altered the physical functions of surviving humans, and some even awakened terrifying abilities. However, most people did not realize this. They were scared by those ferocious zombies, so most people only knew how to hide. If they could overcome their fear, pick up weapons, and confront the zombies head-on, they would actually be no weaker in strength. I can serve you, but can you please not make me go kill zombies? Luo Yu straightened her proud chest and pretended to be weak. When the zombie virus first broke out, she saw downstairs those zombies sucking the blood and gnawing the flesh of living people. The terrifying and ferocious appearance of the zombies made her deeply fearful. Therefore, she would rather serve men than face the zombies outside. Moreover, Chu Chen was young and handsome, so she wouldn't lose out by offering herself. We don't want to kill zombies either. As soon as she spoke, Xia Xiao, Xiao Shui, and Lin Xingya almost simultaneously raised their hands. You would rather serve me than go out to kill zombies? Shu Chen, sipping his wine, looked at the three of them with a playful gaze and asked, "Yes." The three women glanced at each other, then nodded solemnly, leaving Shu Chen somewhat speechless. It had to be said that each of the four women had their own strengths. Lin Xingya's mature and sexy figure with measurements of 92-63-96 showed her allure. Luo Yu was bold and beautiful, comparable in figure to Lin Xingya. Xiao Xue had just graduated from college, exuding youthful beauty. Xia Xiaoro had only just graduated from high school, at most considered a budding young lady. Each of the four women had their own unique characteristics and alluring qualities. The grown-up girls had a change of heart. "Alright. However, when I go out to kill zombies in the future, all of you must come with me." Shu Chen swirled the wine in his cup, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Since they volunteered themselves, he had no reason to refuse. However, in order to train their skills and cultivate their combat abilities, they had to go out and gain some experience. Therefore, he changed his wording a bit. In fact, the ultimate goal was the same. "Okay. Thank you, boss." When they heard that they would only have to follow him when he went out to kill zombies, the four women nodded happily. They definitely wouldn't have the courage to kill zombies themselves. But it was different when they followed Shu Chen. Not to mention anything else, just those few robots are enough to protect them. "Alright, let's eat. Come, pour the wine." After settling this matter, Shu Chen was in a great mood. He took out 2 bottles of expensive red wine from the storage space as a reward for the 4 women. Drinking some wine before playing poker adds to the fun. Thinking that he would soon be able to embrace them from both sides tonight, Shu Chen was filled with anticipation. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone, set to vibrate, rang. Shu Chen picked it up and saw that it was Shin Bingqian calling. "Come over, I need to discuss something with you." Just as he was about to answer, he heard Shin Bingqian's familiar voice. But strangely, after she finished speaking, she immediately hung up. Could something have happened? Shu Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at his phone. With no appetite for food, he set down his wine glass and drove his combat vehicle towards Washing Building. "Boss, why are you here?" To his slight surprise, over 30 employees were cooking a large pot of meat and having a meal. Upon seeing him, they all stood up to greet him. "Where's Shin Bingqian?" "In the room upstairs." "Oh, it's the former CEO's office." "Alright, carry on eating." After asking, Shu Chen headed straight to the office upstairs. The exclusive elevator for the CEO had now been converted into a regular one, and the security system at the stairs leading to the CEO's office had been removed. "Have a seat." In the CEO's office, Shin Bingqian seemed to have been prepared for his arrival. She pointed to the chair opposite the dining table as he entered. On the table were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and 2 wine glasses. "I had some dishes cooked, not sure if they suit your taste?" Shin Bingqian said as she poured a glass of wine for Shu Chen. "You called me over so late. Are you perhaps getting married and have had a change of heart?" Seeing her safe and sound, with nothing amiss, Shu Chen couldn't help but joke with her. "You still need to ask." To his surprise, Shin Bingqian actually admitted it, and a blush even flashed across her usually cold and beautiful face. In fact, she had thought about it for a long time and finally decided to trust what he had said. According to the agreement reached earlier, she and the remaining employees had to follow his orders. In other words, including her, they were all his employees. If he wanted her to sleep with him, she had no way to refuse. Furthermore, according to what he said, she was his woman in her past life. Since she would eventually become his, why not believe him once and perform the ritual in advance? The more times she did it, the stronger her awakened abilities would become. Therefore, after hesitating for a day, she finally made up her mind to submit to him. "Rest assured, within half a month, I guarantee you will awaken the most powerful ability." Seeing his successful persuasion, Shu Chen felt secretly delighted. This was the former cold and aloof female CEO, the ice queen who looked down on the world. He never expected to easily persuade her into his hands. "Really?" Shin Bingqian swirled her wine glass, looking at him with a mix of belief and doubt. "Absolutely." Shu Chen nodded confidently. Based on the time calculation from his past life, Shin Bingqian would awaken her ice and snow abilities within half a month. That's why he dared to make such a promise. "I hope you're not deceiving me." Shin Bingqian raised her glass and finished the remaining wine in one go. Following that, the two of them toasted frequently until they were full of food and drink, until they both felt slightly tipsy, before ending the night. "I'll go take a shower." Shin Bingqian got up and walked towards the bathroom. The office was spacious, suitable for work and rest. At some point, a large bed had been placed in the office, with brand new red bedding on it. Obviously, Shin Bingqian had quite a sense of ceremony, as she had set up the place like a bridal chamber. While Shan Bingqian was showering, Shu Chen checked his phone. In the time it took for him to have a meal, there were many unread messages on WeChat. He opened the homeowners group and began reading through them one by one. The zombies in the neighborhood have been cleaned up by my son, so everyone can rest assured of complete safety from now on. If it weren't for Jiwoo, we wouldn't have been able to leave the building. Thank you. Brother Sue, you're mighty. Our community is fortunate to have you. Let's not rush to thank just yet. I have no food left at home, and my son's restaurant supplies have been looted. In these difficult times, we must promote the spirit of mutual assistance. Whoever has more food at home, share some with everyone. Rest assured, after the epidemic, the country won't forget you. On behalf of the community, if the supplies arrive, they will be distributed to you first. Yes, only by helping each other can we get through this crisis. I suggest everyone bring out all the food they have, then distribute it evenly, prioritizing women and children. Indeed, let's not be too selfish. Bring out all the food. Who still has food now? I haven't even had porridge to drink today. Luckily, I still have a genuine leather belt at home, or I'd be starving today. Right, before the zombie virus outbreak, Xiaochu hoarded a lot of things. I saw him unloading truckloads of beef and vegetables into the supermarket across the street. Just one truckload would be enough for us to eat for a long time. Xiaochu, since you can't finish all that you hoarded anyway, share some with us, please? Don't worry, we won't ask for it for free. We'll pay. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. You helped everyone this time, and we won't forget it. Xiaochu, Auntie was always nice to you before. I, as the head of the Women's Association, even had community workers help introduce potential partners to you. Before the zombie virus outbreak, you ordered 900,000 yuan worth of food and drinks at my son Jiwoo's hotel, and you still owe 700,000 yuan. If you bring out a few truckloads of food, we'll consider it as payment. As Chu Chen scrolled through the messages in the homeowners group, all the mentions were about him, and it was evident that people in the group had their eyes on his supermarket. There are many supermarkets on the main street with plenty of food. If you want to eat, go find it yourselves. Seeing many people asking him to do good deeds, Chu Chen directly retorted. They were all hypocrites. Beauty trap Xiaochu, we are all neighbors. Can you bear to see everyone go hungry? You're so selfish, it's disappointing. One should not be too selfish, or you might be struck by lightning. Xiaochu, you owe me 700,000 yuan, why haven't you paid it back? If you don't repay your debts, do you have any shame? Before the zombie virus outbreak, this 700,000 yuan could buy a dozen trucks of food. Isn't it fair for you to give us a few trucks of food to eat? After Chu Chen posted a message in the homeowners group, a large group of people followed with condemnation. Among them, the most vocal were the square dancing aunties in the community. They earnestly advised and morally pressured Chu Chen, hoping he would lend a hand. Just go to bed, you'll have everything in your dreams. Chu Chen joked and then ignored them. In the previous life, after Su Jiwoo and the property security cleared the zombies from the community, it was his mother who first came forward, using the title of the head of the Women's Association, to morally pressure homeowners with food reserves to share with everyone. At that time, Chu Chen was one of the victims. The food obtained through deception was quickly consumed, and Su Jiwoo then targeted homeowners who hadn't contributed to clearing the zombies initially. He and his men went to their homes, looted their food and women. However, the food was still not enough. So, he started knocking on doors frantically, grabbing whatever food or beautiful women he could find. Some homeowners managed to escape and were saved by Chu Chen. Later, Su Jiwoo, relying on his awakened abilities, became the overlord of the area. But those homeowners saved by Chu Chen were not good people either. They repaid kindness with betrayal. Upon learning that Chu Chen had the bloodline of immortality, they drained his blood and devoured his flesh. Therefore, Chu Chen had no good feelings towards anyone in the entire community. Whether they lived or died, he didn't care. If you don't want to starve to death, come downstairs to the residential area, let's have a meeting. What Chu Chen didn't know was that as soon as he closed WeChat, Su Jiwoo posted a message in the homeowners group. The day before yesterday, I asked that kid for some food, and he actually replied, "Come and get it if you dare." It's unlikely that he will willingly share food with us. We must come up with another plan. Over 10 minutes later, in the courtyard of Lijiang Garden Community, more than 2,000 people stood densely packed. When Su Jiwoo saw that everyone had arrived, he raised his voice and said loudly, "Where is Xiaochu? Has he arrived?" "Don't worry, Aunt Chen, his door is open, but there's no one inside." "He's not in the community?" "No, I heard he's been hiding in the opposite Huaxing supermarket." "As long as he's not here, it's fine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he overheard our conversation." "What's wrong if he overhears?" "It would be great if he were here tonight, so he could return the money he owes Su Gu." Right, in the days leading up to the outbreak of the zombie virus, there were dozens of trucks unloading at the supermarket across the street every day. I peeked inside from outside at the time. There were trucks carrying beef and mutton, trucks carrying poultry and fish, and trucks carrying grains, oil, and vegetables. Truck after truck, all filled with food. They stocked up for over 10 days, at least several million tons. If we can take over the supermarket across the street, it would be enough to feed over 2,000 people in our community for a lifetime. Aunt Zhao is right. If we seize the supermarket, we will never go hungry again in the future. It's as if this kid anticipated the outbreak of the zombie virus. He built a wall several meters high around the supermarket in advance. The iron gate is thick, and we don't have the key. How do we get in? With so many of us, how could we be stopped by a wall? We can simply drill a hole through it. It's so easy. Exactly. As long as we can get in, he's alone, and we are over 2,000 people. Why should we be afraid of him? Just as Su Jiwoo finished speaking, the homeowners in the community began to consider Chu Chen's idea. After all, in the past 10 days, Chu Chen had been too ostentatious. He couldn't hide the fact that he was hoarding supplies. Dozens of trucks lined up every day to unload goods. It was hard not to attract attention. I gathered everyone here for the Huaxing supermarket across the street. The basement of this supermarket is a large warehouse, and there's also a cold storage room. The meat and grains he hoarded are likely stored there. If we get hold of these supplies, we can eat well for over a decade. I heard that the wall is poured concrete, reinforced with steel bars and steel plates inside. It might not be easy to break through. Furthermore, the supermarket wall is very strong. It's a perfect shelter. It would be a pity to destroy such a good shelter. Why not take it down and move all the people in the community there as a fortress against the zombies? So, it's better to use strategy than brute force. Su Jiwoo signaled for everyone to be quiet, then he shared his idea. What's the strategy? A curious homeowner asked. It's simple, find a beautiful female homeowner, gain her trust, and trick her into opening the gate. Once the gate is open, we rush in immediately. At that time, he's alone, and we are 2,000 people. It will be easy to capture him. Su Jiwoo said confidently. The day I passed by there, I saw surveillance cameras installed on the wall. He will probably notice us as soon as we approach the gate. How could he possibly open the gate when he sees someone behind him? Another homeowner raised a question. That's easy. Tomorrow we'll go over and find a way to smash the cameras on the wall. Who will trick him into opening the gate? Our community's Qin Yan has a good figure and is beautiful. Let her do it. Xiao Yan, have you arrived yet? Su Ge, it seems like she didn't come. Then let's go to her house. Whether we can get the supermarket across the street depends entirely on her. I can't take it anymore. It's almost dawn. I'm exhausted. I can't play anymore. In the president's office of Huaxing Building, Shin Bingqian lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, looking exhausted and pleading for mercy. This guy had too much energy. He had kept her up all night. She couldn't take it anymore. All she wanted now was a good night's sleep. How did her physical fitness improve so much? Seeing that she was too tired, Chu Chen had to let her go. But as soon as he lay down, he realized a problem. His physical fitness seemed to have greatly improved. After tossing and turning for most of the night, he was still full of energy, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Not only that, but his strength also seemed to have increased significantly. Just now, he had stood on the bed, exercising while holding her, and he had lasted for nearly an hour. Perpetual motion machine, please, spare me. On the bed, seeing Chu Chen holding her again, Shin Bingqian thought he was going to make advances, so she quickly begged for mercy. In her watery eyes, there was a look of sorrow and pitifulness. Don't be afraid, I just want to hug you. Chu Chen lifted her up, felt her weight in his hands, and then put her down again. He mainly wanted to test how strong he had become. To his surprise, Shin Bingqian, who weighed 110 pounds, felt as light as a pillow in his arms. This discovery both surprised and pleased him. After a moment of thought, he took out a high-powered diesel generator from the storage space. The generator was marked with a weight of 1.7 tons and was wrapped in protective wooden bars. He hugged it with both arms and gradually exerted force. The next moment, even he didn't expect that he could lift the machine. Phew! On the bed, seeing Chu Chen put her down, Shin Bingqian breathed a sigh of relief. This guy had too much energy. He had been bothering her since yesterday until almost dawn. She didn't know how she had managed to endure it. Ha! Suddenly, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw Chu Chen take out a high-powered diesel generator from the storage space, and then he lifted the machine. How is this possible? Surprised, she sat up from the bed. Although she didn't know how heavy the machine was, just by looking at it, she could tell it weighed at least 1,000 pounds. However, this guy lifted it effortlessly. Is this the power you gained after awakening your ability? She couldn't care less about sleeping and asked curiously. Well, sort of. Shu Chen put the machine back into the storage space and nodded calmly. In his previous life, he had awakened the immortal bloodline and spatial ability, but even after the ancient virus modified his body and the blessing of his abilities, his strength was not this great, only about 1,000 pounds of force. However, after being reborn, his strength had increased nearly threefold? Could it be that my immortal bloodline has also awakened early? Sensing the changes in his body, Shu Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. To confirm his thoughts, he took a needle, pricked his finger, and the next moment, a drop of golden blood flowed out. My immortal bloodline has really awakened early. Looking at the blood on his fingertip, Shu Chen furrowed his brow. If his ability had awakened early, then others would awaken early too. Wait a minute. Just as he thought he had found the answer, he suddenly noticed something unusual. In his previous life, the immortal bloodline, although the blood was also golden, had nothing on the surface of the blood droplet. However, the surface of this blood droplet was surrounded by a colorful divine light. He had seen this scene before. When he picked the blood-red fruit in the wetland park, the red fruit was also surrounded by a colorful divine light. The two were so similar, which meant that his ancient blood ancestor bloodline had awakened. The ancient blood ancestor bloodline had a bloodline suppression effect on zombies. No wonder no zombies dared to approach yesterday. I wonder if the undead bloodline from the previous life has awakened. Shu Chen looked at the blood beads on his fingers growing larger, feeling a hint of doubt in his heart. After all, the color of the blood from the undead bloodline was exactly the same as the blood ancestors. Suddenly, he looked at Shen Bingqian sitting on the bed, surprised and absent-minded. There was an 80% chance that the undead bloodline could awaken superhuman abilities in ordinary people, and a 100% chance of awakening the abilities prematurely in those with the potential. In that case, why not try it on Shen Bingqian? If she could awaken her abilities prematurely, it would mean that the undead bloodline had also awakened. This is sacred blood, come and drink it. If it weren't to help you awaken your abilities early, I wouldn't bear to use my own blood. Shu Chen got back on the bed, offering his finger to Shen Bingqian's lips, and then pretended to say with a pained expression. Hearing that she could awaken her abilities early, Shen Bingqian unreservedly sucked on his finger. To her astonishment, the golden blood not only had a sweet scent but also instantly dispelled her fatigue. Just moments ago, she had been so tired she only wanted to lie down and sleep, but now she was full of energy, with no trace of drowsiness. What's wrong? Seeing her wide-eyed and puzzled look, Shu Chen didn't understand what had happened, so he asked in confusion. I don't feel sleepy anymore. Shen Bingqian looked at him with bright eyes, and a smile appeared on her usually cool and clear face. Is that so? Shu Chen glanced at her graceful figure and smirked mischievously. Since you're not sleepy, shall we continue cultivating together? With that, he pounced on her again. Don't! Stop! Shen Bingqian wanted to push him away. After all, it was almost dawn, and she was worried about feeling sleepy during the day if she didn't sleep all night. But she seemed to suddenly think of something, her movements hesitated, and then she reluctantly gave in to him. She had changed her mind just now because she realized that her stamina seemed extremely abnormal. He had been messing with her for most of the night, yet she only felt tired and fatigued, nothing else. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs walking. According to normal human stamina, it was impossible to keep going for hours on end, and there were even times when she was on top. Not only that, her strength seemed to have increased significantly. Everything she held felt light as a feather. She attributed all these miraculous changes to Shu Chen. The day before yesterday, Shu Chen told her that he had awakened the Holy Spirit physique, and that anyone who became his woman and had intimate relations with him would awaken abilities, and the more frequent the encounters, the more terrifying the abilities awakened. She had been somewhat skeptical at first, but after a night of activities yesterday, and after sucking the golden blood bead, she now firmly believed what he had said before. If she hadn't sucked the sacred blood just now, how could just one drop make her fatigue disappear? After understanding the mystery behind all this, she no longer resisted. On the contrary, she actively cooperated. Before long, the sound of painful moans filled the CEO's office. Shu Chen was like a perpetual motion machine, going crazy for another 3 hours until it was broad daylight before finally stopping. The terrifying changes in his body functions both excited and puzzled him. In the previous life, after awakening the undead bloodline, although his body functions had undergone a tremendous change, they were far from reaching the level they were at now. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the change brought about by the ancient blood ancestors. Ding dong! He had just laid down when the WeChat notification sounded. He opened it and saw a person with the nickname Teacher Chin requesting to add him as a friend. The verification information showed that the person adding him as a friend was from the Legion Garden homeowners group. It was the homeowners group of the residential area he lived in. Seduce men? I don't know him. I don't have his WeChat, and we've never spoken.
Although we live in the same neighborhood, we've met no more than 10 times. In the Legion Garden community, upon learning of Su Jiwoo and others' intentions, Xin Yan quickly shook her head. She didn't want to use seduction tactics on other neighbors in the community. Seeing how ruthless these people were, if she were to deceive the neighbor into opening the door of the opposite supermarket, that neighbor would likely be in danger.
Not knowing each other is the best solution. Add him on WeChat and chat for a while, then you'll know him. Yes, young people nowadays like beauty, they like curvy figures. When he sees you adding him on WeChat, that guy will definitely be excited, maybe even try to impress you. You are the most beautiful in our neighborhood, it's most suitable for you to do this. If Auntie was 40 years younger, you wouldn't have to do this. I saw Xiaochu staring at your back at the community gate 2 months ago. Although Auntie is old, she can still tell that he desires your body. Su Jiwoo and the other aunties tried to persuade Qin Yan with their words. You should find someone else. I really can't help with this favor. After they finished speaking, Qin Yan decisively refused. Although she didn't want to go hungry, she didn't want to be used by others either. These people were willing to sacrifice her looks to seduce Chuchen just to seize the resources in the opposite supermarket, which was clearly unscrupulous. Since they could harm Chuchen, they might also have ill intentions towards her after using her. She was only a little late in opening the door, and these people started banging on it. In this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, these people were capable of anything. Therefore, she refused to be used by them without hesitation. Teacher Qin, if you don't accept our toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Asking for your help is not for our benefit but for the benefit of everyone in the neighborhood. You've seen the messages in the owners group. Chu owes me 70,000. I just asked him for a few loads of food, and he didn't agree. In the past 2 weeks, he hoarded hundreds of loads of beef, lamb, grains, and vegetables. Let him distribute a few loads to the neighborhood owners, isn't that reasonable? Moreover, if we get hold of the supermarket across the street, you'll benefit too, right? You don't want to starve to death, do you? Seeing her refusal, Su Jiwoo immediately changed his tone. He waved the large machete in his hand, glaring at her as he tried to reason with her. Xiaoyan, seducing him is a good deed for everyone, you don't need to feel guilty. You live alone here, it's chaotic now. Without personal protection, a beautiful young lady like you is very unsafe. If you help us open the supermarket door, not only will you get more supplies, but we will also remember your kindness. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, we won't allow it. The Liu family next door has run out of food a long time ago. An adult can endure hunger for a few days, but a child can't. Her child is your student. Can you bear to watch your student starve to death? Xiaoyan, listen to Auntie, agree quickly. We are all hungry now. If you don't help with this small favor, it will cause public outrage in the whole neighborhood. Yes. If you don't help, even when we find food, we won't share it with you. Sacrificing a bit of your looks is not shameful for saving the lives of the entire neighborhood. As Su Jiwoo's words fell, the aunties started persuading Qin Yan in a clamor. I only know how to teach, I've never seduced anyone, I can't do it, right? Under the combined pressure from everyone, Qin Yan reluctantly agreed. However, she tried to evade by claiming she didn't know how to seduce men. It's okay if you don't know, I can teach you, Su Jiwoo said as he tried to grab her phone to add Chuchen on WeChat. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's late, you were just discussing things in the group for everyone to come down. If we approach him now, he might get suspicious. How about we wait until tomorrow? One of the middle-aged women noticed his urgency and quickly suggested. Alright, let's add him tomorrow then. Su Jiwoo thought it made sense and retracted his hand. After reminding Qin Yan to rest early and pretending to care for a few more sentences, he left with his people. Teacher Qin? Could it be Qin Yan from the neighboring unit? The next morning, after Chu Chen checked the requester's information, a hot figure popped up in his mind. Not only was she well endowed, but also beautiful and stunning, a rare beauty. Therefore, Chu Chen was deeply impressed by her. Every time he saw her, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was inevitable, those 2 full headlights, slender waist, and round buttocks were irresistible to any man. However, she had always been low-key, never showing up in the owners group chat. There were no rumors of her getting into disputes with anyone. In the previous life, after Su Jiwoo awakened his abilities, he tore off his disguise. Any owner in the community who didn't listen to him was killed. If there was no food, he would go door to door to loot. Whether it was food or beautiful women, he took them all. Qin Yan was one of the victims. Unexpectedly, the beautiful neighbor who kept to herself in the previous life took the initiative to add him on WeChat in this life. He paused for a moment and then agreed. Brother Chu, I'm Qin Yan, a teacher from Urjong, living in the unit next to you. Do you remember me?
She sent a message right after he accepted the request. It was indeed his beautiful neighbor. "What's up?" Chu Chen casually replied. If he guessed correctly, she probably wanted some food from him, because everyone in the community knew about his hoarding of supplies. "My family has run out of food, I haven't eaten for 2 meals. Can I go to your supermarket to get some food?" "Don't worry, I won't take it for free, I'll exchange it with my body. As long as you give me food, you can do anything you want." Xin Yan's message came quickly. As he suspected, she came to ask for food from him and even bluntly offered to exchange it with her body. Chu Chen was not surprised at all. In the apocalypse, many women chose to become playthings for ability users in order to survive. As Chu Chen pondered how to reply to her message, he suddenly felt the temperature in the room drop. The room, which was warm and comfortable just a moment ago, turned icy cold in an instant, without any warning or transition. Being naked, he shivered as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He quickly covered himself with a blanket, feeling slightly better. However, he soon realized that the temperature was still dropping rapidly, and the blanket on him couldn't resist the cold anymore. "What's going on?" Chu Chen took out a down comforter from the storage space and wrapped himself in it while looking around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Shin Bingqian. After more than 3 hours of intense exercise, she was a bit sleepy and lay down to rest. However, at this moment, as she slept soundly, her skin was as smooth and radiant as moist jade, emitting a sparkling luster. Not only that, a layer of shimmering snowflakes enveloped her naked body. The sudden icy air in the room was emanating from her. She was peacefully asleep, although naked, and having just experienced intense exercise, she still resembled a sacred and ethereal ice goddess, giving off an aura that was not to be desecrated. This is awakening of the ice and snow ability? Although he hadn't seen what Shin Bingqian looked like when she awakened her ice and snow ability in the previous life, he was very familiar with this cold and oppressive aura. Could it be that along with awakening the ancient bloodline, I have also awakened the immortal bloodline? Chu Chen looked at the anomalies on her body, then at his own hands, feeling a slight surprise in his heart. 3 hours ago, he pricked his finger, letting out a large drop of blood, which he fed to her. 3 hours later, she awakened her abilities, indicating that his blood had an effect. In other words, his immortal bloodline had also awakened. Crack! Bang! At this moment, everything on the bed, walls, and table turned into ice sculptures. Unable to withstand the cold, the monitor on the table suddenly exploded, shattered by the frost. Although Chu Chen felt the chill, perhaps due to awakening the ancient bloodline, he did not freeze into an ice sculpture. On the contrary, his blood seemed to boil, circulating rapidly in his body. Before long, the chill on his body lessened slightly. "Wake up! Don't fall asleep!" Chu Chen quickly pounced on Shin Bingqian, shaking her head vigorously. The cold was increasing, becoming more intense. If this continued, not only would she be fine, but the entire building would turn into an ice sculpture. Then, the remaining 30+ people in the building would not survive. Let me sleep a little longer," she murmured, turned over, and was about to go back to sleep. Seeing her deep slumber, Chu Chen hugged her tightly and kissed her tender lips directly. Thinking he wanted her again, Shin Bingqian finally opened her eyes in annoyance. However, upon seeing the situation in the room, she immediately woke up. Frost covered the room. Almost everything inside had turned into ice sculptures, except for the 2 of them. Strangely, despite being naked in the ice and snow, she felt no cold at all. Not only that, the icy air in the room seemed to be a part of her body, and she could clearly sense it. Retract! With a thought, the icy air emanating from her body stopped, and the frost in the room disappeared. This seamless control astonished her. Have I awakened abilities? After a moment of daze, she quickly realized that her abilities had awakened. And it was a terrifying ice and snow ability. She had a feeling that if she wanted, she could have frozen the entire building just now. "It seems you didn't lie to me." Shin Bingqian looked down at her body, then at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and tenderness. Indeed, as he had said before, as long as she became his woman and shared intimacy with him, she would awaken abilities. Just spending one night with him, less than 20 times in total, she successfully awakened her abilities. And it was a terrifying ice and snow ability. At that moment, her trust in Chu Chen almost reached an unquestionable level. Now that you've just awakened the ice and snow ability, many skills will need your exploration. Let me tell you a few skills, and you can explore them yourself. After some thought, Chu Chen said to her. In her previous life, after awakening her abilities, she could only use the simple freezing technique. When encountering zombies or enemies, she would directly freeze them into ice sculptures with her icy air. This kind of indiscriminate attack not only consumed energy but also risked injuring allies. Later, through continuous exploration and research, she first developed the Ice Blade skill, followed by the Dark Force. The Ice Blade involved condensing an ice spike in her hand and using it to kill. This skill saved energy and allowed for prolonged combat. The Dark Force silently injected a small amount of extreme cold air into the enemy's body. Before the opponent could react, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture. This skill also saved energy and had immense power. Awakening abilities did not mean one could use them limitlessly, because using supernatural abilities consumes a large amount of energy within the body. If the energy is depleted, one cannot use supernatural abilities anymore, and at that point, there is no difference from an ordinary person. Therefore, after awakening supernatural abilities, it is crucial to explore skills that save energy. The first skill is called Ice Blade. Try condensing an ice spike or an ice blade in the palm of your hand. The advantage of this skill is energy efficiency. At the same time, it allows for indiscriminate attacks on a large scale. The second skill is Dark Force. Chu Chen detailed the skill she had spent 2 years researching in her previous life to her. With the concept and direction in mind, with her intelligence, she could probably figure it out quickly. I'll give it a try. Shen Bingqian thought for a moment, nodded seriously, and then, without caring to sleep again, she washed up and went downstairs. Glancing at the damp bed, Chu Chen also lost interest in sleeping, so he took out a new set of clothes from the storage space and followed her downstairs. Why isn't he replying suddenly? Did he discover something? It shouldn't be. There was nothing wrong with the message he sent earlier. Did he say something too revealing that made him suspicious? In the Legion Garden community, at Xinyan's home, Su Jiwu and others looked at their phones, muttering to themselves. He only said one sentence earlier, and this guy didn't reply to the message again. This puzzled them, not understanding whether he had slipped up or if something had happened to him. Forget it, let's not wait here in vain. Get everyone together, let's take down the surveillance cameras on the walls first. After waiting for a long time without seeing Chu Chen's reply, Su Jiwu and the others couldn't wait any longer and decided to destroy the surveillance cameras. Whether or not they used the beauty trap, those cameras would be destroyed sooner or later. Calling her manager Shen, boss. On the first floor of Huaxing building, seeing Shen Bingqian and Chu Chen coming down one after the other, the employees who were having breakfast stood up to greet them. Don't call her manager Shen anymore. Call her sister-in-law from now on. Chu Chen held Shen Bingqian's fragrant shoulder and solemnly corrected everyone. Sister-in-law? The 30-something company employees were first puzzled, then suddenly realized. They had stayed overnight last night, and the two of them were already living together, so their own manager Shen should already belong to the boss. Hello, sister-in-law. The employees were very tactful, calling out in unison and immediately changing their address. Shen Bingqian just gave them a stern look without objection, evidently accepting the title. In addition, starting today, all of you will go out to collect resources. This is mainly to cultivate your combat abilities. The survival environment will be even more challenging in the future, and if you don't have enough self-defense capabilities, it will be difficult to survive. Chu Chen assigned them tasks and then walked out of the Huaxing building. The streets were deserted, as if the zombies that used to wander aimlessly had disappeared overnight, as if evaporated from the earth. Those who didn't know would think the zombies had been cleared out. In this reincarnation, Chu Chen knew that the sudden disappearance of zombies on the streets was due to the emergence of higher-order zombies. These higher-order zombies not only had territorial awareness but also gained intelligence. They gathered all the zombies in their territory and ambushed them where people might appear. Therefore, the zombies that used to roam the streets suddenly disappeared overnight. In the previous life, less than 2 months after the apocalypse, the first king of zombies was born in Pujiang. At that time, many humans had also awakened supernatural abilities. In the mountains, the strength of the mutated beasts became more and more terrifying. As they continued to evolve, some gradually gained intelligence. Some even transformed into human forms, with intelligence not inferior to humans. Thinking of the king of zombies from the previous life, Chu Chen decided to go to a place. It was the Huda Square where Walmart was located. In the previous life, the first king of zombies was born there. Now, he has awakened the ancient blood ancestor lineage, which has a bloodline suppression effect on the zombies. Since he has this ability, why not recruit a few zombie kings as subordinates? In addition, last time he only emptied the Walmart supermarket and warehouse, he hasn't touched the items in the upscale specialty stores upstairs. He is not interested in those so-called luxury goods, he is only interested in the clothing upstairs. Before Doomsday arrived, he stocked up on a lot of food, but not so much on clothes. Boom! He stepped on the gas and headed straight to the Hauda Square. After about 15 minutes, the battle vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Hauda Mall. Chu Chen got out of the car, and to be absolutely sure, he released 3 combat robots as well.
However, the square was empty, not a single zombie in sight. Even the zombie bodies piled up in the square a few days ago were nowhere to be found. In the previous life, Hauta Square later became Hauta Base, led by a pockmarked individual, and that zombie king was born nearby. A few days ago, he took care of all the fugitives who had escaped from the prison, making Hauta Square a no-man's land. But to find that zombie king, it would be a matter of luck. Upstairs, Shuchen scanned around, not a single zombie in sight, not even a regular one. Therefore, he decided to first ransack the clothing upstairs. With 3 robots in tow, he headed straight to the 5th floor. To his surprise, there wasn't a single zombie upstairs either, and the looting of goods went surprisingly smoothly. In less than half an hour, he had cleared out all the clothing stores on the upper 20 floors. Just as he was returning fully loaded and planning to try his luck elsewhere, a scene at the entrance of the building's ground floor stunned him. A large group of zombies had appeared out of nowhere at the entrance. It seemed as if they had come specifically for him, blocking him at the entrance. There must be a zombie king nearby. Looking at the zombies outside the door, Shuchen was initially shocked, but soon he was delighted. Just half an hour ago, there wasn't a single zombie outside, and now suddenly so many had appeared. Obviously, someone was manipulating the zombie horde behind the scenes. More precisely, higher-ranking zombies were controlling these hordes. If things went as expected, the zombie king that was first born in the previous life must be nearby. Force your way out. Shu Chan ordered the 3 robots walking in front. With his awakened ancient blood ancestor lineage, he had a bloodline suppression effect on zombies, so he had no fear. Click, click. Upon receiving the command, the 3 robots continued forward. At the same time, Shu Chen released his aura, intending to suppress the zombies outside the door with his blood ancestor lineage. Rumble. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, as soon as they approached, the zombies panicked and hastily retreated, making way for him. Within 10 steps, not a single zombie dared to approach. Could it be that the bloodline is slowly awakening? Looking at the distance, Shuchen suddenly thought of a possibility. The ancient blood ancestor lineage he had awakened was likely gradually strengthening. Because yesterday, zombies didn't dare to approach within 5 steps, but today it had become 10 steps. This indicated that today's bloodline power was twice that of yesterday. In other words, the ancient blood ancestor lineage within him was either slowly awakening or slowly strengthening. No wonder after eating the blood-colored fruit that day, he didn't experience any anomalies. It turns out it was slowly awakening. Logically, such a powerful ability would trigger celestial phenomena, but nothing happened. Instead, there were flickering lightning outside the city, indicating that many people had awakened powerful abilities. You, come here. Shu Qin took out a fresh piece of meat from the storage space and beckoned to a tall zombie. In the previous life, he only knew that Sang Biao had recruited 2 zombie kings as subordinates, but he had never heard how exactly he did it. After awakening the ancient bloodline of the blood ancestor in this life, he could only explore on his own. Therefore, he took out a piece of beef, intending to test the reaction of these zombies. Da. The tall zombie was first stunned for a moment, then cautiously approached. It walked slowly, with fear in its eyes. But when it stopped a meter away from Chu Chen, it knelt down with a plop, lowered its head, raised its hands above its head, as if waiting for a gift. Seeing this ancient ritual of receiving gifts and kneeling, Chu Chen was slightly surprised, then placed the piece of meat in the zombie's hands, trading food for protection. After receiving the meat, the tall zombie slowly stood up, then lowered its head and retreated back the way it came. The surrounding zombies were attracted by the meat in its hands, looking towards the meat it held above its head. It wasn't until it had retreated 10 steps away, finished eating the meat in its hands, that the other zombies withdrew their gaze. Plop, plop. The next moment, to Chu Chen's surprise, the surrounding zombies all knelt down one after another. Although they didn't speak, Chu Chen could guess that they also wanted a piece of meat. Although he had stocked up on a lot of beef and mutton, he didn't want to give it to these zombies. He glanced around and estimated that there were at least hundreds of zombies present. Even if each zombie only got a pound, it would still waste hundreds of pounds of meat. In the post-apocalyptic world of food scarcity, this much meat would be enough for one person to eat for at least a year. He had only taken out a piece just now to test the zombies' reactions, preparing for the future to subdue the zombie king. Get on the car. Shu Chan ordered the 3 robots and then walked towards the combat vehicle. As for giving away the beef, that was absolutely impossible. Da. Just as he was about to get into the combat vehicle, he heard heavy footsteps in the distance. Following the sound, he saw a giant zombie nearly 2 meters tall approaching. From the tattered clothes on him, it seemed he was a soldier in his past life. Zombie King? Seeing this giant zombie, Shu Chen quickly guessed his identity.
In the previous life, the first zombie king born in Puzheng, it was said that he was also a soldier in his past life, with a huge physique. Da! Sensing something, when the giant zombie was 10 steps away, it suddenly stopped. Plop! Immediately after, like the other zombies, it knelt down on the ground.
Was the future zombie king also asking for meat? Come here.
After a moment of hesitation, Chuchen took out another large piece of meat from the storage space and gestured for him to come over. He wasn't interested in other zombies, but he couldn't miss this future zombie king. If he could subdue him, the shelter would have a powerful guard. Before long, as zombies, mutated beasts, and humans with awakened abilities continued to evolve, guns would become useless, because the power of bullets couldn't break through their defenses at all. So, he needed to recruit some powerful underlings as soon as possible.
Da.
Seeing Chuchen gesturing for him to come over, the giant zombie immediately understood his intention, quickly approaching, and finally kneeling down a meter away from Chuchen. Like the zombie before, he also lowered his head, raised his hands above his head, performing an ancient ritual of receiving gifts. Chuchen placed the meat in his hands and observed his expression change.
Unlike the previous zombie, he directly ate the meat without retreating.
Before long, he had finished eating the large piece of meat. Woo! He looked up at Chuchen, emitting a low growl, as if trying to convey something.
Do you want to eat more meat? Chuchen didn't know what he was trying to express, so he gestured with his hands while asking. To his surprise, the zombie actually nodded as if understanding his words. If you want to eat, follow me.
Chuchen pointed to the nearby armored vehicle and gestured.
The zombie seemed to understand, stood up, and walked towards the armored vehicle.
Just when Chuchen thought it would follow the vehicle back with him, a strange scene unfolded. The zombie unexpectedly reached out its grayish-green hand and gently touched the armored vehicle, as if caressing a loved one, with a surprisingly gentle touch.
Roar!
After a while of touching, it suddenly clutched its head with both hands, as if suffering from a splitting headache, and let out a loud howl to the sky.
Ah! Strangely, Chuchen actually sensed its sadness and couldn't help but sigh.
This emotional connection puzzled him, not understanding what was happening. However, he could guess some of the reasons behind the zombie's strange behavior. It was likely that the camouflage paint on the armored vehicle triggered painful memories deep in its mind.
In fact, this was a normal reaction.
After evolving to a certain stage, zombies also develop new intelligence, but old memories are partially retained. These memories are mostly their obsessions from their past lives. In other words, the camouflage on the armored vehicle just now stirred up some obsessions from its past life.
Buzz. Suddenly, its vibrating phone rang.
Looking at it, it was a call from Lin Xingya.
Boss, a group of people were outside destroying surveillance cameras. After destroying several cameras near the main gate, they ran away. As he was about to answer the call, Lin Xingya's angry voice came through. They only destroyed a few surveillance cameras near the gate?
Chuchen furrowed his brows, puzzled. If they wanted to cause damage, they should have destroyed all the cameras on the walls.
However, they only destroyed a few and left?
It all seemed very strange. Yes, they destroyed the 4 cameras on both sides of the gate. Now we can't monitor the front gate at all. Lin Xingya detailed the situation at the gate over the phone.
Okay, I got it.
Chuchen hung up and then got into the armored vehicle, preparing to head back immediately. Suddenly, as he was about to start the vehicle, he received a WeChat message from the teacher in the neighboring unit, Xin. It reminded him that he had forgotten to reply to her earlier when Xin Bingqian suddenly awakened her ice and snow abilities in the morning. The message was a request for food and questioning why he hadn't replied. Exchanging food for the body, not a bad idea, I agree.
Chuchen hastily typed a response and sent it. In the apocalypse, selling one's body to survive is not shameful. Quickly ask him when you can come over.
At that moment, in the Legion Garden community, Su Jiwu, who had just returned with his group after destroying surveillance cameras at the supermarket entrance, saw the reply and urged Qinyan. He thought he had been exposed, but to his surprise, Chuchen took the bait. This made him happy but also secretly relieved.
I'll give you my phone. You reply.
Next to him, Qinyan, who didn't want to be used anymore, handed her phone directly to Su Jiwu.
The kind neighbor. I'm not comfortable using your phone. How about this? I'll dictate, and you type.
Su Jiwu chuckled and pushed the phone back. If he took the phone away and Chuchen sent a voice or video call when this woman wasn't around, it would be troublesome. So, to lure Chuchen in, this woman had to cooperate actively.
Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Just ask him when you can come to get food. Tell him you're starving. It's best to go over there tonight. Su Jiwu pondered for a moment before saying, why tonight?
Beside him, a middle-aged man asked in confusion.
It's hard for us to hide with so many people. It's easier to avoid exposure at night.
It's been overcast recently, so it's pitch black at night.
We can sneak to the entrance without being noticed. But what if he doesn't let Teacher Chin go over and comes here instead? That would be even simpler. If he dares to come, do you think we can't open the supermarket door? Right, Jiwoo makes sense.
Su Jiwoo explained to everyone, and the group of middle-aged women nodded in agreement, thinking he made sense. Meanwhile, under pressure from the crowd, Xin Yan sent a message to Chu Chen as Su Jiwoo suggested, "When can I come over to get some food?
I'm starving. Tonight okay? Tomorrow it is."
Chu Chen quickly replied with 3 words. Xin Yan didn't dare to make decisions on her own, so she showed the message to Su Jiwoo and the others. "Just say it's okay and ask if he can come over tomorrow night," Su Jiwoo discussed with the group before saying.
Xin Yan, feeling helpless, followed his instructions and sent another message. Not long after, she received a reply from Chu Chen. This time it was just 1 word, "Okay, let's go. Let's get ready." Seeing Chu Chen take the bait, Su Jiwoo and the others finally relaxed. Although the time was set for tomorrow night, it was just 1 more day of waiting. The hundreds of vehicles and supplies at the supermarket would soon be theirs. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Chu Chen was driving his battle vehicle back, with the Corpse King following behind. Worried that the Corpse King couldn't keep up, he deliberately slowed down the speed of the vehicle. 40 minutes later, he returned to the shelter. However, he didn't bring the Corpse King inside. After feeding him a few large chunks of meat, he assigned him a task, to establish a new territory, conquer all nearby high-level zombies, and then bring them to the supermarket at night under the cover of darkness. That was why he didn't agree to Qin Yan coming over tonight. He planned to deal with the zombies first. As for the beautiful women, he was in no rush. After all, in the shelter, there were 4 beautiful women, Xia Xiao, Lin Xingya, Xiaoxue, and Luo Yuyu waiting for him. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Chu Chen returned to the shelter and before he could go upstairs, Teacher Chin suddenly made a video call on WeChat. Without hesitation, he answered the call, and soon, a stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. "I am your neighbor Qin Yan. Listen to me, the messages before were not sent by me."
"No, they were sent by me, but Su Jiwoo and the others forced me to send them. They want to use me to deceive you into opening the door, so they can rush in and take over the supermarket. They smashed the surveillance cameras at the supermarket. I overheard them saying that if you don't open the supermarket door, they will break through the wall and force their way in. From the looks of it, they not only want to steal food but also want your life. If things get tough, take some food and escape quickly.
You can't defend against 1 or 2,000 people."
As soon as the video call connected, Xin Yan on the other end of the line spoke in a hurried and anxious manner. While speaking, she kept glancing ahead, looking nervous and flustered.
"Teacher Chin, are you talking?"
Before Chu Chen could speak, a woman's voice came faintly from the phone, accompanied by a knocking sound.
"No, I'm in the bathroom. Hurry up." Qin Yan hastily replied, then hung up the video call. So it was Su Jiwoo's doing. Looking at his phone, Chu Chen felt somewhat puzzled. He had initially thought that Qin Yan had willingly offered herself to survive. Little did he know that she had been coerced by Su Jiwoo before. If he guessed correctly, besides Su Jiwoo, the one coercing her was also the other homeowners in the community. He clearly remembered that in the previous life, the Lijiang Garden community, whether it was the property security or the homeowners, hardly had any good people. What surprised him even more was that Qin Yan was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. She actually secretly revealed the conspiracy of Su Jiwoo and others to him. Chu Chen, who originally just wanted to have some fun with her, suddenly felt a hint of affection for her. "Since you took the risk to warn me, I won't treat you unfairly." Chu Chen planned to bring her to the shelter. As for Su Jiwoo and the others, he wasn't worried at all. The single combat robots in the yard could take care of them. However, just killing them like that would be too easy on them. He planned to use their own schemes against them, lure Su Jiwoo and the others in, and then feed them to the zombies. He was wondering what to feed them after he recruited a group of zombies as his subordinates. Although he had a lot of beef and mutton stored in the storage space, that was his food for the next few years, and he was reluctant to feed it to the zombies. Now, with ready-made flesh and blood, why waste it? "Beauty, I understand your intentions. Let me know when you come, and I'll leave the door open for you. You are welcome to come and exchange food at any time." After a moment of thought, Chu Chen sent a message to Qin Yan. He just wanted to tell the beautiful Qin, "I know what your warning is about, but I have my own way to deal with them." Snoring. In Lijiang Garden, Qin Yan flushed the toilet and quickly deleted the video call message on WeChat before opening the bathroom door. However, as soon as she opened the door, Chu Chen sent her a message. "I understand your intentions. Let me know when you come, and I'll leave the door open for you. You are welcome to come and exchange food at any time."
Looking at the message on her phone, Xin Yan was stunned.
He knew that Su Jiwoo wanted to harm him, yet he still welcomed her at any time? Wasn't that too bold of him?
However, she quickly understood Chu Chen's intentions. He was telling her, don't worry, he had his own way to deal with it.
Who were you talking to just now?
At the bathroom door, Su Jiwoo's mother asked with a grim face, followed by 6 or 7 middle-aged women.
I just received his message and called you all. Xin Yan handed over her phone. The few old women who had just looked unfriendly finally relaxed.
They only needed to do physical labor.
Welcome to go at any time? And leave the door open? This kid took the bait, go tell Jiwoo.
Seeing the WeChat message on Xin Yan's phone, the group of middle-aged women became excited, and one of them quickly called Su Jiwoo.
Not long after, Su Jiwoo, who was preparing weapons, rushed back excitedly. Ask him if we can go over tonight?
Tell him we are really starving.
Su Jiwoo looked at the WeChat message and said impatiently.
They only had 2 pounds of rice left at home, at most another 2 days, and they would run out of food completely. In recent days, they had been drinking watery porridge, and the 3 of them could only grab a handful of rice per meal to cook. Therefore, he, who had not eaten his fill for days, felt sour in his mouth from hunger. If they could seize the supermarket across the street, he could freely eat the frozen meat in the cold storage.
Xin Yan dared not disobey his order and quickly edited a message and sent it. Shall I come over tonight? I can't bear the hunger anymore. Okay. Remember to clean up. I'll be waiting for you tonight.
Shortly after, Chu Chen's message came back, accompanied by a sly expression. Seeing his agreement, Su Jiwoo, his mother, and everyone in the house all breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, look, all the surveillance cameras at the entrance have been smashed. Inside the shelter, seeing Chu Chen return, Lin Xingya quickly recounted what had happened that morning. A group of people ran to the front of the supermarket, smashed the surveillance cameras at the entrance, and then ran away.
I don't know what those people are up to. Forget about those surveillance cameras.
You guys, place these cardboard pieces around the perimeter wall. Chu Chen took out a large pile of packaging boxes from the system space and instructed the 4 women. These were packaging boxes for solar panels, high-power generators, and other goods. Originally, these were all waste garbage, but unexpectedly, they came in handy today.
Boss, what are these cardboard boxes for? Xiao Shui asked in confusion. They now saw Chu Chen as their boss. However, they didn't earn money as wages but their lives. Chu Chen provided them with food and drink, protected their safety, so they were essentially working for their lives. And all they had to do was some physical labor. This so-called physical labor included cooking, cleaning, doing household chores, and even the kind of physical work where the man is on top of the woman. Hide the zombies,
Chu Chen said as he took out the cardboard boxes from the storage space.
Hide what zombies?
Xie Xiaorou, Lin Xingya, Xiao Shui, and Luo Yuyu were all stunned by his words, and their movements stopped. They would rather sacrifice themselves than leave here, fearing being eaten by zombies outside. They had developed a psychological shadow towards zombies. Therefore, when Chu Chen mentioned hiding zombies, they all became slightly nervous.
You'll know when the time comes. Just do as I say. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to them.
After taking out a bunch of things from the storage space, he turned and went upstairs to sleep. For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit sleepy just now. All he wanted now was to have a good sleep. Last night, he had a wild night with Shin Bingqian 19 times, and he didn't feel the slightest bit tired when he woke up this morning. However, now, he was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. Besides feeling tired, he didn't have any other discomforts. When he reached the 2nd floor, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Little did he know that an hour after he fell asleep, the already gloomy sky suddenly became overcast, and soon, a huge shadow appeared over the Pujiang River. This shadow was a long-haired giant with pale skin and 2 sharp fangs showing in his mouth. His bare upper body was full of bulging muscles, looking powerful and robust. He held a giant bone club in one hand and a dragon-shaped rope in the other. The rope was crystal clear, resembling a dragon tendon. Looking down at the earth, his deep eyes could send chills down one's spine and make their soul tremble with just one glance. Within a radius of 100 miles around Pujiang, all the zombies seemed to have encountered a powerful enemy and knelt down, performing a strange ritual towards the shadow in the sky. Outside the city of Pujiang, in the mountains and forests, a giant ape several meters in size, with fangs exposed, and crimson eyes, was breathing in the fresh air of the woods. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something and looked up. When it saw the shadow in the sky and made eye contact with it, the mighty giant ape seemed to be frightened like seeing a ghost, let out a scream, and then fearfully retreated into a cave. Even inside the cave, it was trembling in fear. In the testing laboratory of the Menard Biotech Company's headquarters in Huaxia, several lab-coated individuals were injecting drugs into monkeys.
Behind the monkeys were large iron cages containing various animals.
The monkeys injected with drugs soon began to scream in pain. Before long, some died, while others survived.
The surviving monkeys were sent to the next laboratory. Hurry up!
A blonde foreigner shouted at the lab-coated group in stiff Huaxia language. Suddenly, the animals let out a low, eerie cry and then shivered and curled up in their cages.
What's going on? Mr. Cree, there's a phantom in the sky, you should go out and take a look. Just as the blonde foreigner was feeling puzzled, a subordinate rushed in. A phantom?
Cree was slightly taken aback, then strode out. When he walked out of the laboratory and saw the phantom in the sky, he was not surprised but delighted.
This is a vision produced by the awakening of a powerful bloodline. This is the ancient ancestor of my bloodline. Someone must have awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor.
Quick, find out for me, at any cost, we must find this person for me. As long as we can obtain the blood of the ancient blood ancestor, not to mention mutant beasts, we can also mass-produce those with awakened abilities. Kree's eyes gleamed with greed as he gave orders to the people behind him.
Yes.
The white-skinned group listened to his words and quickly went to work without delay. After sending away his subordinates, Cree quickly made a satellite call to report the discovery to the company headquarters.
What is this vision? Quick, take a picture and search online. Found it, this phantom is the image of the ancient blood ancestor. Someone once saw it on a parchment scroll in the west.
Outside a pharmaceutical factory in Pujiang City, a group of people gathered on the rooftop, looking at a picture on a phone.
Dark currents surged. The virus leaked from the American Edinburgh military base as a mysterious virus discovered under the Antarctic ice a billion years ago. After this virus leaked, it was like doomsday worldwide. Many people turned into zombies.
And this ancient blood ancestor, according to research, is also a mythical figure from a billion years ago.
His descendants are said to be vampires in Western legends. Could there be a connection between these two?
On the rooftop of the pharmaceutical factory, after a few people finished reading the information on the phone, a young man with a black birthmark on his face spoke.
Could this ancient virus spreading globally be created by the ancient blood ancestor?
With his words, another young man with white hair boldly speculated.
If that's the case, then all the zombies spread worldwide are descendants of the blood ancestor? And now someone has awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor. That means he will become the master of the global zombies?
Analyzing up to this point, everyone looked at each other in shock, each with a look of astonishment on their faces.
If one could control the global zombies, that power would be too terrifying.
He just awakened his abilities today, so his strength shouldn't be too strong. We awakened our abilities long ago, and in the whole of Pujiang, there is no one who can match us. Why don't we find this person? If he listens, it's fine, if not, then just kill him directly to prevent future troubles.
Pujiang is so big, where do we go to find this person? Simple, isn't there someone who has established the East China Ability Users Association online?
Why don't we also establish a Pujiang Ability Users Association?
As long as we can gather all the people with abilities, we won't have trouble finding him, right? That's a good idea.
Another ability user has triggered a vision of heaven and earth.
Yes, no matter how powerful you are, in the end, you will be eaten by me, hee.
Inside an abandoned factory, a middle-aged man stood, looking at the phantom in the sky, a smirk on his face.
However, he only had half a face.
The other half of his face was covered by a clown mask, making him look quite bizarre. At this moment, all the awakened ability users in Pujiang noticed the vision in the sky. Some looked up information online, while others secretly plotted. Before this, those who had awakened powerful abilities had only triggered thunder and lightning visions. They didn't know what this represented, but they vaguely felt that for those of them who were the first to awaken abilities, this was not a good sign. While turmoil brewed outside, Shuchen was sound asleep in the shelter.
Roar! It wasn't until a deep roar sounded that he was finally awakened. Boss, something's wrong. Wake up quickly.
In his half-asleep state, he heard an urgent voice, then felt someone grabbing his arm and shaking him vigorously.
Stop shaking, you'll shake me apart.
Shuchen opened his eyes to see two large jade rabbits swaying in front of him, and above them, the delicate and beautiful face of Lin Xingya. Something seemed amiss as Lin Xingya looked anxious. Beside her, Xia Xiao, Xiaoxue, and Luo Yuyu also appeared slightly tense.
There are several zombies outside. They are roaring towards the gate. Boss, you better go up and check it out.
Lin Xingya pointed outside in a panic. After placing cardboard boxes at the base of the wall, they returned to the third floor to play with their phones. Suddenly, they heard low growls outside. Climbing to the rooftop, they saw a dozen large zombies standing outside the gate.
They seemed to be knocking, rhythmically growling at the supermarket gate.
With the surveillance cameras outside destroyed, they had to climb to the rooftop to see the situation at the gate.
How many zombies are there?
Shu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in them.
Hadn't he just sent out the zombie king? Why was it back so soon? Let's go, check it out. Shu Chen led the 4 women up the stairs to the rooftop.
Looking down, they indeed saw 9 zombies. Leading them was none other than the zombie king he had sent out earlier.
They are our own, no need to be afraid. Shu Chen smiled warmly, reassuring the 4 women. Seeing them still nervous, he continued, "These zombies are my subordinates, rest assured, they are here to protect us." With that, he turned and headed downstairs. Your subordinates? The 4 women were still shocked and scared until Chu Chen opened the gate and let the 9 zombies in. As he communicated with the zombies using gestures, they finally relaxed. The 9 large zombies seemed to fear Chu Chen greatly, keeping their distance and not daring to approach. Their heads are like yours, growing crystal nuclei? Downstairs, Chu Chen communicated and gestured, finally understanding what the zombie king was trying to convey. He had called all nearby high-level zombies, and these zombies all had rice-sized crystal nuclei in their heads. His method of subduing them was simple. He told them he had a powerful master who would provide them with plenty of blood. So, without lifting a finger, these high-level zombies obediently followed him to the supermarket. The zombie king seemed to understand and nodded gently. Evolving so quickly? Shu Chen was surprised by the nod. It seemed like the development in this life was ahead of the previous one. Of course, it was also possible that in the previous life, he had received news much later due to information blockages. The fact that the zombies' crystal nuclei had reached the size of rice grains indicated that they had consumed a lot of blood and evolved to Class C. According to the research of the ability users in the previous life, zombies were classified as Class D, C, B, A, S, and Zombie King. After the apocalypse, within a few days, these 8 zombies had evolved to Class C, showing great potential worth nurturing. From now on, you will be called the Grand Army. You will be in charge of these 8, and I want you to gather more subordinates. Tonight, I will ensure they are all well fed. Chu Chen named the Zombie King and assigned him a task. Being one of the earliest zombies to evolve into a Zombie King in Pujiang, he was at least Class B, making him the perfect leader for these 8 zombies. Moreover, the Grand Army seemed to have developed intelligence early, communicating effortlessly. The army nodded in agreement and then turned to convey orders to the 8 high-level zombies. Perhaps due to bloodline suppression, the 8 high-level zombies were very obedient and immediately followed the army out of the supermarket to get busy. Strange, why hasn't she replied yet? In the evening, Chu Chen, prepared and eating delicacies, occasionally glanced at his phone. After dark, the army arrived with thousands of zombie minions, including the 8 high-level zombies. He had them all ambush in the yard, using cardboard boxes for cover and the darkness of night to remain undetected. After everything was set up, he messaged Qin, asking her to come over for food. However, several minutes passed, and there was still no reply from Qin. Could something have happened to her? Chu Chen absent-mindedly took a sip of wine, feeling uneasy. If she doesn't reply soon, I'll go over with the zombies. Glancing at the time, he decided to wait another 10 minutes. If there was still no response, he would go straight across. He chose to wait in the shelter not to harm the innocent. He only wanted to eliminate those who had ill intentions and were greedy. If anyone dared to rob him, he would ensure they regretted it. If they didn't come to rob, he didn't want to harm the innocent. Therefore, his principle was to not provoke others, but if provoked, he would feed them to the zombies. How is it? Has Jiwu awakened? In the Legion Garden at this moment, a group of middle-aged women saw Guo Xiaoyan come out and curiously asked. She was Su Jiwu's mother and also the head of the Community Women's Association. Alas, not yet. Guo Xiaoyan sighed, looking worried. Has Jiwu awakened his abilities? I heard that when abilities awaken, all sorts of strange phenomena occur. Some feel burning hot, some are shrouded in thick fog from head to toe, and some float in the air. Ziwu is unconscious, enveloped in a light, most likely an awakened ability. I heard that over 100 survivor bases have been established in Pujiang, each guarded by an awakened individual. If Jiwu has awakened his abilities, won't our community have a guardian deity? Yes, I read online that many people have awakened their abilities. There are dozens in our Pujiang alone. These are just the ones reported online. There are probably many more unreported. Seeing Guo Xiaoyan's worried expression, the group comforted her in a flurry of voices. They weren't really concerned about Su Jiwu's well-being, but rather that he could help them find food. So, my Jiwu isn't sick, but awakened his abilities? Hearing the others, Guo Xiaoyan's worry turned to joy. She had also read a lot of news about awakened individuals on her phone today. It was said that these individuals were specialized in combating zombies, making it as easy as cutting vegetables. Could her son have awakened his abilities too? Jiwoo hasn't woken up yet, so should we go to the supermarket across the street tonight or not?
Just now, someone surnamed Chu sent a message, asking Qin Yan to come over.
Should we go or not? Everyone give your opinion?
Beside them, someone impatiently redirected the conversation.
They had come to see if Su Jiwoo had awakened or not. Should they act tonight or not?
But the group of women had steered the conversation towards awakened individuals. This made them secretly anxious, craving meat.
Let's go. Why wouldn't we?
We agreed this morning to go tonight. If we don't, Chu will definitely suspect something. Yes, today it was teacher Qin who suggested it, saying she couldn't bear the hunger and wanted to go tonight.
If we don't go tonight, that guy will definitely suspect something. But Ziwoo still hasn't woken up? Without Xiao Su, we can't make it work? Don't forget, there's only Chu Chen in that supermarket. We have thousands of men here. What are we afraid of?
Right, if we don't go tonight, that supermarket might get looted tomorrow.
With so many awakened individuals in Pujiang now, if they find out there's plenty of food in Huaxing supermarket, what chance do we have? Those who want meat tonight, follow me. After some discussion, almost everyone agreed to act tonight.
After all, if they missed this opportunity, there might not be another. Text him, say you were just taking a shower.
Hurry up and get over here all clean. Oh, and change into something sexy, take a picture and send it to lure that guy in.
The burly middle-aged man in charge instructed Qin Yan. Qin Yan dared not disobey. She sighed softly, then sent a message to Chu Chen. After sending the message, she changed into a sexy outfit, took a full-body selfie with a selfie stick, and sent it over.
Baby, come over quickly, you're making me drool. To everyone's delight, Chu Chen quickly replied, sending a flirtatious emoji.
Seeing that he took the bait, the group quietly opened the gates of the residential area and stealthily made their way to the entrance of Huaxing supermarket under the cover of the dark night. As long as Chu Chen opened the gate a crack, they would succeed.
Hide, don't make a sound.
The burly man leading the group reminded everyone as he saw the densely packed group behind him. Almost everyone in the neighborhood had come out tonight in hopes of eating meat. With such a large group, if any noise was made and Chu Chen inside was alerted, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, it was pitch black outside the supermarket, and inside was just as dark, with no hint of light visible. Text him, say you're at the gate and ask him to open the iron gate.
Oh, and take another cleavage shot to send to him.
After instructing the people behind him, the burly man finally turned to Qin Yan. To reassure Chu Chen completely, he even had Qin Yan take a photo with the iron gate as the background and sent it over.
Ding!
Upstairs in the supermarket, hearing the WeChat notification, Chu Chen quickly picked up his phone. When he saw Qin Yan's cleavage photo, a playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That cleavage was too revealing, with two large white rabbits almost fully exposed.
The deep cleavage between the two white mounds looked very enticing. Although the photo was taken in the dark of night, the flash was on, making the two white rabbits clearly visible. Click! He pressed a button on the remote control, and the next moment, the large iron gate downstairs creaked open. In no time, the supermarket gate was wide open.
Ha!
The gate is fully open?
Outside the residential area, the burly young man was slightly stunned to see the completely open iron gate. However, he quickly regained his composure, gestured to his companions, whispered "let's go," and dashed inside with a swift step. The others behind him, seeing the gate open, followed suit. However, they did not find Chu Chen inside. The group, who had planned to catch the thief first and then Chu Chen when he opened the door for them, were slightly puzzled.
Where is that guy?
The burly man looked around but did not see Chu Chen, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. They had opened the gate for them, but the person was nowhere to be found.
Could it be that upon seeing the crowd after opening the gate, this guy hid somewhere?
Looking at the dark courtyard, the burly man felt this was a possibility. Creak, creak, creak. Just as the group was puzzled, the gate behind them suddenly closed.
They looked at each other, none of them had gone out. After finally breaking in, with meat in sight, they couldn't give up halfway.
They watched helplessly as the heavy gate closed again.
Something's not right. The leading burly man felt uneasy. He ran to the gate, grabbed the handle and tried to pull it open again.
However, no matter how hard he tried, the heavy iron gate remained unmoved.
This is an electromagnetic lock, it needs a card to open.
Seeing the situation was not right, a group of people gathered around, carefully observing for a moment, until one person finally understood what was going on.
Anyway, this kid is in the supermarket. After finding him, worried about not being able to open the door?
Let's go, let's first go to the basement warehouse in the supermarket to find food.
You guys, guard this gate, don't let that kid escape.
Unable to open the gate, the burly man had to give up.
However, he was not worried about not being able to leave. After all, Chu Chen was still here.
As long as they caught him, they could force him to open the gate. If you don't want to die, come to the second floor of the supermarket immediately. Among the crowd, Xin Yan received a text message from Chu Chen. She glanced at it, then took advantage of the chaos and ran into the supermarket, using the faint light from her phone to quickly run towards the second floor. At this moment, all she wanted was to break free from the control of these people. These people were willing to kill Chu Chen for food, and with her beauty and figure, after they were done using her, they would surely not let her go. Today, she could clearly feel that Su Jiwu and the other men were looking at her with different eyes. There was lust and greed in their eyes. The reason they hadn't made a move on her yet was because they still needed her cooperation. They needed her to trick open the door. Therefore, when she saw Chu Chen's message, she didn't hesitate to quickly run to the second floor. However, as soon as she reached the second floor, she saw a figure suddenly appear in front of her, a sudden scene that startled her into a scream. But before she could make a sound, her mouth was covered by someone, and at the same time, that person pulled her into their arms. Not only that, the hand holding her slender waist actually slid down to her buttocks, as if giving it a squeeze. In panic, her phone fell to the ground. She tried to pick it up, but two strong hands held her tightly, not allowing her to move. And her two ample bosoms were pressed against the chest of the shadowy figure. "It's me! Don't be afraid!" Just then, the shadow finally spoke, and picked up her phone to shine it on his face. "You are Chu Chen." After seeing his face clearly, Xin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Come here, I'll show you a good show." Chu Chen pulled her to the window on the second floor and looked down. "Turn on the lights." With his command, the once pitch-black courtyard suddenly lit up. The crowd that was about to rush into the supermarket to find food, upon seeing the bright lights, stopped in their tracks and looked around in fear. Roar! "Ah! Zombies! Run!" Suddenly, with a low growl, the people who had just rushed into the supermarket panicked and fled from inside. Some were even holding their necks, blood streaming down. After the low growl, as if receiving a command, the zombies hidden under the cardboard walls all emerged. "Why are there so many zombies?" The burly man in the lead, seeing groups of zombies suddenly appearing, was terrified. He never imagined that there were so many zombies hidden in this supermarket. Although the zombies were not as agile as humans, their explosive power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Coupled with their terrifying appearance, most people were scared and confused before they could even react. Just as everyone was in a panic, the zombies that rushed out of the supermarket bit anyone they could get their hands on. Each time they caught someone, they would first bite their neck to drain their blood, then gnaw on their flesh. So many zombies? Upstairs, seeing this horrifying scene in the courtyard, Xin Yan trembled in fear, clinging tightly to Chu Chen. Just now, she hurriedly ran up from the first floor, luckily not running into any zombies. If she had been a little later, she would probably have ended up like the people downstairs, becoming food for the zombies. "Don't be afraid. These zombies are all my little brothers." Seeing her trembling in fear, Chu Chen massaged her chest to help her calm down. Her soft hands made him reluctant to let go. The reason he made her witness the bloody scene downstairs was mainly to help her adapt to this post-apocalyptic hell sooner. "You have followers?" Xin Yan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. She couldn't believe that even zombies could be recruited as followers. "That's right. Otherwise, how could I guard tens of thousands of tons of supplies all by myself? These zombies happen to need blood to advance, and unexpectedly, they come to us willingly. What good people they are." Chu Chen nodded, teasingly. Hearing his words, Xin Yan suddenly realized that he possessed such terrifying means. No wonder over 2,000 people in the community were not afraid to fight for him. She had just thought the supermarket was occupied by zombies. She thought she had just escaped from the clutches of her neighbors, only to find herself in another predicament. Unexpectedly, these zombies were actually the guards protecting Chu Chen's territory. It seemed she not only escaped danger but also found a very safe refuge, no longer needing to live in fear. Gradually, she calmed down from her previous trembling state, and her fear quickly dissipated. Coming back to her senses from fear, she suddenly noticed Chu Chen vigorously massaging her chest. Her two ample bosoms were bouncing up and down under his touch. "I see you were trembling in fear, so I gave you a massage. This is a secret technique with the effect of invigorating blood and calming the mind. Oh, by the way, how is the effect? Are you still scared now?" Chu Chen withdrew his right hand, then asked seriously without any change in expression. "And no, I'm not scared anymore." Xin Yan blinked her beautiful eyes and shook her head lightly. She couldn't tell if he was taking advantage of her on purpose or genuinely massaging her. But it seemed irrelevant. Rather than being bullied by Su Jiwu and his gang, it was better to let him take advantage. At least he didn't harm anyone, and he was quite handsome.
Roar! There are zombies, run! Ah! Where did so many zombies come from in this supermarket? It's over, there are zombies everywhere, who will save me? Xiao Lu, help the old lady, she can't run anymore. Antigua, don't you usually dance square dances until midnight? Why can't you run a few steps now? I can't run either, Xiao Gao, wait for Auntie. Wait for what? If you want to die, don't drag me down. My son will awaken his powers soon. Once he awakens, he can protect everyone, you. If you save me, my son Jiwoo will repay you well. Get lost, don't drag me. In the courtyard of Huaxing Shopping Mall, chaos had long since erupted. Those who ran slowly quickly became the zombies' prey. Those who ran fast only temporarily escaped danger. The tall walls blocked their way out, and there was no way to climb over. Soon, less than half of the original 2,000 people remained, and with the zombies chasing them, the number was rapidly decreasing. Roar! After devouring a large human, the horde's gaze turned towards a distance, then suddenly leaped, a few jumps bringing them right behind a few plump women. Their agile jumping ability was nothing like that of stiff zombies. Roar! The other 8 high-level zombies wiped their mouths and chased after new prey. Mimicking the horde's jumping method, they quickly caught up with their targets. The horde has evolved again? Upstairs, seeing the horde's agile figure, Chu-Chen felt surprised. Zombies are classified into D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, S-level, and even corpse kings. After feasting on flesh and blood, those 8 high-level zombies had clearly evolved to B-level, and the horde should have evolved to A-level or even S-level. In other words, they were not far from advancing to corpse kings. In the previous life, when zombies evolved to the level of corpse king, they would gain intelligence. At that point, they could flexibly carry out any difficult task. Indeed, human flesh is still the most suitable for zombies. Seeing the rapid evolution speed of the 9 high-level zombies, Chu-Chen felt both joy and worry. Joyful because the strength of these 9 henchmen had increased significantly. Worrisome because after devouring over 2,000 living humans, where would he find more for them? As for the stored beef and mutton in the storage space, he couldn't bear to feed them to these zombies. Ah! Downstairs, when Guo Qiaoyun and others saw a tall zombie chasing after them, they were terrified. Although these middle-aged women were aging and overweight, they ran at a surprisingly fast speed. However, despite their desperate escape, the zombies caught up with them. Run! Guo Qiaoyun exerted all her strength and ran for her life. But a few other women ran faster than her, and she, falling behind, was about to be caught by the zombies. Stop right there! At this critical moment, she decisively grabbed a friend running ahead of her, pulled her down, and threw her to the zombie catching up from behind. Guo Qiaoyun, you despicable woman, ah! Before she could finish her words, the zombie bit off her neck. With a scream, the group of women lost another member. What? What should we do now? We can't run away, there are zombies in the supermarket too. Seeing that they couldn't escape no matter how hard they tried, with zombies everywhere, Guo Qiaoyun was sweating profusely in panic. Didn't Jiwoo awaken his powers? Quick, call him. If he has awakened his powers, ask him to come and save us. One of the women seemed to have an idea and said anxiously. Yes, let Jiwoo come and save us. Reminded by her, Guo Qiaoyun remembered that when they arrived, her son seemed to be awakening his powers. Now, she could only hope that her son had awakened and could save them. What's my son's phone number? Guo Qiaoyun trembled as she took out her phone, but in her terrified state, she couldn't remember her son's phone number. Why make a call? Send a voice message on WeChat. Yes, send a voice message. Seeing more zombies chasing after them, Guo Qiaoyun turned pale with fear. She tremblingly opened WeChat, found her son's account, and then hesitantly initiated a voice call. Why isn't it connecting? No response at all? You're not connected to the internet, turn on your data. Oh right, data. Guo Qiaoyun, seeing the zombies getting closer behind her, was almost scared out of her wits. Finally, with trembling hands, she managed to make the WeChat voice call. Answer quickly, please answer. Guo Qiaoyun muttered anxiously as she ran frantically. Fortunately, the voice call finally connected, and she heard her son's voice on the phone. At the same time, the zombies caught up from behind. Zombies, there are zombies everywhere, come and save me. Ah! Before Guo Qiaoyun could finish her sentence, a high-level zombie bit her neck. With a scream, her phone fell to the ground and shattered. As the horde of zombies closed in, the remaining hundreds of people fleeing in all directions quickly became the blood feast for the zombies. Zombies? Where are the zombies? Hey! In Lijiang Garden, Su Jiwoo had just woken up from his slumber and received a voice call from his mother. However, after answering, there was no response from the other end. He called out a few times but received no reply, so he put down the phone and got out of bed. There was no one at home. Downstairs was also empty, seemingly devoid of any human presence.
He sent a message to the WeChat group but received no response. It was as if everyone in the entire neighborhood had vanished into thin air, all gone. He arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Even the group of security guards who usually guarded the gate was nowhere to be seen.
Could they all have gone to the supermarket across the street?
Remembering their plan for tonight's operation, using Qin Yan to trick open the supermarket gate, he suddenly thought of a possibility. After a moment of hesitation, he walked towards the supermarket across the street. However, before he could get close to the large iron gate, he caught a strong smell of blood. The pungent smell of blood made him quickly stop in his tracks, then decisively turned around and hurried back to the residential area. Although he didn't know what danger was in the supermarket, everyone in the entire residential area had died inside, which must be extremely dangerous. He had just awakened his ability. There was no need to risk his life to find out what was going on. After weighing the pros and cons, he returned home again, planning to first study the ability he had awakened. It wouldn't be too late to seek revenge after becoming familiar with his own powers.
Do you find it very bloody?
Shu Chen turned on the lights on the second floor and asked Qin Yan beside him.
Qin Yan subconsciously nodded, but soon shook her head. Although it was bloody, she didn't sympathize with these people. You'll get used to it in the future,
Shu Chen said, then turned and left the window downstairs, with Qin Yan following closely behind. However, when going downstairs, she saw a table full of food in a room.
Although there wasn't much left to eat, you could still see that it was all exquisite delicacies.
There was only half of the emperor crab left to eat, abalones the size of a spoon, and a Boston lobster that had hardly been touched with chopsticks.
The worst was the plate of sauced beef. It was the end of the world, yet they were still eating so well?
Many people couldn't even have a proper meal, let alone such luxurious food. She had only been able to drink thin porridge for the past 2 days. In order to have a few more days of porridge, she counted the grains of rice every time she cooked, afraid of putting too much, so that after this meal, there would be no next meal. However, Shu Chen was living a life like a fairy, eating even better than she did before the apocalypse. For a moment, while envying him, she also felt fortunate to have come to the right place. In the future, she wouldn't expect to have lavish meals, as long as she could eat her fill every meal.
Gurgle. Watching the leftover food in the room, she swallowed her saliva and quickly followed downstairs.
As soon as she reached the ground floor, she saw 4 women coming down from the 3rd floor. What surprised her slightly was that each of the 4 was more beautiful and sexier than the other. She had originally thought that Shu Chen was the only one in the supermarket. Who would have thought there were 4 more, and all of them were beautiful women? This made her, who had always been confident in her own figure, suddenly feel a bit of pressure.
How did it feel just now? Didn't vomit, did you?
Seeing the 4 women coming down from upstairs, Shu Chen asked with a playful smile. In order to make them adapt quickly to the cruel and bloody apocalypse, he had them stand on the 3rd floor to admire the beautiful scenery below.
Not at all.
Xia Xiao, Luo Yuyu, Xiao Xue, and Lin Xingyao all shook their heads. After all, they had all escaped death before, with 3 of them almost being eaten by zombies. Therefore, although they were a bit uncomfortable with the bloody scene tonight, they were not to the point of vomiting.
Alright, I'll give you another task. Wash the yard with a hose. You can only sleep after cleaning it up. When you wake up tomorrow morning, I don't want to see a trace of blood. Oh, you go with them too. Shu Chen pointed to Qin Yan and instructed the women. We have to clean the yard? Hearing what he said, the 4 women immediately put on a grimace.
Cleaning the yard was simple, just connect the high-pressure hose to the faucet. But now there were more than 2,000 corpses in the yard. Some of the corpses had been gnawed by zombies, leaving only hair and feet, while others had only half a face left. They had felt creepy just watching from upstairs, let alone having close contact.
What? Don't want to do this little job?
Seeing them all looking like they were about to cry, Shu Chen pretended to glare sternly.
It's not that. But boss, can you help us get rid of those corpses? And those zombies, can you let them out too? It's quite scary to see them in the yard.
Luo Yuyu blinked her watery big eyes, pretending to be pitifully pleading.
No.
One day, you will experience a sea of corpses and blood. Now you must adapt to these bloody scenes in advance.
Hurry up and get to work. If you don't want to be kicked out tomorrow, don't make me repeat myself.
Oh, by the way, besides cleaning up the yard, those corpses and the bloodstains on the zombies must also be cleaned.
Without my command, those zombies won't harm you.
You can rest assured while cleaning. After Shu Chen finished speaking, he went upstairs, leaving the 5 women standing there looking at each other. Besides making them adapt to the bloody doomsday in advance, he had another consideration for forcing them to clean. That is to stimulate their potential to awaken abilities as much as possible. In the previous life, scientists from various countries discovered that those with strong will, who have killed and experienced bloody scenes, are most likely to awaken abilities.
Especially those who have killed and experienced bloody scenes have the highest probability.
Therefore, such a good training opportunity today should not be missed.
Sigh. Let's go, let's get to work.
Seeing that Chu Chen had no room for negotiation, Lin Xingye sighed helplessly. She then picked up the hose and walked outside. Although Xiaoxue, Xie Xiao, and Luo Yuyu were extremely reluctant, they followed out dejectedly, fearing to anger Chu Chen and be kicked out of the shelter. However, as they walked to the door, they stopped in their tracks and looked back at Qin Yan.
Don't just stand there, sister. Come out quickly. Don't expect to change the boss's orders. Lin Xingye smiled bitterly, kindly reminding her. Maybe you don't know the boss's temper yet. He doesn't keep idle people. If you want to stay here, not only do you have to work, but you might also have to sleep with him in the future. If you want to be a lady here, you might be disappointed.
Luo Yuyu glanced at Qin Yan's curvaceous figure, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, then said teasingly,
if you don't want to be kicked out tomorrow, you better come and work with us obediently. Sister, although the boss seems ruthless, if you stay here for a couple of days, you will find that compared to this dirty work, what you gain will be much more. Working for the boss, we earn our lives and get to enjoy delicacies that we couldn't have before the doomsday.
Xiaoxue and Xie Xiao also advised her kindly.
Gurgle.
Hearing about delicacies, Qin Yan remembered the leftovers she saw upstairs earlier and her stomach couldn't help but growl. She swallowed and then bravely walked out. In the yard, there were eerie corpses and densely packed zombies. The 5 women suppressed their fear, turned on the tap, and started working.
How can I get rid of that brat Chu Chen? In the Lijiang Garden community, Su Jiwu lay on the bed, pondering away.
He could now be sure that everyone in the entire community had gone to Huaxing supermarket and all died inside.
If he wasn't mistaken, Chu Chen must have awakened some terrifying ability. Otherwise, how could he have killed over 2,000 people in one go?
Although he had also awakened an ability today and just figured out how to use it, he still had no confidence in taking down Chu Chen.
Pujiang Ability Users Association?
Suddenly, he was drawn to a piece of information online.
Since he couldn't do it alone, why not seek help from other ability users? After the doomsday, with zombies rampant and wild beasts mutating, Pujiang is full of dangers.
Su Jiwu saw an announcement from the Pujiang Ability Users Association online, seeking new members. The general idea is that zombies are rampant, and some animals and plants have also undergone mutations. The whole Pujiang is in great danger, and only by uniting and cooperating with awakened individuals with special abilities can they survive. Therefore, all the awakened individuals in Pujiang are invited to gather at the Dahue Pharmaceutical Factory outside the city in 5 days for a grand event.
The initiators are Subai, Chengguan, Lu Ji, and Xiedabiao. After reading the announcement, Su Jiwu downloaded a form online, filled in his information and awakened abilities, and sent it over. To highlight his strength, he specially gave himself the title of the Guardian of the Lijiang base, even though he was the only one in the entire community. Buzz, buzz. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, Su Jiwu's phone vibrated and rang. Thinking it was a call from the Pujiang Awakened Individuals Guild, he eagerly answered the phone. Mr. Su, it's Dongzi.
However, a familiar voice came from the other end of the line.
Oh, what's up?
Disappointed to hear it was him, Su Jiwu asked indifferently. Dongzi was a small-time thug in the labor market area, with dozens of underlings who usually did odd jobs. They knew each other because Su Jiwu often ate at his place.
I have a big deal. Are you interested? Do you know the Huaxing shopping plaza across from your neighborhood? They have stockpiled a large amount of supplies. We've been working as loaders and unloaders there for about 10 days, with dozens of trucks delivering goods every day. Just for beef and mutton, over 200 trucks have been delivered. Biscuits, instant noodles, bottled water, fruits and vegetables, over 300 trucks in total. If we can snatch these things, we won't finish eating them in several lifetimes. Dongzi explained the situation inside the Huaxing shopping plaza over the phone. He had originally contacted Sang Biao, but soon lost contact with him. Not only could he not reach Sang Biao, but he also lost contact with his group of henchmen. Helpless, he had to turn to Su Jiwu. He knew that although Su Jiwu ran a restaurant, he was also a street boss who had influence in both legal and illegal activities in the area. He planned to team up with Su Jiwu to snatch the Huaxing supermarket. Have you told anyone else about this? After pondering for a moment, Su Jiwu asked with a stern face. The Huaxing supermarket was a big piece of meat, and he wanted to use other awakened individuals to deal with Chu Chen, but he didn't want too many people to know. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether he would get a fair share after taking it over.
He had planned to ask other awakened individuals for help in getting rid of Chu Chen. After obtaining the goods, he would eliminate the assisting awakened individuals so that he could keep all the supplies for himself. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about Chu Chen's hoarding of supplies, the better.
I told Biao Ge, that's Sang Biao from the east of the city.
But he doesn't know what's going on. Suddenly he can't be reached, and even all his henchmen have lost contact.
I guess they were all eaten by zombies. So, I called you. Except for you two, I haven't told anyone else. Sensing Su Jiwu's concern, Dongzi quickly explained. How many people do you have under you now? How many have awakened abilities? Relieved that he hadn't told anyone else, Su Jiwu inquired about the situation on Dongzi's side. I still have over 30 people here. As for awakened abilities, I'm the only one, but my ability is pretty useless, sigh. Dongzi sighed helplessly. He had seen many awakened individuals online. Some could control fire, some could control water, and there was even one who was like Superman, able to fly in the sky. But his awakened ability was somewhat useless, almost of no use. However, he didn't mention the fact that he had stolen some guns from the police station. This was his trump card, and it might save his life one day. What kind of ability have you awakened? Listening to what he said, Su Jiwu became interested and couldn't help but ask. He had originally asked casually, never expecting there would actually be someone with supernatural abilities. Since that was the case, he didn't need to team up with the people from the Supernatural Ability Guild. Teaming up with Dongzi would suffice. Perspective. But it can only see within 5 meters. If this was before Doomsday, you could easily get rich by buying a scratch card, and even peek at a beauty's underwear when bored. But in this Doomsday, all you can see are zombies, utterly useless, sigh. Dongzi said somewhat dejectedly. Perspective? Where are you right now? I'm with a group of brothers in a restaurant. We killed the owner, and the supplies here are running out. Won't there be nothing to eat soon? So, I want to find someone to team up and rob Huaxing Supermarket. Bring your people to Legion Community, there's food here, it's safe, and I've cleared out all the zombies. Okay, bro, I'm on my way. Hearing there was food and no zombies, Dongzi drove with his men in a 2-ton truck straight to Legion Garden Community. However, to his disappointment, when he arrived at the community, there were no zombies but only Su Jiwu standing alone at the entrance. In such a large community, besides Su Jiwu, there wasn't a single person in sight. He had initially wanted to use Su Jiwu's men to take down Huaxing Supermarket together, but now it seemed that this Su fellow might not be of much help to him. No need to look. Over 2,000 people in the community are dead. Each household has some food stored, go search for it, fill your stomachs first. Su Jiwu didn't hide anything, he directly revealed the truth. However, he didn't go into detail about how those 2,000 people died. Firstly, he didn't know how they died, and secondly, he was afraid of scaring Dongzi and his group. He was currently a lone ranger, lacking manpower. He planned to recruit all 30-something people under his command for his own use. All dead? Well, won't all the food be ours then? Xianzi, don't you have lockpicking skills? Take them to search for food house by house. Dongzi, delighted rather than suspicious, hadn't eaten properly in days, so he quickly ordered his men behind him to search for food. Mr. Su, this place of yours is quite good. So many vacant houses, the entrance is sealed, and no zombies around. It's a ready-made shelter. These days, I've seen online that several human survivor bases have been established in our Pujiang. Why don't we set up a base too, recruit soldiers after establishing our reputation? When we are strong enough, we'll go and seize food. By then, we'll be the local emperors. After sending his men away, Dongzi surveyed the community before him, greed evident on his face. He planned to take over the place and even recruit Su Jiwu as his underling. With more than 30 men under his command, he was worried about not having a place to settle, but today he had finally found one. Can your awakened perspective ability see through a wall and see what's inside? Just as he was fantasizing about becoming a local emperor, Su Jiwu interrupted him directly. Forget about one wall, even if there were 10 walls, I could still see through. Dongzi nodded slightly smugly, but soon, realizing that his ability was somewhat useless, a hint of regret appeared on his face. Alas, it's a pity, if I had this ability before Doomsday, it would have been great, but in the current world, it seems to be of little use, sigh. Who says it's useless? I need someone like you right now. I'm planning to take over the supermarket across the street, but I don't know what's inside. Since you have the perspective ability, help me see what's in there. If there's no danger, we'll rob it today. Su Jiwu pointed to the supermarket across the street, eagerly saying, as long as he figures out how those 2,000 people died yesterday, he can boldly rush in. You're asking about that? Then you've asked the right person. I know what's inside without even looking. Before Doomsday, there were 5 infantry fighting vehicles parked in the courtyard, along with 10 robots. I checked online, they are AI single combat robots. At first, I thought they were for the grand opening, to attract customers' attention. Now I think that kids seem to have known Doomsday was coming and prepared for defense in advance. Donzi recounted what he saw when he worked as a loader. If he didn't know about the weapons and equipment inside, he would have come alone to steal it. Why would he look for Sangbiao and Su Jiwu? He wanted to use them as a shield. So that's how it is. No wonder over 2,000 people died inside. Listening to him, Su Jiwu suddenly realized. However, these weapons and equipment were no match for him. Tell your people not to look for food. Come with me to the supermarket across the street. They have everything there, beef, lamb, you name it. We'll stew meat for them later. Su Jiwu, after a moment of contemplation, ordered Donzi in a commanding tone. You mean, attack the supermarket across the street? There are combat robots in there, with just a few of us, isn't that like walking into death? Donzi looked at him as if he were a fool, then paused for a moment and came up with an idea. How about this, I have a few guns, we can ambush outside the supermarket, wait for the supermarket owner to come out, grab him. Once we have him, what do we have to fear from robots? Creak. However, before he could finish speaking, the streetlight pole not far away bent down. At the same time, Su Jiwu extended his right hand, twisting it into a spiral shape. Is this a superpower? You've awakened a superpower too? Donzi, who had just underestimated Su Jiwu, was stunned by the magical scene before him. That's right. I awakened the superpower to control metal. Within 5 meters, I can twist any metal object into a spiral. As long as I exert force, I can immediately disable those infantry fighting vehicles and combat robots. Su Jiwu said, reaching out into the void, and a handgun flew out of Donzi's pocket. I can easily pull over lightweight stuff like this. He revealed this skill and pulled the gun over mainly to show Donzi his power. He needed manpower urgently, and he would try to keep anyone who could be a henchman. Sugu, I didn't expect you. You're so powerful. Oh, by the way, from now on, you are the big brother of my Donzi, and the 30-odd people under me are all your little brothers. We'll rely on you in the future. After a moment of shock, Donzi quickly flattered him. The ability to control metal was much more powerful than his X-ray vision. Any firearm made of metal would be useless as long as Su Jiwu was around. The reason he hadn't dared to bring people to rob the supermarket across the street was because he feared those weapons and equipment. Now that Su Jiwu could handle these troubles, taking over the supermarket would be a matter of minutes. He was both fearful and excited at the same time. Stop talking, call them all down. Let's go to the supermarket across the street now. Once we've taken the supermarket, what do you feel like eating? Seeing that he was cooperative, Su Jiwu hurried him along. With someone who could see through things by his side, he wasn't worried about Chu Chen's tricks and schemes. Yes, big brother. Donzi didn't dare to delay, quickly called Shinzi upstairs, and asked them to gather downstairs, not to look for food. By the way, big brother, does your ability consume energy? My X-ray vision, after a few minutes of use, leaves me weak and unable to see anything. After eating, I need to sleep for a long time to recover. After hanging up the phone, Donzi smirked and started discussing supernatural abilities with Su Jiwu. He actually wanted to probe Su Jiwu's bottom line, so he deliberately started the conversation to be prepared in case things turn sour in the future. I can probably use my ability for about half an hour. Su Jiwu casually replied. He didn't reveal his true abilities but instead boasted in a serious manner. In fact, like Donzi, he can only use his powers for a few minutes before exhausting his energy. After figuring out his awakened ability yesterday, he had to eat a full meal and sleep for half a day to recover. They've all evolved? In the early morning, Shu Qin was awakened by a deep roar. When he went downstairs, he saw a large army leading hundreds of evolved zombies waiting for him to review. After some communication through gestures and speech, he learned that these were all zombies that had evolved after feasting on flesh last night. That feast not only allowed 8 high-level zombies to evolve but also caused over 800 zombies to develop crystal cores in their brains. Ha, ha! The army nodded in a hurry and then gestured behind them. In an instant, hundreds of zombies all knelt down. Although Chu Qin couldn't understand what they were saying, he could see gratitude in their eyes. If he guessed correctly, they were thanking him for the lavish dinner he provided. So many zombies have evolved. Looking at the densely packed high-level zombies in front of him, Chu Qin felt amazed. After over 1,000 zombies feasted on over 2,000 people last night, half of them evolved. With enough flesh and blood, couldn't they cultivate over 800 zombie kings? Alright, get up. Let the zombies who haven't evolved leave, and take the leftover bones from yesterday with them. The evolved zombies stay. To avoid scaring people, you will stay in the underground warehouse on the first floor during the day and come out to guard the house at night. After a moment of contemplation,
Shu Chen gave instructions to the army through speech and gestures. Ha, ha. The army seemed to understand his meaning and busied themselves. Ka. Outside Huaxing supermarket, after Su Jiwu used his ability to break the last surveillance camera on the wall, he waved to Dongzi behind him. Come here, see where the weapons in the yard are.
Wait a moment, big brother.
Dongzi placed 2 fingers from each hand on his temples and widened his eyes to look inside. As he was about to complete a full circle around the wall, his body trembled, almost falling. Obviously, his energy was almost depleted. What's inside? Anything there? Seeing Dongzi running out of energy, Su Jiwu asked eagerly. Phew. I've seen it clearly. There are 5 robots patrolling in the yard, and another 5 are charging in that direction. There are also 3 armored vehicles right where the robots are charging. Dongzi pointed in several directions and detailed what he had seen. Are there any people inside? Does that kid have any other helpers? Su Jiwu was still somewhat worried and asked again. No, I haven't seen anyone else. Dongzi shook his head and added, I can only see things within 5 meters of the wall, I can't see further, but based on my observation, there shouldn't be anyone living inside. That's good. Clear the way. Hearing that there were no people inside, Su Jiwu was delighted and reached out his hands towards the wall. Boss, breakfast is ready. Time to eat. On the second floor, Qinyan placed several fried eggs and a stir-fry on the dining table. Although she had been busy until midnight last night, she got up early and took the initiative to prepare breakfast. At this moment, she finally realized that Chuchen had a huge storage space, able to produce any ingredients and seasonings she desired instantly. Call them down for dinner. Chuchen glanced at her perky buttocks before picking up the chopsticks. Whether intentional or not, she was only wearing a loose white shirt. Although the shirt was loose, her curvaceous figure was still clearly visible. Especially when she bent over, the loose shirt somehow outlined the effect of tight pants. What's more, her 2 long snow-white legs below always gave the impression of a vacuum inside. Qinyan responded crisply and then went to the 3rd floor. Since witnessing Chuchen's luxurious lifestyle last night, she had already fallen in love with this place. While working last night, she chatted with Xiaoxue and the others and learned that what they were eating tonight was at best just a simple meal. Because during the feast, a table of food and wine cost several tens of thousands. This was the price before the apocalypse. In the current post-apocalyptic world, it was simply priceless, because the value of these delicacies could not be measured. What amazed her even more was that when she finished work last night and returned to the 3rd floor to sleep, she found various snacks and pastries casually placed in the room of the 4 women. This almost made her jaw drop as she had been hungry for days. Too extravagant. Too domineering. This was Qinyan's first reaction upon seeing the casually discarded snacks and pastries. With uneaten food, combat robots, and even zombies guarding the house, this place was definitely the safest paradise on Earth. Therefore, she had no intention of leaving at all. Just doing some work and sleeping with someone? Compared to what she gained, it was nothing at all. Dang. Just then, Lin Xingya hurriedly ran up from downstairs. It seems something's wrong, all the surveillance cameras on the wall are broken. It should be sabotage. After Lin Xingya came up, panting, she said. She had been on duty in the monitoring room downstairs and found that all the cameras on the courtyard wall had gone black, with only the cameras inside the yard intact. When she went out to check, she discovered that all the surveillance cameras on the wall had been twisted off. Feeling uneasy, she hurriedly ran up. Upon hearing her words, Chuchen immediately lost his appetite, put down his chopsticks, and walked to the window to look down. He didn't react much, but Qinyan and Lin Xingya were shocked. They saw the 3 combat vehicles parked in the yard suddenly slowly transforming into twisted shapes. Obviously, they were completely scrapped. Following that, the 5 patrolling robots and the 5 charging robots were all twisted and shattered by an invisible force. Metal control ability. Seeing the strange scene downstairs, Chuchen immediately realized that an ability user had arrived. And he immediately thought of one person. That was Su Jiwu. In the previous life, Su Jiwu had gathered a group of thugs because he awakened the ability to control metal. Eventually, he controlled all the dozen or so neighborhoods nearby, and every beautiful woman in each neighborhood became his possession. He had thought that guy was dead last night. Never expected he was still alive. Today the zombies are in for a treat again. After figuring out what was going on, Chuchen went downstairs, ran directly to the underground warehouse on the 1st floor, and released all the zombies. After giving some instructions to the troops, he returned to the 2nd floor. The muscles on the soldiers' bodies were faintly turning golden, a sign that they were about to evolve into corpse kings. In the past, according to the research of scientists, zombies were classified as D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, S-level, and corpse kings, among other ranks.
The current troops were either in the late A level or S level. In other words, they were just one step away from advancing to Corpse Kings. Therefore, he had just opened his spiritual wisdom and was quite wise. It was no problem for him to carry out slightly more complex tasks. Crash. In the courtyard, a large army with 8 high-level zombies hidden in cardboard boxes, quietly waiting for their prey to appear. The remaining hundreds of zombies were hidden in a corner on the first floor. Squeak. Crack. At the entrance of the supermarket, the heavy iron gate unexpectedly unlocked the electromagnetic lock and began to slowly move aside. However, just as it opened a crack, it stopped. Huff, huff. I can't do it anymore, I'm out of energy. Use the crowbar to pry open the door for me. Outside the gate, Su Jiwoo gasped heavily, then instructed the people behind him. His energy had been depleted just now, and now he couldn't even stand steadily, let alone use his abilities. Although he could control metal, the iron gate was too large and heavy for him to twist into a pretzel without energy. Therefore, he had to use his wits to open the door. But even so, after expending too much energy earlier, he had no strength left after just opening a crack. Hurry up and pry open the door, let's go in and feast. Today, you will all eat your fill. Donzi, sitting on the ground with no energy left, excitedly shouted to the others. Don, the door is open. I just peeked in, it seems like there's no one inside. Not long after, a chubby man walked over carrying a crowbar. What about the armored vehicle and the robots inside? Are they scrapped? Without waiting for Donzi to speak, Su Jiwoo pulled out his gun and stood up, eagerly asking. They're all twisted up, they must be scrapped. Now that kid is weaponless, he's like a sitting duck. With the few guns we have, capturing him will be a piece of cake. From now on, this supermarket will be ours, hee hee. The chubby man, holding the crowbar, laughed with a gleam in his eyes. He used to work here as a loader and knew that there was a large amount of food stored inside. If they could take over the supermarket, they would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Alright, those who want to eat meat, follow me and charge in. Hearing his words, Su Jiwoo immediately relaxed, waving the gun in his hand and giving orders to the others. However, although he shouted forcefully, he did not lead from the front, but walked at the back with Dongzi's support. Hey, chubby, can't you pry the crack wider? The crowbar is only this long, I can't do anything about it. The heavy iron gate was only half a step wide, and 30 or so people had to squeeze in sideways. With the help of the others, the chubby man managed to squeeze his fat body through. Did Chu go out? After rushing in, Su Jiwoo found the supermarket eerily quiet, as if there was no one inside. Maybe he hasn't woken up yet. Still sleeping upstairs. Dongzi looked up at the building, saying indifferently. It was just dawn, and many people were still asleep. You guys, search every corner of the building from top to bottom for me. Don't leave any corner unchecked. Su Jiwoo, feeling weak all over, waved the gun in his hand and gave orders to the others. He and Dongzi had exhausted all their energy using their abilities just now, and now they had no strength left. If it weren't for each other's support, they would have probably collapsed already. Therefore, the search task had to be entrusted to these people under them. Brothers, follow me. Xiangzi, in order to make a name for himself in front of the new leader, led the way with a gun. After the apocalypse, they found several guns in the police station, one of which was on him. Now that the robots outside were scrapped and he had a gun in hand, he felt a bit more courageous. Big brother, come, let's rest down here for a while. Once they finish searching, this supermarket will be ours. After arranging his subordinates, Dongzi supported Su Jiwoo, and the two sat outside waiting for good news. Bang, bang. However, as soon as the two of them sat down, they heard a burst of gunshots coming from the supermarket. Boss, Brother Dong, there are zombies inside. Soon, the 30 or so people who had just charged into the supermarket in high spirits came rushing out in a panic. Fear was written all over their faces. Zombies? Su Jiwoo, sitting on the ground, blinked in disbelief. When they had arrived just now, there were combat robots patrolling the courtyard, which meant that Chu Chen was definitely still alive. Since this kid was alive, he wouldn't just sit back if there were zombies in the courtyard. With the firepower of these combat robots, dealing with the zombies inside the courtyard should not be difficult. Roar! Just as he was puzzled, a group of tall zombies chased out from the supermarket. They seemed to have spotted delicious food, growling excitedly as they approached. Bang, bang. Seeing the zombies coming towards them, Su Jiwoo didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly raised his gun to shoot. Unfortunately, his marksmanship was poor, only hitting the zombies' bodies. The zombies paused for a moment before continuing to chase after them. Run! Su Jiwoo scrambled to his feet and tried to escape. Roar! Crash! However, at that moment, the pile of cardboard boxes at the door suddenly overturned, revealing 9 giant zombies crawling out.
The leader of the zombies was particularly strange. Apart from being pale and sunken-eyed, it was not much different from a living person. Roar! The 9 huge zombies seemed to have divided their roles long ago, with 4 blocking the main entrance and the other 5 rushing towards them.
Damn, how can there be so many zombies here? Seeing himself being surrounded, Su Jiwoo looked desperate.
These zombies seemed to have been ambushed in advance, hiding too securely. Moreover, these zombies here seemed different from the ones outside. Not only were they tall, but they were also agile and more intelligent.
Blocking the door and flanking. When did zombies become so smart? In an instant, he was not only desperate but also full of doubts. Roar!
More and more zombies came out of the supermarket, like starving dogs fighting over food, biting anyone they caught.
Su Jiwoo, feeling weak all over, fired his gun randomly while desperately trying to escape. Suddenly, he caught sight of several heads peeking out from the window on the second floor. He recognized 2 of them, one was Chu Chen, and the other was Qin Yan. They were leaning against the window, watching them with interest. In that instant, he finally understood that these zombies were not breaking in from outside but were henchmen raised by this kid. If he guessed correctly, the 2,000 people in the neighborhood last night were all eaten by these zombies, not killed by robots. In fact, when his mother called him before she died last night, he should have realized it. Unfortunately, he understood too late now. Soon, he and Dongzi and the others were engulfed in the midst of the zombie horde. When everything calmed down, there were only 30-odd skeletons left downstairs. Not bad this time. On the second floor, Chuchen glanced at the 5 women beside him and nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps it was the second time watching such a bloody scene. The 5 of them neither vomited nor showed any discomfort. Preparing them in advance for such bloody scenes was a kind of mental training for them and also helped them awaken their abilities. Only those who have experienced bloodshed have the highest chance of awakening their abilities. Clean up downstairs. Whether it's the corpses or the zombies, wash them all clean. Chuchen assigned the cleanup work to the 5 women and then went back to have breakfast. The 5 women did not disobey. Although the sight of those corpses was chilling, they obediently went downstairs. However, Lin Qingya, who had just gone downstairs, quickly ran back up. There's a zombie downstairs, it seems to be dying. Dying? Has he been shot in the head? Chu Chen asked casually while eating fried eggs. Gunshots had been ringing downstairs just now, indicating that the group of people there must have several guns. Firing so many shots, it was normal for 1 or 2 higher-level zombies to die. After all, they were just advanced-level zombies, and there were over 800 downstairs, so losing a few was no big deal. Zombies were different from humans. Unless shot in the forehead, hitting them elsewhere was as effective as scratching an itch. It doesn't seem like it.
I didn't see any gunshot wounds on his head.
He looks more like he's sick.
Lin Qingya pondered for a moment before speaking.
Sick? How could a zombie get sick? Chu Chen shook his head incredulously.
In his previous life, he had never heard of zombies falling ill. However, despite his disbelief, he decided to go downstairs and take a look at this strange occurrence. So, after eating a few more bites to fill his stomach, he headed downstairs. Yet, when he saw the so-called sick zombie, he was stunned. This wasn't sickness, it was clearly evolving to a higher level. And this evolving zombie was none other than the highest-ranked general. It seemed to know it was about to advance and had lain down in a corner. It curled its massive body as if in a deep slumber, not moving at all.
It's evolving into a general. Don't disturb it. Chu Chen suppressed his excitement and instructed the women. In the previous life, the first general emerged half a year after the outbreak of the apocalypse. At that time, there were already many powerful awakened individuals among humans, so the sudden appearance of a general in Pujian didn't concern them. However, in this life, less than 10 days after the apocalypse, a general appeared. If this news got out, it would surely shock the world. In the previous life, even after 3 years since the apocalypse, generals remained terrifying beings. They had tough skin and bones, immune to any conventional weapons, and possessed formidable attack capabilities. They could tear tanks in half with their bare hands and bring down a building with a single punch. Moreover, they could develop new intelligence and were much faster than humans. Today, despite the heavy losses of armored vehicles and combat robots, he had gained a general. It was a sure win. In the 3 years following the apocalypse in the previous life, Pujiang had experienced 2 major disasters, the zombie tide and the beast tide. The zombie tide was led by several generals, causing significant casualties among Pujiang's awakened individuals. The second disaster, the beast tide, was instigated by several beast kings. The city was filled with flying beasts and fierce animals. Many human survivors sought refuge in underground garages to escape the catastrophe. During these 2 disasters, only Sang Biao and Si Yenji had suffered no losses.
One awakened the ancient bloodline of the blood ancestor, capable of commanding zombies, while the other awakened the ancient bloodline of the ancestral dragon, able to command beasts.
Now, he had seized Sang Biao's opportunity and awakened the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Next would be Si Yinji's turn.
Legend had it that Si Yinji had fled to Filong Mountain outside the city a dozen days after the apocalypse and found a crystal-like fruit in a pool of white dragon saliva. After consuming it, he awakened the bloodline of the ancestral dragon.
However, it was still early, he could go in a few days.
Just as Chu Chen instructed the women to prepare to go upstairs, he noticed another zombie undergoing a significant transformation.
Its originally grayish face turned pale, and a faint golden hue appeared on its skin.
Clearly, it had also evolved, reaching the same level as the general from yesterday. Just one step away, it could also evolve into a general.
Chu Chen vividly remembered this zombie as one of the 8 higher-level zombies.
When he had arrived yesterday, he was at most a C-level zombie, but after last night and 2 blood feasts today, he should have advanced to A-level, or even S-level.
How can the evolution speed be so fast?
Chu Chen looked at him, puzzled. The army had consumed Su Jiwu, this awakened ability user, which directly promoted it to become the Corpse King. Because for zombies, human awakened ability users were like a tonic, greatly enhancing their strength.
However, why did this zombie evolve so quickly? Could it be that among the 30-something people today, besides Su Jiwu, there is another awakened ability user? Suddenly, Chu Chen thought of a possibility. Besides this, he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. It would be great if we could hunt down more ability users. Chu Chen stroked his chin, considering the idea of hunting down ability users.
The flesh and blood of ability users were much more nutritious than that of ordinary people. Just one could promote the army to become a Corpse King.
If he could get a few more, wouldn't he have several more Corpse Kings under his command?
Thinking of this, he felt a faint sense of anticipation.
How many people have applied now?
Inside the meeting room of Dehuai Pharmaceutical Factory outside Pujiang City, a large group of people sat, led by 4 men with strange appearances.
59. However, when we contacted them just now, we couldn't reach someone named Su Jiwu. One of the men in blue work clothes glanced at the computer screen and said, "Too few. There are far more awakened people in Pujiang than 59.
Among the 4, the white-haired young man shook his head, frowning. That's right, according to my calculations, there are no less than 100 survivors in Pujiang's shelters. Each shelter has at least one ability user. Based on this estimate, there are at least 100 awakened ability users in Pujiang. These are just the shelters that have been posted online. There are many shelters not listed online, and they surely have ability users too."
Another man among the 4, with a birthmark on his face, said. More precisely, the birthmark was located on both cheeks. As he breathed, the 2 birthmarks would open and close, looking extremely strange. It seems that most awakened ability users are not buying into our 4's plan. The white-haired young man propped his chin with his hand, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. Let's establish the guild first. After these 50-plus ability users join the team, we'll launch a major sweep. By then, those over 100 shelters will either submit and obey our orders or perish. Before long, the entire Pujiang will be our territory.
Among the 4, a young man covered in scales said. Scales covered his arms, legs, and even his face. Not only that, his eyes resembled those of a lizard, with a yellow-brown hue. The 4 bosses, Mr. John is here. Just then, a security guard carrying an automatic rifle walked in, followed by a blonde European.
Mr. John, why are you here?
The status of the blonde foreigner seemed high, and the 4 who were just giving orders stood up in a hurry.
I heard you are planning to establish the Pujiang Ability Users Guild? John spoke in stiff Mandarin, getting straight to the point.
Yes, we plan to recruit Pujiang's ability users into the guild, and then merge with other shelters.
Before long, Pujiang's territory will be ours. Oh no, it will be Menard Corporation's.
The young man covered in scales quickly added. To please the foreigner in front of him, he even hurriedly corrected himself after speaking.
You're smart. From now on, what's yours will belong to my Menard Corporation. If it weren't for our genetic elixir, you 4 would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Since we can give you abilities, we can also destroy you, humph.
John smirked, a hint of sinister smile appearing on his face.
Yes, yes, yes. In China, we have 2 idioms. Remember the source of water when drinking and repay kindness with gratitude.
Menard Company has shown us great kindness, and we will never forget it in our lifetime. The reason we want to take control of the Pujiang area is also to better serve Menard Company and the Field family in the future. The 4 individuals smiled and nodded, expressing their loyalty. Yes, you better not have any second thoughts, or you know the consequences.
Seeing their respectful demeanor, John nodded in satisfaction. I wonder, Mr. John, what brings you here this time? The white-haired young man asked curiously with a smile. Do you remember the vision that appeared yesterday? The phantom of an ancient blood ancestor appeared in the sky. This is a sign that only occurs when the bloodline of an ancient blood ancestor awakens. According to our calculations, this person is within a radius of 500 miles from Pujiang. I now assign you a task. From this day forward, spare no effort in finding the one who has awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor. If you can find them, the Field family will reward you handsomely. If you fail, then Menard Company will appoint someone else to lead Pujiang. John revealed the purpose of his visit to the four individuals and put immense pressure on them. Mr. John, to be honest, we established the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Guild precisely to find this person. With just the four of us, finding the one who has awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor is like finding a needle in a haystack. But if we gather all the supernatural beings in Pujiang together and harness their power, we can easily locate this person. Upon hearing this, the four men breathed a sigh of relief. They had gone to great lengths to establish the Guild of Supernatural Beings, all with the aim of finding this person. Originally, they sought this person to either recruit them as a subordinate or eliminate them to prevent future troubles, but now they realized that their former employer was also searching for the same individual. Your method is commendable. If you find this person, Menard Company will reward each of you with a genetically mutated beast. John nodded in satisfaction and promised them rewards. A genetically mutated beast for each of us? The four men couldn't help but feel delighted at his words. The so-called genetically mutated beasts were similar to the recent mutated beasts appearing online, except that they were wild beasts that had undergone mutations under artificial intervention. And the only company that mastered this technology was Menard Biochemical Company. Mr. John, rest assured, if this person is in Pujiang, we will definitely find them. After a moment of distraction, the white-haired young man patted his chest and assured, yes, don't disappoint me. After saying this, John left the meeting room of Dehuai Pharmaceutical Factory. Inside and outside the factory, no one dared to stop him upon seeing him. It seems we can't wait for 5 days. Establishing the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Guild may need to be expedited. How about the day after tomorrow? There might be more people applying to join us in the next 2 days. Alright, then the day after tomorrow. My strength has increased again? On the second floor of Huaxing Shopping Mall, Chu Chen lay on the bed, intending to take a nap, only to realize that his strength seemed to have increased significantly. Not only that, his previously pale skin had turned into a bronze color, and there were solid chunks of muscle appearing on his body. He had a feeling that his muscles and bones had all undergone a transformation. It seemed like they had become as hard as steel. He picked up a fruit knife and lightly scratched his arm, amazed to find that it was as if he had scratched metal, leaving no trace. Next, he tried to scratch harder. To his surprise, the fruit knife deformed, leaving only a shallow white mark on his arm. His skin remained undamaged. Can my strength increase even when I'm lying down to sleep? Looking at his arm, Chu Chen was both surprised and delighted, with a hint of incredulity. Ever since he ate the blood-colored fruit last time, his strength had been continuously increasing, even when he was just sleeping. Not only was he incredibly strong now, but he also had a body of copper and bones of iron. His strength and defense were constantly increasing every moment. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, he saw a mosquito fly past him. What surprised him was that the usually fast-flying mosquitoes seemed to be moving in slow motion, appearing very slow. With a gentle reach, he accurately caught the mosquito in his hand. Why is this mosquito so slow? He examined the mosquito in his hand carefully but found nothing unusual. Finally, he casually threw the mosquito away. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mosquito, which had been flying slowly, suddenly accelerated and disappeared in the distance a few meters away from him. Could it be that its speed only slows down within a few meters of me? This astonishing discovery instantly led him to a possibility. Perhaps a certain power on him was causing the mosquito to slow down. Boss, the area below has been cleared. We found these guns. Just then, Lin Qingyao walked up from downstairs. In her arms, she carried several handguns with water stains. Perfect. Let me see them. Just as Chu Chen was about to find something else to test, he saw her coming in with the guns and quickly sat up from the bed. This one is out of bullets. This one too. Damn, these guys didn't leave a single bullet for me. Chu Chen emptied the magazines of 3 guns in a row, finding all the bullets had been used up. Fortunately, when he checked the last gun, he finally found a bullet. He reloaded it, then raised his right hand and fired a shot to the left. Bang! With a gunshot, a bullet slowly flew out of the gun barrel, as if in slow motion, passing in front of him.
He reached out and effortlessly caught the bullet in his hand. Ah! Seeing this scene, Lin Xingya covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with an incredulous expression.
He caught the bullet.
Lin Xingya blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. She had just witnessed Chu Chen loading the gun, pulling the trigger, and firing the bullet. In the next moment, before she could see how he did it, the bullet was already caught between his fingers.
Are you curious why the bullet is so slow?
After testing his abilities, Chu Chen put down the handgun and teasingly asked. He had no intention of hiding anything from Lin Xingya, as in his previous life, if she hadn't risked her life to deliver a message, he might have died at the hands of the mutants in Shangjiang base long ago. To him, Lin Xingya was a friend worth risking his life for.
Slow? Not slow at all.
Lin Xingya blinked her beautiful eyes, shaking her head in confusion. Unintentionally, her words made Chu Chen doubt his previous speculation.
You said the bullet isn't slow? Then tell me in detail, what did you see just now? After a moment of thought, Chu Chen asked with interest. Bullet loaded, gun fired. And you caught the bullet just as the gun went off.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought you had the bullet in your hand beforehand.
Oh, and the speed at which you caught the bullet was so fast that I even saw a trail of afterimages left by your left hand.
Lin Xingya described in detail what she had just seen, leaving Chu Chen dumbfounded. According to Lin Xingya, it wasn't that something slowed down as it approached him, but rather, in his eyes, things appeared to slow down.
Slow enough that he could effortlessly catch them with his hand. However, to others, the speed of these things had not changed at all, not even the speed at which he acted, which was as fast as lightning. Otherwise, how could there be a lingering shadow? When the speed reaches a certain extreme, it will leave behind a string of afterimages. So that's how it is. After understanding the principle, Chu Chen finally realized that it was not some ability on his body that slowed down the speed of objects, but within his eyes, things within a few meters had an extremely slow speed. This discovery both shocked and delighted him, because this ability was simply invincible. Any attack in his eyes appeared very slow, giving him enough space to respond. Coupled with the terrifying power he now possessed, he was confident he could defeat any other ability user. Come on, punch me.
To test his theory, Chu Chen beckoned to Lin Xingya.
Hit you? I wouldn't dare.
Lin Xingya thought he was testing her and shook her head with a wry smile. She didn't want to upset the boss. If she got kicked out of the shelter, it would be over for her.
If you don't want to be kicked out, then hurry up and hit me. Be quick. Hit hard.
Seeing her hesitating, Chu Chen pretended to be angry and urged her on.
So, should I really hit you? Hearing about being kicked out, Lin Xingya didn't dare delay and quickly raised her fist. Yes, make sure it's fast. Chu Chen stood straight, nodding seriously. Here I go.
Lin Xingya closed her eyes and then punched forward. But the next moment, her delicate fist was caught by Chu Chen.
Very good, well done. Now sprint from the stairwell and punch me. Remember, it must be fast. If you do well this time, I'll give you a lollipop tonight.
After confirming his speculation, Chu Chen prepared to test the distance again. Just as he expected, Lin Xingya's punching speed was incredibly slow, almost like slow motion compared to a bullet.
Alright, as you said. Upon hearing about the reward, Lin Xingya perked up.
She turned and walked to the stairs about a dozen meters away, then suddenly exerted force, clenched her fist, and charged towards Chu Chen. 12 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As she sprinted quickly, Chu Chen estimated the distance based on the number of tiles on the floor. Initially, her speed was fast, but when she was 8 meters away from him, her rapid pace suddenly slowed down. In other words, only attacks within an 8-meter range would appear slow to him.
When Lin Xingya slowly approached, Chu Chen smirked mischievously, intending to tease her.
He slightly dodged her fist and then directly collided with her body the next moment.
Hoo! Puff! With a light sound, their bodies collided perfectly. To prevent her from rebounding, Chu Chen also grabbed her slender waist and intentionally or unintentionally gave her bottom a squeeze. Ah!
Lin Xingya, who was embraced, let out a surprised cry and blushed when she looked up. Instinctively struggling a few times, she realized it was futile and had to accept her fate. However, the solid chest gave her a sense of security she had never experienced before.
It's broad daylight, it's not good if others see.
Feeling the large hand kneading her bottom, she softly pleaded.
Roar!
Just as Chu Chen was testing the sensation, a low roar suddenly came from downstairs. It sounded like a large army was roaring.
Come tonight, I'll give you a drink of rain and dew. Hearing the awakening of the army, Chu Chen let go.
Then he turned and walked downstairs. Lin Xingya, covering her chest with her hand to calm her pounding heart, followed suit.
Master!
Downstairs, seeing Chu Chen approaching, the army stood respectfully, its voice hoarse as it called out. indeed evolved into a corpse king. Watching his golden physique, a hint of joy flashed in Shu Chen's eyes.
After the zombies evolve into corpse kings, not only do they gain new intelligence, but they also exert bloodline suppression on other lower-level zombies. In other words, the corpse king can command thousands of lower-level zombies solely through bloodline suppression. The previous zombie tide was initiated by several corpse kings. Furthermore, after the corpse king gains intelligence, they become quite wise. By the time they evolve into corpse emperors and corpse saints, their intelligence can even rival that of humans. Now, with his strength and a corpse king as his enforcer, Shu Chen can roam around Pujian without fear of anyone causing trouble. Buzz. Just then, Shu Chen's vibrating phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Shen Bingqian. Missed me? After answering the call, Shu Chen jokingly teased her. Check the Pujiang forum online. Someone is proposing to establish the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Users Guild. What do you think about this? Shen Bingqian went straight to the point without responding to his banter. What's there to think about? I'm not interested. Shu Chen didn't even bother looking and directly expressed his disinterest. Today, 5 people here have awakened their supernatural abilities. However, they are still unfamiliar with their abilities and cannot use them proficiently. I want to help them apply to join the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Users Guild. By doing so, we can unite for battles and exchange how to use our abilities. What do you think? Seeing his lack of interest in joining the guild, Shen Bingqian finally revealed her plan. No, I won't allow any of my subordinates to join the Supernatural Ability Users Guild. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, one word, death. Shu Chen decisively refused without hesitation. In his past life, he knew what kind of people were in those so-called Supernatural Ability Users Guilds. They were either scoundrels or traitors colluding with foreign powers. He disdained to associate with such people. I understand. On the other end of the phone call, hearing Shu Chen's firm tone, Shen Bingqian quickly agreed before hanging up. How did it go? What did the boss say? Inside the meeting room of Huaxing Building, the 30-odd surviving employees all turned to look at Shen Bingqian as she hung up the phone. He didn't agree. Moreover, he said he won't allow any of us to join the Supernatural Ability Users Guild. Also, he said if anyone dares to defy his orders, one word, death. Shen Bingqian relayed Shu Chen's words truthfully. She sensed a hint of seriousness and sternness in his tone. Although she didn't understand why he was like this, she believed he had his reasons. After all, he was a person who had traveled from a future era and knew many secrets she was unaware of. It's a pity. It was a good opportunity to exchange ideas with peers. Yes, although we have awakened supernatural abilities, we don't know how to use them. Just blindly fumbling around like this, who knows when we'll make progress? Is the boss worried that once we join the guild, we'll be out of his control? After all, 5 of us have already awakened our abilities. In the past, we obeyed him because we had nothing to eat. But in the last 2 days, we've collected a lot of resources and can sustain ourselves. Should we return the supplies and buy back our freedom? Wu Xiaoguang, what nonsense are you talking about? The boss has been good to us. Is what you're saying reasonable? I think Xiaoguang is right. What the boss gave us before, we can return it and be even. Besides, both Xiaoguang and I, ordinary employees from the procurement department, have awakened our abilities. It's a shame that after serving in the army for so many years, you guys haven't awakened any abilities and still have the nerve to boss us around. Sun Chang, what do you mean? Is awakening abilities something to boast about? Alright, let's not argue. Seeing the escalating argument among the group, Shen Bingqian slammed the table in frustration and stood up immediately. In an instant, the 2 opposing groups fell silent. Shen Bingqian used to be their former president, and now she had awakened her ice and snow abilities, mastering the skills of ice blades and energy in just 2 days. Such terrifying powers surpassed them by far. Therefore, even the 5 awakened employees immediately shut their mouths when she got angry. Whoever dares to speak ungratefully in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Bingqian glared at the people from the procurement department, her words icy. Sister-in-law, why didn't the boss say why he didn't let us join? After a moment of silence, another awakened individual tentatively asked. He didn't say. But since he disagrees with us joining the guild, he must have his reasons. After saying this, Shen Bingqian left the meeting room and returned to her office. Without hesitation, she turned on her computer and made a video call. What did Mr. Shu say? Did he agree to our proposal? As soon as the video call connected, the chubby man on the other end, in his 50s, asked directly. I'm sorry, Minister Qian, he didn't agree. We can't participate in integrating the Pujiang Ability Users Guild. Shen Bingqian said firmly. Xiaoshan, try to persuade him again. Let him prioritize the country and make sure to join the Pujiang Ability Users Guild. You have 6 ability users, plus Xiaochu. This is a force that cannot be ignored. When the time comes, the position of the guild president will be yours. Once you become the president of the Pujiang Ability Users Guild, you will be able to control almost all the ability users in Pujiang. These people are all talents. Instead of letting them be scattered, it's better to let them serve the country. Contribute to the people. What do you think? The chubby man earnestly tried to persuade Shin Bingqian. I'm sorry, Minister Qian, none of us will participate in this matter. You'd better find another way. Shin Bingqian hung up the video call without giving any face. Hello, hello. Minister Qian shouted twice on the phone, but when he heard no response, he hung up with a sullen face. With a stern expression, he contemplated for a moment and immediately made another call. Hello, Wu Xiaolin? Xingya, your aunt is starving and can't take it anymore. We have nothing to eat, our whole family will starve. I saw your moments a few days ago, you were eating well. Do you have any food there? If you do, can you send us some? I'm old, I can starve to death, but your cousins are still young. Can you bear to watch them starve like this? In the evening, Lin Xingya looked at the message her aunt sent on WeChat, feeling uneasy. She wanted to send some food over, but considering the rules Chu Chen had set before, she didn't dare to make such a request. It wasn't that she sympathized with her aunt's family, but she didn't want to watch her young cousin starve. Her young cousin was not actually her aunt's biological child but her cousin's child. In a car accident, her young cousin became an orphan and was later fostered by her aunt and uncle. Despite being often looked down upon by her aunt, she had grown up after all these years. She had sent money to her aunt's family many times, hoping her aunt would treat her young cousin better. Now seeing her young cousin hungry, she couldn't help but worry. Sigh. She sighed and headed towards Chu Chen's room. In the morning, he had promised her candy and a drink. Come, have a drink with me. Chu Chen seemed to have been waiting for her, offering her a glass of red wine. Lin Xingya nodded listlessly, then noticed something and stopped the wine glass near her lips. What happened to your hand? It's nothing, just a cut to let some blood out. Chu Chen casually waved his left hand wrapped in gauze. Let blood? Lin Xingya looked at him with some confusion. Playing with blood for no reason, isn't that just fooling around? In fact, I have awakened 2 kinds of abilities. One is spatial ability, as you all have seen, I can store so much food, all placed in the storage space. The other ability is called the Immortal Bloodline. This ability has 2 major functions. One is healing. After being bitten by a corpse, as long as they drink my blood, they won't turn into zombies. Another function is that when ordinary people drink my blood, there is an 80% chance of awakening abilities. Chu Chen didn't hide anything from her and truthfully told her his situation. In the previous life, he took people out to collect some supplies but was intercepted by several ability users from the Shangjiang base. Outnumbered, she turned and ran to inform the Ice Queen to call for reinforcements to save herself, taking the shortcut with more zombies to deliver the message. Later, Shin Bingqian appeared in time, saving Chu Chen from the hands of those at the Shangjiang base. However, she was also injured by the zombies and was on the verge of turning into an ability zombie. Just as she was about to turn into a zombie, she suddenly rushed into the enemy group and ended up dying at the hands of the ability users at the Shangjiang base. In fact, if he had given her some blood to drink at that time, she wouldn't have turned into a zombie. But he was worried about exposing his secret in front of everyone, so he hesitated for a moment. It was this moment that caused him to lose a dear friend. Later, he lived in self-blame, regretting not saving her at that time. In this life, he decided to let her drink his blood early to see if it could help her awaken her abilities. So amazing? Listening to what he said, Lin Xingya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her delicate face showing astonishment. Come, cheers! Chu Chen raised his glass, clinking it with hers, and then drank it all in one go. Oh! Lin Xingya lightly responded and also raised her glass to drink. Thinking about her cousin's troubles, she also raised her glass and drank it all. Why does this wine taste so bloody? After drinking it, she realized that the taste of the wine seemed off. Because it contains my blood. Chu Chen raised his left hand, wrapped in gauze, and said calmly with a smile, Blood? Lin Xingya furrowed her brows, then remembered what Chu Chen had just said. Her eyes suddenly brightened. You mean, you just gave me your blood that can awaken abilities? Yes. Chu Chen nodded indifferently, then poured 2 more glasses. Boss, why are you so good to me? Learning that he cut himself to give her blood, Lin Xingya was deeply moved, feeling a slight warmth in her heart. Because I believe that you will also sacrifice yourself to save me in the future. Chu Chen casually replied, intending to brush it off. He wasn't deliberately hiding his identity as a reincarnator, but he wasn't sure if she would believe him even if he told her. Yes, if the boss is so good to me, if one day the boss is in danger,
I will definitely do my best to save you. Lin Xingya smiled broadly and nodded firmly. Her carefree demeanor may seem indifferent, but only Chu Chen knew that she was someone who repaid kindness. In a world where morality collapsed and humanity faded in the apocalypse, someone who still repaid kindness was truly a rare creature. After drinking 3 bottles of red wine in one go, and being full from the meal, they ended up rolling up the bedsheets in a drunken stupor. It must be said, this ancient virus is really something good. Even ordinary people who haven't awakened abilities have improved their physical qualities a lot. They tossed and turned for most of the night, and Lin Xingya didn't even beg for mercy. In fact, she was even amused by Chu Chen's strange posture, laughing uncontrollably. For example, Chu Chen propped his left hand on the bed and held her with his right hand, exercising for a full hour. The sensation of exercising in the air was too exciting. The reason she could endure most of the night was mainly because she didn't exert much effort. She was like a doll in Chu Chen's arms, being played with effortlessly. Otherwise, even with a stronger body than before, she wouldn't have lasted long. But the waves of gasping made her a bit dry in the mouth. Lately, she was too tired, so she begged hard. Seeing Chu Chen's determination, it seemed like he could fight until dawn without any issue. So, she had no choice but to surrender first. Chu Chen was not unaware of the one who cherishes beauty and kindness. Seeing her relent, he spared her. Darling, I have something to ask for your help. The next morning, Lin Xingya clung to Chu Chen's neck, speaking with a hint of coquettishness. What is it? Chu Chen asked while caressing her. My cousin is staying with my aunt. They have run out of food, and I want to take some to them. Is that okay? Lin Xingya supported her chin, looking at him expectantly. All right. Which neighborhood do they live in? Chu Chen didn't want to meddle at first, but remembering her past life-saving favor, he decided to fulfill her wish. They live in Moon Bay. It's a bit far from here, in the eastern suburbs. Hearing his agreement, Lin Xingya felt delighted. A bright smile appeared on her charming face. It's okay, I happen to be going out of town today. Thinking of the treasure at Phylong Mountain, Chu Chen decided to leave the city today. And Phylong Mountain happened to be in the eastern suburbs. In the previous life, after the apocalypse, Xianji escaped to Phylong Mountain outside the city and found a crystal-like fruit in a pool of white dragon saliva. After eating it, he awakened the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. In this reincarnation, he couldn't miss such a fantastic opportunity. Thank you, Lin Xingya finally relaxed her anxious heart. In joy, she took the initiative to repay him in a passionate manner. If this woman went crazy, there would be no man left. Not long after, the bed began to creak. No. 2 hours later, Chu Chen, who was enjoying himself, suddenly raised his head. He looked at Lin Xingya on top of him with sharp eyes, assessing her. What's wrong? Lin Xingya, who was in the mood, stopped in confusion when she saw his piercing gaze. Do you feel anything strange in your body? Chu Chen stared at her graceful figure, asking seriously. No, I'm fine. Lin Xingya thought for a moment, then shook her head in confusion. What's wrong? You've been vigorously moving on top for 2 hours, don't you feel tired? Chu Chen sat up, supporting her snow-white buttocks with his hands, and asked in amazement. Normally, women can only be active on top for a dozen minutes before getting sweaty and out of breath. However, it had been 2 hours, and she still showed no signs of fatigue. I don't feel tired. With his words, Lin Xingya realized how capable she was. 2 hours had passed without her feeling tired. Not only that, she was full of energy and not ready to stop. This strange body reaction surprised even herself. Have you awakened some kind of ability? Chu Chen held her on his lap, examining her curvaceous body, trying to unravel the mystery. In the apocalypse, if one's physical fitness suddenly improved significantly, it was likely due to an awakened ability. An ability? It seems not. Lin Xingya blinked her beautiful eyes, carefully sensing her body, then shook her head. Soon, she seemed to have an idea, a playful smile appearing on her beautiful face. If there's one thing, it's that my athletic ability has improved. You little vixen! Chu Chen no longer studied her body. Instead, he threw her onto the bed, intending to tease her a bit, to see just how strong her physical abilities had become. Ah, ha ha ha. Lin Xingya laughed uncontrollably as he tickled her, and after a good laugh, she rolled over and once again took the dominant position. The strength she displayed even surprised Chu Chen. In order to push her potential, Chu Chen engaged in a playful struggle with her. For a while, the room echoed with laughter, the creaking of the bed, as the two of them tussled back and forth. It wasn't until a loud crack that the sturdy wooden bed finally gave way, and they both stopped. Ha ha! Lin Xingya glanced at the broken bed beneath her, unable to contain her laughter. She hugged Chu Chen's neck, gave him a few kisses, and then reluctantly let go. This wooden bed is too flimsy. Let's get a big iron bed. she said, putting on her underwear, pouting. With your strength, no bed will be sturdy enough. Chuchen couldn't help but laugh. Her strength was so great that it was almost on par with his from the day before. If they played like this every day, they would go through beds quickly. It seemed he needed to visit the furniture market and stock up on beds. These beds were materials he had prepared with Shin Bingqian before the apocalypse. Shall we sleep on the floor from now on? Not on the floor, let's go to the furniture store today, check out a few big brand stores. Even if we ruin a bed every day, we'll have enough for a few years. Annoying. Boom. Half an hour later, Chuchen drove a small van swiftly down the street. This was the vehicle he had bought for 10,000 from Su Jiwu's restaurant before the apocalypse. Since yesterday when Su Jiwu destroyed the several armored vehicles and robots, he could only use this car. However, it was convenient as the back of the van could fit 4 huge zombies. As the zombies advanced in rank, not only did their bones become harder, but their size also increased. These 4 high-ranking zombies were 3 times the size of an average person. In other words, the back of his van was carrying the weight of over 10 regular adults. He left the troops and 4 other high-ranking zombies to guard the supermarket. It was the base he had painstakingly built and couldn't afford to fall into the wrong hands. So, he only brought out 4 high-ranking zombies. Moonbay Community was located in the eastern suburbs of Pujiang. Pujiang was a large city, and it took nearly an hour to drive across the entire city. Nowadays, many areas were congested, so it took them an hour and a half to leave the city. Brother G, look at that van, the tires seem flat, there must be a lot of stuff inside. A group of people on the street in front of a hotel craned their necks to watch the van driving by. Quick, let's follow him and see where he's going. A middle-aged man with thick glasses picked up a long gun beside him and ran downstairs. Shortly after, more than 10 people drove out of the hotel backyard in a pickup truck and followed the van's direction. Aunt, we're almost there. I'm coming down now. Oh, by the way, come in through the main entrance. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. All the zombies in the community are gone, so you can come in with peace of mind. Okay, we'll be there soon. In the front passenger seat of the van, Lin Xingya was chatting on her phone using voice messages. Unbeknownst to them, a pickup truck was following them from a distance. On the pickup truck, over a dozen people were all armed with long guns. The van sped on, and soon arrived at Moon Bay Community in the eastern suburbs. Guided by Lin Xingya, Chu Chun drove the car into the residential area and parked it under a unit building. Brother G, should we take action? The van had just stopped when a pickup truck arrived at the entrance of the community. Let's wait. Anyway, he can't run away. Let's see the situation inside first. If there are no military personnel or people with abilities, we can make our move later. A middle-aged man with thick glasses perched on his nose opened the gun bolt while speaking, his eyes behind the lenses filled with coldness. Wow, this woman is really sexy. That chest, that butt, so round and big. Suddenly, a blond man in the pickup truck couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone in the car quickly looked over and saw a hot-bodied woman in yoga attire talking to another woman. The yoga-clad beauty happened to be facing them sideways, revealing her figure in front of them. Standing next to her was a handsome young man. I must have that woman today no matter what. The middle-aged man with a sinister look picked up the binoculars around his neck and glanced for a moment, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He had only seen a woman with such a good figure on his phone before. He never expected to see one in real life today. Such a tempting prey, he couldn't let her escape no matter what. Brother G, why don't we just rush in with our brothers? Once we catch that woman, we all attack and kill her together. In the driver's seat, a thug with a face full of flesh grabbed the gun next to him and was about to get out of the car. Smack! Just as the thug with a face full of flesh was about to get out of the car with the gun, he was harshly slapped on the face. Brother G, you. The thug with a face full of flesh was stunned by his boss hitting him, covering his face with an innocent and aggrieved expression. You want to ruin my good thing? Impulsive fool. In this apocalypse, have you ever seen a man flaunting a beautiful woman in public? Use your brain. The man with glasses pointed at his nose, reprimanding him angrily. Brother G means, that man is likely an awakened person with abilities? The thug with a face full of flesh looked at Chu Chen in the community, covering his face in surprise. I don't know if he's an awakened person, but I know he must have some skills to have survived until now. The middle-aged man pointed at Chu Chen, who was unloading food from the driver's seat, and continued, people upstairs are all watching, and this kid dares to bring out food. Either he's reckless and seeking death, or he's not afraid of being robbed at all. With a beautiful woman by his side, looking so clean and fair, do you think he would commit suicide? Big brother is right, indeed. The thug with a face full of flesh looked upstairs and indeed, all the residents were looking down. They were all green-eyed at the boxes of food. Big brother,
What should we do? Can't just watch like this, right? We have guns.
In the car, a thug with a stuttering speech pattern asked somewhat unwillingly.
Just follow for now. Don't rush to take action.
In this apocalypse, sometimes having a gun is not enough. If you don't get the woman, you might end up sacrificing your own life. The man with glasses said with a sinister gaze. By the way, big brother, the day before yesterday, the box of instant noodles we ate, I exchanged it from someone in Moon Bay community with a gun. And, I saw online that Moon Bay has become a base for human survivors, and the leader is the bald guy who bought guns from us. Just then, another thug in the back seemed to remember something and quickly spoke up.
Bald guy? I've never heard of such a person in the underworld before.
The man with glasses furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, then shook his head. He wasn't a troublemaker before, he was the head of the village security team. After the demolition, he got 2 houses in Moon Bay. He doesn't have many hobbies, just likes raising Tibetan Mastiffs. But after the Doomsday disaster, his Tibetan Mastiff mutated, grew to the size of a calf, and was impervious to weapons. The day he bought a gun from me, he wanted to test it, so he fired at his Tibetan Mastiff. The Mastiff just shook its fur, nothing happened. He relies on that dog of his, and no one dares to mess with him around here. The thug recounted the bald guy's story in detail.
Turn the car around.
After listening to his younger brother, the middle-aged man with thick glasses decisively gave the order.
What's wrong, boss? Are we not taking the girl inside?
The thugs were puzzled at the sudden change. With that bald guy around, we won't get a chance with the girl. The man with glasses put away his gun, looking regretful. He only has 1 gun, but we brought over a dozen.
Are we afraid of him?
The thug with a tough face in the driver's seat said unwillingly. We're not afraid of the bald guy, but his dog is a different story. I bet when he tested the gun that day, he was warning you guys about how powerful his dog is. It's best not to mess around in front of him. If you don't want to die, turn this damn car around right now. The man with glasses glared fiercely at the tough thug, making him shiver. Brother Chicken, let's go. It's a shame though, isn't it? Despite understanding their leader's reasoning, Huangma was still reluctant. Who said we're leaving? Find a hidden spot nearby, keep an eye on that kid, and see how things unfold. It would be best if the bald guy and the young man end up hurting each other, then we can reap the benefits. Xiaoya, you finally made it. Under a unit building in Moon Bay, Xu Chen and Lin Xingya had just gotten out of the car when a plump woman greeted them. Behind her stood a man in his 40s or 50s with a big bald head, and a chubby young man around 18 or 19. The man with the big bald head and the chubby guy craned their necks, looking into the car as if searching for something. Aunt, where's Xiaoxi? I haven't been able to reach her these past few days. Her phone is off, and she's not responding on WeChat. Lin Xingya glanced behind the 3 of them, puzzled and curious. Her phone broke a few days ago. I was going to buy her a new one, but with zombies everywhere, where can I go to get her a phone? Oh, by the way, did you bring food? The plump woman was about to open the trunk, but Xu Chen stopped her. The food is here. Xu Chen opened the driver's side and brought down several boxes of food. There were 4 zombies in the back, no food there. When he got out of the car earlier, he had taken out 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of sausages, and a box of biscuits from the storage space and placed them in the front. Wow, so much good food. Come help bring it inside. Thank you so much today, Xiaoya. Without you, my family would have starved. The plump woman wiped away tears, touched by their help. Aunt, where's Xiaoxi? I'll go in and check on her. Lin Xingya, eager to see her cousin, was about to enter the house. She went out early to visit someone. I don't know which house she went to. Our floor is a bit damp, and it's messy inside. I won't invite you in. The plump woman seemed flustered by her words and quickly blocked her way. It's okay, Aunt. I'll wait for Xiaoxi to come back. Lin Xingya noticed her hesitation and suspicion, so she insisted on going inside to check. There's a bully in our neighborhood. You're so pretty, I'm afraid he'll target you. Auntie is also looking out for you. You should leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The fat woman pushed her out forcefully, pretending to be worried. Hold on. Behind them, the man with a big back and the short chubby man were just about to carry 4 boxes of food into the house when Xu Chen accidentally stepped on them and shouted loudly. We've come all this way to bring you food, and you won't even offer us a sip of water. I wouldn't even feed these to dogs, let alone give them to you. Xu Chen looked at the father and son in front of him, his expression cold. Let go of her. Seeing that the man with the big back and the short chubby man wouldn't release her, Xu Chen's gaze turned cold, and he shouted loudly. He was not related to this family, let alone a saint. As long as they were polite, he would have given them these things for the sake of Lin Xingya's face. However, not only did they refuse to offer them water, they even barred them from entering the house. Even a fool could see that they were three ungrateful people. In the previous life, it was because of being a saint that he ended up being drained of blood and flesh by the people he rescued. After being reborn, he would no longer have a shred of saintly or compassionate heart. He wouldn't save anyone who was of no use to him. He wouldn't help anyone who was even slightly ungrateful. You. The father and son with the big back and the short chubby man looked up at Chu Chen, a hint of malice flashing in their eyes. They wanted to get angry, but seeing the unmoved boxes under Chu Chen's feet, they swallowed their words. Auntie, I brought you some food for the sake of Xiaoxi. If I can't see Xiaoxi, then I'll take this food away? Lin Xingya's face turned cold as she pretended to leave with the items. Seeing her aunt's reaction, she suddenly had a bad feeling that something might have happened to Xiaoxi. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Xiaoxi has turned into a zombie. On the day of the outbreak, many people in the neighborhood turned into zombies, including Xiaoxi. I was afraid you couldn't handle it if you knew, so I never told you. Auntie didn't want her to turn into a zombie either. After all, your uncle and I have raised her for so many years, we have feelings for her. Your uncle and I have always treated her as our own daughter. It's heartbreaking for us that she turned into a zombie. The fat woman was afraid that Lin Xingya would take the items away, so she quickly stopped her and burst into tears and snot. Are you sure Xiaoxi turned into a zombie on the day of the outbreak? Lin Xingya's heart skipped a beat at her aunt's words. Then she suppressed her anger and asked again. Yes, it was that day. Xiaoxi is so pitiful, Auntie wishes she could die for her, sob. The fat woman nodded, wiping away her tears. But on the night of the second day of the outbreak, she was still video chatting with me. Tell me the truth, how did Xiaoxi die? Lin Xingya, unable to contain herself any longer, shouted at the fat woman. At this point, she no longer harbored any illusions. Her poor cousin was most likely already dead. I remembered it wrong. She died on the third day of the outbreak. Look at my memory, I was so heartbroken that I even got the time wrong. She insisted on going out to play, we couldn't stop her, and she was bitten by a zombie. After being bitten by the zombie, she quickly turned into one too. Oh, it's all Auntie's fault, we didn't protect Xiaoxi well. Startled by Lin Xingya's outburst, the fat woman quickly changed her tune and burst into tears again. Oh, we have relatives visiting? Having relatives over is a good thing, why are you crying? Just then, a bald man in his 40s or 50s walked over. Behind him, a large group of henchmen followed. Beside him, there was a Tibetan mastiff that looked like a calf. The mastiff had its tongue out, with some sticky saliva dripping continuously from it to the ground. Its fierce appearance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Baldy said that when relatives bring food, we should be happy, not cry. Big Back Head saw Baldy bringing so many people over and quickly put on a smile, handing over a cigarette. Baldy, our family knows the rules, we should first show respect to you with half of the food. I was just about to move everything over for you, Baldy, but he wouldn't let me and my dad move, saying he wouldn't even feed us if he fed the dog. Oh, he also said that all the food is in the back of the carriage. The short and fat man also went up with a smile on his face, and even added fuel to the fire, trying to use Baldy's help to get rid of Chu Chen. Originally, they, father and son, had wanted to make a move just now. After all, Chu Chen was alone, while he and his father had a clear numerical advantage. But Chu Chen's foot on the box seemed to be very strong. They tried to move it with force, but it didn't budge. With fear in their hearts, they didn't dare to make a move. You and your son still have some filial piety. Go open the carriage, and move everything inside to my place. Baldy nodded in satisfaction, then ordered his men behind him. Yes, Baldy. Hearing that all the food was in the carriage, hundreds of people rushed over. You're doing well. Ask if there are any other relatives with food, have them send it over too. The more people you deceive into coming, the happier I am. Oh, by the way, the cousin you sent last time, I didn't play with her much before she died. That girl was too young, not even worth playing with. But this one is good, I'll sleep with her tonight. Baldy said, his eyes constantly wandering over Lin Xingya. The more he looked, the more he liked it, and the more lascivious his smile became. What? You guys gave little she to this scumbag? Hearing what Baldy said, Lin Xingya was so angry that she was trembling all over, her beautiful eyes almost spewing fire. So what? It's an honor for little she to catch Baldy's eye. Forget about little she, you can't run away today either, humph. The short and fat man glared, speaking fiercely. Are you still human? Giving your own cousin and niece to a scumbag, are you still human? I give you half of my monthly salary, and you treat little she like this, do you still have a conscience? She's only 13. Lin Xingya was almost on the verge of collapse, pointing at her aunt and uncle and cursing at them. Ah, zombies. There are 4 big zombies in the carriage. Just then, The people who pried open the carriage suddenly screamed loudly. Roar! Following a low growl, 4 huge high-level zombies emerged from the rear carriage. Call all the nearby zombies. Eat all the people here. Chu Chen spoke and gestured, giving orders to the 4 zombies. He had heard Baldy's words clearly just now and knew that there was not a single good person here. Since that was the case, he might as well give this blood feast to the zombies. In the apocalypse, humans are worse than zombies. Humans have no moral bottom line, they will kill each other for a bit of food. But zombies won't. Roar! The 4 zombies received the order and then roared to the sky. Before long, groups of zombies rushed towards the gate of the community. Even the 69th zombie knelt down. Roar! Just after the 4 giant zombies roared, they pounced on the crowd. They were all high-level zombies, superior to ordinary people in strength and agility. In the blink of an eye, each of the 4 zombies grabbed a living person and gleefully began to devour their flesh and blood. Damn, so you're the one who raised these zombies. Tiger, bite him to death for me. Seeing this scene, Baldy immediately understood what was going on and quickly gave orders to the Tibetan Mastiff. Attempt to catch the thief by catching the king first. He thought that as long as he got rid of Master Chu Chen, the 4 zombie dogs would become headless flies, making them easier to deal with. Roar! The bloodthirsty Tibetan Mastiff, upon hearing his master's command, lunged fiercely towards Chu Chen with its blood-stained mouth wide open. Be careful! The lightning-fast speed startled Lin Xingya, who quickly warned aloud. However, although the Tibetan Mastiff was fast, in Chu Chen's eyes, it was as slow as a turtle. He clenched his fist, exerted all his strength, and smashed it towards the dog's head. Bang! With a dull sound like metal hitting iron, the Tibetan Mastiff was smashed into the ground. In an instant, the marble floor was smashed into a pit. Looking at the Tibetan Mastiff's head, which had already cracked open, blood flowed down from its head. Hiss! After punching the mutated Tibetan Mastiff to death, Chu Chen shook his right hand and couldn't help but gasp. With his increasing strength, he was as tough as nails, with muscles and defense no less than a large army. But just now, when his fist hit the dog's head, it felt like hitting steel, making his right hand sore and almost injured. It seemed that this mutated Tibetan Mastiff had strong defense too. You're a supernatural being? The bald man, who was scared white at seeing his beloved dog killed with one punch, exclaimed. The Tibetan Mastiff he raised was impervious even to bullets, but unexpectedly, it died at the hands of a young man. And with just one punch, it was nearly beaten to death. Obviously, this kid was also a supernatural being, and a powerful one at that. Here's something good for you. Chu Chen didn't have time to deal with him, so he grabbed the dying Tibetan Mastiff and threw it to one of the zombies. Roar! Sensing a fresh delicacy, the zombie dropped the half-eaten flesh and blood, opening its fangs wide to bite the dog's neck. In no time, the calf-sized Tibetan Mastiff was drained of blood. Roar! After drinking the dog's blood, the zombie seemed excited and let out a cheerful roar. Then, using its sharp nails, it tore open the dog's skin and greedily devoured the flesh and blood. At the same time, the other 3 higher-level zombies looked at him with envy. One of them even drooled with envy at the sight of him feasting. This was the flesh and blood of a mutated beast, and they could smell the blood from afar. Roar! After finishing the Tibetan Mastiff, the zombie seemed full, burped, and then crawled into the cargo box to sleep soundly. If Chu Chen wasn't mistaken, this zombie would soon advance to become a zombie king. Run fast! Seeing many zombies surging in at the gate of the residential area, the group of people who were just swaggering around immediately scattered and fled. Lin Xingya clenched her fists tightly, staring at the bald man, intending to avenge her cousin. Trying to run? Not so easy. However, before she could act, Chu Chen grabbed the bald man by the collar and threw him to the ground. With this throw, the bald man's legs were instantly broken, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, looking like he was about to give up. Roar! As soon as the bald man was thrown to the ground, another high-level zombie pounced on him. No, spare me, I have plenty of food at home, all for you. Please spare my life. Seeing a tall zombie rushing over, the bald man screamed in terror. However, before he could finish his plea, the zombie bit his neck. In no time, he breathed his last. His flesh and blood naturally wouldn't be left behind and were quickly devoured by the zombie. I know you want to kill them, but it's too cheap to kill them with such good flesh and blood. Why not feed them to the zombies to enhance their strength? Chu Chen held Lin Xingya's hand and said softly. She was trembling with anger now, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred and fury. Listening to what he said, Lin Xingya, who originally wanted to personally avenge her enemies, dispelled the idea of taking action. Then she turned around, her cold gaze falling on her aunt and her family of 3. Xiaoya, don't listen to the bald guy's nonsense. Auntie didn't give Xiaoxi away. Yes, cousin, Lu Baldy is talking nonsense. Xiaoxi,
She's still at home, don't believe me? Go see for yourself.
The obese woman had long been scared silly, and seeing the icy gaze Lin Xingye cast her way, she hurriedly started to explain. In order to save his life, the short and fat man, in a panic, also pointed to his own house and earnestly proclaimed his innocence.
Xiaosu, what nonsense are you talking about? Where is Xiaoxi at home?
The big bald man glared at his son, quickly stopping him from continuing.
What's going on?
Lin Xingye looked at the father and son, faintly feeling that there was some secret in their family.
Otherwise, why would one just say Xiaoxi was still at home, while the other hurriedly denied it?
But just now she clearly heard Baldy say that Auntie had given their cousin to that scum? For a moment, she was both resentful and puzzled. Xiaoya, considering that we are relatives, considering that your uncle took care of you when you were young, spared my family of 3, okay?
Uncle is kneeling to you.
The big bald man suddenly knelt down, knocking his head to his niece.
Won't you say it?
Lin Xingye's eyes turned cold, grabbing her uncle's collar and throwing him into the zombie horde. The zombie horde that had just rushed in scared off the residents of the neighborhood, who were worried about not finding anyone to eat, and then saw a living person flying over. In an instant, they swarmed up, gnawing and biting, leaving only a skeleton of the big bald man in no time.
Ha, ha, ha. Who?
The group of zombies, having nothing to eat, turned their gaze towards Lin Nan and his group. However, soon sensing the suppression of Chu Chen's bloodline, they all obediently knelt down on the ground.
This.
The obese woman and the short and fat man, looking at the scene before them, were all dumbfounded.
The zombies actually knelt down to Lin Xingye?
If they had known this relative was so powerful, they wouldn't have offended her just now. Now, having completely offended their relative, they were afraid they would not escape death. For a moment, the remaining 2 regretted deeply.
What's going on?
If you don't tell the truth, you'll be the next one fed to the zombies.
After killing her own uncle, Lin Xingye's fierce gaze fell on her cousin.
At this moment, she only wanted to avenge her cousin, only wanted to kill.
Plop. I'll talk.
Seeing his own father being gnawed by zombies until only a skeleton remained, Xiaosu knelt down on the ground. His father weighed over 150 pounds, yet his cousin grabbed his collar with one hand and effortlessly threw him into the zombie horde several yards away. This strength was obviously far beyond ordinary.
If she could throw him so easily, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to throw him?
Therefore, in order to survive, to avoid being eaten by zombies, he had no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Actually, it wasn't Xiaoxi given to Bald Lord. Oh no, Baldy, it was Xiaoxia given to Baldy.
On the day of the apocalypse, Xiaoxia, my cousin, happened to be playing at my house. My mom thought she was wasting food, so she gave her to Baldy in exchange for 3 sausages. The sausages were quickly eaten up, and we went hungry for 2 days without eating anything. My mom then turned her attention to Xiaoxi.
She personally killed Xiaoxi and stewed a big pot of meat.
Just now, my parents didn't let you in because there were Xiaoxi's blood-stained clothes in the bathroom. This has nothing to do with me. You know, cousin, I don't even dare to kill a chicken. How could I dare to kill a person?
It was all done by my mom.
Also, every month you sent money to my family. My mom didn't give it to Xiaoxi, she used it to buy me a car. And, on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, my mom stopped giving Xiaoxi food. When my mom killed her, she was so hungry that she could hardly move. At that time, she begged my mom not to kill her. She said she could get us food, she said you had food there. My mom was afraid that you would come and Xiaoxi would report her, so she ended up killing her. I even tried to persuade my mom at that time, asking her to let Xiaoxi go. But my mom said Xiaoxi already knew she was going to be killed, keeping her alive would only ruin our plans. Actually, I didn't want to kill Xiaoxi, it was my mom who insisted on killing her. I couldn't persuade her no matter what. Cousin, everything I said is true, please spare me. Thud thud.
Xiaosu said, kneeling on the ground and knocking his head frantically. You unfilial thing, didn't you eat the meat I cooked?
I'm doing all this for your own good. You ungrateful wretch, I went to great lengths for you, but you turned around and betrayed your mother.
I'll kill you, you ungrateful thing. I'll kill you heartless people.
The obese woman, seeing her son revealing everything, pounced ferociously, grabbing her son's hair and cursing hysterically.
You! Hearing what the 2 said, Lin Xingye was filled with anger and almost fell to the ground.
Fortunately, Chu Chen, who was standing beside her, acted quickly and pulled her into his arms. However, she quickly regained consciousness. At this moment, she seemed like a different person, with bloodshot eyes and a face once delicate now filled with icy killing intent.
Who?
Suddenly, as she tried to stand up from Chu Chen's embrace with clenched fists, a miraculous scene occurred. A whirlwind began swirling around her, growing stronger and larger by the moment. Before long, sand and stones were flying around, and the sky darkened slightly.
Wind elemental ability? Watching the sudden scene before him, Shuchen finally understood what ability she had awakened. It was most likely a wind elemental ability. Unexpectedly, in her rage, she finally unleashed her ability. Xingya, calm down first. After calming Lin Xingya, Shuchen kicked the obese woman aside and then turned to the short and fat Xiaosu. Do you want to live? Yes, yes, yes. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Xiaosu nodded incessantly like a chicken pecking at grain. Alright, go back to your room and get a knife. Oh, right, get the knife you used to kill Xiaoxi. Also, bring out the disinfectant alcohol and gauze. As long as you kill your mom, I won't kill you, Shuchen said calmly, setting the condition for sparing him. Hearing his words, Lin Xingya, who was standing by, finally relaxed. There was nothing more satisfying to her than having them kill each other, resolving her hatred. In a moment, her anger subsided slightly. Okay, I'll go back to get the knife, hee hee. The short and fat man hurriedly got up from the ground and scurried back to the room. Chu Chen, worried that he might escape, followed with his hands behind his back. His house was on the ground floor, in this same building, so he quickly returned with the items. Xiaosu, I'm your mom. You can't kill your mom. Mom used Xiaoxi's money to buy you a car. Mom killed Xiaoxi to cook meat for you. It's all for you. Seeing her son approaching her menacingly with a knife, the obese woman crouched on the ground, terrified, and began to howl. Mom, since you did all this for me, then sacrifice yourself for me once more. Don't blame me, I just want to survive. Xiaosu raised the knife, ready to strike the obese woman. Wait. However, before he could strike, Shuchen stopped him. Killing her directly is meaningless. First, cut off her hands and feet. Disinfect and bandage the wounds. Then, slowly cut off the fat from her body. Remember, she must endure 100 cuts before she dies. In order to vent Lin Xingya's anger and seek revenge for her, Shuchen decided to torture this old woman. Alright, understood. Xiaosu hesitated for a moment, but seeing Chu Chen's fierce gaze, he quickly nodded. Amidst the screams, Lin Xingya's aunt had her hands and feet cut off, and her flesh was sliced off by her own son. It wasn't until the 100th cut that Xiaosu finally slit her throat. Chu Chen was accustomed to such bloody scenes and felt no discomfort. Lin Xingya, who was once filled with hatred, seeing her aunt's tragic fate, felt her animosity diminish. How is it? Satisfied? Hee hee. Xiaosu wiped the blood off his face, standing up and asking. You did well. Rest assured, I promise not to kill you, and I will keep that promise. Shu Chen applauded him, showing his approval. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiaosu's face lit up at his words, quickly expressing his gratitude. However, I promised not to kill you, but your cousin didn't promise the same. Shu Chen turned to Lin Xingya beside him. There's not a single good person in your family. Not killing you won't console the spirits of Xiaoxia and Xiaoxi in heaven. Shu Chen was pleased that Lin Xingya showed no mercy and threw Xiaosu directly into the zombie horde. Ah! In an instant, with a piercing scream, the surrounding zombies pounced on him. Not long after, the living person was devoured completely by the zombies. Split into 3 groups, go door to door in every house. I don't want to see a single living person in this neighborhood. Shu Chen ordered the remaining 3 zombies. With their newly acquired intelligence, they eagerly nodded in agreement and led groups of lower-level zombies into the adjacent 3 buildings. Soon, the sound of doors being smashed down echoed. Now, the 4 high-level zombies he brought out, one of them was an advancing zombie king. The remaining 3 were at a similar level to the army 2 days ago. They not only had some intelligence but also had tougher bodies, though not as strong as the armies. The 3 zombies acted like bulldozers, breaking down doors one by one. Following the sounds and scents, they searched for the living. Anyone they encountered was devoured. Regular zombies mainly relied on sound to find humans. Higher-level zombies not only listened but could also smell the scent of the living. An hour later, under the leadership of the 3 high-level zombies, all the living people in the entire neighborhood were devoured. After an hour of feasting, the 3 high-level zombies seemed to have evolved further. Their bodies were slightly larger, and their skin had a faint bronze hue. If only we had a psychic. Watching the 3 high-level zombies, Shu Chen pondered to himself. With their current level, the flesh of a psychic could elevate 2 zombies to zombie kings, maybe even all 3. They were on the verge of becoming zombie kings. Head to Filong Mountain. Putting the 3 zombies in the car trunk, Shu Chen drove east with Lin Xingya. As for the 4 boxes of food, he had stored them in the storage space earlier. Ji Ge, that car is coming out. In a small alley, Huang Mao quickly reminded his companions as they saw Chu Chen's small cargo van coming out of the neighborhood. Keep up. Stay away from that car, don't let them spot us. Damn, so many zombies rushed in just now. How did this car manage to come out? This is really unbelievable.
A middle-aged man with thick glasses hurriedly instructed his subordinates. Many zombies had just run into the Moon Bay neighborhood, and they dared not approach, unaware of what was happening inside. Just when they thought the man and woman driving the van were doomed, the vehicle unexpectedly emerged again. Although they couldn't see who was sitting in the driver's seat, it was most likely the same couple as before. In no time, he became more interested in the young couple. Brother G, they seem to be heading towards the Phylong Mountain Nature Reserve? Seeing the car in front not heading north or south but directly towards the road leading to Phylong Mountain, the thug beside him said, puzzled.
Strange, Phylong Mountain Nature Reserve doesn't have anything to offer. What are they going there for?
The middle-aged man was also puzzled.
Should we continue following them?
Follow.
Why wouldn't we?
There's something fishy about this kid. Maybe we can make a good deal out of it.
Whether we make a deal or not doesn't matter. As long as we can get that beauty, we'll be satisfied, hee. Let's follow first, see what they're up to. Once we figure out their details, we'll make our move.
Brother G, you're too cautious, in my opinion. We should just charge in with guns blazing.
You know nothing. You want to act without even knowing the opponent's strength? Do you even know how to spell the word death? Fine, I'll follow Brother G's lead. We're being followed.
Shu Chen glanced at the rearview mirror in the cargo van's cabin and said calmly,
maybe they're just going the same way as us? Lin Xingya glanced at the rearview mirror but didn't pay much attention.
In this post-apocalyptic world, anyone daring to drive out of the city aimlessly is either like me with important matters to attend to or someone tracking us.
No one would risk their lives coming outside the city just for fun. Chu Chen said leisurely. What should we do then? There's a bend at the foot of Phylong Mountain, we'll wait for them there. With that, Chu Chen stepped on the gas and began to accelerate. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Phylong Mountain.
Chu Chen got out of the car, gave some instructions to the 3 high-level zombies in the cargo compartment, then took Lin Xingya back and hid in a patch of bushes. Not long after, the pickup truck tracking them also arrived at the foot of the mountain.
They have guns.
Lin Xingya, hiding in the bushes, became nervous when she saw the weapons in the hands of the people in the pickup truck.
Don't be afraid. Let's see what they're up to.
Chu Chen patted her gently on the shoulder, smiling nonchalantly. Guns were no threat to him in the current situation.
Moreover, any bullets within an 8-meter radius of him would slow down as if in slow motion.
Therefore, he had no fear of these people.
Go down and see what's going on.
In the pickup truck, seeing that there was no one in the cargo van's cabin, the middle-aged man instructed the thug with a face full of flesh beside him.
Yes, Brother G.
The thug with a face full of flesh dared not disobey. He raised an AK-47 and bravely approached the cargo van. Soon, he reached the vehicle, and everyone on the pickup truck also jumped down, ready to shoot at any moment.
Four-eyed chicken.
In the bushes, when Chu Chen saw the middle-aged man with thick glasses, he was slightly surprised. Despite his shabby appearance, resembling a destitute scholar, Chu Chen knew that this guy was a gun dealer before the doomsday arrived. He had his own lathe and specialized in producing AK-47 rifles due to their simple construction, then sell it to various parts of the country through the black market.
Chu Chen did not expect that the one tracking him would turn out to be this guy? Didn't expect to run into this guy here.
Watching the four-eyed chicken jump off the car, a hint of a smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips. In the previous life, when the apocalypse arrived for about 10 days, the four-eyed chicken, in search of food, escaped to Phylong Mountain outside the city. In a pool of white dragon saliva, he found a fruit that looked like a crystal. After eating it, he awakened the bloodline of the ancestral dragon.
This ancestral dragon bloodline could suppress the bloodlines of almost all mutant beasts. The reason Chu Chen came to this Phylong Mountain Nature Reserve today was to seize the opportunity to get this guy. Little did he know that the four-eyed chicken had followed him here. This guy's hands were stained with blood, a notorious repeat offender. Just before the apocalypse arrived in the previous life, the police had just arrested their gun trafficking group when the zombie virus suddenly broke out. Therefore, this guy escaped a disaster, taking advantage of the chaos to escape from the detention center. Later, for some reason, he fled to Phylong Mountain just over 10 days after the apocalypse broke out. By a stroke of luck, he awakened the bloodline of the dragon ancestor. From then on, he and the two other villains became the two great evil kings of Pujiang, capturing any slightly attractive women they came across. The number of military and police supernatural beings who died at his hands was countless. Later, they colluded with the Menard Biochemical Company, completely controlling half of Pujiang's territory. Even the Ice Queen Shen Bingqian couldn't do anything to them. Chu Chen, who had a second chance at life, could not let this guy off the hook, whether publicly or privately. Prepare to kill. Chu Chen patted Lin Xingya's fragrant shoulder and said with a relaxed smile.
It seemed as if he was talking about something insignificant, without a hint of seriousness or tension in his expression.
They have guns.
Lin Xingya was afraid he would suffer a great loss if he went out like this, so she instinctively grabbed his arm. Although they had all awakened their abilities, supernatural beings were also afraid of guns. Especially her. Awakening her ability was almost no different from not awakening it at all. She didn't even know how to use her ability. If they went out recklessly, they would be shot to pieces.
Have you forgotten that I caught a bullet with my bare hands yesterday?
Don't worry, within 8 meters, no bullet can hit us. When they try to escape later, you intercept them, leave the bullets to me. If you really don't know how to use your ability, just rely on brute force. Anyway, with your skills in bed, one punch is enough to kill an ordinary person.
But, don't stray too far from me.
Chu Chen, knowing she was worried about herself, unreservedly explained his ability to her. Lin Xingya, who had been somewhat uneasy, finally relaxed after hearing what he had to say.
Brother Chicken, no one in the driver's seat. No one under the car either. That couple may have already entered the mountain.
In the distance, a thug with a face full of flesh circled the small van a couple of times before shouting to the four-eyed chicken behind him.
No one?
The four-eyed chicken was slightly surprised, seeming a bit unexpected, then waved his hand left and right. Let's go, check it out.
A dozen people, armed and vigilant, walked up to the van. Sure enough, after circling the car once, they didn't see anyone.
They even checked under the chassis, but there was no sign of anyone.
Could they have already gone up the mountain? Huang Mao glanced at the Feilong Mountain Nature Reserve, saying doubtfully,
forget it, let's just rob the goods in the cargo hold first. The four-eyed chicken looked at the tires and instructed his men behind him. The tire was a bit flat, and there were clearly a lot of things loaded on the car. If it was food, then their trip wouldn't have been in vain.
Right, hurry up and open the back to see what's inside. The dozen or so people ran to the back of the van and easily opened the cargo hold door.
However, when they opened the truck and saw what was inside, they were dumbfounded. There was no food, only 4 huge zombies. Roar! As soon as the truck door opened, the zombie that had evolved into a king zombie suddenly pounced out. It had been in a dormant state, undergoing its final transformation. However, the constant bumps on the road had awakened it, and at the same time, it had advanced to the rank of a king zombie. Seeing someone opening the cargo to steal things, it rushed out with 3 higher-ranked zombies. Roar! It grabbed 2 people with one hand, knocked them unconscious with its head, and threw them into the truck. These living humans were delicious food for the zombies. However, after evolving into a king zombie, it had completely lost interest in these ordinary humans. It had no appetite, and eating them wouldn't help its advancement. But storing this food could feed other zombies.
Damn, it's actually zombies in there.
Retreat, open fire quickly.
Bang, bang.
Four-Eyed Chicken saw the situation was bad, fired 2 shots in haste, then turned and ran towards the pickup truck. As for his henchmen, he couldn't care less about them.
Ding, ding.
However, the bullets they fired at the leading zombies sounded like hitting steel plates, attracting the firepower, making it easier for the 3 higher-ranked zombies behind.
Although some bullets occasionally hit them, the damage was minimal.
Moreover, these firearms and bullets, which were semi-artificially produced, were far less powerful than those produced by national military factories. Therefore, the 4 zombies easily caught 7 or 8 thugs in no time.
It's our turn to act.
Seeing the remaining thugs trying to drive away, Chu Chen stepped out directly from the bushes. Lin Xingya hesitated for a moment and followed suit.
Quick, get in the car.
Four-Eyed Chicken ran to the front of the pickup truck, opened the door, and shouted at his henchmen behind.
However, his henchmen seemed to be petrified, staring wide-eyed in his direction. Bang! Too late to run.
Just as he was puzzled, a foot suddenly kicked the door shut behind him. When he turned around, he saw a man and a woman who had appeared behind him out of nowhere. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. In panic, he raised his gun to shoot. Click! Before he could pull the trigger, his wrist was forcibly broken by the young man in front of him. Click, click. Chu Chen acted swiftly, kicking off both his legs in a blink, then grabbed his collar and threw him to the zombies in the distance. He was zombie food, killing him directly would be a waste. So, he only incapacitated Four-Eyed Chicken, not killing him. For zombies, fresh living humans were the most delicious.
Brother Chicken, Brother Chicken. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing their leader incapacitated, the remaining thugs were terrified.
However, they quickly regained their composure, turned their guns towards the zombies, and started shooting at Chu Chen and the others. Swish, swish, swish.
Bullets flew like raindrops, startling Lin Xingya.
In desperation, she instinctively unleashed her whirlwind skill once again. In an instant, a whirlwind appeared around her. This was her second successful use of this skill. The first time was in a fit of rage. This time was a reflexive reaction in a dangerous situation. Puff, puff, puff. However, her skill seemed ineffective as Chu Chen's figure flickered, leaving after images in front of her, catching all the bullets flying towards them. Watching the miraculous scene before her, Lin Qingya was stunned. She never expected Chu Chen's speed to be this fast. If the speed of a bullet is compared to lightning, then Chu Chen's speed is more than 10 times that of lightning. Although she had witnessed him catching a bullet bare-handed yesterday, seeing it again today left her utterly shocked. Yesterday, there was only one bullet, but today there were numerous bullets densely packed together. Being able to catch all these bullets without missing a single one was nothing short of a miracle. Roar! In the distance, upon seeing his master being attacked, the advanced zombie that had evolved into a corpse king instantly flew into a rage. With a loud roar, he leaped and landed behind a few thugs. Swiftly striking from side to side, in the blink of an eye, he smashed the heads of the remaining thugs into a pulp. While they're still alive, eat them first. Such delicious flesh and blood should not be wasted. After killing the last few thugs, the corpse king, with a hoarse voice, ordered the 3 advanced zombies behind him. Ha, ha! The 3 zombies understood his command and nodded before immediately running over. Master! After instructing the 3 zombies, the newly promoted corpse king stepped forward, then knelt down on one knee, performing a solemn bow. This formal gesture took Chu Chen by surprise. After advancing to the rank of corpse king, although they were respectful, they did not kneel. This zombie, however, knelt down on one knee and respectfully performed an ancient ritual. Apart from this, they were similar in other aspects, with their bronze skin, iron bones, and hoarse, deep voices. Without the mutated beasts bestowed by the master, I would not have advanced. My strength is all granted by the master. Just as Chu Chen felt slightly puzzled, the new corpse king with a hoarse voice spoke up again. It was then that Chu Chen realized that the bow was because of the mutated Tibetan mastiff he had thrown to him in the morning. It seemed that even intelligent zombies knew how to be grateful. Rise. What is your name? After learning the reason behind it, Chu Chen asked tentatively. It was said that zombies would develop new intelligence after evolving into corpse kings. Those who held attachments during their lifetime would retain some memories. He was unsure if this zombie still had any memories from its past life, hence the probing question. Name, my name. Upon being asked, the new corpse king looked puzzled, scratching his head as he couldn't remember his name for half a year. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and with a hoarse voice, he uttered 2 words, Xingjing. Xingjing? Chu Chen was slightly taken aback by his response. Could it be that he was a police officer before becoming a zombie? If that was the case, it was quite a coincidence. One corpse king was a soldier, and the other was a police officer. However, with his crew cut and professional demeanor, he did indeed resemble a police officer. Then you shall be called Xingjing from now on. Chu Chen hesitated for a moment before saying to him. Since being a police officer was his attachment from his past life, let him start a new life with that attachment. Yes, master. Xingjing seemed to like this name very much, and he joyfully accepted his new name. Have them quickly finish eating the flesh and blood on the ground. Then guard the car here. You come with me to the mountain. After giving him a new name, Chu Chen assigned tasks to the 4 zombies. Yes. Xingjing respectfully accepted the command, then went to the 3 zombies who were devouring flesh and blood, conveying Chu Chen's orders to them. The 3 zombies, now possessing some intelligence, hastened their feasting upon hearing their master's command. After finishing off these people, they walked over to Cyan Chicken. No, don't come closer. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have a secret that you'll be interested in. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you this secret. Seeing 3 tall zombies walking towards him, Four Eyes turned pale with fear. With his limbs disabled, he pleaded for mercy while backing away in terror, his body almost touching the ground. First, tell me what secret you know. If this secret is useful to me, I will spare your life. Chu Chen waved his hand slightly, signaling the 3 zombies to stop, then asked with interest, did you awaken the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor? To Chu Chen's surprise, Four Eyes accurately revealed the supernatural ability he had awakened. This revelation startled Chu Chen, who had been carefree until then. How could even a small-time thug know about his ability? Little did he know that when he was sleeping that day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. How did you find out? Chu Chen remained composed, pretending to be calm as he inquired. Does the Menard Biotech Company know? They offered a high price for 20 doses of genetic serum, seeking someone who awakens the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor and can command the zombies. If I'm not mistaken, they must be looking for you. To save his life, Four Eyes quickly revealed his speculation. Initially, he did not know that Chu Chen was the person Menard was looking for until he saw the 4 powerful zombies, realizing Chu Chen's awakened ability. No wonder he dared to drive around during the apocalypse, he could directly control the zombies. Regret flooded Four Eyes as he realized he had provoked such a formidable figure.
Menard Biotech Company?
Shu Chen's brow furrowed at the mention. Menard was the world's largest biotech company, ostensibly a commercial entity but actually serving the American military. In the previous life, Menard had established factories and research institutes in China through bribery.
After the apocalypse, they became the dominant force in East China by developing genetic serums. Many human bases willingly became Menard's lackeys to obtain genetic serums and food. The powerful zombies in Four Eyes were among Menard's minions. If that's the secret you mentioned, then you can die.
Seeing Four Eyes hesitating to speak further, Shu Chen was about to feed him to the zombies. In his second chance at life, Shu Chen had initially decided not to meddle as long as he wasn't targeted. Since Menard was causing trouble, he saw no reason to be polite. The real threat was not Menard but the Field family controlling it from behind. The family was ancient and had been one of Europe's largest families over 100 years ago. They controlled hundreds of biolabs worldwide, most of which were under the Field family's influence. Therefore, he was not concerned about Menard's threat but wary of the Field family.
No, besides that, I know another secret.
I heard that a dragon egg appeared on Filong Mountain.
If we find this dragon egg, hatch it, we might raise a terrifying mutant beast. Moreover, dragon blood can be used to make genetic serums. With this dragon egg, we could create many powerful genetic warriors in the future. I heard that the military sent people yesterday, and Menard also sent people into the mountain early this morning. Both sides are offering high rewards, providing clues will earn you a lot of food. As Chu Chen prepared to kill him, Four Eyes quickly revealed another secret. He had seen online that someone was planning to establish the Pujiang Supernaturalists Guild, so he had taken his gang to the Dahui pharmaceutical factory outside the city yesterday. His plan was to join the guild under the pretext of checking out the factory. If there were few people and plenty of food, he intended to raid the factory. Unexpectedly, the people inside were armed, with 4 supernaturalists among them. It was impossible to rob the place, so he had to pretend to apply to join the guild. However, when they found out he hadn't awakened any special abilities, the 4 leaders of the pharmaceutical factory rejected him but took him in as a little brother. They also informed him about some of Menard's bounty missions. If there were any leads, he was to inform them immediately. That's how he learned many secrets. He planned to use these secrets to save his own life. Dragon egg? You don't think I'm easy to fool, do you?
Hearing what he said, Shu Chen laughed in exasperation, almost unable to resist feeding him to the zombies.
He was a reincarnated person. What didn't he know from his past life? He had never heard of dragon eggs on Dragonfly Mountain. Besides, how did Menard and the military know about the dragon egg on the mountain? Everything I said is true. Not a word of it is false. If you don't believe me, go up the mountain now. You might just see their helicopter parked up there. Seeing Chu Chen's disbelief, Four Eyes Chicken panicked and quickly swore by all that was holy. Then tell me, how did Menard and the military know there was a dragon egg on Dragonfly Mountain? If they knew about the egg, they could have just come and taken it. Why offer a high reward for information on it? Do you think I'd believe such contradictory statements?
Seeing his sincere tone and anxious expression, not like he was lying, Shu Chen raised a few questions. Here's the thing, on the day the zombie virus broke out, there was a person playing on the mountain. All his companions turned into zombies, scaring him into hiding all over the mountain. One day, he found a pool of water with a colorful giant egg inside.
On the eggshell, there were 2 dragon patterns.
At the time, he thought it was a beautifully carved piece of art and wanted to take it. Little did he know, as soon as he touched the colorful giant egg, the 2 dragon patterns on the shell came to life. They soared into the air, growing larger and roaring at him. Terrified, he quickly dropped the egg. As soon as he dropped it, the 2 dragons turned back into patterns and returned to the eggshell. Furthermore, he heard a babbling sound coming from inside the egg. Out of curiosity, he took a video and hastily left the pool. He ran around the mountain for several days before finally escaping. As soon as he had a signal after coming down the mountain, he posted the video online and recounted his discovery. Whether that person lived or died, no one knows. But based on the video he posted, the military and Menard determined it was an ancient dragon egg. So, they all sent people into the mountain today and offered a high reward for information on the dragon egg. The members of the Guild of Espers asked me to inquire about the dragon egg's whereabouts, promising me 10 doses of genetic potion for any leads. Four Eyes Chicken spilled all the details about the dragon egg. Shu Chen was quite surprised to hear it. In his past life, he had heard of the dragon race. It seemed that the zombie virus had awakened many ancient creatures, but his strength was too weak, and he knew very little about the powerful dragon race. Therefore, when Four Eyes Chicken mentioned a dragon egg in the mountains, he didn't find it strange at all.
Is that all? Nothing more?
Shuchen looked at him, still wanting to know if he had any more secrets.
No, nothing more.
Four Eyes Chicken wore a pained expression and shook his head.
Then you can go die. Eat him.
Shuchen waved his hand, and the three zombies, who had been eagerly waiting, pounced on him. After a series of screams, Four Eyes Chicken was torn to shreds. Seeing Four Eyes Chicken completely gone, Shuchen then led Lin Xingya and the detective into the mountain. He wasn't interested in the dragon egg, he just wanted to find that crystal-like fruit. By consuming that fruit, he could awaken the ancient dragon bloodline and use its power to suppress other mutant beasts. Are there really dragons in this world? On the way, Lin Xingya asked curiously. Yes, I've even been served by a dragon before. Hate it, I'm talking about a real dragon. I don't know if there are real dragons, but I know there's a yellow dragon.
Really?
Yeah, I tangled with that yellow dragon all night last night, in and out, tossing around for most of the night.
You can talk all you want, but why are you touching me?
In the middle of nowhere like this.
The people we sent this time, we've sent you all the information. Whether you can get rid of them or not, it's up to you. Also, you need to move out immediately, it seems like they're going to take action against you.
Menard Biotech's headquarters in Huaxia, Overseer Kelly was having a video call with someone. On the computer screen was a man in his 50s.
Minister Qian is indeed straightforward. The genetic drugs you need, I have them all ready, you can come and get them anytime. Kelly picked up the temperature-controlled box on the table and waved at the camera.
Great. I hope we can cooperate for a long time.
There's a zombie next to you. No, don't.
On Filong Mountain, Lin Xingya saw Chu Chen's hand that was hugging her petite waist suddenly slip into his waistband, causing her face to blush involuntarily, pushing him away instinctively. However, her charming voice penetrated Chu Chen's heart even more as she did so. You go down the mountain and be in charge of the reception. Take this. Chu Chen took out an AK-47 from the storage space and handed it to the detective, then sent him back down the mountain. These firearms were the spoils he had obtained after wiping out the Four-Eyed Chicken gang before. Although not military-grade firearms, they were more than enough to deal with ordinary ability users.
Yes, Master.
The detective took the firearms and walked down the mountain.
Now no one will disturb us.
After sending away the detective, Chu Chen embraced Lin Xingya's petite waist and his hand slipped into her waistband. As Chu Chen delved deeper, Lin Xingya let out a delicate moan, and at the same time, her autumn-like beautiful eyes became even more enchanting.
I've never played in the mountains before. So exciting. Lin Xingya, who was just shy moments ago, now acted out of character and actively responded. With a strong pull, Chu Chen stripped her of her clothes, and before long, the sounds of painful moans filled the air. Yeah.
After an unknown amount of time, the two immersed in the lovemaking and wild movements suddenly heard a child's laughter.
Chu Chen, who was previously dazed and excited, suddenly became alert upon hearing the sound, realizing something was amiss.
Although he was physically robust and liked beautiful women, he hadn't reached the point of wanting them anytime, anywhere. His earlier actions were due to a sudden surge of lust and irrationality in his body. Therefore, he touched Lin Xingya. At this moment, he felt that something was off.
Wake up, wake up. Chu Chen patted Lin Xingya's smooth and white buttocks, trying to wake her up.
The child's laughter had startled him awake, but Lin Xingya was still immersed in the frenzy of lovemaking, tightly clinging to his neck and twisting her body desperately.
What's wrong?
After patting her for a while, Lin Xingya finally woke up.
Something's not right. It seems like we were tricked just now.
Chu Chen put her down and handed her a set of oversized women's clothing from the storage space. Her clothes had been torn to shreds by him, making them unwearable.
Tricked?
Hearing this, Lin Xingya instantly realized that she hadn't felt much desire before, but later, for some reason, she suddenly felt hot all over, burning with desire. Unconsciously, she had kissed him passionately and even clung to his cheeks, sucking desperately.
Now thinking back, it all seemed quite suspicious. Realizing the situation was not good, she quickly put on her clothes and looked around.
However, the mountain forest was shrouded in mist, and it was impossible to see clearly in the distance. At this moment, not only her, but Chu Chen was also vigilant, looking around.
Similarly, they didn't see anyone. Moreover, the playful child they saw earlier was nowhere to be found. Who's there? Come out.
Chu Chen jumped onto a huge rock and shouted loudly. However, it remained silent all around, and no one came out.
Something's not right. It's too quiet. There's not even the sound of insects or birds chirping on this mountain?
Lin Xingya furrowed her delicate eyebrows, looking serious.
There must be something unusual happening.
Chu Chen said, taking out an AK-47 from storage.
If you won't come out, then I'll shoot until you do.
With that, he jumped off the rock, pulled the trigger, and fired around the surroundings.
Oh.
After his shooting spree, there was finally some movement around them. First, there was a piercing scream, followed by the voice of a cute child. Holding the gun, he ran towards the direction of the screams. However, all he found on the ground was a huge leaf swept by the bullets, nothing else. Not seeing anyone, he immediately ran towards where the child's voice came from and soon saw a uniquely dressed little girl. The girl looked about 1 year old, barefoot, wearing a red belly band, with 2 horn-like braids on her head tied with red strings.
"You little brat, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. I tried to help you, and you almost injured me."
As he approached, the little girl, instead of being afraid, angrily scolded him with her hand pointing at him. Her mature appearance didn't match her age of about 1 year at all.
"Whose child is this? So well-behaved and cute?"
Lin Xingya, who was following closely behind, seeing the little baby, couldn't help but reach out to hold her, but Chuchen stopped her.
"You said you saved me just now? We were having a great time, we didn't need your help."
Chuchen pretended not to know, teasing the little girl.
"Having a great time?
If it weren't for me, you would still be under the spell of that seductive flower, humph." The little girl pointed angrily at a pink flower nearby, complaining.
"So you're saying we were under its spell just now?"
Chuchen picked up his gun and walked towards where she was pointing. He had passed by that pink flower earlier and saw a large leaf on the ground but didn't pay much attention. Now, hearing the girl's words, he became more alert.
I didn't mean any harm. Big brother, please don't kill me.
I just wanted to see the effects of my illusion, so I released some pollen." Before Chuchen could get closer, the flower unexpectedly spoke. It shielded its petals with leaves, looking timid. Its voice was soft and weak, like that of a 2 or 3-year-old girl.
"So, you didn't do it on purpose?" Seeing the flower also speaking and making human-like gestures, Chuchen wasn't surprised at all.
Having lived 3 years in the apocalypse in his previous life, he had experienced all sorts of strange things. It was Lin Xingya behind him who was stunned by this scene. Nodding repeatedly at his words, the pink flower seemed apologetic.
"Let's just leave it be. It didn't mean any harm. Let's spare it."
Hearing its soft and pitiful voice, Lin Xingya felt sorry for it and pleaded on its behalf.
"I'll spare you, but you have to come with me. I'll dig you up and plant you in my backyard,"
Chuchen said, searching for tools like a shovel in the storage space. It could speak, and had the extraordinary ability of illusion. Such a powerful flower, it would be too pitiful to leave it behind.
"Big brother, please don't.
My roots are embedded in the dragon vein. If I leave the dragon vein, I will soon die."
"Big brother, spare me, please."
Hearing that it might be dug up, the pink flower trembled in fear, waving its 2 leaves and curling its petals together, looking quite frightened.
"What, your roots are in the dragon vein?" Hearing this, Chuchen became interested.
He had come to the mountain this time to seize the opportunity of the 4-eyed chicken.
However, Feilong Mountain stretched for thousands of miles. Even in the Feilong Mountain Natural Reserve outside Pujiang City, it was vast. Trying to find that pool of dragon saliva was like finding a needle in a haystack. If he could find the dragon vein through this flower, and then follow the dragon vein, he might be able to find that pool of dragon saliva. At this moment, upon hearing what the flower said, the little girl trotted over. The pink flower timidly nodded. "Where is the dragon vein?" "Right, there is a pool filled with dragon saliva on this mountain. Do you know where it is?" Chuchen eagerly asked 2 questions in a row.
The dragon vein is 800 meters directly below the mountain ridge. It took me over 3,000 years to embed my roots in the dragon vein.
Just a few days ago, I just awakened my spiritual wisdom. As for that pool of dragon saliva, I don't know where it is, but I can ask the other flowers.
The pink flower recounted its origins and then shook its head.
Hearing the conversation between the two, the little girl in the red belly band blinked her big round eyes mischievously, wondering what she was thinking. "How do you ask?" Lin Xingya, standing nearby, asked curiously.
"I am the flower king of this mountain. I can communicate with other fresh flowers in the mountain through pollen."
The pink flower seemed open and answered questions without reservation.
"Then quickly ask where the dragon saliva is on this mountain."
"All right, this dragon saliva is white water, only in a small pool. Inside, there is a fruit that looks like a crystal."
Learning of this method, Chuchen urged on and described the characteristics of the dragon saliva pool from his past life. The little girl's eyes widened as she listened, her delicate face filled with astonishment.
After a moment, she turned and disappeared into a dense forest. "How does this kid know so much about my home?"
Half an hour later, she sat on a broken eggshell, muttering to herself in frustration. Beneath her eggshell was a pool of white liquid, in which grew a flower resembling a lotus, with a crystal-like fruit at the center of its petals.
This pool of dragon saliva was located within a white jade area, surrounded by hard granite.
At this moment, a spiritual mist enveloped the pool, creating a scene that resembled a fairyland from afar.
This is the essence of the dragon vein, can't let that kid benefit from it.
Gurgle, gurgle. After sitting idle on the eggshell for a while, the little girl opened her mouth and sucked up the white liquid from the pool. In a short time, the pool of liquid turned into a column of water that she absorbed into her belly. Finally, she also ate the flower,
leaving nothing behind.
Burp.
Satisfied in full, she burped, then carried the 2 eggshells and left the jade pool.
She had originally planned to wait for the fruit to ripen before eating it, but since her hiding place was exposed, she had no choice but to eat it early.
Alas, what a pity!
Holding her little belly, she wandered through the mountain forest, sighing as she walked. This fruit was nurtured from the dragon vein, her companion fruit, which would only have its miraculous effects if eaten after ripening. Now that she had eaten it prematurely, she wondered if it would still work. Walking and silently cursing herself in her heart.
Ha!
After who knows how long, she grew increasingly tired, yawning repeatedly. Feeling drowsy, she had to find a cave to sleep in. Little did she know that as she passed through, all bird calls and insect noises vanished, and even the birds, insects, and wild animals in the mountains dared not make a sound.
Where is that little girl? Shu Chen began searching not long after the little girl left.
Unfortunately, after searching all around, he couldn't find a trace of her.
Found it! Big brother, I found the place you mentioned. Just walk 2 miles in that direction.
Just as he was searching in vain, after some information exchange, a pink flower suddenly pointed in a direction.
Alright, in return for your help, I'll spare you today. Before you leave, I want to remind you not to use illusions on people easily in the future. Because not everyone will be as kind as me to let you go. Wait until you become powerful, then you can show your abilities.
Before becoming strong, it's best to lay low and develop sneakily, that's the way to survive for a long time. Before leaving, Shu Chen gave some advice to the pink flower. This little one had just gained intelligence and was not very bright. If she encountered bad people in the future, she might not escape misfortune. So, he reminded her a few times. In fact, he wanted to dig up the flower and take it back, but it would die after leaving the dragon vein, so there was no point in taking it back. It's better to let it grow slowly on this mountain. He knew the place anyway, so when it grew up and could leave the dragon vein, he could figure out a way to move it. Cutie, you must live well, don't use illusions again in the future. There are many bad people down the mountain. If they find you, you'll be in trouble. Lin Xingya held the flower petals, reluctant to part with it. She really liked the soft-spoken flower, but unfortunately, she couldn't take it back, so she could only bid farewell with reluctance. I'll remember, big sister.
Goodbye, big sister, big brother. The pink flower waved its leaves, bidding farewell to the two. It sighed listlessly only after the two disappeared into the mountains. Ah, I have to stay alone on this mountain again. When can I transform into a human and leave this mountain?
The game Big Sister and Big Brother played just now was so fun.
They could play so crazily for so long? I also want to play that kind of game for 2.
Oh no, a group of people found Big Sister and Big Brother.
They are following them. What should I do?
After the two left, the pink flower muttered to itself in boredom.
Suddenly, it received some information from other flowers, saying that a group of people had found Lin Xingya and were secretly following them. It felt anxious but couldn't help in any way. How did this couple end up playing in this nature reserve? Aren't they afraid of danger? At the top of Filong Mountain, several female soldiers were using binoculars to observe Chu Chan and the others.
Maybe they are afraid of zombies in the city, so they hid in the mountains.
The leader of the female soldiers put down the binoculars and sighed. Although there are no zombies on this mountain, there are mutated wild animals and plants. The mountain is more dangerous than the city. Another female soldier shook her head with pity.
You're wrong, although the mountain is dangerous, you can still find wild fruits to eat.
It's safer down the mountain, but if there's nothing to eat, you'll just starve. Dragon team, what should we do? Should we help them?
They are our fellow countrymen, we can't just stand by and watch.
Let's split our water and food in half and give it to them, so they can return the way they came. We only brought 2 days' worth of food in total. If we give them half, we'll only have 1 day's ration left. If we don't find that dragon egg within a day, we'll go hungry. If we go hungry, we go hungry. Don't forget, we are the people's soldiers, protecting the people is our duty. Yes, dragon team, let's go. After the leading female soldier finished speaking, she walked towards Chu Chen and the others with her gun in hand. Have we not reached the dragon saliva pool yet? It's been half an hour already? Deep in the mountains, Lin Xingya looked at the endless forest with a worried expression. Although there was a ready-made mountain road in the Filong Mountain Natural Reserve, in order to stay on course, the two of them followed the direction indicated by the pink flowers and walked straight ahead.
Their physical strength was not an issue, but along the way, the thickets tore through Lin Xingya's clothes in several places.
We should be close. Look. Shuchen suddenly stopped in his tracks and pointed at a poisonous snake on the rocks ahead.
Where there were rare treasures, there would usually be venomous creatures guarding them.
Ah!
Seeing the snake, Lin Xingya screamed in fright. Not only did the snake have colorful patterns on its body, but it also had a triangular head. At that moment, the snake was staring fixedly at the two of them, occasionally sticking out its crimson tongue.
Don't be afraid. It can't harm us.
Shu Chen patted her delicate shoulder and comforted her softly. This was probably a mutated snake because ordinary venomous snakes did not have such a large size. However, with his skills, even a mutated snake would find it difficult to get close to him. Just as he was about to take out his AK-47 from the storage space, gunshots suddenly rang out in the distance. The next moment, the snake perched on the large rock had its head riddled with bullets. The snake writhed for a moment before falling silent. A moment later, to their surprise, a fully armed team of female soldiers approached them.
It's very dangerous in these mountains. How did you end up here? There are venomous insects and fierce beasts everywhere. Without special equipment, it's hard to survive in these mountains.
It was dangerous just now. If we hadn't shot in time, that snake would have swallowed you whole.
Approaching them, 3 of the female soldiers reproached them. Who are you? Shu Chen glanced at the group, trying to figure out their identities.
When he was at the foot of the mountain, Four-Eyed Chicken had mentioned that Menard Biochemical Company and the Chinese military had sent people to search for dragon eggs on Phylon Mountain. Although these female soldiers were dressed in the uniform of the Chinese army, he couldn't be sure which side they were on. In the previous life, Menard had cultivated many informants and traitors within China.
If these people were hired by Menard, he wouldn't be polite. Don't be afraid. We are from the East China Military Region Women's Special Forces. It's very dangerous in the mountains. You should go back the way you came. The leading female soldier said, turning to her companions behind her, give them half of the food and water. Yes. One of the female soldiers put down her backpack and took out all the water and compressed biscuits from inside. Take these and go back quickly. It's more dangerous on the mountain than at the foot of it. Without protection, you won't survive a day up here. Be frugal with your food, it should last you a month or 2. Although reluctant, they strictly followed the captain's orders and gave half of the food to Chu Chen. Seeing them offering him food, Chu Chen was dumbfounded. The food in his storage space could last him for thousands of years. He didn't need any of this. However, through their actions, Chu Chen now firmly believed that they were indeed sent by the military. Only soldiers would do such foolish things in the apocalypse. In the previous life, the military had tried to protect all surviving humans as much as possible, but there were too many traitors and sellouts, making it impossible to control the situation. As a result, various local warlords rose to power, becoming powerful rulers of their territories. Some of the survivors protected by the military, after awakening their abilities, no longer obeyed military orders. In order to seize power, some even turned against the military, becoming enemies. The selfishness and greed of humanity have eroded the power of the military. The ultimate result is that the brutal villains dominate unchecked. In other words, selfish humans have destroyed the very umbrella that was meant to protect them. Oh, by the way, take this gun too. Here are 5 full magazines. It's not safe for you to go back with so much food, take this for protection. The leader of the dragon team seemed to have a thought and handed over the automatic rifle in their hands. Alas, there are not many foolish people left in this apocalypse. Seeing these female soldiers bringing food and guns, Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although the country still has an army and many awakened abilities within the military to deal with mutant beasts and protect the surviving civilians, they will soon sacrifice a large part of their forces. The significant loss of abilities weakens the military, leaving them powerless against the rising brutal tyrants. If the military had not prioritized the lives of the people and preserved their strength from the beginning, they wouldn't have declined so rapidly. Let's go! The female soldiers left in a hurry, leaving their things behind. Shu Chen didn't stop them or refuse. Instead, he waved his hand and stored the food and ammunition in his storage space. Finding the fruit was crucial, he didn't want to waste any more time. Delaying further might result in the crystal-like fruit falling into someone else's hands. This fruit could awaken the ancient dragon bloodline. Missing it would not only mean losing the chance to control mutant beasts but also potentially gaining a formidable enemy. In this apocalypse, self-preservation is paramount, followed by helping others. What's your name? Moved by the group of female soldiers who offered them a lot of food, although unnecessary, Lin Xingya looked at the back of the dragon team leader and asked loudly. Long Yun.
The leading female soldier stopped and said her name before disappearing into the woods with her teammates.
They don't have much food themselves, yet they gave us half. We shouldn't have accepted the food. Sigh.
Lin Xingya sighed with emotion.
Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, all she had seen was selfishness and greed. Meeting someone selfless like this was a first for her. She felt a mix of emotions, feeling uneasy inside.
If we don't accept, it will only make them worry more about us.
Let's go. Finding the dragon saliva is crucial.
Understanding her thoughts, Chu Chen comforted Lin Xingya by holding her slender waist.
Lin Xingya sighed helplessly and continued in the direction indicated by the pink flowers. Not long after, they saw misty surroundings with lush vegetation, resembling a fairyland from afar.
As they approached, they saw a jade pool in the midst of this fairyland. However, the pool was empty, with no white dragon saliva or crystal-like fruit in sight.
Did someone get here first?
Chu Chen observed carefully, his brows furrowing. There was a plant clearly growing in the pool, and from the fresh soil pulled out from the bottom, it seemed like it had been recently uprooted. Someone had indeed beaten them to it and taken the fruit that could awaken the ancient dragon bloodline.
Is this a piece of porcelain? Just then, Lin Xingya found a few fragments in the jade pool.
These fragments were small, not even as big as a palm, and their color closely matched that of the pool.
Without careful observation, they would be hard to notice. This isn't porcelain. If I'm not mistaken, these are fragments of a dragon eggshell. Chu Chen took the pieces, examined them repeatedly, and suddenly exclaimed, "Dragon eggshell?" Hearing his words, Lin Xingya's eyes widened in surprise.
Her delicate face, like a flower, was filled with astonishment.
Look, although the edges are sharp and hard like porcelain shards, but the surfaces are not smooth. With this rough texture, they resemble eggshells. And here, there's a section of dragon pattern. This is basically in line with what the four-eyed chicken mentioned about that dragon egg. If I'm not mistaken, that dragon egg has already hatched. The dragon saliva and fruits in this pool should have been eaten by the dragon egg.
Chu Chen repeated his analysis and speculation, and Lin Xingya was increasingly amazed to hear it.
It seemed she hadn't expected that there would actually be a dragon egg on this mountain. Since there was a dragon egg, does that not mean that dragons from legends truly exist? Let's go back.
Since the opportunity had been seized by that dragon egg, there was no need to linger on Flying Dragon Mountain. He stored a few eggshells in his storage space, turned around, and headed down the mountain.
Big sister, big brother, nice to see you again. Are you both okay? You gave Hua Hua quite a scare just now. Half an hour later, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. The pink flower was waving its leaves happily, beckoning to them. So your name is Hua Hua. Oh, by the way, why were you so startled? Upon hearing its soft and cute voice, Lin Xingya stopped in her tracks with a smile on her face. She really liked this soft and cute flower. Hua Hua just found out that you were being followed by someone, but didn't know how to inform you. Hua Hua tilted its head, speaking with concern. So, you know everything about the situation on the mountain?
Words spoken unintentionally can be meaningful to the listener.
What it said immediately caught Chu Chen's attention. Hua Hua only knows about the situation within a 5-mile radius.
Now that my pollen is used up, I can only passively receive information from other flowers. Sigh.
Hua Hua sighed, sounding somewhat helpless. Do you know where the dragon egg went after hatching? Chu Chen asked Hua Hua with a probing attitude.
If he could find out the whereabouts of the dragon egg, his trip today wouldn't have been in vain. After drinking all the dragon essence in the jade pool, she headed northwest. Oh, and by the way, the little girl who saved you from the illusion earlier, she hatched from the dragon egg.
Hua Hua shared all the information it knew with him. She hatched from the dragon egg?
Lin Xingya was quite surprised to hear this.
I should have realized earlier, how could there be a precocious little girl in the mountains? So, does that crystal-like fruit also get eaten by her?
Chu Chen was not surprised, he just wanted to know the whereabouts of that fruit now.
Yes, Hua Hua nodded.
Chu Chen asked a few more questions until he squeezed out all the information it knew, then turned and headed down the mountain, followed by 4 high-level zombie beasts, once again entering the depths of the mountain. That 1-year-old cute baby was a real dragon, and if he could get her, her future growth would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, he had to find a way to locate that little girl before Menard and the military did. Unfortunately, apart from the direction the little girl left in, Hua Hua knew nothing else.
Are you sure this is the place?
In front of the jade pool, a middle-aged foreigner pointed a gun at the long-haired man, angrily questioning. Shortly after Chu Chen left, this group of people arrived. However, there was nothing in the pool, which made the leader of the foreigners quite furious.
It is indeed here. Don't believe me? Look at this. The long-haired man wore a pained expression, then took out his phone and played a video. This video was the one he uploaded online. Look at this rock wall, and this tree, it's here. I don't know why there are no dragon eggs in the pool.
The long-haired man pointed at the video, looking helpless, then begged, Mr.
Cole, about the promised biscuits, could you give me a few first? I'm really starving. You, a Chinese pig, still want biscuits? Go to hell. Bang, bang.
The middle-aged foreigner not only didn't give him any biscuits but instead directly shot him, turning him into a sieve.
This made the group of Huaxia people nearby quite unhappy. However, for the sake of food, none of them dared to interfere. Mr. Shu, it's your turn to step up. Let's see what happened here before.
After shooting the man with long hair, Cole waved to a Huaxia man.
All right, Mr. Cole.
A thin man in his 30s stepped out of the crowd and then displayed his abilities towards the jade pool.
In just a short moment, he stopped weakly. How is it? Who took the dragon egg? Cole hurriedly asked as the man finished. It was taken by a man and a woman.
The thin man took a deep breath and hesitantly replied.
In fact, he only saw a man and a woman passing by, and there was nothing in the pool at that time.
But to fulfill his duty, he hastily claimed that the dragon egg was taken by a man and a woman. He awakened the ability to replay events, but could only see what happened in a certain place within half an hour.
If the time was longer, he couldn't see anything.
Nevertheless, it still consumed a lot of mental energy. After using it once, he almost collapsed.
Where did they go? Cole's eyes lit up, asking eagerly.
Since they hadn't been gone for long, it was likely that the man and woman were still on the mountain.
They went there.
The thin man casually pointed northwest, intending to brush off the question.
He had only seen a man and a woman standing by the jade pool, and his energy quickly depleted. Therefore, he didn't actually know where the man and woman had gone. But to show off his ability, he had to make a guess. If Cole found out that he was dispensable and unimportant to Menard, his fate would be similar to the man with long hair, possibly being shot unexpectedly one day. Take this. Quickly replenish your energy and catch up. The rest of you, follow me.
Cole threw him some food and led his fully armed team to chase after the northwest direction.
Mr. Cole, look. Not long after they started chasing, a black mercenary holding a thermal imager excitedly shouted. Cole went over to look and indeed saw two red figures on the screen. Mr. Shu, your ability is impressive. I didn't expect to find the man and woman so quickly. Relieved to see their targets ahead, Cole breathed a sigh of relief and then praised the thin man a few words. No prey can escape my eyes. The thin man pretended to be proud. However, while he appeared confident on the surface, he was actually cursing inwardly. He had randomly pointed a direction, never expecting to be right. This is your reward. Eat up quickly and get ready to work. Cole tossed him 2 vacuum-packed duck legs as a reward. This made the others envious. Although they were ability users, just being able to fill their stomachs was considered good, as they had no meat to eat at all. They had almost forgotten what meat tasted like. Hurry! Catch up with the man and woman. First, track them secretly, don't alert them. Cole took a sip of water and then gave orders to the others. At this time, those who dared to go up the mountain were most likely ability users. Some ability users were very powerful, while others were weak, not much better than ordinary people. Therefore, without knowing the strength of the other party, he wouldn't act recklessly. The team hurried forward, chasing after them. Before long, they indeed saw the man and woman. However, to everyone's surprise, besides the man and woman, there were also 4 large-sized zombies. Since zombies had no body temperature, their infrared imager hadn't detected the presence of the 4 zombies. People who have awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestors. Cole was excited to see the 4 zombies. Menard had recently offered a high reward for clues to find those who had awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestors. After so many days, there had been no news at all. I didn't expect to encounter him here. Only those who awaken the ancient bloodline of the blood ancestor can suppress and control the zombies. Mr. Cole, it's this man and woman. A lean man also approached and said as if boasting. Find a way to capture them alive. Without my orders, you are not allowed to shoot at them. Cole ignored him and excitedly gave the order. He didn't know who awakened the ancient bloodline of the blood ancestor in this man and woman, so until he figured it out, he couldn't shoot. Because someone who awakens the ancient bloodline of the blood ancestor is very important to Menard. For the Field family, it's even more priceless. If they can get hold of this person, they can use his serum to create a large number of zombie controllers with supernatural abilities. If they can control the zombies, won't the Field family have a zombie army of billions? Although the dragon egg is also important, it can't compare to the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Moreover, that dragon egg is very likely in the hands of this man and woman. In other words,
As long as they capture this man and woman, they can get both the dragon egg and the blood ancestor bloodline. This is a great stroke of luck, so he is naturally excited. Mr. Cole, it might not be easy to capture them alive. Although they don't have weapons, those 4 zombies are obviously not easy to deal with. Besides, we don't know what abilities the man and woman have. In the crowd, a fat man in his 50s or 60s approached and shook his head. You two pretend to be a couple and go over to test the waters. If you have the chance, use your abilities to control those 2 people for me. After thinking for a moment, Cole's gaze finally fell on the 2 Chinese supernatural beings behind him. Shall we go over? The 2 of them clearly weren't very willing. After all, the other side had 4 zombies, and a slight mistake could mean certain death. What? Don't you follow orders? Cole's eyes narrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing across his face. To him, he wouldn't feel sorry no matter how many of these yellow-skinned Chinese people died. No, we'll go over right away. The 2 were afraid of being shot, so they quickly nodded and then hid their guns, pretending to be a couple as they followed. Master, I smell the scent of strangers. Just 500 meters away. In the valley, Xu Chen and Lin Xingya were walking forward. The detective who had already advanced to the level of a zombie king suddenly caught up and said, "Strangers? You can smell them from that far away?" Xu Chen was quite surprised by what he said. After zombies advance to the level of a zombie king, their sense of smell becomes much more sensitive, but being able to smell something 500 meters away was beyond his expectations. Yes, master. How many of them are there in total? There are 10 people, and 2 of them are walking towards us. Tell the 3 of them that as soon as someone approaches, they should eat them immediately. Yes, master. The detective nodded and gave orders, then instructed 3 other zombies. Help! Just as Chu Chen had arranged, a cry for help came from a distance. Soon after, a man and a woman ran over in a panic. Snake! Snake! There's a huge python ahead. The couple ran over, attempting to grab Chu Chen and Lin Xingya's arms in their panic. Roar! However, as soon as they approached, 2 zombies pounced on them, biting their necks before they could react. Damn it, The man was about to curse when he saw the zombies attacking without hesitation, but he only managed to utter 3 words before his voice abruptly stopped. Minister Qian, the dragon egg has been found. In front of a cave, Long Yun looked at the sleeping little girl and made a satellite call. They had just noticed that there were no insect or bird sounds around, speculating that the dragon egg was nearby, because the dragon's bloodline could almost suppress the bloodlines of all animals. So, they made this area a key search target. However, they didn't find the dragon eggs, but they found a sleeping little girl. This little girl was about 1 year old, wearing a belly band and had 2 plum blossom braids on her head that looked like dragon horns. Just as they were curious about how a little girl ended up on the mountain, they saw 2 eggshells beneath her. When they picked them up and took a closer look, they were shocked. These 2 eggshells were exactly the same as the dragon eggshells in the online video. In an instant, they immediately guessed the little girl's identity. So, they quickly called the satellite phone of the commander in charge of the operation, ready to evacuate. For some unknown reason, the little girl was sleeping deeply, even when they approached her, or even when they picked her up, she continued to sleep soundly. Good. I'll send a helicopter to pick you up for evacuation immediately. Oh, and use the same landing point as this morning. Minister Qian took a while before speaking on the phone. Understood. However, the dragon eggs have already hatched. Long Yun wanted to explain the situation of the dragon eggs, but before she could finish her sentence, Minister Qian hung up the phone. Little did she know that after Minister Qian hastily hung up the phone, he quickly dialed another number. Mr. Klee, our people have found the dragon eggs. A helicopter will arrive at Phylong Mountain in an hour. I'll send you the coordinates immediately. After Minister Qian finished speaking, he edited a message and sent it out. Acting so decisively? Watching what was happening in the valley, Cole was dumbfounded. He had originally planned to send 2 Huaxia people over to investigate, and if there was an opportunity, to control the man and woman. However, the 2 people he sent were eaten by zombies as soon as they approached. The decisiveness of the attack left him stunned. At this moment, not only him, but everyone behind him also widened their eyes and mouths. Killing without hesitation, this kind of mentality didn't seem like that of ordinary people who had just awakened their abilities. Hey, Cole, the dragon eggs have been found. Immediately take your people to the mountaintop in your 1 o'clock direction to regroup. Understood, please respond. Suddenly, a call from another team member came over the radio. I say, Green, since you found the dragon eggs, then take your people and go. I'm not competing with you for credit. I have more important things to do here. Cole replied indifferently, then was about to turn off the radio. This is Mr. Klee's order.
If you disobey Mr. Please order, you know the consequences.
Green didn't waste time with him and directly conveyed the boss's instructions.
Damn it! Cole cursed discontentedly, then looked back at Chu Chen and the others in the valley. Prepare to act. You three, take care of those 4 zombies. The rest of the ability users, come with me to capture that man and woman. Remember, capture them alive. If anyone kills them, I want your lives. Cole didn't dare to disobey the orders of his superior, but he also couldn't bear to harm these awakened ancient bloodline ability users. So he had to act immediately.
He sent 3 black mercenaries to deal with the 4 zombies, while he took a few Huaxia ability users to capture the man and woman.
Mr. Cole, those 2 zombies disappeared into the woods after they were full. However, just as they started their operation, one of the black mercenaries suddenly stopped in his tracks. Isn't this better?
You can deal with 2 fewer zombies. Cole glanced at the valley and impatiently urged, stop talking, act quickly.
These 2 are awakened ability users?
Seeing the 2 zombies eat and then advance to the next level, Chu Chen was pleasantly surprised.
He accidentally took out 2 ability users.
At the same time, he gained 2 more undead king minions. With such a luxurious lineup, not to mention encountering a small team, even if it was a regular army, he was not afraid at all.
Master, the remaining few people have arrived. 2 zombies had just entered the dense forest to rest when the zombie king detective approached. Let him hide in the forest too. Prepare for battle. Chu Chen pointed to the other high-level zombie.
The 2 supernaturals who had just appeared were armed. Most likely, the remaining few also had guns.
Although this high-level zombie was not yet promoted to a king, it was not as tough as a king and couldn't withstand bullets. If shot elsewhere, it would be fine, but a shot to the head would be fatal. It was not easy to cultivate a high-level zombie, and he didn't want to be shot in the head. So, Chu Chen ordered him to hide in the forest for a while.
Yes,
Master.
The detective turned and sent the zombie into the forest.
Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Don't move. Sure enough, not long after, the remaining 8 people emerged.
3 fully armed black men aimed their guns directly at the zombie king, while the other 5 pointed their guns at him and Lin Xingya. The sudden turn of events didn't fluster Chu Chen, on the contrary, he smirked at them.
That look, as if he was looking at dead people.
This made Cole have a bad premonition.
Roar, plop, plop. As if to confirm his premonition, the bullets from the 3 mercenaries hit the zombie's head, sounding like hitting steel, making a clanging noise.
In the next moment, the tall zombie suddenly rose and swiftly smashed the heads of the 3 mercenaries with his hands.
Control your strength. Don't kill them, it would be a waste of good flesh and blood.
Seeing 4 strong black men being beaten to death, Chu Chen felt sorry.
There were still 4 high-level zombies at home who hadn't eaten yet. It would be a waste to kill them.
Yes,
Master.
The detective respectfully replied and then rushed towards Cole and the others. This time, he was smarter. After catching one, he only broke their limbs without crushing their heads.
Bang, bang, bang. Quick, activate your abilities.
Seeing the fierce zombie, Cole was scared out of his wits.
He fired a few shots randomly and quickly ordered the remaining 3.
One of them awakened a wood-based ability, temporarily binding people with vines.
Ha!
However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. The 3 Chinese supernaturals who were just beside him had disappeared without a trace.
Damn it!
Seeing all the hired supernaturals had run away, Cole cursed angrily. He raised his gun, wanting to shoot Chu Chen and Lin Xingya, but after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately gave up and fled. This was a person with the awakened bloodline of an ancient ancestor, crucial to the Menard Biotech Company and the Field family. Especially the Field family, rumored to be descendants of the ancestor, they had spent a lot of resources and manpower to find this awakened bloodline. If he killed this person, the Field family would not spare him. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, he turned and ran, not daring to shoot.
Roar!
However, as he ran a short distance, the zombie king leaped behind him. Almost simultaneously, a hand like a fan swung towards him, prompting him to activate his ability. In the next moment, scales appeared on his body, enveloping him.
Crack!
However, the swinging hand did not hit his body but grabbed the scales on him, tearing a large gash.
Ah!
Amidst a scream, his arms and legs were broken, and he collapsed weakly on the ground, his ability disappearing.
No, no, no! Don't kill me!
Seeing the zombie grab his clothes and lift him up, Cole screamed in terror. However, the zombie didn't kill him but instead threw him behind and tossed him together with the supernatural being whose limbs were broken just now.
Damn! Thank goodness we ran fast. This zombie is too fierce, not even afraid of bullets. Damn it, sacrificing our lives for 2 boxes of bread and a crate of beer is not worth it.
In the distance, 3 supernatural beings who immediately fled upon sensing danger were relieved to see Cole also incapacitated. They were just hired thugs by the Menard Biochemical Company, not Cole's subordinates. The reward for this mission was 2 boxes of bread and a crate of beer each. They had thought the mission would be easy with mercenaries to protect them, but they encountered trouble as soon as they entered the mountains. At this moment, they didn't care about the reward anymore, they just wanted to survive. Roar! However, their joy was short-lived as they saw the zombie chasing after them. The zombie's jumping ability was astonishing. With just one leap, it covered several yards. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to them. Xiaosu, quickly entangle him with vines. Otherwise, none of us can escape. The lean man who had awakened his playback ability hurriedly spoke as the zombie king drew closer. Am I supposed to entangle him with vines and let you guys run? Am I supposed to stay behind and feed the zombie? What nonsense are you talking? If I'm going to die, we all die together. Xiaosu taunted them before continuing to sprint. Since you won't help us, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, just as the young and strong man reached the front, a large hand grabbed his collar from behind and flung him towards the zombie behind him. Old Smoke, you sly bastard. Seeing that it was the old man playing dirty, Xiaosu erupted in anger. But it was too late to curse now, his body was flying straight towards the zombie behind him. Damn it, since I can't survive, neither of you will survive either. Betrayed by Old Smoke, Xiaosu suddenly activated his ability while suspended in midair. The next moment, the 2 people frantically running ahead had their legs entwined by vines, causing them to fall to the ground with a thud. Xiaosu, damn your ancestors! The 2 trapped individuals cursed in frustration. Not only did this guy not help them, but he also tripped them up? Now, it seemed highly unlikely they could escape today. Is this even allowed? In the distance, Chu Chen was almost amused by the trio's antics. Catching one, only to have that one help catch the other 2 as well? Crack, snap, ah! With cries of agony, the zombie king broke the limbs of the 3 individuals, dragging them back like dead dogs. Master, they are all supernatural beings. How should we deal with them? A detective approached Chu Chen, drooling with anticipation, eager to know. He wasn't interested in ordinary people, but supernatural beings were a different story. Call that zombie over here. Let him have one, and take the rest back. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen made his decision. Of the 4 high-level zombies he brought, 1 had evolved into a zombie king, while the other 2 were still sleeping and would soon evolve as well. Only 1 had not evolved yet. He planned to feed all 4 zombies he brought to become zombie kings and feed the remaining supernatural beings to the other 4 high-level zombies at home. If he could raise 4 more zombie kings, he would firmly establish his position in Pujiang in the future. Yes, Master. Despite feeling a bit disappointed for not tasting flesh and blood, the detective carried out Chu Chen's orders. He roared, and shortly after, the zombie that had hidden in the woods emerged swiftly. These 5 are all supernatural beings. You can only eat one. Chu Chen spoke and gestured, conveying the message to the higher-level zombie. It was said that all 5 of them were supernaturals, and the zombie's eyes immediately lit up. Ha, ha! Rubbing his hands, he circled the 5 people, seemingly excited about which one to eat. No, don't eat me. As long as you don't eat me, I'm willing to exchange a secret with you. They found the dragon egg, it's on the mountaintop in the 1 o'clock direction. Yes, yes, yes. Just now, Cole's associate said on the walkie-talkie to gather at the mountaintop in the 1 o'clock direction. This time, Menard Biochemical Company sent out over 30 people to search for the dragon egg. Cole's team of 10 is just a small squad, while the other 20 plus are led by someone named Green. I know where the gathering point is, I can take you there. I also know, it's all rocks there, suitable for helicopters to land. Right, the military also sent people into the mountains today, their helicopter landed there. Before the zombie could speak, the 4 Chinese supernaturals eagerly spoke up. Initially, it was just one person begging for mercy, but as soon as he mentioned the dragon egg, the other 3, in order to please and gain merit, spilled everything Cole and Green had said on the walkie-talkie. From what they said, Chu Chen learned that the Chinese military had found the dragon egg, and Menard wanted to set up an ambush. Just eat him. After a moment of thought, Chu Chen pointed at Cole and said to the zombie, roar. Upon receiving the command, the zombie lunged at Cole. No, no, ah. With a piercing scream, Cole's neck was bitten off, and after struggling for a moment, he breathed his last. Watching the zombie gleefully tearing at flesh and blood, the other 4 on the ground were terrified. They were lucky to have survived the zombie virus outbreak and awakened their powers not long ago. They had thought that by joining the Pujiang Supernatural Association, they could cozy up to Menard Biochemical Company and dominate the area. Little did they know, they encountered experts on their first outing. If they had known, they would never have joined the Supernatural Association. Despite the scarcity of food, they held absolute power in their own community base. Now, not only did they fail to cozy up, but they might also lose their lives. Ha, ha. Just then, the two zombies who had hidden in the dense forest to sleep also returned. With their bronze bodies, they were likely already evolved into zombie kings. Master. Approaching, the two zombie kings suddenly knelt down, performing an ancient ceremony amidst the astonished gazes of the others. With their newly born intelligence, although their voices were deep and hoarse, they could speak normally like humans.
Do you know your names?
Chu Chen tested their memories of their past lives. Through contemplation, some zombies might recall certain things from their past lives.
Names?
The two newly intelligent zombie kings, puzzled by his question, looked confused.
Cook. I'm Tank. After much thought, they each uttered two words, prompting a wry smile from Chu Chen. If he guessed correctly, these two were referring to their professions in their past lives, not their names. The chubby zombie king was probably a chef in his previous life. The burly zombie, on the other hand, was likely a tank soldier. Alright, from now on, you'll be called Cook. And you'll be Tank. Chu Chen straightforwardly named them after their past professions. Yes, Master.
The two zombie kings joyfully accepted their new names.
That little girl might fall into the hands of foreigners, should we go check it out?
Beside him, Lin Xingya, who was secretly anxious, tugged at Chu Chen's sleeve and said, after hearing what those people said just now, she was worried that the female Special Forces team would encounter unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, she quickly urged Chu Chen to set off under the pretext of finding dragon eggs.
Otherwise, if they were late, it would be too late. Each of you, one for each, quickly eat and hit the road.
Chu Chen glanced at the four people on the ground and ordered the four zombie kings. He had originally planned to take them back to feed the other zombies, but it was too troublesome to bring them along. Helpless, he could only let these four zombie kings benefit.
Yes, Master.
The four zombies looked pleased and immediately pounced on the four people on the ground. All four of them were supernatural beings, much tastier than ordinary people. Roar! The zombie that had just eaten coal was a bit sleepy and wanted to sleep, but upon hearing that there were more supernatural beings to eat, it immediately perked up.
Dragon team, she's sleeping like a log. We can't seem to wake her up no matter what. It's lucky we found her. If she had fallen into the wrong hands, she would be in trouble.
In the depths of the mountains, Tong Tong held a cute little girl in her arms, feeling both amused and exasperated. She had been carrying the girl for almost an hour, and yet the little girl was still fast asleep.
Look up at the sky.
Long Yun, who had been wearing a worried expression all along, suddenly pointed upwards. Everyone looked up and saw a large dark cloud hanging directly above them.
Looks like it's going to rain.
We need to pick up the pace. If it rains, the road will be difficult to traverse. One of the slightly older female soldiers hurriedly urged. Ever since we left the cave earlier, this dark cloud has been following us.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be related to this little girl. After all, she is a member of the dragon clan hatched from a dragon egg, so it's not surprising that she can attract dark clouds. However, she has also brought us trouble. Just by looking at the dark clouds in the sky, anyone can tell where we are. Long Yun said with a worried expression. Dragon team, do you sense something?
Seeing her troubled expression, one of the female Special Forces members asked with a serious look.
Long Yun possessed the ability to foresee danger and could sense imminent threats.
Therefore, when she noticed Long Yun's uneasy expression, everyone's demeanor immediately tensed up.
Our situation may be very dangerous. Long Yun glanced at everyone and finally nodded.
She had originally not wanted to reveal this, fearing it would affect everyone's morale. But just now, she had used her ability to sense once again and found the danger escalating. Helplessly, she had to speak the truth. Click, click. Upon hearing that the upcoming situation was very dangerous, everyone immediately loaded their weapons and prepared for battle.
Should we put down this little girl?
Otherwise, we will become live targets, and remember, Menard has also sent a large number of people into the mountains.
No, our mission is to find the dragon egg and bring it back. If we put down the little girl, we would be violating military orders. Stop arguing, the helicopter is here, let's evacuate quickly. Maybe my intuition just now was wrong.
Seeing the helicopter landing not far ahead on the mountaintop, Long Yun stopped the argument among the group and then ordered them to move forward quickly.
20 minutes later, they successfully reached the mountaintop. A helicopter had already shut down and was quietly parked there. Where is the dragon egg? As they arrived, a pilot in a suit and sunglasses jumped out of the helicopter.
Behind him stood two other men also dressed in suits and sunglasses.
Why haven't the people from the Land Aviation Brigade arrived?
Tong Tong, holding the little girl, was about to speak but was interrupted by Long Yun.
The Land Aviation Brigade had brought them here today.
Normally, when the military arranged for their evacuation, they would also send people from the Land Aviation Brigade.
However, the ones coming down from the helicopter were not military personnel but 3 men in sunglasses. The Land Aviation Brigade has an urgent mission. She still looked wary, and the man in sunglasses continued, "If you don't believe me, you can call Minister Qian to confirm." Wait.
Long Yun's right hand was on the trigger of the automatic rifle, her left hand took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Throughout, her gaze never left the man in sunglasses. If the man in sunglasses made any move to draw a gun, she would immediately shoot.
Have you found the dragon egg? As soon as the call connected, Minister Qian on the other end couldn't wait to ask. Found it. But why hasn't the Air Force Brigade arrived?
Long Yun didn't directly explain the situation, but asked tentatively.
Don't ask so many questions, give them the dragon egg. Execute the order.
After a moment of silence, Minister Qian on the phone spoke sternly.
Our mission is to find the dragon egg and bring it back.
Before we set off, didn't they say to hand it over to someone else? Long Yun felt something was amiss and, based on reason, raised objections.
I am the temporary overall commander of this operation.
The dragon egg is safest when it reaches the logistics department.
The situation on the mountain is very dangerous. Execute the order immediately. Minister Qian on the phone forcefully ordered again. Yes.
After pondering for a moment, Long Yun nodded in agreement.
It was normal for the logistics department to carry out special missions in civilian clothes. However, despite Minister Qian's orders, she remained vigilant. Hand over the dragon egg to him.
After hanging up the satellite phone, Long Yun waved to Tong Tong behind her.
This is the dragon egg, take it.
Reluctantly, Tong Tong handed the little girl to the man in sunglasses, who looked puzzled. Then, she took out 2 eggshells. When we found her, the dragon egg had already hatched, and she was sleeping soundly on the eggshells.
Really?
The man in sunglasses looked at the little girl, then at the 2 large eggshells, raising his head skeptically.
Believe it or not,
near where the little girl was sleeping, there was no sound of insects or birds chirping.
We speculate that she is the dragon clan hatched from the dragon egg. Tong Tong explained impatiently. Now that you have the dragon egg, you can go to hell.
Hearing her words, the man in sunglasses stepped back and pulled out a gun from his waist, shooting while hiding behind the helicopter.
Bang, bang, bang.
Tong Tong in front of him was instantly splattered with blood, groaning as she fell into a pool of blood.
Tong Tong.
Seeing her comrade tragically killed before her eyes, Long Yun was filled with sorrow and regret. She regretted handing over the dragon egg following Minister Qian's orders. Now it seemed that Minister Qian and this group of people were all problematic. Bang, bang, bang. Despite her mixed emotions, her gun did not hesitate. Just as the 3 men in sunglasses were about to retreat behind the helicopter, she immediately opened fire, and the long tongues of fire quickly killed the 3.
Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously with the men in sunglasses firing, gunshots rang out from the surrounding dense forest below the mountain. Not long after, about 20 people began to siege the mountaintop. We've been ambushed, retreat quickly.
Seeing they had fallen into an ambush, Long Yun quickly directed everyone to retreat. However, there were ambushes all around, and there was simply no way out. Standing on the mountaintop, they were like sitting ducks, watching as one comrade after another fell to the ground. Long Yun's heart was torn apart. At this moment, she finally understood that Minister Qian had betrayed them. However, it was already too late to realize, as more than half of the people she brought had already been killed or injured, and the remaining few probably wouldn't last long and would also be wiped out.
These 3 idiots. They started shooting before getting the dragon egg. Down the mountain, Green, holding binoculars, saw that there was no sign of the dragon egg on the mountaintop, and he was furious, cursing loudly. He had made an agreement with the 3 that once they got the dragon egg, they would start shooting directly. Upon hearing gunshots from the mountaintop, he led a fierce attack from below. However, after carefully looking around, he saw no trace of the dragon egg up there. Stop! Leave a few alive.
Under helplessness, he had no choice but to order a ceasefire. The people above were like sitting ducks, posing no real threat. It was better to capture them alive and extract the whereabouts of the dragon egg. In an instant, the gunfire that had been rampant on the mountaintop fell silent.
Mr. Ma, can you use your abilities from this distance?
After the ceasefire, Green asked a middle-aged man behind him.
No, it's a bit too far. The middle-aged man estimated the distance and shook his head. From this far, no ability can reach. Then approach from the side. That's a blind spot. You can't see it from the mountaintop.
Green pointed his gun at his head, speaking with unquestionable authority.
Understood.
Seeing that disobedience would result in a bullet to the head, the middle-aged man had no choice but to circle around to the side and sneak up. As he neared the mountaintop, he quickly activated his abilities. In an instant, all the firearms in the hands of the female special forces on the mountaintop flew out of their grasp, and even the daggers they carried flew into the air. Then, an invisible force molded them into a ball of iron. A metal manipulator. Seeing this scene in the air, Long Yun and the others were greatly shocked. Without their guns, they would be like lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of others. Although some of them had awakened abilities, either they were weak or they didn't know how to use them. Charge! Seeing them disarmed, Green led his men up the mountaintop. Where is the dragon egg? After charging up, Lin Good directly inquired about the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Long Yun and the others were dumbfounded by his question. Wasn't it just taken by your people? It's now lying behind the helicopter taking a nap. But soon they realized that the three men in sunglasses who had just obtained the dragon egg had died before they could inform those below. In that case, they still had hope of survival. Has the fight started? In the mountain forest, Chu Chen, leading four corpse kings forward, heard the gunfire suddenly stop. After the four zombies had finished consuming the five ability users, the last high-level zombie also evolved into a corpse king. Perhaps due to consuming two ability users in succession, he did not fall into a slumber but directly advanced a level. Based on the residual memories in his mind, Chu Chen learned that he was a sports coach in his previous life, so he gave him a coach's name. He was only delayed by half an hour, never expecting a fight to break out ahead. Oh no, Dragon Team is in danger. Hearing the gunfire, Lin Qingya tensed slightly. The captured ability users had mentioned that a companion of Green's was planning to ambush the female Special Forces team. Those female soldiers had helped her and Chu Chen before. Even though they didn't need assistance, they had shown kindness to the two of them. Therefore, she didn't want to see Long Yun and the others in trouble. Speed up, let's go check it out. As the gunfire intensified, Chu Chen waved his hand behind him and hurried forward. His physique was becoming stronger, and stamina was not an issue. 10 minutes later, the two of them and the four corpse kings arrived below the mountaintop. Bang! On the mountaintop, a fully armed foreigner shot a wounded female soldier in the head. Tell me, where is the dragon egg? If you don't speak, I'll kill her. After killing one female soldier, he aimed his gun at another wounded female soldier. 3 updates guaranteed daily, usually updated at night. Additional updates will be made if there are many ratings and must-read votes. The new book's data is a bit bleak, so please rate, vote, or leave a comment in the review section if you like this book. To encourage the author, thank you. Eat everyone except the female soldiers. Seeing Green gunning down the female soldiers, Chu Chen quickly gave orders to the four corpse kings. Even on the land of Huaxia, people from a lighthouse country's pharmaceutical company could act with impunity. It was simply disgraceful. In the previous life, after the apocalypse arrived, within less than a year, the Menard Biotech Company had almost taken control of nearly half of the territory of Huaxia. The Grand Huaxia had almost become a colony of a biotech company from the Beacon country. This situation was the result of collusion from within and without. In this life, even if it wasn't for the dragon egg, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Roar! The four corpse kings who received the order leaped and swiftly climbed to the mountaintop, then grabbed people and bit them. Having evolved into corpse kings, not only were their intelligence close to humans, but their hearing and sense of smell had also greatly improved. As long as they were espers, they couldn't escape their noses. Therefore, once they leaped to the mountaintop, they specifically targeted espers. Their masters had given them permission to feast, so why would they be polite? Ah! The four espers who were bitten let out a series of piercing screams. The sudden scene frightened Green and the others, causing them to immediately lose their composure. They no longer cared about the female soldiers and began shooting at the zombies. Clang clang. However, the bullet rain fell on the four zombies, but it was as if hitting steel plates, not harming them at all. Even if the bullets hit their heads, they only made a clanging sound. Zombies? The remaining 7 female Special Forces members were surprised to see 4 zombies suddenly rushing up the mountaintop. However, they quickly felt relieved. It seemed that these zombies were after Menard, not them. Take the little girl and go quickly. I'll cover the rear. Taking advantage of the chaos on the mountaintop, Long Yun decisively gave the order. However, when they looked towards the direction of the helicopter, they were dumbfounded. The little girl who had been sound asleep earlier was nowhere to be seen, not even her eggshells where she had been sleeping. The women looked up at the sky and saw that the dark clouds that had been hanging over them had dispersed. Roar! These bullets are annoying. Let's break their limbs first, then enjoy our meal slowly. While they were searching for the little girl, one of the zombies on the mountaintop unexpectedly spoke. However, his voice was hoarse and low. In the astonished gazes of the women, the 4 giant zombies rushed towards the people shooting at them. They would grab one, break their limbs, throw them to the ground, and then move on to the next person. In just a moment, more than 20 people were reduced to 7 or 8. Retreat! Seeing the 4 zombies moving through the gunfire as if untouched, Green stopped wasting bullets and shouted, then ran down the mountain. However, before he could reach the bottom of the mountain, a man and a woman came towards him. Seeing the calm demeanor of the man and woman, it was obvious they were not ordinary people. Regardless of whether they were friend or foe, he aimed his gun and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. While shooting, he continued running, thinking that the 2 people blocking his path would soon be killed. Swish, swish, swish. However, to his surprise, although his bullets were fast, the young man's movements were faster. All the bullets he fired were caught in the young man's hand. How did they get here? On the mountaintop, Long Yun, who was preparing to retreat, saw Chu Chen and Lin Xingya approaching and quickly stopped in her tracks. They had given the 2 of them some food earlier, thinking they would obediently go down the mountain. Who would have thought that not only did they not descend the mountain, but they also ran here? Wasn't this like an old man hanging himself because he was tired of living? Quick, save them! Long Yun thought Chu Chen and the others had mistakenly come to the mountain, so she abandoned the retreat plan, rolled on the ground, picked up a gun, and was about to shoot to save them. However, before she could shoot to save them, a scene that left her dumbfounded occurred. All the bullets fired by the American were caught in the hands of the young man opposite. At this moment, not only she, but also her comrades behind her were all shocked beyond measure. Faster than a bullet? Is this still a human? It's simply monstrous. Could it be that he is also an awakened being with extraordinary abilities? Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were secretly shocked, Green and the others who rushed forward were kicked by Lin Xingya one by one, sending them flying to the mountaintop. Lin Xingya's kick was clearly not light, and the few people who fell to the mountaintop were spitting blood and in pain. Crack, snap. Before they could even stand up, 4 zombies pounced on them, twisting their limbs. In a moment, the remaining few people were all lying on the ground howling in pain. So fast? Long Yun, holding a gun picked up from the ground, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Just over a minute ago, there were more than 20 thugs pointing guns at them, but in just a short time, none of them escaped? Such a miraculous scene felt like a dream, unreal. Long team, bite me. A female Special Forces member extended her arm to her, obviously feeling like she was dreaming too. Long Yun didn't hesitate, grabbed her arm and bit hard. Ouch! That hurts. It's real. We're not dreaming. The comrades sucked in a cold breath from the pain, then excitedly laughed. It seemed they weren't dreaming, they were really saved. Master! Just as they confirmed they weren't dreaming, a group of tall zombies respectfully approached Chu Chen. Master! Could these 4 terrifying zombies be his subordinates? Long Yun and the others were once again astonished at the respectful manner of the 4 zombies. The masters were actually them. Their previous help was unnecessary. For a moment, amidst the astonishment of the women, their gazes towards Chu Chen also held a hint of awe. Being able to control 4 terrifying zombies with such speed faster than bullets, it was likely that even their military wouldn't dare provoke him. While the food is fresh, go ahead and eat. Seeing the 4 zombie kings respectfully welcoming him, Chu Chen nodded slightly and gave orders. Yes, master. The 4 zombies, with intelligence close to humans, quickly obeyed, then greedily devoured the flesh and blood of the awakened ones. As for the living humans who hadn't awakened abilities, they were discarded to the side, intended to be taken back to offer as a sacrifice to their underlings. Alas, we arrived late. After dealing with Green and the others, Lin Xingya ran towards Long Yun and the others. When she saw the bodies of female soldiers on the ground, her mood instantly became heavy. These kind female soldiers had been with her not long ago, but in the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them had died. This made her feel both heavy-hearted and regretful. How did you all get here? Long Yun, coming back to his senses, quickly expressed his gratitude and then curiously asked. Menard Corporation sent a large group of people into the mountains to search for dragon eggs. They split into 2 groups, and about an hour ago, I happened to encounter one of them and took care of them. According to the captives, they received orders to gather an ambush here, claiming to have found the whereabouts of the dragon egg. I heard they found the dragon egg, so I came to join the fun. Never thought I would see you all already captured. Chu Chen casually recounted the previous events, causing Long Yun's expression to become even more serious. The Menard Corporation's people knew about us finding the dragon egg? One of the female Special Forces members furrowed her brows, puzzled and questioning. Wherever we go, there's always a dark cloud hanging over us. Could they have tracked our movements based on the dark cloud? Another female soldier voiced her speculation. Impossible. Just over an hour ago,
I reported the situation to Minister Qian. They started ambushing here over an hour ago. If they tracked us based on the dark clouds, they would have ambushed us in the mountains long ago. Not here. Long Yun shook his head, a hint of coldness flashing in his beautiful eyes. Are you saying Minister Qian betrayed us? The female soldiers present were all sharp-witted and could easily grasp the meaning behind her words, so they all looked surprised. I saw that the backup team wasn't from the Land Aviation Brigade, so I called him. But he insisted that I hand over the dragon egg to the man in sunglasses. As soon as I handed over the dragon egg, they shot and killed Tong Tong. I suspect Minister Qian. Long Yun looked at the body of his comrade, gritting his teeth. Which Minister Qian? What's his name? Listening to her words, Chu Chen seemed to have figured something out and curiously asked, Shen Weigua. Long Yun gritted his teeth, his voice full of hatred. So it's Baldy Qian. He's always been a lackey of Menard. He was developed as an informant by the Lighthouse National Intelligence Department many years ago. Hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but sneer. In the previous life, a year after Doomsday, Baldy Qian openly joined the Filda family behind the Menard Biochemical Company. Whether it was luck or the Filda family using some means, he actually awakened 3 different abilities. Relying on these 3 terrifying abilities, he almost wiped out all the righteous ability users in East China. The Ice Queen Xin Bingqian almost died at his hands. Unexpectedly, this Minister Qian turned out to be the direct superior of these female soldiers. No wonder they were ambushed. With a traitorous boss, it would be strange if they made it back alive. How do you know? One of the female soldiers asked in surprise. Minister Qian's nickname is indeed Baldy Qian. However, only high-ranking military officials would call him that. Few outsiders know this nickname. What surprised her the most was that Minister Qian had long been bought by a foreign disinformation organization. It's a secret. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to her, so he casually brushed it off. Then he got back to the main point. What about the dragon egg? The little girl? Where is she? So, you also know that the dragon egg has hatched? Long Yun, who was frowning in thought, raised his eyes and asked. I not only know that. I've seen her, but unfortunately, she managed to escape in the end. Chu Chen nodded. He came to Filong Mountain this time to find a crystal-like fruit. However, the little girl hatched from the dragon egg got there first, so he had to set his sights on the dragon egg. Are you looking for me? However, before he could finish speaking, a soft and cute voice suddenly sounded from below the mountain. Although the speaker sounded childish, she tried to appear mature, which sounded quite strange. Following the sound, Chu Chen saw a little girl wearing a red crop top, riding on a large bird, flying towards the mountaintop. Behind her were many wild beasts, including many mutated creatures. There were dung beetles the size of calves, giant lizards walking upright, and giant pythons several meters thick. In the sky, there were various mutated birds. Before long, they surrounded the mountaintop and kept roaring at the people. Roar! Seeing so many mutated creatures suddenly appearing, the 4 corpse kings initially showed excitement, drooling incessantly. But soon, their excitement waned because there were too many mutated creatures arriving. Realizing that their master was in danger, they quickly abandoned their food and stood in front of Chu Chen. Move aside. Continue enjoying your feast. Seeing the 4 corpse kings blocking his way, Chu Chen casually sent them back. To him, whether it was bullets or any other attack, nothing could harm him in the slightest. Because no matter what attack, as long as it enters within a radius of 8 meters, the speed will slow down. By then, no matter what mutated beasts, he could easily kill them. However, although he was not afraid of these mutated beasts, it was probably unlikely to take away this little girl today. I saved you out of kindness, and you want to snatch my companion fruit. Now you come looking for me again. Are you thinking of making a move on me? The little girl made the big bird fly directly to the mountaintop, then pretended to be old-fashioned and said. Hearing her call herself sister, Chu Chen almost burst out laughing. Such a little child, learning to speak like an adult from who knows where. She looked both silly and amusing. Don't hurt him. He saved us just now. He's a good person. If it weren't for him, we would have died long ago. Seeing the little girl seeming hostile towards Chu Chen, Long Yun and the others quickly stepped forward to plead. All around were mutated beasts and birds. If they were to fight, no matter how powerful Chu Chen was, they wouldn't be able to escape alive. Even if those 4 powerful zombies, they would never be able to withstand the attack of thousands of mutated beasts. Therefore, in gratitude, they had to reluctantly persuade her to stop. Without Chu Chen, they would have died long ago. In other words, their lives were given by Chu Chen, so if these mutated beasts were to attack, they had to stand in the front. Alright, for the sake of you sisters, I'll spare you this time, humph. To their surprise, the little girl readily agreed. And she even called them sisters?
At that moment, as their hearts that were hanging in suspense were put at ease, they also felt puzzled and confused.
They didn't understand why the little girl called them sisters, and why was she giving them face? What do you call them? Sisters? Hearing what the little girl said, Chu-chen was quite surprised. When did she become so close to these female soldiers? The little girl nodded earnestly while writing on the big bird. After waking up just now, she saw a group of bad guys asking about her whereabouts. These sisters refused to give in and remained silent. At that time, she was deeply moved, and later, wiping away her tears, she quietly slipped down from the mountaintop and summoned all the wild beasts in the forest. Unfortunately, she was a step too late and was preempted by Chu-chen. In fact, when Chu-chen was rescuing these sisters just now, she saw everything clearly. As a member of the dragon clan, after eating the companion fruit and drinking the dragon marrow, not only were her innate abilities gradually awakening, but she also awakened the ancient dragon bloodline. Relying on the powerful bloodline suppression, all the beasts and birds on Phylon Mountain had to obediently follow her orders. She put up such a big show to give Chu-chen a warning, so he wouldn't have any ideas about her in the future. Are you very familiar with them?
Chu-chen pointed to the female soldiers beside him and asked again.
No.
The little girl first instinctively shook her head, then nodded.
How did you get to know them? Chu-chen turned back and asked Long Yun in a low voice.
He planned to follow suit and deceive this little girl. She was a member of the dragon clan who could control mutated beasts.
As long as he could deceive the little girl, he would essentially control all the mutated beasts.
Well, we found her very cute, so we carried her all the way. Long Yun thought for a moment, then shook his head and said,
they didn't deliberately try to please this little girl along the way, so they also didn't know why the little girl called them sisters?
I see. Asking was as good as not asking. Chu-chen stared at the little girl, silently pondering his plan. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand and took out a lollipop from the storage space.
Here, uncle will give you a lollipop to eat,
Chu-chen said, about to tear open the candy and hand it to her.
Indeed, you're still trying to make a move on me. Trying to deceive me, it's not that easy, humph.
The little girl had an air of I see through you and rolled her eyes at him.
Do you still need to lie? If I had any ill intentions, I would have caught you by now. Come, taste uncle's lollipop,
Chu-chen said, leaping lightly and surprising everyone by stuffing the lollipop into the little girl's mouth.
Then she landed gracefully on the ground.
In the eyes of the onlookers, from her leap to returning to her original position, it all happened in a brief moment. Even the little girl and the big bird she was sitting on had no time to react.
Gah, gah.
It wasn't until Chu-chen had stood back in place for a while that the big bird realized, then panicked and flew back with the dumbfounded little girl.
Hearing the commotion, the crowd noticed that the little girl's mount was actually a mutated crow.
However, this crow seemed a bit larger, with wings spread even wider than an eagle's.
You silly bird, why run?
If he wanted to harm me, he would have done so already.
Quick, go back.
The little girl, coming to her senses, licked her lips and found the lollipop quite tasty, so she promptly patted the big black bird.
Exactly.
The now conscious big black bird hurriedly carried the little girl back to the mountaintop. What kind of ability did you just use? Once they were back on the mountaintop, the little girl, munching on the lollipop, glared at Chu-chen with annoyance. She hadn't even seen what happened before the lollipop was in her mouth. Luckily, the boy showed no hostility or intent to harm, or she would have been in serious trouble just now.
Temporal domain.
Anything near me will experience a slowdown in time.
But I remain unaffected.
So, you should be grateful that these mutated beasts didn't attack just now.
Otherwise, you would all be trapped in a time quagmire.
Chu-chen casually mentioned a grandiose name to impress the little girl. Although the name of the ability was made up, its effect was quite similar to what he described.
Temporal domain.
His boasting seemed to have an effect as the little girl blinked her big round eyes in shock, and the lollipop in her mouth remained still for a while. Not only did he startle the little girl, but even Long Yun and the other female soldiers beside her were also taken aback.
No wonder he dared to wander around the mountain. No wonder he remained calm in the face of countless mutated beasts.
It turned out he had awakened such a terrifying ability. This ability was practically invincible. Anyone who approached him would meet their end. Not long ago, they thought Chu-chen relied on 4 powerful zombies.
Now it seemed otherwise.
It was his own formidable strength.
In an instant, Chu-chen's image in their minds elevated to that of a godlike figure. What do you say? Want to join me? I promise you lollipops every day.
Having impressed the little girl, Chu-chen quickly extended an olive branch.
Want to be my little brother? Dream on, humph.
The little girl seemed to see through his intentions and disdainfully pursed her lips.
However, she quickly added, but we can be friends.
Ahem, ahem.
Chu-chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice.
He hadn't expected the little girl to be so perceptive, not as naive as a child.
Alright then, let's be friends,
Shuchen said, taking out a bunch of lollipops from his storage space.
As a friend, here's a gift for you. Wait.
The little girl took the lollipops and flew away on the big bird. Shortly after, she returned with a pile of strange fruits.
These are fruits grown on the dragon vein, very sweet, a gift for you.
Surprising everyone, she handed the fruits to Chu Chen. The fragrance emitted by the fruit made Long Yun and the other female soldiers salivate just by smelling it, feeling refreshed and delighted.
Oh no, I'm sleepy again. I need to go back to sleep. I'll watch over you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me.
The little girl suddenly yawned, then mounted the big bird and hurriedly turned to leave. However, she hadn't flown far before she lay down on the bird's back and fell into a deep slumber. It was obvious that she needed to sleep at regular intervals. Shu Chen wanted to chase after her and carry her back while she slept, but looking at the overwhelming beasts around, he ultimately dismissed this impractical idea.
You've helped me. I've helped you too, so we're even now. Fate will bring us together again.
After the little girl flew away, Shu Chen stored a few fruits in his storage space, then prepared to descend the mountain with the 4 satiated corpse kings.
Wait.
However, just as he was about to leave, Long Yin stopped him.
What's the matter?
Shu Chen halted, looking at her in surprise.
Can you take us with you? Xian Tuzi will never let us return alive.
If we call for evacuation, he will surely send someone to kill us. In that case, let's pretend to be dead, survive first, and seek revenge for our fallen comrades when the opportunity arises. Long Yin glanced at their deceased teammate, suppressing her grief as she spoke. They had just discussed and decided to feign death, survive first, and then seek revenge. Otherwise, Minister Qian would never let them return alive if he found out they had escaped.
Xian Weiguo was the temporary overall commander of this operation.
As long as they made a satellite call back, he would know they were still alive. Instead of going back to their deaths, it was better to lie low and bide their time for revenge. Moreover, Chu Chen's terrifying strength both impressed them and gave them a sense of security. If they could align themselves with such a powerful ally, seeking revenge in the future would be much easier.
It seems you're not foolish. You know returning means certain death. Chu Chen smiled mockingly, then glanced at their impressive chests, nodding in satisfaction.
If you want to come with me, you can, but I don't accommodate idlers or disobedient people.
Rest assured, we won't freeload, and we will definitely follow your orders.
Long Yin straightened her chest, solemnly assuring him. Since they were going with him, it was only natural to do some work.
As for obedience, with his strength, would they dare not to obey him? That's good. Take care of your comrades' affairs, then come with me.
Seeing that they were relatively obedient, Chu Chen finally relaxed. In fact, although they were Special Forces members, their figures and looks were not top-notch, but at least above average. Otherwise, no matter how obedient they were, Chu Chen wouldn't have taken them in if they were ugly. His refuge only welcomed beauties.
Yes.
Long Yin habitually saluted, then took care of her comrades' affairs, picked up the guns left on the ground, and followed Chu Chen back to Pujiang.
What? You can't contact your people?
Inside the East China military base, Minister Qian was stunned upon receiving the call from Cree.
Yes. Not only did we not get the dragon egg, but we can't reach Coal and Green either. Could the information you provided be false?
Cree's voice carried a hint of anger as he sternly questioned.
Impossible.
I just received their satellite call and sent you the coordinates.
Could there be communication issues on your end? Are they on their way back? Because we've been in contact with our people.
But it's been 3 hours, and we still can't reach them.
It's very likely that your people have taken them out.
Minister Qian firmly denied, then explained the situation on the military side to him.
Strange.
Listening to what he said, Kelly looked puzzled. Alright, let's wait a bit longer.
If we still haven't heard anything from them tomorrow,
I'll send someone into the mountains to look for them.
With that, he hung up the phone.
Minister Qian cursed under his breath, then after a moment of thought, quickly dialed Wu Xiaoguang's number.
How are things going?
He asked with a stern face as soon as the call connected. Sun Cheng and I have applied to join, but in the past 2 days, a few more people in the company have awakened their abilities. I plan to gather a few more people to join the Pujiang Ability Users Association. Furthermore, I have contacted some other ability users. By then, with our numbers, the position of the association's president will rightfully be ours. Inside Huaxingdaxia, Wu Xiaoguang avoided his colleagues and secretly made a call to Minister Qian.
Very good, go ahead boldly. Whatever you need, the military will support you wholeheartedly. Minister Qian was very pleased to hear his report.
As long as he could control the Pujiang Ability Users Association, he would have leverage and conditions to negotiate with Menard. I'm worried that Chu Chen and Manager Shin might cause trouble. Yesterday, someone surnamed Chu clearly stated that no one is allowed to join the Ability Users Association. Anyone who disobeys his orders will face one word, death. If he finds out that we joined the association secretly, he probably won't let us off the hook, Wu Xiaoguang said anxiously. What's there to fear? I asked him to bring Huaxing's people to join the association, but he refused outright, saying he wouldn't participate no matter what. Since that's the case, I'll find other people to integrate the Pujiang Ability Users Association, and he won't have a say in it. Besides, when you become the president, with over 100 ability users under you, why would you fear Chu and Shin Bingqian? When the time comes, with just one command from you, they will all obediently follow. Minister Qian said dismissively. But, no buts. If necessary, on the day of your inauguration, I'll personally come over. By then, let's see who dares to go against the people supported by the military. Remembering that he hadn't picked up the box of genetic drugs prepared by Menard, Minister Qian decided to make a trip to Pujiang. After collecting the genetic drugs, he also helped Wu Xiaoguang stabilize the situation. That's great. Wu Xiaoguang finally relaxed upon hearing that the military would send someone over. Seeing someone approaching at the end of the corridor, he quickly hung up the phone. Xiaoguang, it's time for dinner. A colleague from their technical department came over. Wu Xiaoguang put away his phone and casually went to have his meal. I heard that over 100 ability users have joined the Pujiang Ability Users Association. It's a great opportunity for learning and exchange, but unfortunately, Boss Chu doesn't allow us to participate, sigh. During the meal, someone couldn't help but complain. It's because he's afraid that if we join the association, we won't listen to him anymore. That's why he doesn't allow us to join. I heard that the boss awakened spatial abilities, which are like a walking warehouse, practically useless and needing protection. Yes, if it weren't for Manager Shin backing him up, he would have a hard time surviving in this chaotic world. The boss has been good to us. Don't speak ill of him. If it weren't for the boss, would we have this hot beef to eat? We didn't have enough to eat before. That's why we listened to him. Now with over a dozen ability users, we can't even finish the food we find outside every day. We could just return what he gave us before, consider it as redeeming ourselves, right? I don't want to spend my life obeying a weakling. Shoo, Manager Shin is here, lower your voice. Thank you to all the big shots for your support and donations. Today, an extra chapter will be added. Recently, there have been large-scale mutations happening to birds, livestock, insects, and animals outside the city, and even some plants have mutated into towering trees, their canopies reaching into the sky with no end in sight. Starting tomorrow, avoid going out unless necessary. Even in the urban area, be cautious. I just saw online that someone was eaten by a giant cockroach over 2 meters long in the underground parking lot. When going out to gather supplies in the future, not only do we need to beware of zombies, but also be cautious of other mutated creatures. While everyone was having their meal, Shin Bingqian entered with 8 awakened individuals from the security department. They were in tattered clothes, covered in wounds, looking extremely disheveled. It was evident that they had been through a fierce battle outside. That's right. Today, when we were searching for fresh vegetables outside the city, we encountered a rat and a chicken. If it weren't for General Shin, we would have been done for today. Ah. After Shin Bingqian finished speaking, Chen Zhong, who was temporarily appointed as the security team leader, also sighed. Are the chicken and rat that formidable? Everyone eating at the table looked at each other in disbelief upon hearing this, each wearing an expression of incredulity. That mutated rat was as strong as a young calf. It took a big chunk out of the armored vehicle with just one bite. In the end, we had to run back to the city on foot. The mutated rooster was even more terrifying. Its wings could deflect our bullets. I have a feeling that if they keep mutating like this, guns will soon be useless. In the future, only our own abilities can combat these mutated creatures. Vice Captain Zheng Chang took over, his face solemn, causing everyone present to feel a chill down their spines. Currently, there are only over 30 survivors in Huaxingdaxia, with nearly half of them awakening abilities. Among them, the captain and vice captain of the security department are the strongest. Even they suffered losses outside the city, indicating that the situation outside is extremely dire now. Not only in Pujiang, but large-scale biological mutations have occurred worldwide. Some places even have waves of beasts. The combination of zombie and beast waves has almost wiped out the human population in some cities. The only way to deal with these waves is through human awakened abilities. Therefore, starting tomorrow, apart from gathering supplies outside, all other time will be spent on cultivating our abilities. Only by enhancing our own strength can we survive in this apocalypse. Finally, Shin Bingqian issued orders to everyone. General Shin, we have no experience, how do we cultivate our abilities?
Relying on just a dozen of us to figure it out, it will take forever to improve our strength, right?
I heard that many people suddenly applied to join the Pujiang Awakened Association today, and as of just now, the number has reached nearly 400. I think that the more difficult the times, the more we awakened individuals need to unite. Only by uniting, exchanging ideas, and exploring together can we quickly improve our strength. Yes, why don't we join the Pujiang Awakened Association in the name of Huaxing Corporation? I agree with Xiaoguang's suggestion. I agree too. I agree as well. As soon as Shin Bingqian finished speaking, Sun Sheng, Wu Xiaoguang, and others set the tone, and those with awakened abilities responded one after another.
No, the boss said that we are strictly prohibited from joining any association. Since the boss has spoken, we must strictly adhere to it.
Seeing that half of the awakened individuals wanted to join the Pujiang Awakened Association, security team leader Chen Zhong immediately spoke out strongly against joining the association. Back when we had nothing to eat or drink, it was Boss Chu who brought us food and water. At that time, everyone agreed to recognize him as the boss and follow his orders in the future. A man's word is his bond.
If we promised something, we must fulfill it. Therefore, whether to join the association or not, it's up to the boss. Since the boss doesn't allow us to join, we must strictly follow the orders.
Vice Captain Zhang Chang glanced at everyone and also spoke with an unpleasant expression.
Chen, Zhang, do you think this is still the military here? Do we have to obey every order? Joining the Awakened Association is also for everyone's benefit. We have just over a dozen people awakened with abilities.
If there's a wave of zombies or mutated beasts, with our small group, we won't even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth.
But joining the guild is different. With over 400 ability users banding together, we won't fear any powerful mutated beasts. Chu Chen has helped us, but just because he did, doesn't mean we should blindly follow everything he says, right? Shouldn't we let his personal interests delay all of our cultivation progress? We don't have many masters now.
Relying on ourselves to explore cultivation alone, who knows how long it will take to fully understand our abilities.
But joining the guild is different. Over 300 people researching together will definitely progress faster than just a dozen of us. Wu Xiaoguang stood up, indignant. Exactly. Chu Chen doesn't want us to join the guild because he's afraid we won't listen to him in the future. Following orders from such a selfish person would be foolish loyalty. It will harm everyone and hinder our cultivation progress.
Sun Qing slammed the chopsticks on the table, pretending to be indignant as well.
Have you two lost your conscience?
If it weren't for the boss sending us food back then, you both would probably have starved to death.
Wu Xiaoguang, Sun Cheng, is this how people talk?
The boss has been good to us, we can't forget his kindness just because we have power now.
Hearing what the two said, Shen Zhang and Zhang Chang couldn't bear it and started scolding. Giving us some food, does that mean we owe him a lifetime of servitude?
Besides, even if he didn't send food, we could easily find it outside. It was just when the zombie virus broke out, we were all scared, that's why we didn't dare to go out.
Exactly, even if he doesn't send food, we wouldn't starve.
He's just taking advantage of our vulnerability, making us all obey him, making us all serve him.
If you want to be fools, go ahead, but I won't.
Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Cheng confronted Chen Zhang and Zhang Chang. Now, their abilities were terrifying, and they had the strength to challenge the captain and vice captain. Therefore, they were more assertive in their words.
You. Chen Zhang pointed at the two, speechless with anger.
Coming from a military background, he detested ungrateful people the most. But he had no way to deal with these two, as if they started internal strife. The ability users led by them were not weak at all, not inferior to their security department.
I think what Xiaoguang and Sun Cheng said is not wrong.
It's so dangerous outside, with just us, even if we're not eaten by zombies or mutated beasts, we'll eventually be swallowed by other forces.
In that case, why not join the Guild of Ability Users?
With our strength, on the day of the establishment of the Pudong Ability Users Association, we might even be able to secure the position of the president. Chu Boss helped us before, but once we join the Ability Users Guild and become stronger, we can't just ignore him.
As long as he needs help, we won't stand idly by. Joining the Pudong Ability Users Guild doesn't mean betraying him, nor is it ungrateful. I think these two are not contradictory.
So, I agree with Xiaoguang's suggestion.
Let's join the guild as Huaxing in a collective manner.
Just as Chen Zhang was at a loss for words due to anger, the director of human resources, Lu Xiaoxia, suddenly stood up and began to speak calmly.
She hadn't awakened any abilities, so she couldn't join the guild on an individual basis.
Only by joining in the name of the company collectively could she become a member of the Ability Users Guild. Once she became a member of the guild, she would also receive the guild's protection. Therefore, she spoke up for Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Cheng. In this post-apocalyptic world that feels like hell, only by finding a powerful backing can one survive well.
Right. If we truly feel wronged, why don't we just return what he gave us before? That way, no one has to feel guilty anymore. How about this? Let's take a vote. Those in favor of joining the Pujang Supernatural Ability Guild in the name of the collective, please raise your hands.
As soon as LV Xiaoxia finished speaking, Su Qing from the administrative department also stood up and encouraged everyone to raise their hands to vote.
I agree. I won't serve someone with abilities lower than mine. I'm not doing this stupid thing.
Su Zhe, in charge of network security, immediately raised his hand.
He was also one of the awakened with supernatural abilities and usually got along well with Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Cheng.
I don't care who wants to serve him.
Don't bother about us joining the guild. We can always repay him for the food we had before. Following closely, Ning Ziyuan from the Internet Monitoring Department also raised his hand. He used to be a nobody, never voicing any opinions. But since awakening his supernatural ability yesterday, he became dissatisfied with the status quo. He didn't want to be controlled by others anymore. He didn't want to serve anyone again. With his awakened lightning ability, he would be valued wherever he went among human survivor bases. Not only could he have his pick of beautiful women, but he could also enjoy scarce alcohol and meat regularly. So, he firmly stood by Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Cheng.
I agree. As soon as the two finished speaking, Su Qing, LV Xiaoxia, Wu Xiaoguang, Sun Cheng, and others raised their hands one after another. Soon, out of the remaining 30-plus people in Huaxing Company, over 20 raised their hands. Every employee who hadn't awakened their abilities raised their hands, not one was left out. At that moment, only Xin Bingqian and 10 retired veterans from the security department didn't raise their hands.
Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you all want to leave, I'll call the boss now. If the boss agrees, I have no objections.
Seeing most people wanting to break free from Chu Chen's control, Xin Bingqian sighed inwardly and then picked up her phone, dialed Chu Chen's number, and put it on speaker.
Kitty, have you missed me after a few days?
However, as soon as the call connected, Chu Chen's voice came through the phone.
Ahem. I have something important to discuss with you.
Xin Bingqian blushed, quickly composed herself, and said seriously,
let's talk about it tonight.
I'll come over tonight, remember to be clean and waiting for me in bed. What frustrated her was that Chu Chen was still being frivolous, not getting serious. These intimate whispers were fine when said privately, but in front of so many people, it was embarrassing.
I'm on speakerphone now. The entire company is here. Xin Bingqian, usually calm and composed, couldn't contain her embarrassment and shouted into the phone.
Oh, you should have said so earlier.
Speak, what's the matter?
Hearing that everyone from the company was present, Chu Chen quickly put on a serious tone. Here's the thing, as of today, we have a total of 16 awakened individuals here.
Half of them want to join the Pujang Supernatural Ability Guild. We just had a vote, and only the 10 of us didn't raise our hands. The rest all agreed to join the guild.
Xin Bingqian explained what had just happened in detail, and as she listened, Chu Chen's expression gradually darkened.
Didn't I say it before? No one is allowed to join the Pujang Supernatural Ability Guild. Anyone who disobeys this order will face only one consequence, death. Did you all take my words as a joke? Chu Chen's cold voice came through the phone. What a joke! A mobile warehouse dares to order us around? Really thinks highly of himself, huh?
Listening to what he said, Ning Ziyuan, Su Zhe, and others began to mutter disdainfully. Now that their awakened abilities could easily take down a large group, even other ability users, they didn't pay any attention to Chu Chen at all.
Alright, I got it.
However, to their surprise, Xin Bingqian, who possessed terrifying strength, actually obeyed Chu Chen's words without a word of disagreement, and simply hung up the phone.
This left everyone dissatisfied and puzzled. Clearly awakened with terrifying ice and snow abilities, why would she willingly follow the words of a useless person? Could it be love struck? You all heard what the boss just said. From now on, everyone should dismiss the idea of joining the guild. Execute the order.
Just as they were puzzled and confused, Xin Bingqian, who hung up the phone, spoke with a serious expression.
Her strong statement left everyone momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say.
Take care of yourselves. After speaking, Xin Bingqian turned and walked towards the office upstairs. Shen Zhang and Zhang Chang glanced at everyone, then led the security team upstairs.
What does he think he is? Just a useless person, daring to threaten us? Still expecting us to continue working for him? After everyone left, Ning Ziyuan's already gloomy face showed a hint of fierceness.
He played with the fruit knife in his hand, then suddenly flicked his finger, causing the knife to fly out of his hand and deeply embed into the wall. Right where the fruit knife pierced the wall, there happened to be a spider.
Are you all planning to be dogs for a useless person? Seeing Ning Ziyuan's murderous intent, Wu Xiaoguang seized the opportunity to provoke further. Whoever wants to be a dog can be, I won't. With our abilities, we are welcome anywhere. Look at this. Su Zhe spoke ambiguously, then opened his phone, found a video, and played it for everyone. I am Feng Xiaofeng from Shangjiang base. We currently have over 5,000 people in our base. The dozen or so nearby districts are also under my control. I am recruiting ability users. As long as you awaken with an ability, no matter what it is, you will have good food and drinks when you come, and beautiful women to serve you in turns. You guys, come here and show your faces. What the hell? Why the long faces? Smile for me. Not smiling, huh? Dog, strip her naked, throw her downstairs for the brothers to play with. Tell the over 800 brothers to keep playing with her until she's played to death. No stopping. No, please, no, That's more like it. Take one out and you'll all start smiling. I thought you wouldn't smile. How about it, brothers? Pretty, right? Want to play? If you want to play, come to my Shangjiang base. All these bikini girls are for you. I may not have much else here, but I have plenty of beautiful women. I, Feng Xiaofeng, welcome all awakened ability brothers to join my Shangjiang base. After playing the video, Su Zhe scrolled to the next one and played dozens more for everyone. They were all recruitment videos from various bases, each offering high rewards like beautiful women, instant noodles, biscuits, and more. Some bases even cooked a big pot of meat and set up a table full of alcohol to attract ability users. As for what kind of meat was in the pot, that remained unknown. See, all of us awakened ability people are highly sought after outside. Not only can we play with women as we please, eat instant noodles and biscuits freely, we can even enjoy hot meat and alcohol. Look at our situation here, so many rules. Can't do this, can't do that. Even the women in this company are off limits. To be honest with you, even if I don't join the Ability Users Guild, I don't plan to stay here. After playing the videos, Su Zhe sneered. While speaking, he glanced at LV Xiaoxia, Su Qing, and the other female colleagues present. The sinister look in his eyes made several women feel uneasy. Are you thinking of joining another base? Are you stupid? Going to another base? Aren't you just seeking shelter under someone else's roof? Aren't you just being someone else's lackey? Isn't it good enough to be the boss here? Is there anything to eat here? Are there any beauties here? Before his voice fell, Sun Qing inexplicably smiled meaningfully. Be the boss here? Are you stupid or am I stupid? Will Director Shin agree? Will Chen Zhang, Zhang Chang, and their group of old soldiers agree? Su Zhe glanced at him as if he were a fool, then coldly smiled and said, It's simple. Just get rid of all of them. Once they're gone, we'll be in charge here, we'll be the bosses. Moreover, Chu Chen has long awakened spatial abilities. Before the zombie virus outbreak, he had already started hoarding supplies. The meat he gave us that day was just a drop in the bucket of what he hoarded. The hot dishes he brought out probably have plenty more. I heard that he hoarded billions worth of supplies before the doomsday arrived. All the meat in the slaughterhouses near Pujian was bought up by him. Furthermore, on the first day of the zombie virus outbreak, he drove a battle vehicle and looted all the fruits and vegetables wholesale markets outside the city. If we get rid of Shin Bingqian in them, and then lure that kid over, we won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Once we become the bosses, all these neighborhoods nearby will be under our control. By then, how many women do you think we won't be able to find? Sun Cheng seemed to have planned it all out long ago, confidently stating. Hearing him, Su Zhe, Ning Ziyuan, and the other men present all brightened up. Only Wu Xiaoguang remained calm, observing the expressions on everyone's faces. When he noticed a slight nervousness in the expressions of a few female colleagues, he slipped his right hand into his pocket. Inside, there was a sharp single-blade dagger. What do you think? Are you brave enough to take a chance? Sun Qing swept a glance at the several mutants present, asking with a cold smile. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? As long as we lure Chu over, we can live a life of luxury every day for the rest of our lives. So, son, how do you plan to do this? Su Zhe stubbed out his cigarette, excitedly asking. Guarding a treasure and going out to find treasure, it turns out the foolish one was himself. He hadn't even thought of Chu Chen, such a fat sheep. As long as we get rid of Shin Bingqian and them, we can play with any woman we want in the future, free and unrestrained. Count me in. Su Zhe's voice had just fallen, and Ning Ziyuan immediately expressed his stance. Not only that, like Su Zhe, his eyes were also filled with excitement. Before, Shin Bingqian was the boss, and we worked for him. We were only afraid of her for that little salary. Now that we have awakened abilities, whoever has the bigger fist will have the final say. Why fear her at all? Let's take action today, catch them off guard and get rid of all of them. Then lure Chu over. Didn't that kid on the phone just say he's coming to sleep with Shin Bingqian tonight? Perfect, we don't even need to lure him, he'll come on his own. I think there's no need to kill Shin Bingqian, just control her. It would be a shame to kill such a beautiful woman. I used to dream of sleeping with her. I never thought that my dreams from the past would come true in the apocalypse, hee hee. Her ice and snow abilities are very powerful, if we let her live, we might be in danger. Don't worry, Menard Biotech has developed a genetic drug that can eliminate the abilities of any mutant. You can buy a box of instant noodles online to get it. When she loses her powers, won't we just play with her as we please? Brothers present here, dare you say you never had improper thoughts about her before? Of course not, she is the #1 beauty in Pujiang, a goddess in the hearts of many men. Except for those impotent guys, everyone else has lusted after her body. After Su Zhe and Ning Ziyuan spoke, other male ability users also excitedly responded. After catching Shin Bingqian, I should go first. No, I should go first. Stop arguing, we will draw lots later, it's all about luck, whoever gets picked goes first. I used to dream of ravishing her fiercely, and now my dream is finally coming true, hee hee. Miss Shin not only has fair skin and beauty, but also a great figure, such a beauty, even if playing with her costs me 10 years of life, I'm willing. She used to be aloof, everyone was too scared to even look at her, but now in this post-apocalyptic world, even the coldest female CEO will have to call me daddy. The male ability users were thrilled at the thought of soon being able to dominate the ice beauty. However, the female staff who had not awakened any abilities and were standing nearby were horrified by what they heard. If they dared to have such intentions towards Shin Bingqian, wouldn't their fate be just as bleak? Would they also become playthings for these male ability users? For a moment, they were all on edge, feeling nervous. At the same time, they regretted raising their hands earlier. With Shin Bingqian around, at least they could still live with dignity. If Shin Bingqian fell, with no one to restrain these people, their fate would probably be just as grim. Since everyone agrees, let's discuss the specific actions. Seeing everyone's emotions stirred up, Wu Xiaoguang finally spoke. In fact, he and Sun Shang had long been planning to take on Xu Chen. They were just weak and worried they were not a match for Shin Bingqian, Shen Zhang, and others, so they had kept quiet. Today, seeing that most people were dissatisfied with Shin Bingqian, they let Sun Qing seize the opportunity to reveal their plan. Wu Good, Sun Good, just tell us your plan. We will all listen to you, Su Zhe said nonchalantly. Even a fool could see that Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Shang had long harbored rebellious intentions. They just chose to reveal it today. I need to use the restroom, you guys continue talking. One of the female employees suddenly clutched her stomach, trying to leave. My stomach suddenly feels uncomfortable too, wait for me, let's go together. Was the meat not cooked properly today? My stomach also feels a bit off. As soon as the female employee spoke, LV Xiaoxia and Su Qing followed suit. Are you trying to go out and inform Shin Bingqian? However, as the three of them reached the door, Wu Xiaoguang, who had been guarding the exit, reached out and stopped them. In his hand, there was a gleaming single-blade dagger. Xiaoguang, you misunderstood, we really need to use the restroom. We all raised our hands earlier, supporting your opinion, how could we possibly inform Shin Bingqian? The three's faces changed, quickly trying to explain themselves. Hand over all your phones, after dealing with Chen Zhang and the others, we will return them to everyone. Also, until we capture Shin Bingqian and her group, no one is allowed to leave here. Wu Xiaoguang looked at the several ability users present and continued, it's not that I don't trust you all, but if word gets out, not only will we not be able to play with Miss Shin, but our survival will also be in jeopardy. Wu Gu is right, everyone quickly hand over your phones. Su Zhe and the others not only were not angry but willingly handed over their phones. This was crucial to the success of the operation, and they couldn't afford to be careless. If you don't want to die, immediately hand over your phones and stay here honestly. Seeing no objections from everyone, Wu Xiaoguang waved the knife in his hand and said to the three female colleagues. If it weren't for the looks of these three women, he would have killed them long ago. Xiaoguang, I really need to go to the bathroom. I really can't hold it anymore, please, as colleagues. Put. The female employee clutched her stomach, pretending to be anxious, trying to deceive, but before she could finish her sentence, Wu Xiaoguang wiped her neck. Ah! Seeing Wu Xiaoguang talking about killing people, Lu Xiaoxia and Su Qing screamed in fear. They dared not go out, hurriedly handed over their phones, and squatted obediently in the corner. Let's discuss our next move. No matter what excuse we use to gather Shin Bingqian and the others, it will arouse their suspicion. They will only gather together on one occasion without raising suspicions. That occasion is dinner. Therefore, the operation will take place during dinner tonight. I will put sleeping pills in the wine. Once the drugs take effect,
We will immediately take action, starting by getting rid of Qin Zhong and Zhang Chang."
After intimidating everyone present, Wu Xiaoguang explained the action plan. "Xin Bingqian sometimes eats alone upstairs. What if she doesn't come down tonight?" Ning Ziyuan pondered for a moment, identifying a loophole. "It's simple, we go up. After dealing with Qin Zhong and the others, dealing with Xin Bingqian alone will be easy." "Xin, they are becoming more unreasonable.
They are like a pack of wolves. It's clear they are not on the same page as us. This will lead to trouble sooner or later." In the president's office, Qin Zhong expressed some concerns.
"If necessary, we'll just fire them all from Huaxing.
Everyone has their own aspirations. If we can't keep them, it's best to part ways." Zhang Chang, sitting beside him, made a suggestion. Behind the two of them stood their colleagues from the security department, the same group who had not agreed earlier. They had come upstairs to discuss how to resolve internal conflicts.
"Let's talk about this tomorrow."
Xin Bingqian pondered for a moment before speaking.
In fact, she shared Zhang Chang's view that they should not collaborate if their paths diverged.
Since they wanted to join the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Association, she would facilitate their departure. However, she knew Chu Chen's temperament and realized it would be difficult to explain over the phone, so she hung up earlier. She planned to discuss the matter with him when he came tonight, persuading him to let these people go.
With this in mind, she postponed dealing with Wu Xiaoguang and the others until tomorrow. "Let's talk about your control of supernatural abilities."
Shen Bingqian changed the subject to supernatural abilities. In exploring supernatural abilities, they had no teachers to learn from, so they had to brainstorm and collectively study. Therefore, after each outing, she would gather the awakened individuals in the company to share their experiences, helping newcomers avoid mistakes. As usual, she should have gathered the supernaturally gifted individuals downstairs. However, their recent behavior had completely eroded Shen Bingqian's trust in them. Therefore, she did not send anyone down.
What about Su Qing and Lu Xiaoxia? During dinner, Shen Bingqian noticed that many people were missing and asked in confusion. They seem to be awakening their abilities too.
They are sleeping upstairs.
But they have instant noodles in their room, so they won't go hungry. Wu Xiaoguang took out a bottle of wine, smiling as he explained.
He didn't expect Shen Bingqian to come down for dinner tonight, making things much easier. Earlier, he was worried that those women would ruin his plans, so he had them locked in the next room and closely monitored.
"Shen, this afternoon we reflected on it, and we were wrong at lunchtime.
Now we're using gas canisters, gas stoves, and this beef and chicken, all given to us by the boss a few days ago.
If it weren't for the boss, how could we be eating hot meals now? How could we be eating meat? I bet just like the other bases, it's all instant noodles and biscuits every day. One must not forget kindness. We've decided, we won't mention joining the guild again. We'll follow the boss's orders in everything. Let's raise a toast to Mr. Shen and everyone, as an expression of our apology." Wu Xiaoguang poured wine for everyone and then raised his glass with a smile. "A toast to Mr. Shen, Brother Chan, and Brother Zhang."
Sun Xing, Su Zhe, Ning Ziyuan, and others also stood up and raised their glasses to Shen Bingqian and the others.
"It's not too late for you to realize your mistakes now. As long as we don't always think only of ourselves, we can still be good colleagues, good brothers in the future." Chen Zhang is a straightforward person.
Hearing them say this, he immediately felt relieved and happily raised his glass.
"It's okay, who doesn't make mistakes? Who doesn't have some emotions? As long as we don't do anything unethical."
Zhang Chang also let go of his grudge and raised his glass cheerfully. Shen Bingqian always felt that something was off, but couldn't quite figure it out for a moment. She hesitantly raised her glass and took a sip.
"How's this wine? Is it good?"
Seeing Shen Bingqian and the others all drink the wine, Wu Xiaoguang put down his glass and asked with a cold smile.
"This red wine is not satisfying. I still prefer white wine."
Chen Zhang, without suspicion, shook his head with a smile.
"Why do I feel there's a strange taste in this wine? It's like..."
Zhang Chang put down his glass, licked his lips, and suddenly felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground.
"It's like a sedative, right?" "That's right, we found some anesthetic at the hospital yesterday and brought it back.
The wine you just drank had that stuff in it." Seeing him staggering, Wu Xiaoguang dropped the act and revealed his true colors.
"You."
The remaining few were shocked, but before they could speak, they too felt dizzy and slumped onto the table.
"You. Bunch of ungrateful wolves."
Seeing Qin Zhang, Zhang Chang, and others faint one after another, Shen Bingqian felt something was wrong. She suddenly stood up, ready to use her ice and snow abilities. However, before she could unleash her powers, she felt dizzy and finally fainted on the table. In fact, she had already used up most of her energy displaying her abilities outside the city today.
Even if she hadn't fainted, she wouldn't have been able to compete with so many people. Alright, let them out. Seeing Shen Bingqian and the others affected, Wu Xiaoguang breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a pistol from his pocket and instructed a colleague nearby. Soon, Lu Xiaoxia, Su Qing, and others were brought out from the next room. When they saw Shen Bingqian, Chen Zhang, Zheng Chang, and others slumped on the table, they sighed inwardly. With Shen Bingqian in this state, their fate was probably not much better. Bang, bang. See that? That's the consequence of going against us. Wu Xiaoguang directly shot Chen Zhang and the others in the head, then turned to the group of women. He wanted to use the blood of Zheng Chang and the others to intimidate everyone. Alright, from now on, this territory belongs to us. In the future, Huaxing will be under our control. After dealing with the security department's people, Sun Qing spread his hands, proudly dancing. He, who had always been at the bottom, suddenly became the leader, ecstatic with joy. That's right. The women here, everyone can play with them as they please in the future. If anyone dares to disobey, Chen Zheng and Zheng Chang will be your fate. Wu Xiaoguang said, his gaze falling on Lu Xiaoxia, Su Qing, and the other female colleagues. He had called them out just now to watch him shoot Chen Zhang and the others in the head, to scare them. As long as they are scared in their hearts, they will behave obediently in the future, no matter how they are treated. Stogwang. Oh no, Brother Guang, as you said, we will have to rely on you to support us in the future. How dare we not behave? Just as she was frightened, LV Xiaoxia, after coming to her senses, quickly flattered Wu Xiaoguang. She even held Wu Xiaoguang's arm, fluttered her eyelashes, and acted coquettishly. Go to the side first. Wu Xiaoguang pushed her hand away and looked at Shen Bingqian. Compared to Shen Bingqian, who was fair-skinned, beautiful, and sexy, LV Xiaoxia and the others were like chickens meeting phoenixes. Brother Wu, didn't we agree before to decide who goes first by drawing lots? Seeing his eyes gleaming, Ning Ziyuan quickly spoke up. Alright, let's draw lots to decide the order. Wu Xiaolin suppressed the evil fire in his belly and said after swallowing his saliva. There was no choice. Ning Ziyuan, Su Zhe, Sun Qing, and other colleagues with awakened abilities were all staring at him. If he insisted on his own way at this time, he would definitely provoke everyone's anger. Helplessly, he could only endure a little longer. If he couldn't get ahead later, he planned to vent his anger on LV Xiaoxia and Su Qing first. Let's each draw a card. Whoever has the highest card goes first. Sun Qing picked up a deck of cards, shuffled them for a while, and placed them on the table. Everyone had no objections and drew a card from the deck. Damn! My luck is really bad. Ning Ziyuan looked at his card, dejectedly threw it on the table. He drew a 3, the smallest card. Smack! I'm not waiting anymore. He slapped LV Xiaoxia on the buttocks hard and then went upstairs. I drew a king. Does anyone have a higher card than mine? I drew an ace, bigger than yours, sorry. I also drew an ace, haha, mine is a 10, sigh. Damn it, I'm not waiting either. Su Zhe looked at the cards of the others, angrily threw his card, picked up Su Qing, and went upstairs. His card was a 4, second to last. After the first 8 or 9 people had their fun, it would probably take a long time for his turn to come, so he simply didn't wait and, after holding back for so long, decided to find a woman to have some fun with first. Since we all have aces, let's play rock paper scissors, best of 3 rounds. Whoever wins goes first? Wu Xiaoguang rolled up his sleeves and said to Sun Chang. Just now, Sun Chang had just drawn a card and he snatched it away. As he expected, Sun Chang had tampered with the card because he had an ace in his hand. However, he didn't expose it but pretended not to know anything. Anyway, with the biggest ace in his hand, being the first one shouldn't be a problem. Unexpectedly, after he snatched Sun Qing's card, this guy drew another ace. Helplessly, the two of them had to decide who would go first with rock paper scissors. As for drawing cards, he would never agree. Sun Qing casually drew 2 cards, both aces. He had definitely tampered with the cards long ago. Alright, Sun Qing reluctantly agreed. He was supposed to be the first this time, but Wu Xiaoguang intercepted him. Knowing that he had been intercepted, he couldn't say anything. Helplessly, he drew another ace. This good thing was ruined by this guy, which made him quite unhappy. Boom! Just as the two were deciding the outcome of rock paper scissors, a small box truck stopped at the entrance of the building. Hearing the roar of the engine, they no longer cared about winning or losing and ran to the entrance with their people. They saw Chu Qin jumping out of the driver's seat of the box truck. You came just in time. Seeing that it was Chu Qin, Wu Xiaoguang's eyes flashed with excitement. Not only him, but everyone behind him also had their eyes light up. This was a walking warehouse. In this warehouse, there were stored goods for hundreds of cars. As long as they kidnapped this kid, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for generations to come. This is a human-shaped warehouse. Make sure to capture him alive. Absolutely do not let this kid die. Wu Xiaolin lowered his voice and said to the people behind him. He was unsure if things in the space would disappear after the death of someone with awakened spatial abilities. Therefore, he decided to capture Chu Chen alive. After all, a person with awakened spatial abilities was no different from trash, with no significant combat power. Bang! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door at the back of the carriage was opened, and two tall, burly figures walked out. They wore sunglasses, loose coats, and hats on their heads. Wearing such thick coats in summer, aren't they afraid of heat stroke? Seeing the strange attire of the two men, Sun Qing couldn't help but curse. He never expected that this guy would bring two strangers along when coming to pick up girls at night. Yesterday I heard that the single combat robots and armored vehicles at Huaxing Supermarket were all destroyed. I thought he wouldn't have anything to bring out this time. I didn't expect him to bring two men. Coming to pick up girls with two men, this guy is really something. Wu Xiaoguang found it both tricky and somewhat amusing. Wu Gu, what should we do? One of the awakened individuals saw that Chu Chen had brought two helpers and quickly asked, "What else can we do?" "When they come in later, take out those two men in coats first. Then capture this kid alive." No matter how powerful an awakened individual is, they are still afraid of getting shot in the head. Wu Xiaoguang said, taking out his phone and loading the bullets. "Master, there's a strong smell of blood." "This smell? It's the blood of awakened individuals." Outside the Huaxing building, Dejun licked his lips and hoarsely said to Chu Chen, "Are you saying there's awakened individuals' blood inside?" Hearing this, Chu Chen furrowed his brows. He glanced at his phone. Before coming, he had sent a message to Shen Bingqian saying, "Clean up and wait for me in bed." However, she hadn't replied yet. "Yes, master." And not just the blood of one awakened individual, but several. Judging by the freshness of the blood, they must have died not long ago. Dejun sniffed hard and nodded. Since evolving into the Corpse King, his sense of smell and hearing had become extremely sensitive. He could smell scents from far away and hear sounds clearly. Did something happen to Shen Bingqian? Smash the door open and charge in. After a brief thought, Chu Chen's face changed drastically, and he quickly gave orders to Dejun and Tank. After returning from Filong Mountain today, he had dressed up Dejun, the police, the chef, and the coach, 5 Corpse Kings, nicely. Each had a set of coats, plus hats and sunglasses. If they didn't take off their clothes, it was hard to tell they were zombies. When they came out just now, he had Dejun and Tank in the car, acting as his bodyguards. Although his strength was not weak, he didn't have to worry about safety at all, but some dirty work needed to be done by someone. "Yes, master." Dejun and Tank respectfully took the orders, and the 2 Corpse Kings charged towards the entrance of the building like tanks. Bang! Crash! With just one charge, the obstacles piled up at the entrance of the building were knocked away. Inside the building, Wu Xiaoguang and others, who were ready to act, were hit by the flying objects before they could make a move. These awakened individuals were fine, at most suffering minor injuries. The ordinary people who hadn't awakened any abilities were either seriously injured or their bodies were broken into pieces by the impact. There was no way around it, the Corpse King's power was too great. Just one charge and everything at the entrance was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the 2 men in coats rushing in, Wu Xiaoguang raised his gun and fired. In his eyes, no matter how strong these 2 were, they would still fear getting shot in the head. Clang, clang. However, to his astonishment, the bullets hitting the heads of the 2 figures sounded like striking steel. A clang of metal echoed out. Surprisingly, it caused no harm to the 2 strange individuals. "Quick, use your powers." Seeing the bullets having no effect, Wu Xiaoguang threw away his gun and prepared to unleash his powers. Roar! However, it seemed that his bullets had angered the 2 Corpse Kings, as they roared and lunged towards the crowd. Click, click. Just as he was about to use his powers, Tank lunged forward and promptly broke his arms and legs without a word. This was a method Tank had learned on Filong Mountain. First, disable the prey one by one, then savor them slowly. Intense pain made Wu Xiaoguang let out a piercing scream. Yet, this was just the beginning. The following screams were even more heart-wrenching, one wave after another. After disabling him, the 2 Corpse Kings attacked other people one after another. Thunder! Illusion! Spatial confinement! Seeing that bullets were ineffective against the 2 mysterious individuals, Sun Cheng and the others quickly unleashed their respective powers. In an instant, lightning struck the 2 Corpse Kings. The advancing army and Tank abruptly halted their movements. However, their powers could only block for a moment, and soon the 2 Corpse Kings regained their freedom. The lightning and illusions had little effect on them. Click, click. The 2 Corpse Kings, with intelligence close to humans, knew their priorities. They lunged at those who had just used their powers, prioritizing the strongest ones. After brutally breaking their arms and legs, they moved on to the next target. "Is it you?" When Shu Chen entered the building, he was taken aback. He had thought that other power users had invaded Huaxing headquarters and killed Huaxing's people, but to his surprise, the ones attacking them were Shin Bingxian's subordinates? He was very familiar with these people. He had seen them all when he recruited them with food in the past. Break their arms and legs. Keep them alive. Shu Chen was afraid that the two corpse kings would devour these people, so he quickly gave the order. To figure out what was going on, they needed to keep some of them alive. Yes, master.
The army in tank nodded in agreement and continued to lunge towards the next power user.
These two are actually zombies?
Hearing their hoarse voices and seeing their pale faces, Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Shang, whose arms and legs had been disabled, were shocked. They never expected that Shu Chen could recruit zombies as his underlings. And not just any zombies, but invulnerable ones.
For a moment, they regretted their actions. Regretted betraying Shu Chen.
Offending such a killing god was like seeking death, as if life was too long. However, it was too late for regrets. They had killed so many of Shin Bingxian's subordinates, and this kid would definitely not spare them.
Master, the mission is complete. After disabling everyone in the building, the two corpse kings respectfully returned to report.
In fact, from the start of the fight to the end, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes. This overwhelming and one-sided battle posed no challenge to the two corpse kings.
Where is Shin Bingxian?
After the battle, Shu Chen casually asked one of the survivors. Saving lives was a priority. They could interrogate later to find out what had happened here.
She's in there.
The power user, enduring the pain of broken bones, pointed with his chin towards a nearby office. With his arms and legs broken, he couldn't point in the right direction, so he used his chin instead of his hands.
Click.
Shu Chen took out a gun from his storage space, loaded it, and then quickly ran towards the office.
He went in and secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
This was an office turned into a restaurant, and at this moment, Shin Bingxian was lying unconscious on the dining table, with no external injuries. However, there were several bodies lying around the dining table, all with blood flowing from their heads, clearly shot in the head.
Wake up.
After confirming no external injuries and steady breathing, Shu Chen shook her vigorously.
However, Shin Bingxian showed no response.
Helpless, he had to carry her back to the lobby on the first floor of the building.
What's going on here? Shu Chen angrily demanded upon returning to the lobby. It's none of my business.
Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Chang were the ones who put the sedative in the wine.
They were the ones who led the rebellion. They said
that you, boss, are a walking warehouse. As long as they kill General Shin and lure you here, they won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. They all awakened abilities, saying they kill when they want. I'm just an ordinary person. I had no choice but to follow them, or they would kill me.
Boss, this has nothing to do with me. I was forced by them.
One of the ordinary employees cried out, trying to distance himself from Sun Chang and the others.
They were originally in the restaurant and only ran out after hearing the noise. So when the army and tanks crashed into the gate just now, they were at the back and escaped unscathed. But those ordinary people who were in the front, due to weaker physique, almost all died. So they were a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing. Listening to what he said, Shu Chen probably understood what was going on. It seemed that Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Chang wanted to steal the supplies in his storage space, so they sought revenge and tried to kill him. Indeed, just like in the previous life, in the face of huge benefits, many people would reveal their selfish, greedy, cruel, and ugly side. Killing you would be too easy for you. Put them in the cargo hold. Take them back to feed the zombies. Shu Chen ordered the army and tanks. He had seen that several of the 20 or so people had awakened abilities. It was known that abilities were a great supplement for zombies. Although the army, tanks, police, chef, and coach had evolved into zombie kings, there were still 4 higher-level zombies that had not evolved. With these few ability users, at least 2 more zombie kings could be cultivated. Therefore, he couldn't bear to kill these people, nor could he let the army and tanks eat them. After these 2 evolved into zombie kings, it seemed that eating ordinary ability users would not have much effect. So, he decided to take them back and leave them for the other 4 higher-level zombies to eat. Yes, master. Despite drooling with hunger, the army and tanks strictly followed Shu Chen's orders, not daring to touch the food in front of them. What the hell are you howling about down there?
I just took off my pants, and you guys are wailing one after another. Just as the army and tanks were preparing to load the food onto the car, the elevator door suddenly opened, revealing a young man smoking a cigarette, cursing impatiently. Behind him was another man. However, as he was halfway through his curse, his voice abruptly stopped, because he saw that Wu Xiaoguang, Sun Shang, and the others had all had their hands and feet broken, writhing in pain on the ground.
They had only gone up for a short while, and all these ability users had been disabled? It showed how terrifying the strength of the newcomers was.
They knew the strength of Wu Xiaoguang, Sun Qing, and the others. Even without drugging them, if they directly fought against Qin Bingqian, Shen Zhang, and Zhang Chang, they might not necessarily lose. However, in just a short 10 minutes, all these people were lying on the ground in pain, crying out, showing how strong the person who attacked them must be to disable several ability users in such a short time. In a moment, the two people in the elevator were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. These two were none other than Ning Ziyuan and Su Zhe, who had rushed up with Lu Xiaoxia and Su Qing to vent their anger after drawing lots just now.
Ziyuan, Su Zhe, save me.
Seeing the two of them suddenly coming down, Wu Xiaoguang felt like he had caught a lifeline and quickly called for help. Although he knew the vast difference in strength, in a desperate situation, he still held onto a glimmer of hope.
Save your mom.
Hearing him shout, Ning Ziyuan, fearing for his life, cursed angrily and then hurriedly pressed the elevator button.
Phew.
The army and tanks, whose spiritual wisdom had long been awakened, rushed towards the elevator car without waiting for Chu Chen's order, after a moment of hesitation.
Quick, quick, quick. Quickly close the damn door.
Seeing the two tall men coming towards them, Ning Ziyuan was so scared that he was beside himself, desperately pressing the close door button, trying to escape upstairs. However, the more anxious he was, the slower the elevator doors closed.
With the two men almost upon them, the elevator doors still hadn't shut.
At this moment, not only him, but also Su Zhe standing behind him, was drenched in cold sweat. If those two outside rushed in, they would be in deep trouble.
Get out of here.
Su Zhe glanced at Ning Ziyuan in front of him and suddenly had an idea. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly kicked out, sending Ning Ziyuan flying out. As an esper, both his physique and strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Therefore, when he kicked, Ning Ziyuan was like a cannonball, flying straight towards the army and tanks.
Bang! With a loud bang, the two corpses collided.
The army and tanks, who were charging towards the elevator,
were instantly knocked down. And at that moment, the elevator doors finally closed. Phew!
As the elevator rapidly ascended, Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief.
He didn't care about Su Qing waiting for him to spread rain and dew in the room. After reaching the top floor, he leaped over to the adjacent building.
Finally, with his agile skills, he quickly disappeared without a trace. In the high-rise buildings of Pujiang, for him as an esper, escaping from the rooftop was as easy as turning his hand.
Damn it!
I didn't expect that Chu's surname to bring two such powerful helpers. After half an hour of fleeing, Su Zhe finally stopped.
He sneaked into an empty house, wiping the sweat off his forehead with relief.
Wu Xiaoguang, Sun Qing, and the others were captured, and he thought it was done by Chu Chen's hired experts. After all, an awakened spatial esper was like a walking warehouse, with no real combat power, unlikely to take down several esper experts in just a short 10 minutes.
Rest for the night first. Join another base tomorrow.
He sneaked into the room, lay on the bed, and began to recover his energy. The mad dash just now had consumed a lot of energy, and if he went out recklessly now and encountered zombies, he would be defenseless.
Load up and head back.
Seeing Su Zhe escape, Chu Chen immediately ordered the army to pursue, but unfortunately, they were a step too late and didn't catch up. Helpless, he had the army break Ning Ziyuan's limbs and, along with other espers, began loading them onto the vehicle. Shen Bingqian was still unconscious and was carried into the car.
Master, master.
Upon returning to the shelter, the three corpse kings, a detective, a chef, and a coach, who also possessed spiritual wisdom, respectfully greeted him.
Now, these corpse kings had taken over the duty of the former single combat robots, responsible for guarding the house. Although there were only 3 of them, they could easily replace hundreds of combat robots.
Because as corpse kings, as long as they roared, nearby zombie hordes would immediately swarm in. In other words, anyone who dared to intrude would soon be surrounded by a tide of corpses.
Feed all the people in the cargo hold to them.
Keep feeding them until they turn into corpse kings. Chu Chen pointed at the 4 high-level zombies in the courtyard and gave orders to the zombie kings. Then he carried Shen Bingqian upstairs to his room. On the way, he saw Long Yun and the women from the Special Forces team installing solar panels. They were afraid that Chu Chen would accuse them of slacking off, so after enjoying a delicious meal at noon, they took the initiative to work. Although they were members of the Women's Special Forces team, they were also very familiar with electrical appliances and electronic products. Therefore, they took on the task of installing the solar generator.
With the manual in hand, they just needed to follow the instructions to complete the installation. What's wrong with General Shun?
In the room, Lin Qingya was tidying up when she saw Chu Chen coming back with a beautiful woman. She was first surprised, but quickly recognized her. She was the female president of Huaxing Group that Lin Qingya often saw in the media before the outbreak. She was drugged.
Quickly call Luo Yuyu over, Chu Chen instructed Lin Qingya after placing Shen Bingqian on the bed.
Luo Yuyu was a doctor and the hospital's flower, only she knew how to handle such situations.
Okay. Lin Xingyan knew about the relationship between Shin Bingqian and Chu Chen, and even knew that Shin Bingqian was able to awaken her ice and snow abilities because she had spent a night with Chu Chen. She knew all this because Chu Chen had told her. Not only did he tell her, but he also told Xie Xiao, Xiaoxue, Luo Yuyu, and Qing Yan. He said that besides awakening spatial abilities, he also had a holy physique, and any woman who had a relationship with him would awaken abilities. Moreover, the more times they slept together, the stronger the abilities would become. At first, they didn't believe it, until that night when she slept with him, they finally believed. Because she had only spent one night with him, but she became incredibly strong and her physique improved several times. Now, Luo Yuyu, Qin Yan, Xiaoxue, and Xie Xiao were lining up to be with him. Especially Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan, with their voluptuous and beautiful figures, were flaunting themselves in front of Chu Chen when he returned, clearly showing off their curves. Although she felt a little jealous, she thought about how they were all sisters in distress, surviving and finding someone to protect them was not easy, so she didn't mind. She even secretly told them about Chu Chen's preferences in bed. As fellow wanderers in the world, she didn't want to cut off their means of survival. Besides, with Chu Chen's powerful physique, she alone couldn't handle it all. Boss, did you call me? Soon, Lin Xingya brought Luo Yuyu back to the second floor. Out of curiosity, Qin Yan, Xiaoxue, and Xie Xiao followed. She was drugged, find a way to wake her up. Chu Chen briefly explained what had happened, and Luo Yuyu furrowed her brows as she listened. It's impossible. The anesthetics used in hospitals nowadays metabolize quickly. As long as you stop the medication, she will wake up quickly. She hasn't woken up for so long, it shouldn't be because of the anesthetics. Luo Yuyu pinched her delicate chin, blinking her beautiful dark eyes. Not because of the anesthetics? Chu Chen was suddenly puzzled by her words. If it wasn't because of the anesthetics, why hadn't Shin Bingqian woken up yet? I'm a professional doctor. I know a lot about anesthetics. Sensing his confusion, Luo Yuyu emphasized seriously. It's so cold. Is the air conditioning on in the room? At that moment, Qin Yan hugged her shoulders and looked up at the wall. When she saw that the air conditioning wasn't even turned on, her eyes widened in surprise. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, so if the air conditioning wasn't on, where was the cold air coming from? At this moment, not only her, but Lin Xingya, Luo Yuyu, Xiaoxue, Xie Xiao, and Chu Chen all realized this, their eyes widening in astonishment. If the air conditioning isn't on, why is it so cold? Feeling the rapidly dropping temperature inside the room, Chu Chen was greatly puzzled. Suddenly, when he saw Shin Bingqian lying on the bed, it seemed like he realized something. A hint of horror flashed in his eyes. Move aside quickly. He swiftly wrapped a blanket around himself and then picked up Shin Bingqian, running downstairs. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed like Shin Bingqian's ice and snow power was about to advance. He clearly remembered the day she awakened her ice and snow abilities. The entire room was frozen into a world of ice and snow. If he hadn't stopped her at that time, the entire Huaxing building would probably have been frozen into ice sculptures. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly carried Shin Bingqian out of the supermarket courtyard. Otherwise, the refuge he had painstakingly built would be destroyed by her in an instant. Wake up! Wake up! Chu Chen ran frantically while shaking her vigorously. However, Shin Bingqian seemed to be deeply asleep. No matter how hard he shook her, there was no sign of awakening. Helpless, he could only carry her back to the Lijiang Garden community across the street. He didn't dare to stay in the supermarket for a moment. If the entire building was frozen into ice sculptures, the people inside would be frozen to death. Leaving her on the street was not an option, so he had no choice but to return to the house in the opposite community. Since Su Jiwu and his men came to rob his supplies, there was no one left in the community. They had all turned into zombies. Even if the entire community was frozen into a world of ice and snow, he wasn't worried about harming his own people. Wake up! Wake up! After bringing her home, Chu Chen rushed to the bedroom, placed Shin Bingqian on the bed, and shook her desperately. Crack! The chill emanating from Shin Bingqian's body grew stronger, and before long, a layer of frost appeared in the room. Some appliances even made cracking sounds after being frozen in the intense cold. It seems I have to use the same method as last time. Seeing that no amount of shaking could wake her up, Chu Chen suddenly kissed her. The day Shin Bingqian awakened her ice and snow abilities, she couldn't be awakened, and in the end, he had to kiss her awake. MMM. His deep affectionate kiss seemed to have an effect, and Shin Bingqian, who had been in a deep sleep, finally let out a groan. However, she just turned over slightly and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing her condition, Chu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was correct. She must have advanced, which caused her to faint. It was very likely that the tranquilizers administered by Wu Xiaoguang and Sun Chung played a guiding role.
Therefore, even though the effects of the drugs had worn off, she still remained asleep.
Ha! Still not waking up?
After kissing her a few more times, Shen Bingqian not only did not wake up but the room became even colder, making Chu Chen slightly anxious. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly noticed that the closer he got to Shen Bingqian's body, the less cold it felt.
This discovery delighted him.
After a moment of thought, he removed Shen Bingqian's clothes. Then he took off his own clothes and pressed them tightly against her. Since they were already close together, he decided to move together to generate heat. Indeed, although the room was bitterly cold, Shen Bingqian's body was not too cold, at most it was just chilly. If he stayed in the room like this, no matter how powerful his abilities were, he would probably end up frozen into an ice sculpture. But by pressing his entire body against Shen Bingqian's, he could at least avoid the severe cold. It seemed that their coordinated movements had an effect, as Shen Bingqian let out a moan. At the same time, the icy cold air rapidly emanating from her body suddenly stopped. Shen Bingqian seemed to enjoy it, and when she opened her hazy eyes and saw Chu Chen, she even closed her eyes and actively responded. In a moment, the severe cold in the room gradually dissipated, soon replaced by a seductive spring atmosphere. What the two of them didn't know was that as they engaged in their passionate activities, colorful lights flew in from all directions and finally entered their bodies. The two of them seemed to be tireless perpetual motion machines, continuing their activities until the next day before finally stopping. To their surprise, despite the full night of excitement, they not only did not feel exhausted but instead felt refreshed, seemingly even more energetic than the night before.
Great! I never expected Brother Su to awaken such a powerful water ability. I need someone like you here. Both of you, come and serve Brother Su well.
The next day, within the fragrant river base, Feng Xiaofeng, upon witnessing Su Zhe's display of abilities, couldn't help but admire him greatly, and thus, on the spot, he gave him the two most beautiful women.
Thank you, Brother Feng. Su Zhe also didn't hold back, reaching out and embracing the slender waists of the two beauties. Oh, by the way, I have a big gift to give to Brother Feng this time. Su Zhe seemed to have remembered something, changed the subject, and said as if offering his services. Brother Su being here is a big gift for my fragrant river base. Ha ha.
Feng Xiaofeng didn't take it seriously, casually responding.
He was currently recruiting talents to strengthen the fragrant river base's power, aiming to unify the entire Pujiang and become the king of Pujiang. Because only by becoming the king of Pujiang could one have endless food and an endless supply of beautiful women to sleep with. Brother Feng, do you remember the Huaxing shopping plaza?
Seeing his disbelief, Su Zhe didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point.
I do.
At that time, they were heavily advertising the grand opening.
How could I not know?
Feng Xiaofeng nodded, then seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up as he asked, since it was about to open before Doomsday, they must have stocked up a lot of goods inside, right?
Yes.
As far as I know, before the zombie virus outbreak, Huaxing Shopping Plaza had stocked up hundreds of cars worth of supplies. At that time, several slaughterhouses near Pujiang had all their goods bought up. Dozens of suppliers were constantly delivering goods there every day. Su Zhe recounted the information he had heard, embellishing it. They stocked up hundreds of cars worth of supplies?
I've been to Huaxing Shopping Plaza before, due to land restrictions. It's actually just a larger supermarket, not as big as Walmart.
Where did they put hundreds of cars worth of supplies? Feng Xiaofeng thought he was talking nonsense and raised doubts.
Well, this Huaxing Shopping Plaza was originally a property under the Huaxing Group.
There was a guy named Chu Chen who uncovered an insider for the Huaxing CEO. So, the Huaxing CEO gave the almost ready-to-open shopping plaza to that kid. Half a month before the zombie virus outbreak, a guy surnamed Chu had the supermarket surrounded by a 4-meter-high wall.
He also ordered a large amount of food and supplies. Supposedly, dozens of large trucks were delivering goods there every day, and the supermarket was already overflowing. But what outsiders didn't know was that before the zombie virus outbreak, that kid awakened a spatial ability. He stored all the ordered supplies in his storage space. So, even though dozens of trucks unloaded goods at the supermarket every day, the next day, everything was gone. Su Zhe revealed all of Chu Chen's secrets in detail. As long as you're not stupid, you won't reveal such secrets to outsiders. How did you find out?
Feng Xiaofeng pinched his chin, looking at him with some suspicion, clearly not believing what he was saying. He had initially valued his ability. After all, it was a water-based ability that could instantly burst water pipes and control the water in rivers and lakes, capable of flooding any shelter that dared not to submit. However, the more he spoke, the more far-fetched it sounded, and he even began to doubt whether Su Zhe was intentionally deceiving him.
To be honest, I am an employee of Huashing.
I work in the network security department, usually maintaining the network security of the company and clients. Before the zombie virus outbreak, I saw trucks delivering goods to the supermarket every day through the surveillance cameras installed there. At that time, I thought it was for the supermarket's grand opening, but later I found out that Mr. Shu had known that doomsday was coming, so he stocked up in advance. After the zombie virus outbreak, those of us who survived in the company used the washing building as our base. Later, we were trapped inside without food or drink, and Mr. Shu, who was acquainted with our boss Shin, sent us a lot of food. That day, in front of around 30 people from our company, he performed like a magician, bringing out fresh beef and lamb, cooking gas cylinders, gas stoves, and even bowls and chopsticks. He was too young, liked to show off, especially in front of beautiful women. That day, in order to please Boss Shin and show off in front of everyone, he even revealed his awakened spatial ability. He said that before the doomsday outbreak, he stocked up so much food that it would last for generations. As long as we listen to him in the future, he will lead us to enjoy the best food and drinks. His move indeed impressed everyone. Since that day, we all call him boss, even our boss Shin followed him. However, after a few days, our boss Shin awakened the ice and snow ability. In addition, nearly 20 employees of the company awakened abilities. After our strength grew, we gathered a lot of food from outside. One day, we saw someone online initiating the establishment of the Pujiang Ability Holders Guild. We thought of uniting to fight the zombies in the city and the mutated beasts outside together. But, Mr. Chu disagreed and even threatened us not to join the guild. He was afraid that if we joined the guild, we wouldn't listen to him anymore. In short, he wanted us to always obey him, to be at his beck and call. Later, we voted, and more than 20 people out of 30 agreed to join the guild. Mr. Chu was worried that we would break free from his control, so during dinner yesterday, he secretly drugged us. 30-something people in the company, except for me and Shin Bingqian, were all killed by him. I happened to be upstairs and escaped the disaster.
Shin Bingqian was drugged and taken away by him. Alas.
Suze recounted what had happened before, half true and half false, and then pretended to sigh in frustration.
So that's what happened. You coming to me is the right choice. I'll tell you, the ability holders at our Shangjiang base, along with you, now make 9. I'm planning to have the entire base join the Pujiang Ability Holders Guild. Although it was initiated by those young kids, who will become the chairman in the end is hard to say. Rest assured, if I become the chairman, I will never mistreat you in the future. Hearing this, Feng Xiaofeng believed him somewhat, patted Suze on the shoulder, and generously made a vague promise. Thank you, Brother Feng.
Suze pretended to be delighted and thanked him, then changed the subject and continued to instigate. That kid Chu has only awakened the spatial ability, he's just a walking warehouse, with hardly any combat power. If we capture him, our Shangjiang base won't have to worry about food and drink in the future.
I'll send someone to find out first. Those who have survived until now didn't rely on luck. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one win every battle, right? Feng Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, then casually responded.
He had never heard of this Chu Chen person before, and he knew nothing about his strength.
Moreover, he couldn't just believe Suze's one-sided words about stocking up hundreds of trucks of supplies.
In case the one surnamed Chu didn't stock up much, but still had strong power, even if he was defeated, he would lose troops and gain little.
He is currently recruiting ability users everywhere to strengthen his power and become the king of Pujiang.
If the ability users assembly hasn't been established yet, and his ability users are wiped out, how will he compete for the position of leader with other forces later? Therefore, he won't act rashly until he understands the opponent's strength.
Feng is right. Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles. However, from what I know about that kid, he only has 2 decent fighters under him. Without the protection of these 2 fighters, he's just a weakling, easily crushed. As long as we have guns and take out those 2 fighters, dealing with him will be much simpler. Oh, by the way, Shin is still in his hands. She is the #1 beauty in Pujiang, that figure, that face, the dream lover of countless men. Such a beautiful woman, ruined by that kid, what a waste. Seeing his lack of interest, Suze was unwilling and continued to incite. Moreover, the fact that the kid has stocked up a large amount of supplies will probably be known to many soon. If we act too late, that fat sheep will belong to someone else. Suze continued to provoke Feng Xiaofeng. He was trying to use the power of the Hong Kong base to get rid of Chu Chen, so he could have Shin Bingqian. Shin Bingqian used to be his dream lover, and he often fantasized about dominating her in the night.
For this, he didn't know how many times he had pleasured himself, wasting countless tissues. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, he finally had the chance to get his goddess. Therefore, he couldn't afford to miss it.
Have you told anyone else about these things? Hearing what he said, Su Xiaofeng's heart stirred, and he quickly asked.
If it was true that Chu Chen had stocked up hundreds of trucks of goods, he couldn't let them fall into someone else's hands.
Not really. However, there are too many people who know about this.
The workers who loaded and unloaded for the kid before the apocalypse, and dozens of suppliers.
Among them, there must be many still alive.
The fact that the kid stocked up goods will spread soon. Feng, think about it, he bought out all the slaughterhouses near Pujiang. Cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, he bought almost everything. How much meat did he stock up? With so much meat stocked up, who wouldn't be tempted? Now in this apocalypse, even getting instant noodles is difficult, let alone steaming hot beef and mutton.
If we act too late, it will benefit others.
Su Zhe shook his head, then repeated the story of Chu Chen stocking up on meat, making everyone nearby salivate. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, not to mention eating meat, it was difficult to fill their stomachs.
Except for the base leader and the ability users, who wasn't living meal to meal.
But there was no choice, just being alive was considered fortunate, and compared to survival, filling one's stomach was insignificant.
Dalong, investigate that kid's background.
Also, find out how much supplies Huaxing Shopping Mall has stocked up. Feng Xiaofeng was somewhat tempted by Su Zhe's words, so he quickly instructed his trusted subordinates.
However, although tempted, he didn't immediately send anyone over. He planned to first understand Chu Chen's background before making a move.
If the strength was too powerful, or if he hadn't stocked up much food at all, he wouldn't take the risk. After all, ability users were in high demand now, and losing a few over some food would not be worth it.
Okay, Feng.
A middle-aged man with a burnt half-face and a turned-out left eye responded, then lifted his gun, signaled to his men, and was about to leave. That Feng, I know a bit about the situation at Huaxing Shopping Plaza. Just then, a man in his 40s or 50s raised his hand with a silly smile in the crowd.
Do you know what's going on inside?
Feng Xiaofeng glanced at him and curiously asked. Delon, who was about to leave, also stopped in his tracks.
Yes.
About 10 days before the outbreak of the zombie virus, I was working as a loader at Huaxing Shopping Plaza. The middle-aged man smiled sincerely, nodding repeatedly with a restrained look.
Did that Chu Chen hoard a lot of goods?
I heard he worked there. Feng Xiaofeng's eyes lit up as he quickly asked.
I only worked for 3 days, earning over $1,000 a day.
Later, a thug named Dongzi saw us making money and brought a bunch of guys to drive us away. During those 3 days, we had to unload over 60 cars of goods on slow days, and up to 80 or 90 cars on busy days. All of them were large cargo trucks carrying about 10 tons each. They were filled with freshly slaughtered beef and lamb. Some trucks delivered pork, chicken, and frozen seafood. Strangely, after unloading goods all morning, the supermarket's first floor and courtyard were full, but when we went back in the afternoon, everything was gone. We found it odd at the time, but we didn't think much of it because we were there to make money. Now thinking back, this young man was probably right, that Chu Boss must have a space with special abilities. That's why the goods we unloaded disappeared. The middle-aged man detailed everything he had seen and heard, fueling Feng Xiaofeng's excitement. In those 3 days, they hoarded 2,000 to 3,000 tons of beef and lamb.
In just over 10 days, wouldn't they have hoarded tens of thousands of tons? If he could get his hands on that meat, he wouldn't have to eat instant noodles and biscuits every day.
Although he was the boss of Shangjiang Base, he had only eaten meat 2 or 3 times. It was considered a luxury to have some dried meat on regular days. Occasionally finding a bit of meat in a roadside mini-mart's fridge, he couldn't even have a few bites because there were too many people, and he had to win their hearts. So, whenever he found meat, he shared it with his awakened subordinates.
Otherwise, if he enjoyed it alone, his subordinates would lose loyalty. Feng Ge, am I right?
Seeing someone vouch for him, Su Zhe proudly spoke up and continued to instigate. Chu Chen is like a walking giant warehouse.
If you want to act, you have to be quick, or else others will benefit. Since you know what's going on inside, why didn't you say so when you came? Why did you wait a few days to tell us? Smack! As Su Zhe's words fell, De Long impatiently walked up to the middle-aged man and slapped him. Longu, when I just arrived, I wanted to say it, but I was afraid you wouldn't believe me. After all, who can predict the coming of doomsday? The middle-aged man explained nervously, covering half of his face. Alright, De Long, spare him this time. In the future, whoever comes to join us must disclose all secrets. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Feng Xiaofeng's imposing manner had a deterrent effect, and he quickly waved his hand. Yes, Feng Gu. De Long, who had just been arrogant, obediently responded to Feng Xiaofeng's orders and left the base with his men. Seeing his attitude, Su Zhe speculated in his heart. De Long was obviously an awakened individual, but in front of Feng Xiaofeng, he was as obedient as a puppy, showing great respect.
Obviously, Feng Xiaofeng was not as harmless as he appeared on the surface. Most likely, he had awakened even more terrifying abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made De Long, an awakened individual, so fearful. It seemed that in the future at Shangjiang base, he had to tread carefully.
If he angered Feng Xiaofeng, he probably wouldn't even know how he would die.
In an instant, he restrained himself and quickly removed his hands from the buttocks of the two beautiful women. Although it was Feng Xiaofeng who had just given it to the woman, who knows if this guy is being polite or sincere in giving it? What if he's just being polite, and if he directly accepts these two women, won't Feng Xiaofeng hold a grudge against him in the future?
Aren't you hungry? Not hungry, don't. Stop, continue. Damn. Are you addicted to this? Don't stop, let's play a little longer.
In the room, the once aloof Shen Bingqian was now like a water snake, entwined around Chu Chen and unwilling to let go. For some reason, when doing couple exercises, Shen Bingqian felt extremely comfortable.
This comfort was not only mental but also physical.
At this moment, she felt like she was walking on clouds, experiencing indescribable wonders and joy. Compared to the last time, she not only felt no fatigue but seemed to be rapidly replenishing her abilities.
The more she exercised, the more energetic and powerful she became, with even more vitality. She felt like she could keep going for another 10 days without any problem. Why do I feel like this is like dual cultivation? Chu Chen also felt something unusual. After exercising vigorously for a while, he carefully sensed it and then exclaimed in surprise to himself. Besides Shen Bingqian's ecstatic moans from his intense movements, he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, his physical strength seemed to be slowly increasing. Although this feeling was subtle, he still caught it. Not only that, his strength now was significantly higher compared to yesterday. All signs indicated that he and Shen Bingqian might have inadvertently comprehended the technique of dual cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to engage in couple exercises all night without feeling any fatigue. However, it seemed that the longer the dual cultivation lasted, the less effective it became. At the beginning last night, he could clearly feel the energy increasing within him. But by this morning, although it was still increasing, it was barely noticeable. If he didn't pay close attention, he might not even feel it. Dual cultivation?
Hearing him say this, Shen Bingqian suddenly realized. She had just been seeking pleasure, feeling waves of ecstasy one after another. If she were too tired, she would have fallen asleep long ago.
I'm hungry. Let's practice again next time.
Seeing that his strength was no longer increasing, Chu Chen forcibly stopped the couple exercises and then put on his clothes. Although his strength had increased significantly last night, he was still hungry. If he didn't get up to eat soon, he would probably collapse.
Shen Bingqian sighed with lingering regret and reluctantly got out of bed. For some reason, she always felt unsatisfied after that spiritual and physical unity. It was as if her body was originally perfectly matched with Chu Chen, making the exercise incredibly enjoyable. At this moment, she completely believed Chu Chen's previous statement about awakening the body of the Holy Spirit. Just after 2 nights of couple exercises, she awakened her abilities and improved her strength significantly. You glutton, is your mind only filled with those dirty things between men and women?
After washing up, Chu Chen took out steaming hot food from the system space and pretended to scold Shen Bingqian seriously. Shen Bingqian, who had always been calm and serious, blushed instantly upon hearing him. She had just been indulging in a half-dreamy state, feeling ecstatic. If she had been fully awake, how could she have been so unrestrained? Fortunately, after this guy teased her, he quickly filled his stomach and returned to the shelter. Since she still needed to familiarize herself with the ice and snow skills, she was afraid of accidentally freezing the shelter's house. Therefore, she chose to stay in the Lijiang Garden community. With such a large community and no one inside, even if she destroyed the entire place, it wouldn't harm any innocent people.
Master, the old driver greets you.
Master, old wine greets you. Upon returning to the supermarket, Chu Chen saw 2 high-level zombies respectfully approaching and saluting.
Damn, why do you guys have these names? Looking at the 2 newly promoted zombie kings, Chu Chen always felt that they were not good people before.
Oh, this.
The 2 zombie kings were caught off guard and didn't know how to answer for a moment. 7 or 8 ability users, could it be that only you 2 have been promoted? Chu Chen didn't pursue further but suddenly thought of a more important question.
Previously, the army and the police only consumed 1 ability user and evolved into zombie kings.
However, this time, for high-level zombies, after consuming several, only 2 were promoted to zombie kings? Master, those 4 were originally of low rank. It's already good that 2 were promoted. However, the other 2 are just half a step away from becoming zombie kings.
The army quickly stepped forward, his voice hoarse. Yes, with just 2 more ability users, they can evolve into zombie kings.
tank, standing nearby, nodded.
Master, although the effects are not as good when we consume ability users now, it still enhances our strength.
Master, when will you let us consume more ability users? The Zombie King chef licked his lips, then smiled awkwardly.
However, his facial expression was somewhat stiff, making the smile uglier than crying.
It still works?
Hearing him say that consuming ability users still works, Chuchen's eyes lit up slightly.
If the Zombie King's strength were to increase further, how terrifying would it be?
In the previous life, he only knew that the Zombie King's strength was terrifying, but as for further enhancements, he not only hadn't seen it, but hadn't even heard of it.
If the strength of these Zombie Kings were to be significantly increased, what changes would occur? But where could they find so many ability users for them to consume? Chuchen started to worry. All 7 Zombie Kings leave this place. Go outside and recruit other zombies. Strive to integrate all the zombies in the city under your command. After pondering for a moment, Chuchen finally came up with an idea.
To solve the Zombie King's blood-feeding issue, the only way was to integrate all the zombies in Pujang together, then take the initiative to hunt down those ability users outside. In the previous life, he clearly remembered that Menard Biotech Company had raised a large number of ability users. These ability users were all not good people, so why not use their flesh and blood to feed the Zombie Kings?
Yes, Master. The 7 Zombie Kings took their orders and left the shelter. Dragon brother, this is Huaxing Shopping Mall. Not long after the 7 Zombie Kings left, a group of people appeared outside the shelter. They looked at the large iron gate from a distance, not daring to approach.
Indeed, just as that Su said, they actually built a 4 to 5 meter high courtyard wall.
It seems they were well prepared.
The middle-aged man with his left eye turned out and half of his face disfigured, frowning. He was none other than Lu Dalong, Feng Xiaofeng's subordinate.
Dragon brother, it seems like the gate has a gap. Should I go and check it out? One of his subordinates volunteered. No need, find a high-rise building, let's go up and take a look.
Lu Dalong grabbed the binoculars and looked around. After a short time, he chose a location.
Thank you all for your support.
I have some matters to attend to these days. I will definitely update the day after tomorrow.
Ha.
On the first floor of the supermarket, when they saw Chuchen returning from outside, the 2 high-level zombies in coats quickly greeted him respectfully. Perhaps due to their impending transformation into Zombie Kings, although they couldn't speak yet, they were already showing signs of intelligence. After Chuchen returned yesterday, he dressed the army and the other 8 high-level zombies in clothes. Due to their tall stature, they could only wear oversized loose clothing like coats. Fortunately, with hats and sunglasses to cover up, unless you looked closely, you wouldn't realize they were not human.
They seemed strong, let them come over to help move the machines.
Long Yun, busy installing a high-power generator, saw him come in and quickly said. Worried that Chuchen might think they were slacking off, the 7 female soldiers never dared to be idle.
After installing the solar panels yesterday, they were now installing a diesel generator today.
Since the generator equipment was too heavy and there was no crane at the supermarket, they called over 2 higher-order zombies for help. Surprisingly, these 2 zombies could understand human speech and obediently lent a hand. In fact, when they saw 4 zombies feasting yesterday, they weren't particularly surprised or disgusted. After all, as Special Forces members who survived the zombie virus outbreak, they had fought zombies face to face.
One of them had even killed hundreds of zombies.
Therefore, whether witnessing zombies devouring blood or interacting with them, they felt no fear. Moreover, they knew these were zombies under Chu Chen's command.
Oh, by the way, did Minister Qian contact you? Chu Chen responded and then seemed to remember something, pausing in his steps. I'm worried about being tracked, so I turned off the satellite phone at Phylong Mountain yesterday. It only turns on when we initiate contact. Long Yin shook his head, explaining to him. Well, you guys carry on. Hearing that Minister Qian had no news, Chu Chen went upstairs. The 7 hot female warriors had come to him for one reason only, to avenge their comrades. He was worried that they might act recklessly once they received news from Minister Qian, so he asked. When Chu Chen returned to the second floor, he was suddenly exhilarated at the sight before him. If not for the night of vigorous activity, he might have had a nosebleed by now. Luo Yuyu was bent over, dusting the furniture. It wasn't the action itself that caught his attention, but her tight jeans accentuating her round, perky buttocks and slender legs, making her bending over all the more enticing. She was already the hospital's beauty, not only beautiful but also with a fiery figure. Now, dressed in tight jeans and making such seductive movements, any normal man would find it irresistible. Besides Luo Yuyu, there was also elementary school teacher Qin Yan on the second floor. At that moment, Qin was wearing yoga attire and doing yoga on a mat, her round buttocks particularly eye-catching with each stretch and bend. Interesting.
Shu Qin watched the two sexy beauties competing in his room and decided to stop and lean against the wall, enjoying the show with great interest. He wanted to see which of these two stunning beauties had the roundest and perkiest buttocks. Boss. Seeing him not entering, the two pretended to notice him casually and greeted him in unison. In fact, upon learning that Lin Xingya had awakened her abilities after just one night with him, they were both extremely envious. Lin Xingya could now lift hundreds of pounds with one hand and smash sandbags in the yard with a single punch. Seeing Lin Xingya gain such powerful abilities in just 2 days, they were full of envy. So, after inquiring about Chu Chen's preferences, the two decided to put on a show. Because Lin Xingya told them that the boss liked round and perky, and also liked the old man pushing the cart. So, one put on tight jeans, and the other wore a yoga outfit, dressing provocatively. Seeing Chu Chen return, they quickly resumed cleaning and stretching. Every move they made highlighted their seductive figures. You guys carry on. I enjoy watching. Chu Chen smiled playfully, then sat on the sofa, gesturing for them to continue. Boss, we. Seeing their intentions exposed, Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan blushed, feeling embarrassed as they stood up. Come on, are you lusting after me? Oh no, it's the Holy Spirit's body? Chu Chen lay back on the sofa comfortably, crossing his legs and teasing the two. The two women hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly nodded. Their delicate faces were already flushed. You mentioned before that you awakened the spirit body, and as long as you had a joyful union, you would awaken abilities. We didn't believe it at first, but then Xingya just spent one night with you and awakened abilities. She's like a superhero, incredibly strong. After the zombie virus outbreak, it's chaotic outside, survival is tough. So, we thought of approaching you. Luoyu and Qin Yan didn't hold back, confessing everything. Their confession was actually a subtle way of expressing their feelings, wanting to see Chu Chen's reaction. If he was interested, their awakening was imminent. If not, they would have to figure something else out. Just for this? Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh at their words. Actually, the reason he hadn't made a move on them yet was mainly due to being busy, no time. When he had the chance, why would he need their seduction? He would just take the initiative. Come, have a few drinks with me. Whoever can hold their liquor better tonight gets to stay. Chu Chen brought out some steaming dishes and 2 bottles of Romani Conti wine from the storage space, inviting the two over. Really? The two women's eyes lit up, then excitedly sat beside him. Damn, this kid is really lucky. Damn, isn't this table full of seafood? Where did he get all these lavish dishes? In a tall building in the distance, Lu Dalong held a telescope, swallowing saliva continuously. He had just climbed up the building with his man, forcibly opened a door, and was now observing the situation at the Huaxing supermarket across the street with the telescope. Little did he know that as soon as he adjusted the telescope, he saw a man on the second floor of the supermarket, enjoying wine with 2 women. Not only were the 2 women stunning, but the dishes on the table also shocked him. It was a steaming seafood feast. This kid can even have a seafood feast? Lu Dalong looked at the table of food on the second floor of the supermarket, drooling. Since the zombie virus outbreak, let alone a seafood feast, having a meal of meat was considered good. However, the kid across the street had a table full of delicacies. They had to stew 2 chickens at the Shangjiang base for over 10 people to share, and it would be gone after a few bites per person. This kid, on the other hand, was eating so much alone. Obviously, he had plenty of such delicacies. Damn! He really hoarded a lot of good stuff. Watching the luxurious meal across, Lu Dalong became more convinced of what Su Zhe had said. Without hoarding tens of thousands of tons of meat and seafood, he wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. These 2 women have quite the curves. After drooling for a while, he aimed the telescope at the 2 beautiful women in the room. One in tight jeans, the other in yoga attire. Their outfits showcased their sensual and graceful figures. This kid must be Chu Chen. Young and damn lucky. Seeing the young man embracing the women, Lu Dalong bit his teeth in jealousy. A fair-faced kid who hadn't even grown facial hair managed to secure a shelter and was now playing with women. Moreover, these 2 women were both beautiful and sexy. This made him envious and extremely unbalanced. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had half of his face disfigured just to survive after days of life and death struggles, becoming a follower of Su Xiaofeng. Although there were no lavish meals every day, at least he wouldn't go hungry. His life, in this post-apocalyptic world, was already considered privileged. However, compared to the kid across the street, he was living worse than a pig or a dog. The young man across the street is living like an emperor, truly a cut above the rest. Once we take over the supermarket, I must have my way with those 2 women for a few days. Lu Dalong aimed the camera at the 2 beautiful women's perky buttocks, saying viciously, Brother Long, how is it? Is the supermarket crowded? Just as he was indulging in his own fantasies, a chubby man curiously asked. Reminded by his little brother, he remembered that he was here to investigate the reality of the supermarket across the street, not to ogle at women's behinds. So, he raised the binoculars and looked into the supermarket courtyard.
No way.
However, upon closer inspection, he was overjoyed. In such a large courtyard, there were only 2 people in coats patrolling back and forth. There were a few women coming in and out on the first floor, their hands covered in grease, seemingly working. No one on the 3rd or 4th floor. Someone was doing laundry on the 5th floor and hanging it on the rooftop after washing. In such a large supermarket, there were only 3 men, 1 Chu Chen, and 2 mysterious men in coats, guarding a large amount of supplies, keeping several beautiful women, and not recruiting some henchmen? This kid really has guts. How did he survive these 10+ days after Doomsday? Lu Dalong looked repeatedly, feeling puzzled and perplexed. However, soon after seeing the towering 4 to 5 meter high courtyard wall and the heavy iron gate, he seemed to have found the answer. It was mostly due to the sturdy courtyard wall that they had survived unscathed until now. But for them, superhumans, this kind of 4 to 5 meter high wall was no obstacle at all. If they wanted to enter, there were too many ways. You keep watching, I'll call the boss. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no other people hiding in the supermarket, Lu Dalong handed the binoculars to the chubby man and took out his phone to dial a number. Hello, brother phone, I found out. That kid indeed hoarded a lot of good food. I just looked through the binoculars, that kid is eating seafood, and all of it is expensive seafood. He alone set up a table full of food and drinks. It seems Su Zhe was right, he must have hoarded a lot of beef, lamb, and seafood. After the call connected, Lu Dalong said somewhat excitedly. Are you sure? Feng Xiaofeng on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat skeptical. Nowadays, not to mention expensive seafood, even having a steaming bowl of instant noodles was considered luxurious. After all, many people were still struggling to have enough to eat, unable to fill their stomachs. I'm sure. If Brother Feng doesn't believe it, you can ask the chubby guy, he's drooling while watching across the street. Lu Dalong glanced at the chubby man who was monitoring the 2nd floor of the supermarket with binoculars, and said confidently. At this moment, the chubby man's eyes were fixed, saliva dripping continuously. Obviously, he was also peeking at the 2nd floor of the supermarket. You are my brother, how can I not believe you? I'm just a little surprised. By the way, are there many people inside? How many people does that kid have under him? What's their strength like? Feng Xiaofeng, in order to win over his trusted subordinates, changed the subject. There are very few people inside. Only 3 men. One of them is a young man in his 20s. Probably Chu Chen. There are only 2 men in coats downstairs. The rest are all women. Among them, 5 of them, one is more beautiful than the other, each more charming than the last. Brother Feng, if you see them, you will surely like them. Lu Dalong lit a cigarette, sneering. Even if that kid's women are beautiful, are they as beautiful as the women here? In the surrounding neighborhoods, they are all our territory. There are countless young and beautiful women, who knows how many? With his mere 5, can they be as good looking as the women here? Feng Xiaofeng was somewhat incredulous, but he couldn't show any doubt about his trusted subordinates, so he began to praise the women around him in a roundabout way. Let me tell you, Brother Feng, if those 5 women are phoenixes, then the women from our place are just ordinary chickens. It's too far, can't take a picture. If I could take a picture, I would bring it back for you to see, Brother Feng. Lu Dalong glanced across, somewhat regretful. He really wanted Feng Xiaofeng to act quickly and take down the shelter across the street. Then, not only would there be good wine and food, but also 5 stunning beauties. In fact, he had already noted the appearance of the 2 beauties beside Chu Chen. Once they took over the supermarket, he would go find those 2 beauties first for a good time. You keep watch, see how many people that kid has under him? Many bases now send people out during the day to collect supplies. At night, several groups of people will gradually return. Investigate the situation there thoroughly before coming back. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. Oh, by the way, besides the number of people, find out how many ability users he has there? Some shelters have few people, but quite a few ability users. Feng Xiaofeng was intrigued by this, so he instructed Lu Dalong. In fact, he appeared generous, but deep down, he was very lustful. Almost all the beauties in his territory had been played with by him. Even the women he gave to his subordinates were all ones he was tired of playing with. Therefore, when Lu Dalong mentioned that the 5 women were all beautiful and charming, he finally made up his mind to take down Huaxing supermarket. However, to be cautious, he didn't dare to bring people over directly. Instead, he had Lu Dalong investigate thoroughly before making a move. After all, it was a time of warlords vying for power. If all his ability users were killed, what would he use to dominate Pujiang? Before the zombie virus outbreak, he had been striving for promotion, aiming to become a higher official in Pujiang, even the mayor of Pujiang City. However, despite all his efforts, he never made it to the top. Unexpectedly, after the doomsday arrived, he was one of the first to awaken his abilities. Since he couldn't become the mayor during peacetime, he decided to dominate Pujiang in this chaotic world. Therefore, to preserve his strength, he was very cautious in his actions.
He wouldn't take any risks unless necessary.
This was also why he was the strongest and no one dared to provoke him.
Okay, brother Feng.
Lu Dalong thought Feng Xiaofeng made sense, so he hung up the phone and prepared to monitor until dark. Investigate the opposite supermarket thoroughly, then go back after dark.
Fatty, let me have a look. I haven't seen enough yet. Wait a moment. Let me have a quick look, just a glance.
No, I haven't seen enough of these two women's butts. Go away. In front of the window, his men were fighting over the telescope, all seemingly eager to feast their eyes.
Look at you guys. What's the point of just looking with your eyes? Once we take down the opposite side, you can have a good time.
Lu Dalong glared at them, his face cold.
Really, Dragon Brother? The boss agreed to take action?
Hearing what he said, all his men were excited and widened their eyes. Just now, they took turns looking at the opposite side for a while. Whether it was food or women, it made them greedy. Especially those two beautiful women, with their sexy and hot figures, made them want to touch them directly. They originally thought they could only feast their eyes, but who would have thought they would have a chance to ravage them?
Basically, it's a greed.
However, the boss's idea is to know the enemy, understand the strength of that kid across the street before making a move. Lu Dalong took a deep drag of his cigarette, then nodded.
Isn't it clear yet? Just a few people on the other side? The boss is too timid, isn't he? Why don't we just go kill them today, Dragon Brother?
If we wait for the boss to bring people over, by then, those two beautiful women across the street will surely be tired of the boss before giving us a chance. These two are top-notch beauties. If the boss doesn't play with them for a few months, he definitely won't get tired of them. For such a long time, who can wait for this?
Right, why don't we just go kill them now, slaughter those 3 men, and then we can have our way with those pretty women. After we've had our fun, we can bring them back to the boss. What do you think?
The group of henchmen urged Lu Dalong eagerly. Having just looked through the binoculars, their blood was boiling with the desire to charge in and have their way with those two women.
Sizzle, sizzle.
Lu Dalong took a deep drag of his cigarette, seemingly ignoring his men's words. In reality, he was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, hesitating.
Come on, Dragon Brother.
Once we take down the supermarket over there, it will be a great achievement.
Then, we can have some fun with the women, and the boss shouldn't blame us.
That's right, Dragon Brother, with your strength, dealing with those 3 men inside will be a piece of cake.
Once we get rid of those 3 men, we can have our way with those women.
Seeing his indecision, the fat guy and others continued to persuade him.
Enough. Stop talking. Let's do as the boss said, continue monitoring.
After a while, Lu Dalong threw his cigarette butt to the ground in frustration and shouted. Thinking of Feng Xiaofeng's terrifying ability, he felt a chill down his spine.
If he acted without Feng Xiaofeng's consent, it might incur Feng Xiaofeng's resentment.
Others might not know, but he knew Feng Xiaofeng like the back of his hand. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, seemingly friendly but actually ruthless. If he defied orders today and earned Feng Xiaofeng's resentment, he might not even know how he would die in the future. Therefore, after much thought, he could only suppress the evil fire within him and continue to have his men monitor the situation.
Let's start with you to vent some steam.
Suddenly, his gaze fell on the woman of this household. This family consisted of a couple, the man in his 50s, and the woman in her 40s. Although not young, she still had a charming allure. Since he couldn't have those two beauties across the street for now, he decided to make do with this woman. When they had entered earlier, they had beaten up the man, who was now cowering in a corner, trembling in fear. The woman seemed to have some courage, scared but not as timid as the man. He walked up to the woman, lifted her, and headed towards the bedroom.
Ah, let me go, let me go. No, no.
The woman was startled and struggled desperately. Little did she know, the more she resisted, the more excited Lu Dalong became.
Ah, ha ha.
Before long, the bedroom echoed with the woman's piercing screams and Lu Dalong's triumphant laughter. The more pitifully she screamed, the more excited he became.
Woo woo.
The male homeowner of the house sat in a corner, holding his head and crying loudly, not daring to approach the bedroom. The fat guy and others were unfazed by such scenes. After Lu Dalong came out, they took turns going in to have their way with the woman. As night fell, they killed the homeowner and then drove away.
How many of them are there in total? How many of them have abilities?
Inside the Shangjiang base, upon seeing Lu Daolong and his group return, Feng Xiaofeng quickly asked.
Boss, there are only 3 men among them. We monitored until it got dark, but we didn't see anyone go back. Before Lu Daolong could speak, the fat guy eagerly spoke up. Only 3 people? Feng Xiaofeng blinked in suspicion, clearly surprised and puzzled. If there were dozens of people, he would believe it, as many shelters had few people left, but most had awakened abilities. However, there were only 3 men at the washing supermarket? It seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. Stop at that hill ahead. A transport helicopter, carrying 8 or 9 burly Western mercenaries, was flying over the Phylon mountain. The leading black commander glanced at the coordinates, pointing to a bald stone mountain in the distance, and said to the pilot, "Boss, last time more than 30 people didn't make it back. Now with just the 10 of us, do you think there's any danger?" The pilot, flying the helicopter, replied anxiously, "The day before yesterday, Menard Biotech sent over 30 people into the Phylon mountain to find dragon eggs. Later, upon learning that the dragon eggs were taken by the Huaxia female special forces, they sent 2 groups to ambush. Since then, there has been no news. Even the satellite phone lost signal. When Mr. Kelly, the head of the Huaxia headquarters, didn't see them return after 2 days, he immediately sent a search and rescue team to investigate and find out what happened. Based on their last known coordinates, they headed straight for the mountaintop. Mr. Kelly just sent us to see if they are alive or dead. As long as we find out what happened, we'll return immediately." The black commander shook his head indifferently. "Boss, is that dragon egg really that important?" A mercenary behind asked in confusion. "It's crucial. It's about whether the Field family can control all of Huaxia, even the whole world." The black commander nodded. "I heard that most of the well-known politicians in Europe and North America are puppets put forward by the Field family. The entire West is indirectly controlled by the Field family. Controlling the economically and technologically advanced West is equivalent to controlling the world. Now the Field family has basically taken control of the world. I think, whether there is a dragon egg or not, it doesn't have much impact on the Field family, right?" The pilot interjected, shaking his head in confusion. In the Western elite circles, almost everyone knows about the mysterious and terrifying Field family. Although this family has always been behind the scenes, major Western politicians know that they are a taboo existence. Any politician who tries to confront them either fails in elections or meets an untimely death. Once, a journalist tried to expose some secrets of this mysterious family and soon died of a heart attack at home. Therefore, the entire West, and even the whole world, is under the indirect control of the Field family. They couldn't understand why such a powerful and mysterious family would be so interested in just a dragon egg. Although the West is under the control of the Field family, after the zombie virus outbreak, South America, Asia, and many other places are not under their control. And this dragon egg is a key ingredient in making genetic potions. Dragons have always been the kings of beasts, with a powerful bloodline suppression ability over other creatures. If the Field family can create mutant beasts with dragon bloodlines, they could control almost all mutant beasts globally. Recently, there have been large numbers of birds and animals around the world turning into mutant beasts. All these mutant beasts are not under the control of the Field family, and one day they might pose a threat to the Field family. So, this dragon egg is crucial for them. Forget about losing over 30 people, even if it costs the lives of 30,000 or 300,000 people, as long as they get the dragon egg, it's worth it for the Field family. The black commander, feeling idle, started chatting with his subordinates. "Boss, look, what's that?" While they were chatting, a mercenary suddenly shouted outside the window. They all looked in the direction he pointed and saw a large black bird flying towards them. "Is that a crow? How can there be such a huge crow in the world? Even if it mutated, its size shouldn't be this big, right?" When they saw the shape of the bird clearly, they were all shocked. Based on their estimation, the wingspan of this crow is over 10 meters long. It's several times larger than an eagle or a hawk. Not good. It's flying towards us. Soon, the black bird flapped its wings and headed straight for the helicopter. "Boss, we probably can't land at the designated coordinates. We need to leave immediately." Seeing the black bird flying straight towards them, the helicopter pilot didn't wait for the black commander's orders and immediately turned around, trying to escape. "Mr. Cree, it's Al. We have an emergency situation. We can't land at the coordinates, requesting immediate return." The black commander grabbed the microphone on the helicopter and quickly reported to his superior. Although he was reporting, the helicopter was already turning back. "What's going on?" At the new headquarters of Menard Biotech in China, Cree frowned upon hearing AL's report.
2 days ago, Minister Qian informed him that the Chinese military was going to take action against Menard, so he moved the headquarters away from the factory overnight.
A large bird? No, 2. No, 3.
No, dozens of them are surrounding us from all sides.
Boss, it's not good. A giant python's tail is swinging towards our helicopter. Bang. Ah.
In the newly set up office, Cree hadn't quite understood what was happening when the voice on the phone went silent. Obviously, the search and rescue team he sent out had also been wiped out.
Big bird? Giant python?
Recalling the words of the passengers before the helicopter accident, Cree's expression gradually turned serious. It seemed that the team of over 30 people he had sent out had most likely been wiped out due to encountering mutant creatures. With this in mind, he picked up a red pen, circled a location on the map on the wall, and marked it as a restricted area.
The location of that red circle was Phylong Mountain. Ring ring.
Just as he finished drawing a circle, the phone rang again, and he quickly picked up the receiver.
Have the people you sent out returned? Minister Qian's voice came through as soon as he answered the call. Not a single one has returned. Their satellite phone signals have also disappeared on Phylong Mountain.
Just now, the search and rescue team I sent out was also wiped out. Not a single person survived. Frustrated, Cree shook his head and briefly recounted the previous events.
Let me tell you a secret. This secret could determine both of your fates.
Minister Qian seemed impatient to hear about the situation and interrupted him before he could finish speaking.
What secret?
Curious about the seriousness in his tone, Cree asked.
The female special forces team we sent out 2 days ago is likely still alive. The military high command is already investigating me in secret. Initially, I thought it was related to some corruption case, but from a confidential secretary, I found out that someone made a call to report me. She said a satellite phone directly contacted the military leadership, but we don't know who it was. However, she heard the words Pujiang from the leader. So, I suspect it was the female special forces team who reported me. And they are most likely in Pujiang. I need you to find a way to eliminate them immediately. Otherwise, both of us will die.
Frustrated, Minister Qian spoke on the phone. However, before Cree could respond, he hurriedly hung up.
Obviously, it wasn't convenient for him to talk there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so hasty. The female special forces team is still alive?
Cree looked at the receiver in his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If what Minister Qian said was true and those female soldiers were still alive, then Minister Qian's life was definitely at stake. Minister Qian, if something happens to him, then he and the Menard Biotech Company's headquarters in Longwo will be completely finished.
Because Minister Qian knows how to find them.
No matter where Menard's headquarters in Longwo moves to, Minister Qian can still easily locate them.
After pondering for a moment, he immediately dialed a number. Mr. Cree, is there anything I can do for you?
As soon as the call connected, a respectful voice came through the receiver.
Help me find a group of people.
They are members of your Longwo Women's Special Forces team, most likely hiding in Pujiang.
I will send you their information shortly.
Listen, whoever finds and eliminates them first will take the position of the president of the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Users Association. Cree spoke with an unquestionable tone, as if giving orders to his subordinates.
He then hung up and dialed another number. Are there really only 3 of them?
Inside the Shangjiang base, upon seeing Lu Dalong and the others return, Feng Xiaofeng quickly inquired about the situation at Huaxing Supermarket. Upon hearing that there were only 3 men inside, he furrowed his brows in disbelief.
Yes, Fenggu, indeed there are only 3 men. The rest are all women.
Moreover, those women are all sexy and beautiful, much more so than the women in our Shangjiang base.
Lu Dalong nodded quickly, emphasizing the beauty of those women, trying to entice Feng Xiaofeng to act quickly. Is it possible that many of those women are supernatural ability users?
Feng Xiaofeng furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, then asked again. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse, and he knew better than anyone how difficult and cruel it was to survive until now. Starting from the day the zombie virus broke out, surviving the zombie attacks, then enduring hunger, awakening supernatural abilities. After awakening his abilities, he had to establish a refuge, lead people out to kill zombies and search for food. Even with a large amount of food stored in advance, he still had to guard against zombies and other surviving humans coming to snatch it. It was extremely difficult to survive for over 10 days in this apocalypse without sufficient strength. Especially when he had stored a large amount of food and was accompanied by several beautiful women, it became even more challenging. Because in this morally degraded apocalypse, food and beautiful women were both highly sought-after commodities.
Impossible.
Lu Dalong shook his head firmly and continued. Recruiting so many female supernatural ability users, all sexy and beautiful, is definitely unlikely. Yes, we've been watching with binoculars for a long time. That guy is surrounded by women. Even the two women are dressed very provocatively, trying hard to please him. If they were female supernatural ability users, why would they try to please a man like that? It's definitely the other way around. That guy with the surname Chu is pleasing the women, not the other way around. Yes, he's a waste with a spatial supernatural ability, no combat power at all. Any female supernatural ability user could easily kill him. Those women are clearly collected as playthings by that guy. They definitely can't be supernatural ability users. Boss, there are only 3 men among them. Even if all 3 are supernatural ability users, with so many guns in our hands, we can easily take them down. As soon as Lu Dalong finished speaking, his men took over, analyzing the situation one after another. Fengge, I think Dalong is right. Chu is surrounded by so many beautiful women, it's definitely for pleasure, unlikely that they are supernatural ability users. Besides, I've known him for so long and have never seen him take action. Obviously, his spatial ability can only deceive those ignorant women. Standing nearby, Suze also joined in to persuade. Boss, if you're still worried, how about this? None of our supernatural ability users from the base will go. I'll take my brothers to take him down? With the dozen or so guns we have, are we still afraid of his 3 supernatural ability users? Seeing Feng Xiaofeng hesitating, as if he still had concerns, the fat man volunteered bravely to take on the mission. He had been ogling beautiful women through the telescope for most of the day, leaving him parched. Although he had vented on the hostess of the house, the thought of the 2 sexy women on the 2nd floor still made his mouth water. He just wanted to quickly take down the Huaxing shopping mall and then savor the taste of those 2 seductive beauties. Just as the fat man finished speaking, Feng Xiaofeng's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and quickly answered the call. Mr. Kli, what made you call me today? Feng Xiaofeng smiled politely, his attitude very courteous. Mr. Su, help me find a group of women. They are members of the Dragon Country Women's Special Forces. Once you locate them, eliminate them immediately. I will send you their information shortly. After it's done, you will take the position of the president of the Pujiang Supernatural Ability Guild. Oh, by the way, this is a bounty mission. Whoever gets it done first, will be the president. On the other end of the phone, Kli didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. No, these are after all soldiers of my dragon country. I cannot betray my own country. Feng Xiaofeng's smile faded, and he said firmly, it will cost you more. Indeed, it's you, Feng. With the right price, anything can be sold. Tell me, what do you want? Kli on the other end of the phone found his boldness amusing. However, as long as he could eliminate those female soldiers quickly, he was willing to pay a higher price. First, 100 automatic rifles, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, 100 bottles of genetic elixir. Feng Xiaofeng made a bold request, stating his conditions. Although the mutated beasts outside the city were becoming less afraid of firearms, they were still effective against ordinary people and newly awakened supernaturals. Having dealt with Menard for a long time, he knew better than to trust these Westerners too much. Once he truly eliminated those female soldiers, Menard might turn on him, and might not help him become the president. So, it was better to secure some weapons first. Even if Menard didn't support him when the guild was established, with these weapons in hand, he might still be able to seize the position of president. He knew that Menard's vaccine being sold in Dragon Country and the establishment of Menard's branch in Dragon Country had something to do with his previous role as the mayor of Yuanjiang City. After years of dealing with these foreigners, he knew well how shameless and pragmatic they could be. Therefore, he firmly refused to agree until he was offered benefits. I don't have 100 automatic rifles or 50,000 rounds of ammunition in my arsenal. However, I can give you 30 rifles and 3,000 rounds of ammunition. That's all I have. If it's not enough, I'll find someone else. As for the genetic elixir, after you eliminate those female soldiers, I can give you at most 2 bottles. Kli saw Feng Xiaofeng's bold request and had to state his bottom line. He sought help to eliminate the women's special forces because only the people of Dragon Country could quickly locate their fellow country women. If he knew the whereabouts of those female soldiers, he would have sent someone to deal with them long ago and wouldn't have approached Feng Xiaofeng, the old fox. Menard had recently trained a large number of mutated beasts and genetically altered individuals. As long as they were willing, they could wipe out any human survivor base in Pujiang. Alright, deal. But I need those weapons now. Feng Xiaofeng was afraid of ruining the deal, so he didn't push further and agreed readily. Once he had those weapons in hand, even if he didn't help Menard eliminate those female soldiers, he wouldn't return them. In other words, regardless of the quantity, it was as good as getting them for free. The firearms he had now were obtained from the police station. Adding them up, there weren't even 10 left,
and there were hardly any bullets remaining.
If they were used up, they would be no different from burnt fire sticks.
Alright, I'll have someone deliver them to you first thing tomorrow morning.
After saying this, Kelly hung up the phone, clearly showing impatience.
Feng Xiaofeng didn't care about the other party's attitude.
He opened his phone and indeed, Kelly had sent over the information of those female soldiers.
I'm assigning you a task, find these female soldiers. Once found, eliminate them immediately.
Their bodies can be exchanged for 2 bottles of genetic elixir and the position of the president of the Pujing Supernatural Ability Association. Feng Xiaofeng handed the phone to his subordinates to look through, his interest waning.
With 30 guns in hand, he didn't hold out hope of finding these female soldiers, because if even the vast Menard couldn't find them, he had even less chance. It was just a matter of luck for him, so he showed it to his subordinates once. It would be better if they could find those female soldiers, but if not, so be it. What he was most interested in now was Huaxing Shopping Mall. After hearing what Lu Daolong and the others said, he had made up his mind to find a way to get those women. Find a way to get Chu Chen, this walking giant warehouse, into his hands. Why do they look familiar? Lu Daolong flipped through the photos and the information, his eyes blinking.
Among these short-haired female soldiers, there were 2 that seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them.
With so many people in Pujing, where can we find these dozens of female soldiers? Fatty flipped through the photos, finding them pretty but not leaving any impression.
Although they had been monitoring Huaxing Supermarket for most of the day, most of the time they were watching sexy beauties.
Occasionally glancing downstairs, they didn't notice any female soldiers. Chu Chen has many women. Do you think among these women, there might be these female soldiers?
Su Zhe, while looking through, had a sudden idea and made a bold assumption.
Yes, I remember. I've seen 2 of these female soldiers at Huaxing Supermarket. With his words, Lu Daolong suddenly remembered seeing 2 young women with short hair and wearing camouflage vests through the telescope.
Although he had only seen their profiles and not their faces, that short hair looked too similar to these female soldiers.
Moreover, camouflage vests were worn by soldiers in the army.
Short hair plus camouflage vest immediately made him think of these female soldiers on the phone.
Are you sure?
Feng Xiaofeng, who had no hope at first, suddenly became interested when he heard this.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing.
When asked by Feng Xiaofeng, Lu Daolong worried that it was just a coincidence and they would be disappointed later, so he quickly shook his head. Whether they are female soldiers or not, tomorrow, capture all those women and interrogate them carefully to find out.
Seeing his uncertainty, Feng Xiaofeng waved his hand nonchalantly. Boss, do you mean we're going to Huaxing Supermarket tomorrow?
Hearing this, Fatty's eyes widened with excitement.
He had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
As long as they took down Huaxing Supermarket, the beautiful women inside would be theirs to play with. Although they had to let the bosses have their turn first, and only when the bosses got tired of playing could they have a go.
But they could wait for a while.
Besides, there were many beautiful women inside, and if the boss got a lot of meat, he might reward them with a few to play with first.
Yes, after the guns arrive tomorrow, you lead the team over. By then, bring more people, capture Chu Chen and those women alive. Eliminate the rest. B-boss, who among us has the highest alcohol tolerance? Who's staying tonight? Of course, it's me, I have the highest tolerance. And no, mine is the highest.
On the second floor of Huaxing Shopping Mall, Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan, one on each side, leaned in Chu Chen's arms, their drunken eyes filled with affection. They drank from morning till night, with a pile of red wine bottles on the table.
You both hold your liquor equally well, it's a tie. How about this?
Chu Chen's hand slid down the petite waists of the 2 girls, finally resting on their round buttocks.
Let's settle this way, since the drinking is a tie, let's compare butts. Whoever has the biggest and roundest one stays tonight. That's a good idea. Let's compare, who's afraid?
Confident in the butt comparison, the 2 girls readily agreed.
Just then, roars suddenly came from outside. I have something to do and will be late in updating today. Extra updates tomorrow, thank you for your support. Back so soon? Chu Chen was surprised by the roars outside.
The sounds were signals from his 7 zombie kings, seeking an audience with their master. He initially only had a large army under his command, but later recruited 8 higher-order zombies. Yesterday, 6 of the 8 higher-order zombies evolved into zombie kings, and the remaining 2 were on the verge of breaking through to the king level. Early this morning, he sent out the army and the 6 zombie kings to integrate all the zombies in Pujiang. He thought it would take at least a week for them to return. After all, Pujiang was vast, with millions of zombies, and it would take a considerable amount of time to bring them all under his control.
Who would have thought that the 7 zombie kings would return in just one day? Clap, clap. Chu Chen patted the round buttocks of Qin Yan and Luo Yuyu, then stood up. Wait here for a moment, I'll go down and take a look.
With that, he went downstairs, opened the large iron gate, and walked out.
Master, master, master.
Seeing him come out, the army, accompanied by the 6 zombie kings, quickly approached respectfully. Behind the 7 zombie kings stood a dense crowd of at least 400 to 500 zombies.
Strangely, perhaps due to awakening the bloodline of the ancient ancestors, Chu-Chen could sense the aura emanating from them.
Surprisingly, all the zombies in this large group were higher-order zombies.
You're back so soon. Is the task I assigned completed? Also, what brings you to me?
Frowning at their return with only a few hundred zombies, Chu-Chen inquired.
Master, rest assured, we wouldn't dare return if the task wasn't completed.
The army pointed to the dense group of zombies behind them, explaining quickly, they are all higher-order zombies from various districts of Pujiang, the leaders of zombies in each district.
By bringing them under our control, we now command all the zombies in Pujiang. We sought an audience with you late at night because we discovered some unusual circumstances. Yes, if it weren't urgent, we wouldn't disturb your rest.
Tank nodded solemnly and continued, there are more and more mutated creatures within the city. Many pets, after mutating, have awakened various abilities. After mutation, ants, rats, and cockroaches are as big as chickens and ducks.
There's even a golden cockroach king the size of a calf.
The situation outside the city is even worse, with a large number of wild animals undergoing mutations.
Even many poultry and livestock have mutated.
They have entered the city and are fighting with us zombies for territory. Furthermore, the abilities of human mutants are rapidly increasing. In order to enhance their abilities, they have begun to group together to kill us zombies and those mutated beasts. The situation is becoming more and more severe, and the zombies are finding less and less flesh and blood to consume. Even many of the higher-order zombies behind me haven't fed on blood for 2 days.
The 6 zombie kings detailed the situation inside and outside the city.
Today, when they went out to subdue the zombies within the city, they found that the higher-order zombies inside the city had started to establish territories.
Each higher-order zombie now had its own territory. As they had evolved into corpse kings, their bloodline power was extremely strong.
The higher-ranked zombies trembled in fear at the sight of them and immediately knelt down in submission. Therefore, without much effort, they quickly brought all the higher-ranked zombies in the city under their command. After communicating with these higher-ranked zombies, they learned that there had been a drastic change both inside and outside the city, and the survival environment for zombies was becoming increasingly harsh.
However, it was precisely for this reason that even without bloodline suppression, these higher-ranked zombies were willing to be their subordinates. Their strength was too weak, always being beaten by human ability users.
Now, with the corpse kings as their backing, they were more than willing. Master, to prevent attacks from mutant beasts on the shelter, I have relocated all the zombies from the entire city to the vicinity.
If there's any trouble at the shelter, they will immediately come to reinforce. After the 6 corpse kings finished speaking, the army quickly added, all of them? How many? Chu-Chen asked curiously, stroking his chin.
In the previous life, large-scale mutations of various creatures occurred 6 months after Doomsday. Unexpectedly, this time it happened earlier. And not just a little earlier, but half a year in advance. This change made him vaguely feel that something was not quite right.
However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong at the moment. Not many, just over 2 million.
There were many zombies in the city, but in the recent period, over 1 million have been lost. The army shook his head, looking somewhat regretful.
Still not many? You brought them all here? Hearing this, Chu-Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. If over 2 million zombies were deployed around the supermarket, wouldn't the area be swarming with zombies?
Although the shelter would be safe, he couldn't feed so many zombies. However, as he glanced around, he only saw hundreds of higher-ranked zombies in front of him, without any others in sight.
Yes, Master.
I think since they can't get any blood to feed on anyway, it's better for them to gather together. After all, there's strength in numbers. If they are left in their own territories, their power will be dispersed, which is not conducive to hunting for flesh and blood. So, I have gathered them all together, planning to go out collectively to search for blood, just like human ability users do. For zombies, besides human ability users, the flesh and blood of mutant beasts is also a great supplement. The army nodded, then expressed his thoughts.
That makes sense. Hearing this explanation, Chu-Chen finally felt relieved. As long as he didn't have to feed those over 2 million zombies, it was fine.
Since human ability users could team up and leave the city to hunt mutant beasts, zombies could do the same.
By the way, where are those over 2 million zombies? Why don't I see them?
Chu-Chen looked around again, puzzled. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I dispersed them in the abandoned neighborhoods around and in the air raid shelters.
As long as they don't come out, No one will find them, the army quickly explained.
There's no need to gather so many zombies here.
Leave tens of thousands nearby.
Let's do this, divide them into 10 teams and establish 10 bases. Each base will be led by a corpse king, leading these zombies to hunt for blood.
The 6 of you, each take charge of a base. The remaining 4 bases will be temporarily led by you, the army.
Oh, and you 6 bases must cultivate a corpse king within 1 month.
After pondering for a moment, Shu Chen issued the order. Yes, master.
The 6 corpse kings looked at each other and quickly accepted the command. Oh, besides cultivating a corpse king within a month, you are also responsible for feeding all the lower-ranked zombies in the base. They must be fed at least 1 meal of flesh and blood every month. Just as the 7 corpse kings were about to leave, Shu Chen stopped them. In the previous life, he remembered clearly that a regular zombie would rot and die if it didn't feed on flesh and blood within a month. However, after evolving to Class C, they could go without food for a long time. Zombies were classified into ranks such as D, C, B, A, S, and even corpse kings. With his army of over 2 million zombies under his command, he didn't want their numbers to decrease due to lack of food.
Pujiang was a large city with a population of around 5 to 6 million before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, almost half of the population turned into zombies. In other words, there were about 3 million zombies initially. The reason why there were only around 2 million left now was probably due to recent clashes between superhumans and zombies. In the previous life, the outbreak of the zombie tide was caused by superhumans killing too many zombies, leading several corpse kings to engage in a fierce battle with the surviving humans. After the tide, came the beast tide. The impact of the beast tide directly resulted in a significant loss of superhumans. Despite the heavy losses, through continuous battles, many powerful individuals emerged among the superhumans. In the hellish apocalypse, superhumans had to engage in constant life and death battles to quickly enhance their strength. He planned to take the advice of his army and emulate the human survivors' bases. With high-ranking zombies or corpse kings leading the way, they would unite and hunt down superhumans and mutant beasts. Only by doing so could they quickly enhance the combat strength of the zombies. Master, we currently have 2 million zombies.
If we divide them into 10 teams, each team will have 200,000 zombies. With so many zombies, each of them needing to feed on blood every month, this might be difficult to achieve. With fewer and fewer living humans now, where can we find food for them? It was said that besides nurturing a corpse king, they also had to provide food for 200,000 regular zombies, which posed a challenge for the 6 corpse kings. In fact, it wasn't difficult to nurture a corpse king within a month. They could simply feed all the gathered food to a high-ranking zombie. However, if they had to feed other regular zombies as well, the difficulty would be too great.
Apart from living humans, you can also hunt mutant beasts outside the city.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you a secret. Besides being nutritious and aiding the rapid evolution of zombies, the crystal nucleus inside the mutant beasts' heads is also valuable.
That crystal nucleus is the crystallization of the mutant beast's elemental power and attributes.
Let me put it this way, 1 crystal nucleus of a mutant beast is equivalent to the flesh of a dozen mutant beasts.
With so many mutant beasts inside and outside the city, hunting a few more will be enough to feed 200,000 regular zombies, Shu Chen suggested to them.
In the previous life, humans discovered the energy contained in the crystal nucleus of mutant beasts, which could enhance their cultivation, 6 months after the apocalypse. At that time, some superhumans found that some corpse kings specifically targeted the crystal nuclei of mutant beasts to consume, so they dug out a few crystal nuclei of mutant beasts for analysis and research. The results revealed that within the small crystal nucleus, there were many unknown energies. Later, researchers gave them a name, calling it elemental energy. If awakened individuals consumed it, not only could it enhance their cultivation, but they might also acquire certain elemental skills. Of course, with opportunities come risks. While the crystal nucleus of mutant beasts could enhance the cultivation of superhumans, it could also bring side effects such as body transformation or the nullification of abilities. However, zombies didn't need to consider these risks, they could directly consume them, and the effects were even better than for human superhumans.
Yes, Master.
Learning about the significant effects of the crystal nucleus of mutant beasts, the 6 corpse kings were overjoyed. There were many mutated creatures within the city, such as ants, cockroaches, rats, cats, dogs, and more. With the strength of the corpse kings, they could easily eliminate these small creatures. Even the mutant beasts outside the city would be no match for them as corpse kings.
All right, carry out the orders. After sending away the 7 corpse kings, Shu Chen turned around and went back upstairs.
He was just measuring dimensions when he was interrupted by this group of corpse kings. However, Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan were still upstairs waiting for him to flip the cards.
Boss, who's staying tonight?
Luo Yuyu straightened her slender waist and at the same time, her round buttocks immediately perked up.
No one can outdrink me,
Nor can they match my size or roundness.
of course, I'm staying.
Qin Yan's eyes were hazy as she spoke drunkenly.
Let me touch and see who's round and big.
Chu Chen sat between the two, his hands embracing their waists, then sliding down, touching all around carefully and measuring the dimensions.
You two are the same size. It's a tie.
After measuring the feel and size, Chu Chen smirked and said playfully,
Then, what should we do?
Seeing that they tied in drinking and in the buttock competition, the two women immediately became worried. While Lin Qingya awakened her abilities and became like a female superhero, they were still ordinary people.
This made them secretly anxious.
These days, they had seen online that the situation outside was becoming more severe. If they didn't even have abilities and only did household chores, they were worried that Chu Chen would think they were useless and might one day despise them for being idle. Therefore, they really wanted to have abilities now.
What else can we do?
Of course, both of you stay. Seeing their furrowed brows, Chu Chen couldn't bear to tease them any longer and quickly said. In fact, he never intended to choose between them in the first place.
He was just playing with them before.
Both were alluring beauties, only children make choices.
Adults want them all. Really?
Hearing his words, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up.
Eat the fruit. It might help you awaken your abilities.
Chu Chen nodded, then with a flick of his right hand, two fragrant fruits appeared. These were little dragon girls hatched from dragon eggs, a gift given to him that day. He had eaten two before and found that besides being delicious, they seemed to have no other effects, so he decided to give them away. In his previous life, he had only heard legends about spirit fruits, which were said to not only help people awaken abilities but also enhance their cultivation. Whether these fruits were the so-called spirit fruits, he didn't know. However, since they had no side effects, he decided to test their effects on the two women.
Thank you, boss.
The two women joyfully took the fruits. Just by smelling the fragrance, they felt refreshed.
After taking the fruits, they couldn't wait to take a bite. So fragrant. So sweet. Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan's eyes widened as they took a bite. The fruit not only smelled intoxicating but also left a lingering fragrance in their mouths, filling the air with its aroma.
And after wolfing down the two fist-sized fruits, they licked their rosy lips, looking at Chu Chen with satisfaction.
I understand.
Chu Chen gave them a look that said, I know what you mean, snapped his fingers lightly, and then took off his pants.
They wanted to say, we just want to eat another fruit,
but the words stuck in their throats.
The man in front of them was a Holy Spirit body.
As long as they had intimate relations with him, they would awaken their abilities. With such a good opportunity in front of them, only a fool would refuse.
Moreover, they dressed so seductively and worked so hard to show off their figures today, all for this moment, right?
Therefore, as soon as the words came out, they immediately covered their mouths.
Click. Qin Yan, feeling shy, turned off the room light.
However, she soon regretted it. Although it was pitch black, no one could see anything. But Chu Chen's strength was too great, he could easily lift her with one arm. Strong as he was, the play was just a show. Clearly, he could lie down, but he had to stand up, as if performing acrobatics.
Sometimes caught off guard, scaring her and Luo Yuyu into screaming.
Because some sports were too dangerous, they hung in midair, afraid of falling. Fortunately, his strength was enough. Despite their continuous screams, no accidents occurred. Creak, creak. On the second floor of the supermarket, screams, card-playing sounds, and the intense shaking of the bedboard echoed one after another. Just as they had exercised for half an hour, the newly replaced big bed collapsed with a crash. Helplessly, Chu Chen had to take out a new bed from the storage space and continued the vigorous exercise.
Are you tired?
2 hours later, Chu Chen suddenly stopped and curiously asked the two. The last time he exercised with Lin Qingya, she never complained of tiredness, even tossing and turning all night without falling apart. Later, it was discovered that she had awakened her ability. Therefore, with the previous experience in mind, Chu Chen asked about their feelings after just 2 hours of exercise. Qin Yan, who was already sweaty and held in his arms, nodded on his shoulder. Then, as if thinking of something, she shook her head. Seeing that they did not beg for mercy, Chu Chen continued the battle.
Could I have hit the mark myself? Am I really the body of the Holy Spirit?
The next morning, Chu Chen lay on the floor, looking at the two sleeping women beside him, lost in thought. Just like last time, he had tossed and turned all night, breaking all the beds in the storage space, but Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan did not beg for mercy.
They did not even say they couldn't take it. In other words, they most likely had also awakened their abilities. But for now, they were still asleep, unaware of what abilities they had awakened.
Last time, he had Lin Xingye drink his blood of immortality. This time, he gave the two women some fruit to eat. Now he couldn't figure out whether it was the blood of immortality or the fruit that had an effect, or if awakening abilities was a result of sleeping with him. Suddenly, he sat up, a look of surprise and amazement in his eyes. Is this a domain? Just now, he suddenly sensed everything within 100 meters, as if he had a god's eye view. Even though he didn't go out to look, he knew everything inside and outside the supermarket. He could sense a few ants outside the courtyard wall, a few mosquitoes inside the supermarket, everything. This was very much like the domain in the legends of the previous life. However, the domain ability was only possessed by a few top-tier powerhouses in the previous life. Unexpectedly, he had this ability so quickly in this life? If he wasn't mistaken, his previous so-called eye ability should be the embryo of the domain. Back then, within 8 meters, even bullets fired at high speed seemed to slow down in his eyes, and he could catch them with a slight reach. Now, 8 meters had become 100 meters. Anything entering within 100 meters of him would be immediately sensed by him. And just like before, all living things entering within 100 meters would slow down. For a moment, he was both surprised and puzzled. He wondered how this ability had awakened. Could it be because of women? After much thought, he quickly made a bold guess. It seemed that the first appearance of the domain ability was after sleeping with Shin Bingxian. The night before last, he had a fierce battle with Shin Damiai all night. Last night, he didn't rest and kept exercising. After these 2 nights, the domain ability suddenly appeared. He felt that this might have something to do with women. While others improved their strength through life and death struggles or honing their abilities, did he have to rely on women? If that was the case, did he have to exercise every day? Thinking of this, he slapped the 2 women's buttocks hard, intending to wake them up to continue the verification. I haven't slept a wink all night, let me sleep a little. Luo Yuyu groaned, then rolled over and continued to snore soundly. Looking at her snow-white delicate body, Chu Qin felt a rush of heat in his heart, ready to pounce. However, just as he was about to move in, he suddenly pulled back, because he suddenly noticed a group of people sneaking towards the supermarket. There were over 100 of them, with 30 or so carrying guns. The rest were armed with various weapons. Someone is actually coming to us voluntarily? Sensing this group of people, Chu Qin felt not a hint of nervousness, on the contrary, he was pleased. Currently, there were still 2 high-level zombies that had not evolved into zombie kings, just a step away from becoming one. This group of over 100 people arrived just in time. If they were all fed to the 2 zombies downstairs, who knows if they could evolve into zombie kings? He didn't wake up Luo Yuyu and Qin Yan, but instead put on his clothes and went upstairs. Just as he reached the 3rd floor, he bumped into Long Yun, her 2 headlights shining brightly, softly hitting Chu Chen's heart with a slight itch. There's a group of armed bandits lurking outside the supermarket. Long Yun rubbed her chest and was about to explain the situation she had just discovered. I know, prepare for battle. But without my orders, no one is allowed to shoot. However, before she could finish, Chu Chen interrupted her. He sought out Long Yun precisely because he was afraid that the female special forces team would shoot and kill people. As for zombies, human flesh and blood were the best nourishment. My girlfriend who has been away on a business trip for half a month is back, and she brought ropes, candles, and whips. I have to go to bed quickly, early start tomorrow. Alright, everyone, gather downstairs. Long Yun nodded in agreement, turning to lead her comrades to deploy for battle. No. You guys just need to guard upstairs with your guns, to prevent any accidents. Leave the rest to me to handle. Without my orders, absolutely no shooting. Seeing her about to lead her comrades downstairs, Chu Chen quickly stopped her. In his territory, a mere 100 people were well within his capabilities. There was no need to make a big fuss. At this moment, he only hoped that among these over 100 people, there would be a few with special abilities, so he could cultivate more zombie kings. In the previous life, human beings with special abilities were classified into 9 ranks, from the 1st to the 9th rank, just like mutated beasts. The strength of a zombie king corresponded to the 7th rank of special abilities or mutated beasts. In other words, he already had 7 7th rank mutated beasts or special abilities. This level of strength in the early stages of the apocalypse was more than enough. But with more and more mutated beasts and the rapid increase in the strength of human special abilities, he needed to cultivate more zombie kings. By cultivating more zombie kings, he could recruit more zombies. Oh, okay. Long Yun didn't understand why she couldn't shoot, but in the end, she still nodded. In Chu Chen's territory, she had to obey unconditionally. Finally, she led her subordinates back upstairs. Fatty, how do we get in? Outside the supermarket, a group of people sneaked up to the front door, one of them looking at the thick iron gate in front of them, asking the leader, Fatty,
I have my ways. Fatty smiled confidently, then turned to an old man and said, Uncle Chow, it's up to you next. As long as you open the gate, our mission today will be a success. Don't worry, leave it to me.
A thin old man stepped forward, patting his chest with full confidence, then with a flicker, he disappeared into the shadows of the crowd.
Damn! Where did he go? What kind of ability is this?
Seeing the old man suddenly disappear, everyone was amazed. This is the Shadow Ghost ability. Before the zombie virus outbreak, Uncle Chow was a famous thief. After Doomsday, he awakened the Shadow Ghost ability.
This ability is extraordinary. He can infiltrate any shadow and enter any place through shadows. For a big iron gate like this, as long as there's a gap, he can get in.
The fat guy said somewhat smugly. He had known this old Chow before the Doomsday, and their relationship was quite good. After the Doomsday broke out, he heard the old man say he had awakened supernatural powers, so he immediately brought him over. It was because of his ability to recruit supernaturals that Feng Xiaofeng valued him so much. Today, in order to avoid major losses, Feng Xiaofeng asked him to bring people to attack Huaxing supermarket, but did not assign any supernaturals to him, only gave him 30 guns. However, when they were leaving the base, they happened to run into the ghostly old man Chow. This old guy heard that there were stunning beauties and plenty of food at Huaxing supermarket, so he insisted on coming along. So, the fat guy brought him along. In fact, he knew very well what the old man Chow was thinking. He just wanted to have fun with those beauties after taking down the supermarket. Otherwise, he would have to wait until Feng Xiaofeng got tired of playing before he could have his turn. Who knows how long that would take. Such a powerful ability? Isn't it just killing whoever you want to kill? Listening to what he said, everyone was both shocked and delighted. With such a powerful supernatural being, today's success was absolutely guaranteed, and they could easily take down this supermarket.
That's right. Uncle Chow only came to the base yesterday, you guys better get along with him. With his abilities, the position of the second in command at the base will be his sooner or later. When Uncle Chow becomes the second in command, he will have your backs. As the fat guy loaded the bullets, he instructed. Actually, the old man Chow's supernatural ability was indeed powerful, but it only lasted for a short time, just a few tens of seconds. If it lasted longer, he could have easily taken care of the two big guys in the yard. They were only there to capture people. Creak! Just as they were talking, the heavy iron gate of the supermarket suddenly opened from the inside. Quick! Take out those two big guys first. After the gate opened, the fat guy led the way into the yard, looking for the two men in overcoats. They had been monitoring the yard for most of the day yesterday, and there were only 3 men in the yard. One of them was Chuchen. The other 2 were wearing overcoats, hats, and sunglasses. Judging by their large stature, they were probably men too. As long as they took care of these 2, the rest would be captured alive. Old Ghost Chow? Inside the supermarket, when Chuchen sensed the thin old man entering the yard through the shadows, he immediately thought of someone from his past life, Gu Jianchou, because in the previous life, he was the only one who awakened the ability of ghostly shadows. In the previous life, this old guy made a name for himself in the entire East China region with his ghostly shadow ability. Even the leaders like Sang Biao and Xianji were wary of him. Unexpectedly, the person trying to make a move on him today turned out to be this old guy? It's time for me to stretch my muscles. Just as old Ghost Chow sneaked into the supermarket to open the door, Chuchen leisurely walked downstairs. Although he walked slowly, compared to the thugs at the door, he was as fast as lightning. Because he could slow down the flow of time within his domain, meaning he could slow down the movement of everything. And he was not affected at all. This was an ability he had comprehended a few days ago. At that time, the bullets in front of him seemed to slow down, he could easily grab them, and Lin Xingya, who was sprinting towards him, seemed to move as slow as a turtle. However, if he didn't deliberately use this ability, the speed of the people around him would remain the same as usual. Therefore, even when the domain expanded to 100 meters, this ability still remained. With just a thought, everything within 100 meters would immediately slow down. When he had time, he planned to study this supernatural ability of the domain thoroughly. He believed that it was not just about slowing down speed, there should be other wonderful uses. Because the overlords of the past who possessed the domain were all terrifyingly powerful. Chuchen, get him for me. Remember, capture him alive. This is what the boss wants, we can't let him escape. If we kill him or let him escape, the boss will never forgive us. Chuchen had just left the supermarket when he was spotted by a fat man rushing towards him at the entrance. Excitedly, the fat man gave orders to the people behind him. This was a huge mobile warehouse, and if they caught this guy, Feng Xiaofeng would surely reward him generously when they returned. Maybe he would even give him a beautiful woman to play with. Capture him alive? Boss? Chuchen was slightly surprised by what the fat man said. He had thought that this group belonged to Chao Laogue,
with Chao Laogue as their leader. But who would have thought that the leader of this group was actually a fat man? And from what he said, there were more people behind this fat man, and they had come for him? They even knew his name. It seemed that he couldn't feed them to the zombies just yet, he needed to capture them first and interrogate them. With this in mind, he clenched his fists and quickly approached them. Despite the fat man and his group running towards him with all their might, trying to capture him, in his eyes, these people were no different from turtles crawling. Crack! Crack! He grabbed the first young thug running in front of him, exerted force with his arms, twisted and broke his arms and legs, then threw him behind. After dealing with one, he immediately caught the second one. Such speed! At this moment, in the eyes of the fat man and his group, Chuchen seemed like a ghost, extremely fast. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Next, his 5 companions had their arms and legs twisted and were thrown into a pile. 5 people incapacitated, all done in the blink of an eye. In that instant, he finally understood why there were so few people left in the yard, why this guy had a large amount of supplies and several beautiful women, and why he had managed to survive unscathed until now. This guy was a terrifying killer demon with incredible strength. At this speed, even their boss might not have the upper hand. Suze, damn your ancestors. Seeing his men being disabled one by one, the fat man realized he had been deceived by Suze. This wasn't some awakened space ability trash, this was clearly a ruthless demon king who killed without blinking an eye. Brothers, retreat. After cursing, he abandoned his men and turned to run. This guy was too fast. Now that he was dealing with others, it was the perfect opportunity to escape, or else it would be too late. A bunch of useless people. With just one charge from Chu Chen, over 100 people were scared and ran back, not daring to even shoot their guns. The skinny old man was furious. Ordinary people were just ordinary people. When faced with danger, they would only panic and flee. Little did they know, with his shadow lurking around, this guy, no matter how fast, would have to surrender. Swish! Drawing his dagger from his waist, he planned to sneak into the shadows and silently take down Chu Chen. His ability lasted for 30 seconds initially, but with daily practice, it had increased to 40 seconds. When he sneaked into the gate just now, he had spent 20 seconds. In other words, he still had 20 seconds left. 20 seconds might sound short, but it was enough to kill a person. And this person was right in front of him. After making up his mind, he flickered and disappeared into the shadows. Crack, crack. The opportunity had finally come. He had just sneaked into the shadow of one of his companions when the young man rushed over and forcefully broke his companion's arms and legs. At such a close distance, it was a perfect opportunity for an assassination. He raised the gleaming dagger and thrust it towards the young man's heart. Once the heart was pierced, even the most powerful ability users would die. Bang! However, to his great surprise, as soon as he raised the dagger, the young man seemed to have anticipated his assassination, accurately grabbing his wrist. Crack! With a crisp sound, his wrist was forcibly broken into 2 pieces. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after, his other wrist and both legs were broken. Ah! The intense pain made him let out a piercing scream. In the end, like the other defeated comrades, he was thrown behind the young man. It all happened so quickly that as soon as he felt the pain and screamed, he was thrown out. Is this teleportation ability? Upstairs, Dragon Yun and the female soldiers who were originally on high alert were all stunned to see Chuchen so fierce. His speed was too fast. It was as if he teleported, shuttling through the crowd. After passing through, all the intruding thugs had their hands and feet disabled. Over 100 people were taken care of by him in a moment. Those who turned to run didn't even make it to the door before being caught and brought back. No wonder they didn't let us shoot. So he can handle it easily by himself. One of the female soldiers watching Chu Chen downstairs said, slightly shocked. Last time at Phylong Mountain, they witnessed Chu Chen's terrifying strength when bullets fired by Menard's men were caught in his hands. Today, with just his own strength, he easily dealt with over 100 thugs. And all in a short moment. This kind of terrifying skill, looking at the world, probably no one can match. For a moment, several female soldiers looked at Chu Chun with a few more awe and admiration in their eyes. Especially Dragon Yun, she bit her fragrant lips, feeling a strange affection in her heart. At this moment, not only them, Xie Shiro and Xiao Shue were also impressed by Chu Chen's terrifying ability, with little stars twinkling in their beautiful eyes. Lin Qingya, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. She had followed Chu Chen to Phylong Mountain once, so she knew Chu Chen's strength very well. Xin Yan and Luo Yu on the second floor were sound asleep on the floor, missing the exciting scene downstairs. Go down and help. Seeing Chu Chen subdue over 100 thugs, Dragon Yun, holding a gun, led a few comrades downstairs. Ouch, it hurts so much. Ah, my leg. SSS.
It hurt so much.
Downstairs, over 100 people were sweating in pain, rolling on the ground, looking quite spectacular. The two higher-order zombies who had heard the commotion earlier also rushed over, drooling as they stood behind Chu Chen.
Female soldiers?
The chubby man whose limbs were disabled, seeing 7 female soldiers in camouflage vests coming down, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It turned out that Su Zhe's guess was correct. The female soldiers that Menard wanted to kill were indeed here.
However, it was too late to know the truth.
With his limbs disabled, he couldn't even make a call to Feng Xiaofeng.
Who is your leader? Why are you arresting me? I just want to hear the truth, otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Just as he was secretly surprised, Chu Chen picked up a baseball bat and walked straight towards him. Thud. The chubby man's eyes rolled, trying to deceive.
However, as if he had guessed his thoughts, as soon as he started to speak, the baseball bat smashed onto his leg. With his hands and feet already disabled, his bones shattered once again, causing him to scream in agony.
Don't hit me, I'll talk.
Seeing Chu Chen raise the baseball bat again, he hurriedly begged for mercy.
Our leader is Feng Xiaofeng, we are from the Shangjiang base. Yesterday, an esper named Su Zhe came to our base.
He said he used to work for Huaxing Corporation and knew a lot about your situation. He also said you had awakened the spatial ability long ago and hoarded a lot of goods, like a walking giant warehouse. After learning this, our leaders sent us to rob you.
The chubby man dared not hide anymore and quickly revealed everything he knew.
He could tell that Chu Chen was a ruthless killer who wouldn't hesitate to take a life. Lying in front of him could lead to a fate worse than death.
Xianjiang base?
Chu Chen was slightly taken aback by what he heard. In his previous life, he had almost died at the hands of several espers at this base. It was only when Lin Xingya risked her life to bring reinforcements that he narrowly escaped. The reason this base was called Shangjiang Base was that the over 3,000 households living in this community were mostly from Shangjiang. They were all part of the opposition against the Shangjiang government and were funded by foreign forces. Before Doomsday, these people had been advocating for Xinjiang's autonomy, seemingly engaging in legal activities but actually colluding with foreign powers to destabilize Longhua. After Doomsday, Xinjiang's opposition from all over East China flocked to this base, eventually turning it into the largest human survivor base in Pujiang and even the whole of East China. However, unlike in the previous life, the leaders of Shangjiang base were originally Lin Jiying, He Shijing, Luo Cong, and Huang Feng. It was only half a year after Doomsday that Feng Xiaofeng emerged and took control of Shangjiang base. Lin Jiying, He Shijing, Luo Cong, Huang Feng, and others became Feng Xiaofeng's right-hand men.
Feng Xiaofeng was extremely cunning.
In the 2 years after Doomsday, no one knew what kind of esper ability he had awakened, as most who knew died. As he became more active, people learned that his ability allowed him to summon 2 dragon souls to fight for him and briefly stun his opponents.
With this mysterious ability, he defeated many powerful espers and became the first 9th-tier esper in Pujiang.
Once, when the military tried to eliminate the cancerous Manhwa, they were ambushed by Shangjiang base, and the esper forces sent by the military were almost wiped out. It was this battle that made Feng Xiaofeng famous and established him as the leader, surpassing Luo Cong and the others.
Do you have anyone named Lin Jiying, He Shijing, Luo Cong, or Huang Feng at your base?
To understand the differences between this life and the previous one, Chu Chen asked again.
Yes.
They were the first group of espers to awaken at Shangjiang base, originally the leaders there. But a few days ago, for some reason, they suddenly elected Feng Xiaofeng as the leader. I was brought to the base by Feng Xiaofeng, and as soon as he became the leader, our status rose as well. So, the task of robbery fell on my shoulders, and the result. The chubby man finished, looking dejected as he hung his head. This time, what seemed like the simplest task turned into a tough situation.
Over 100 people didn't even have a chance to fight back and were all taken down.
If he had known it would be this unlucky, he would never have taken on this job.
How many espers are there at Shangjiang base?
Chu Chen inquired about the strength of Shangjiang base, planning to make a big move, maybe even cultivate a few more corpse kings.
There are 11 now. However, tomorrow, 17 espers will be flying to Pujiang.
They are all said to be coming directly from Shangjiang, and some are even big stars.
Like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, the chubby man recounted everything, whether asked by Chu Chen or not. 28. Chu Chen's eyes lit up at what he heard.
If all these espers were used to feed high-level zombies, he could potentially cultivate at least 3 corpse kings. With so much valuable flesh and blood, he was determined to get his hands on it. Moreover, since he had grievances with these people from his past life, now that he had the power, he wouldn't let them off the hook.
Oh, by the way, with so many espers at your base, why did they send an ordinary person like you over?
After making up his mind, Chu Chen suddenly thought of a puzzling question.
Feng Xiaofeng is very cautious.
Even though we've probed a bit, he didn't dare to send any mutants over. He's not clear about the situation here, worried about losing his mutants, so he sent us to test the waters first. If we don't go back, he'll send someone over.
Fatty answered truthfully, and even added a veiled threat, trying to make Chuchen feel apprehensive and let him off the hook. Old Chow, what's going on? How did you end up with them?
Seeing there was nothing more to ask, Chuchen finally turned his attention to the skinny old man.
This old guy is the only mutant among this group.
Although he's skinny and doesn't have much flesh on him, he's still a mutant, a great source of food for zombies. I brought him to Xinjiang base. Feng Xiaofeng didn't intend to send him today, but they met outside the base, and he insisted on tagging along, so I brought him here. Before the old man could speak, Fatty quickly explained.
So that's how it is.
Chuchen nodded, then gestured to the 2 higher-level zombies behind him. You can start feasting now.
Roar. Ah, have mercy, I have many secrets left to tell. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you all the secrets?
Seeing the 2 zombies about to bite his neck, Fatty turned pale with fear.
Desperate, he tried to pique Chuchen's interest in order to survive. Stop.
Indeed, upon hearing this, Chuchen raised his hand slightly, immediately halting the 2 zombies. The 2 zombies, who were ready to feast, had to retreat.
First, tell me what secrets you have. If they are indeed important, I'll let you go.
Chuchen also made him a promise he had no intention of keeping. In fact, regardless of how important those so-called secrets were, he wouldn't let anyone go today.
It's them. Menard has put out a bounty to get rid of them. He said they are from the female Special Forces team. As long as we bring their bodies, we can exchange them for food and weapons. We might even get genetic potions.
After hesitating for a moment, Fatty pointed at Long Yun and the others and said. At this point, he had no bargaining power, he had to do as Chuchen instructed.
Menard put a bounty on us? Why?
Upon hearing Fatty's words, Long Yun and the other female soldiers standing beside her were all puzzled. After returning from Phylong Mountain, they had disappeared without a trace, even turning off their satellite phones on the mountain.
How did Menard know they were still alive? And why did he issue a bounty to hunt them down? For a moment, the women looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. I don't know the specifics. I only heard a guy named Klee called our boss, saying he would pay a high price to get rid of you. Besides calling our boss, it seems like Klee also contacted others. Fatty shook his head, wearing a pained expression. Have you ever opened the satellite phone and contacted the outside world? Just as they were puzzled, Chuchen suddenly asked. We made one call, but it was to the military high command to report Minister Qian's situation. The high command would never collude with Menard. Long Yun understood the implication in his words, so she said solemnly and confidently. She was so sure because that leader was her great-uncle. If her great-uncle were greedy or had any selfish motives, she would have been promoted long ago and wouldn't have suffered in the female Special Forces team. Her cousins would have been promoted and wealthy, not stuck in low-level jobs in middle age. Therefore, she firmly believed her great-uncle wouldn't have any dealings with Menard. Minister Qian is well-connected. If he wants to find out about you, it shouldn't be difficult. Most likely, he got the news that you guys are still alive, that's why he told Menard. Chuchen pondered for a moment, then nodded. In the previous life, apart from Minister Qian being a traitor in the military, it seems that there were no high-ranking military officials colluding with Menard. Instead, it was more of some local officials, domestic capital, and those public intellectuals who were colluding with Menard. Is this what you call a secret? If you want to exchange this trivial matter with me, then you can hit the road. Chuchen couldn't be bothered with the affairs of the Women's Special Forces team anymore. He turned his gaze to the fat man, squeezing out useful information. No, I have more. Actually, we monitored that building across the street all day yesterday. Oh, when we left, Lin Jiying, He Shijing, Luo Song, and Huang Feng from the base also took some espers with them. I heard from a brother at the door that they were going to ambush some military forces. Also, the 17 espers from Shangjiang will come over at 2 in the morning tomorrow. It seems like they brought their families with them, using 7 transport planes. I overheard Brother Long saying that besides their families, they also brought a group of biochemical experts from Sakura country in advance. These experts will arrive this afternoon, saying they are going to do experiments on mutant humans. The fat man quickly shook his head and then incoherently blurted out all the secrets he knew, hoping Chuchen would spare him. Mutant humans? Hearing what he said, Chuchen's heart stirred slightly. In his second life, he knew what mutant beasts were. After the apocalypse, some poultry, livestock, and other animals underwent mutations and became mutant beasts. These mutant beasts evolved to the point where they could rival the top human experts,
and some could even take on human form. However, some of these mutant beasts were created through genetic drugs, unable to advance in evolution, similar to disposable items. Those biochemical companies not only experimented on animals with genetic drugs but also used a large number of humans for experiments. Animals were fine, at most just growing in size after mutation. But humans were different. After the drug took effect, some couldn't survive, and those who did would become neither human nor ghost. They would also lose their sanity, becoming tools for the biochemical companies. In the previous life, Menard colluded with Sakura Country to create tens of thousands of biochemical mutant humans. Is that all? Seeing the fat man not saying anything more, Chuchen narrowed his eyes and asked, "No, that's all." The fat man racked his brains but couldn't think of any more secrets, so he shook his head helplessly. "You too, start eating." Seeing that he couldn't squeeze out any useful information, Chuchen waved at the two zombies. Roar! The two zombies, drooling with hunger, immediately pounced as soon as they received his command. "You're a man of your word, damn it, ah." Seeing the zombies coming towards him, the fat man screamed in despair. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the zombie bit his neck, causing him to scream in pain. "Close the gate. Watch over this food, don't let it escape. And when the army returns, have them station tens of thousands of zombies around the supermarket. No living person is allowed to enter any building that overlooks the supermarket." After storing the firearms they brought in the storage space, Chuchen instructed Long Yun. "With one Esper and over 100 people, this much blood should be enough to evolve 2 high-level zombies into corpse kings. Let's go. Hurry!" In Shangjiang base, Suze, Lin Jiying, and others were leading over 100 soldiers dressed in camouflage suits inside. These soldiers were tightly bound, many of them injured. "How did it go? Was the ambush successful? How many casualties did we have?" Feng Xiaofeng hurriedly asked as he saw them return. "Very smoothly, we lost over 200 small shrimps on our side, but not a single paranormal was lost. Oh, by the way, there is only one paranormal in this team, and I have already captured him alive." Lin Xiying was about to speak, but Suze preemptively said, as if taking credit, "As long as the paranormal is unharmed, it's fine. Small shrimps are everywhere, if they die, they die. Hurry and interrogate them thoroughly, ask where the rescue team is and how to contact them." Feng Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction at his words. Paranormals are the most important force, no matter how many ordinary men die, he doesn't care. "Yes, Brother Feng," Suze responded, then escorted the person back to the dungeon. "Humph, this little bastard, actually trying to steal my credit? TCH. Behind him, Lin Jiying glared at him discontentedly and spat fiercely on the ground. "Why hasn't Fatty returned yet? Suze and the others have returned, but this kid still hasn't come back? Call him and find out what's going on." Feng Xiaofeng paced back and forth at the base gate, instructing Lu Dalong behind him. He wasn't worried about Fatty and the others' safety. He was worried about any possible loss of goods in that humanoid warehouse.